diameter, 756 meters away, it will produce 1 arc minute. It's an angular measurement, right? Right? Hello?
Mm,
Are you
I don't know.
listening?
I'm not, no, not
So
following.
that's what a 1 arc minute is. It has nothing to do with a nautical mile. A 1 arc minute is 22, like take any
It has
object
to do.
size, times it by 3,400 and you'll get 1 arc minute. So you'll get the distance to it where it arrives at a distance of, or arrives at an angular size of 1 arc minute. Right? This is a ratio. This is I forget the name, actually, the term to use, but it's around 3450. So take the diameter of an object, times it by 3450, whatever unit you want to use, meters, kilometers, whatever, you get the size of it in 1 arc minutes. So if I'm using angular measurements, how does that apply to the surface of the Earth for 60 nautical mile, 1 nautical mile? Because the way I look at it, I can
already
deduce the
answered
1
that.
nautical mile. I can deduce the 1 nautical mile from the apparent height of the sun. I can deduce the
I
whole
already
circumference
answered
of
that.
the Earth from time.
Yeah,
So
you should divide the circumference of the Earth in 360 parts, and divide one of them in 60 parts again. That's going to be a nautical mile. That's what a nautical mile is defined to be.
and what's time based on? Time is 60 by 60 by 24, right? So we have time. 60 minutes is 1 hour, right?
Okay.
So what association does 60 minutes have with 1 nautical mile?
Well, arc
Because it's a
minutes is
60.
the name.
It's a 60
Not,
by 60. What I'm trying to say is that the angular size of the Earth was deduced mathematically. It's not deduced by physical ground measurement, because there's valleys, hills, and valleys that actually make the Earth pretty massive in, an actual size, because it's not a flat pizza in space, right? It's got hills and valleys.
okay, your point being?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Well, I think, is he contending that 1 degree isn't like 60 nautical miles?
Yeah, 1 degree is 60 nautical miles. 1 nautical mile is 1 arc minute.
1 arc minute is 1 nautical mile. Yeah.
Yeah, on the
So
surface of the Earth.
an angular measurement has to do with ground distance, right? So I'm saying how that happens is you can do it mathematically, and it's mathematically done, so it's not 100% close. You have errors, right? Errors in all these calculations. But I'm just saying you can deduce it from angular measurement, which actually has nothing to do with the actual physical size, but the apparent size of it, which it has correlations to the movement of the sun, the path of the sun, right? That's how you can get the same measurements of the size of Earth. It's just, so I'm saying is that back in the day, obviously there's no ships, planes, but that could travel long ways, but they still had a way mathematically to deduce the apparent circumference of the Earth. Eratosthenes did it with claiming a shadow, right? Was causing the shadow angle, because the Earth being curved would cause it to be at 7.2 because light is infinitely far away, right? So they had to come up with mathematics first to deduce their model. There's just no way that they went around and with chains and they did start with the mile, like with the paces, with the soldiers and stuff. They set out paces and did all that stuff way before the nautical mile, but it's all mathematically deduced. You don't have to leave your bedroom at all to determine the apparent size of the Earth, because you have the movement of the sun.
Okay, my turn. So no, that's not true. So terrestrially, we can look at 2 mountains at known heights, one being twice as high as the other, but one being twice as far as the other, and they should be in line if the surface is flat. Would you agree? And when we see the background mountain below the snow line of the foreground mountain, we know that something has to be up. There's got to be a reason for why that. It can't be refraction, because we know the temperature gradients, we know the pressure gradients and density gradients of the air between those 2 mountains in the clear day when there's snow on top of the mountains as well. But why is the twice as high mountain below the snow line of the foreground mountain that is twice as far away when it is twice as tall, over twice as tall? That is how we can do, without using the sun, without using any other measurements, to determine the shape of the Earth. Because that can only happen if the Earth is spherical. Or, in that one particular picture, Mount Rainier has sunk down 6,000 feet. So data, you fail again.
Sorry, buddy. I wasn't even listening to you. I'll have to ask you what you said in a few minutes.
We have a mountain.
I
Twice-
think he's having a phone call right now.
He's not listening now?
I think
Rob's
he's on a phone call.
He would never listen, so he would be talking if he
Yeah,
was
I
talking.
mean, even
if
when
he was
he's on a
listening, he'd be
phone call,
talking.
Yeah. If you quote slash navigation and then say you can use the zenith angle to get the distance to the GP, that shouldn't work. Shouldn't work on a flat surface. Even if you get banded
It's a
light. to
linear
do-
function, buddy. It's literally linear. The path, the horizontal path, is linear to the GP.
Yeah, the function.
No, that doesn't work. He's just
Yeah,
telling you that's not working.
Look. You guys, you either have not spent enough time looking at the instruction videos that are
Are
online.
you sure about that?
But yes, there are two main factors here that they even say. We go back to archaic times, and we have to assume the Earth is flat. They actually literally assume the Earth's flat and
No, they
all of their
don't.
positions. Stop, buddy. You're
I
just
can
being
prove you
disingenuous.
that.
Listen,
No,
buddy.
no, no, no.
Listen. You have not spent enough time looking at enough videos online.
Oh,
then.
you think so?
Okay,
You think so?
I know for a fact you haven't. I know for a fact, 100%. There's one from the 50s. Go watch it. It's got some old ancient 3D animation for you. It's kind of the old cartoons from the 60s and 70s.
I
Go
saw
watch it.
cartoons from the 60s and 70s.
Listen,
as well.
buddy. They talk about a linear
gonna quote them
calculation.
here.
They talk about a linear measurement to the GP. They also talk about having the fixed position of the stationary Earth of the celestial bodies that move. They already say it and they even mention flat Earth. So
Yeah,
please
you
spare
can.
me your shit. When I tell
can
you
assume
I'm
Earth
being
to be
truthful to you,
stationary. You can
when I tell you
assume.
I'm being
Let
truthful
me
to you,
respond to you.
and I'm
Let me
telling you
respond
stuff.
to you.
I'm telling you
So
stuff that
you're-
you can go fact check,
You
and
know
you're
how I'm
denying it,
influenced you.
and you're denying it when I'm telling you to go fact check it, dude.
I
You have a
did.
problem. You're actively trying to be
I
deceptive.
already did.
I don't
I
give a
already-
fuck if the Earth is a flat or a ball.
Hey, let
I
him
hate
respond, Data.
fucking liars and deception, dude.
Yeah,
That's why
let him
I'm in
respond.
this
Don't-
arena.
Please stop
I'm
calling liars.
Question: Are you claiming that
Let me
Bacon
answer
doesn't
him.
know about celestial navigation?
Yes, that's
I'm
what
saying-
he's saying.
I'm
He's saying I
saying
didn't
what he-
spend enough time
I'm
researching this.
I'm saying that the instruction videos that are present online, and there's lots of them, will corroborate that the Earth has to be imagined as flat. That
That's
you
false.
shoot. They should stop. You're
Post
lying
one.
again.
Post one.
You're
Post
dude. You're
one.
lying again. Okay, I just
Oh,
gave you the
back
script. I
up
don't know the
your
name of
shit.
it, but it's a U.S. military video. You go watch it. It's got some animation in it for you. It's from looks like it's from the 60s.
I watched a bunch
They
of them.
talk about they talk about flat Earth. They talk about the right angle triangle. Stop with your shit.
Why
At
is
least
he
if you're going to
providing-
come, if you're
What
going
about
to
a
come to the
video?
debate,
Oh,
if you're going to come to the debate, acknowledge the fact that they use that as a supposition or a presupposition.
But that's false. I know
Stop.
that to be
You
false.
stop lying, dude. It's not false.
You can't
It's
say
in
I'm
the
lying
instruction.
because I disagree
You
with
are
you.
lying. I can back it up. No, you're not
oh,
disagreeing.
let him
You're lying.
answer.
Do it.
Either
Back it up.
you're unaware of it, which I'll forgive you if you're unaware of it, but I'm telling you, dude, there is 30, 40
I'm-
videos online, at least a dozen of them,
You know
who
what's
use a
funny?
right angle triangle in their calculations, and some of them talk about having a fixed
Can
position of the
someone
celestial
mute
bodies
flat Earth
moving
data? We
above.
want to answer him.
So
You
what
know
I'm
what?
saying to you is 100% truthful. The fact that you're either not aware of it,
Peter,
and
you
that's
gotta
your
stop
ignorance,
talking and let someone respond
or
to
you're going to
you.
go fact, or
let
you're going to go
Bacon
fact check it.
answer.
Data, let someone respond to you. Stop
This is your
talking.
I know,
time.
right? Is this one
Go
of the
on, B-ball.
pictures?
Let me
Hey,
hear. I
Data?
wanna,
He wasn't.
Wait,
he
let me
didn't spend
talk.
more than,
I got
like,
my
30
turn. Is
seconds.
this one of the pictures, Data,
He
that you're
didn't spend
referring to?
Guys, hold on a second. Hold on, listen. He's very long-winded, so when you engage him, you should know this. And he's not taking a crazy amount of time. He's taking 30 or 45 seconds. All right, everyone can have 30 or 45 seconds to get their piece out.
But Jeremy, he takes 30 or 45 seconds, right? And then someone tries to get a word, and then he takes another 30 or 45 seconds. Then he
Yeah,
takes
there's
Maybe
a-
don't
another.
interrupt him.
no, but
Don't
I
interrupt him, and then
didn't
he won't
interrupt him.
respond to
You're doing a
points in the
shit
middle
job
of
of
his time.
moderating, Jeremy, in other words.
Nobody
Yeah.
interrupts
Okay,
him.
Guys
He'll
just
be done
sound
in
like a
30 or
bunch of
45.
bedwetters, man. I get constantly interrupted, called names here, and I never wet the bed like you fuckers.
Okay, look, I just put a picture in the chat.
No
Is this
name
the cartoon
calling.
you're looking at? And I have this is an honest question. I have a problem with this. Maybe Bacon, if you look at this, is this even possible? Can you have a 900 miles to a GP if you have an angle of 56 degrees or 50 degrees to a celestial body elevation angle?
Fuck no, I'm gonna say.
That looks like just a hypothetical.
No, 500. 50
It can never
degrees?
work, right?
No, yeah.
So that was actually some military officer kind of describing how trilateration works on with the sextant. So there is a lot of misinformation out there, data that people just use to kind of make their point across, whether it be this kind of
spare me your bullshit as well.
Can I make my
anybody
point?
takes the
Can I
time,
make
they can
my
debunk
point?
Zanuck here in 5 minutes.
Can I make my point?
Stop lying, Zanuck.
Can I make my point? Can someone mute?
These are nautical
You're not,
professionals.
you mute me
that are
whenever
completely
I'm speaking.
unaware.
You don't. You're
These are
letting
nautical
Data do this.
professionals.
Jeremy,
They're
would you
nautical
please mute
professionals that are
Data?
completely unaware
Please
of
mute
what they're
Data.
doing.
I request a mutation.
All right.
He's
Hold on.
mutating.
Wait till Xanax done. Data. Give him 30, 45
All right.
seconds.
So I got an example of what you're probably talking about, where people have maybe misrepresented technically. The idea is there, but the actual values are incorrect. I gave you a picture that you were on another call and you didn't take it. And right above that picture of Mount Rainier and Mount St. Helens, and it's a graphical representation of two mountains, one twice as tall as the other, 14,000 feet versus 6,000 feet, and one's twice as far away. So due to perspective, they should be right directly in line with your line of sight. The further mountain, twice as far away, twice as high, is below the snow line.
You just have nothing but expectations. You have no way to check your expectations.
Jeremy, I wasn't even done talking.
You make all these claims and have all these expectations, but no way to validate it.
10 seconds. I was literally 10 seconds.
So Data, you're going to have your chance. Hold on a second. Data, you're going to get your chance. Just wait till he's done, please. You don't want to get interrupted. He doesn't want to get interrupted. Let's keep it clean.
So thank you. So we literally have two mountains shown in a picture. We're not using any kind of calculations. We're not using the stars or the dome or anything to show the shape of the earth. We actually have two mountains with known values. One is twice as tall as the other, twice as far away. So due to perspective, you would think that the taller mountain should be above the foreground mountain, but is actually below the snow line of the foreground mountain. Now that can only happen on a round earth. There's no other explanation of that. There's no refraction. There's no diffraction. There's nothing that can show that this would happen on a flat plane. It can't happen on a flat plane. If you think it can, please explain why.
So all I hear is expectation, right? If this, that should be that, right?
No, measurement. Measurement.
That's your logic. That's your logic. I think that if the Earth's flat, I should expect this visual, but I don't see this visual, therefore the Earth's not flat. There's no science behind that, no whatsoever. Now, when you're looking at optical images, when you're looking at optical images, you keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again, because it's the only argument that you think that you have, that you won. But in reality, all the optical effects that come along with telephoto zoom lenses have tons of errors in them, especially the sizes and the distance to objects, plus the perspective distortions you get through atmosphere occlusions, weather conditions and so forth. So all of these pictures that you're using are either chosen for an argument intentionally because you are being deceptive, or you're ignorant to the fact of optical devices causing optical illusions. Now, which is it, Zanuck? Are you trying to be deceptive, or will you acknowledge that telephoto zoom lenses, atmospheric conditions will cause optical anomalies that we can't actually
telephoto lenses?
Oh, so they don't. So they don't create effects that are hard to calculate mathematically.
No, telephoto lenses. The center of telephoto lenses.
So you can calculate optical illusions then.
You asked me a question, and I'm responding. Why
so you can calculate. Just to clarify, you can calculate.
You mute me, and he's able to talk over me the entire time. What the fuck?
Listen,
come on, be fair here.
Listen, Zanuck, I am not instantly able to mute people. It takes me a few seconds. I'm doing stuff. I'm on a phone.
You mute me instantly. I said one word to say no, this, and then you muted me.
Okay,
well, he talks over me.
Go ahead.
Several sentences.
Okay, go ahead. It's your time to shine right now.
All right. So we have telephoto lenses, and the center in your field of view is not going to move anything in the distance. There is no reason why the refraction of the lens to the actual film or photosensor would show any deviation of that object anywhere in your field of view other than the correct proportion. So no, things at the center do not move. That's a fact. Number two, these are not based on expectations or reifications of our of our expectations of the Earth's shape. We are measuring something that we know trigonometrically should be at eye level, based on math, based on calculations. Yes, that's what they should. We don't see them there. Because we don't see them there, we know that would show us the shape of the surface. That's what we're saying. Don't put words in my mouth, and don't misunderstand what we are saying.
And Zanuck, you're not saying anything. All you're doing is either being deceptive or you're ignoring the obvious and clear distortions that come along with telephoto zoom lenses and refractions, of the refraction of light over longer distance. And fundamentally, the distortions that these lenses create, you're trying to analyze and measure. It just goes to show that you're just using this avenue either because you're being deceptive or you're just want to keep accepting errors and trying to use devices that have tons of errors so that you can't calculate these effects from because of barrel distortion, atmospheric conditions, you know, the position of the camera, whether the camera is truly horizontal, whether it's elevated up or elevated down. You have optical illusions that you're trying to claim are proof for an Earth ball.
Can I address something that was claimed before? You claim that there are old instructions on celestial navigation that assume the Earth to be flat, and I'm challenging you to back it up.
Yeah. So there's a video, there's a couple of them online that will use right angle triangles and they will drive a linear horizontal path over the surface of the Earth. No curve, no nothing in it. That's what they'll instruct you to do, how to get your elevation angle, how to deduce your co-altitude angle or your zenith angle. They'll show you how to do all of that stuff. Now you need to be stationary. You need to have a fixed position. You need to be stationary in a fixed position, number one. And number two, what you have to calculate for is not the rotation of the Earth, but the movement of the celestial bodies.
You don't have to be in a fixed position.
This is.
Let me ask Theta a question. Can you produce a
you need
manual
a fixed position
to
Yes, he wasn't. He clearly wasn't. He definitely wasn't.
You need a fixed position to find your dead reckoning 100%. So you need a point. You need a point to measure from on a map. Then you need to measure your whatever you're trying to do, whatever you're trying to find your intersect point, whatever you're trying to do. You need a horizontal baseline and an elevation angle, whether that's a zenith position and you get a co-altitude angle from it. You need an angle and you need a linear distance to that angle, which to get a ratio from, you need a 90 degree. This is all through all of the videos and instructions, all what they see. If you think, Bacon, that I'm lying, then show me where I'm lying in videos that don't use this 90 degree. Show me where it's not being used, because it's used in every single instruction video and every single manual, because you have to have a 90 to get a ratio angle from it. Without that 90, you got no measurement. That 90 solely comes from a right angle triangle.
That's not what I asked for. I didn't ask for a proof that they use 90 degree angles. Of course, if you have an elevation angle, you want a zenith angle, you're going to use 90 degrees to subtract. But that has nothing to do with my question. You claimed very clearly. I'm not done. You claimed very clearly that those instructions assume the Earth to be flat, right? And I'm not asking for your conclusion that 90 degrees means the Earth is flat. I'm not asking for you to show your reasoning or you think that proves the Earth is flat. I'm asking you to back up that they actually assume the Earth to be flat, because you mentioned old cartoons that give instructions on celestial navigation. I found some old cartoons that does exactly that. None of them use a flat Earth. All of those represent the Earth as a globe. All of the videos that I found represent the Earth as a globe. All the calculations that I use to do celestial navigation are done over a globe. They're all spherical geometry calculations. So if you're claiming otherwise, you're claiming that that's completely wrong. They assume a flat Earth, which is completely opposite to everything I said and everything I did that actually worked to spot my position. Then I ask you to back it up, and you're not backing up just by claiming there's a 90 degrees.
You're telling me that the nautical mile are globe calculations? They're using spherical trigonometry? Is that what you just said?
You can use spherical trigonometry. Yeah.
You're lying again, Bacon. Why do you insist on lying to try to prove a point? Being a liar is synonymous with being a globe believer. Why are you taking the lying position? Why are you a weak individual that you need to go and start out with a lie to start your argument?
Prove me a liar.
Spherical trigonometry wasn't used until the 1800s.
Don't call people liars and shit like that. And you know, Just show him how he's lying. Show him how he's lying. Don't just say
Yeah,
he's
that's-
lying.
Which is exactly what I'm
Exactly.
asking for.
Yeah.
Let me say
So
something
again,
on
if you are lazy and you don't want to search the videos, and you
Debo
think that
was-
you have a
Debo
body
was
of
trying to answer
evidence, you think you have a body of evidence that basically says no, there is no right angle triangle. There is no
I'm not
none of
saying
that in celestial. Oh, now you're not saying that. Okay, good. I'm glad you're not saying that anymore. What are you saying? Are you saying that there is right angle triangle in celestial navigation then?
No, I'm not talking about triangles. You keep
Is there a
changing the
right angle
subject,
is there a right angle triangle used in celestial navigation? Yes or no?
No, I mean you can if you're
Okay.
using Euclidean
Oh,
geometry.
I can. Okay. So why can't I then? What is the alternate? Spherical trigonometry, is it? What's more used? The 90-degree right angle
Spherical
triangle or the
trigonometry.
spherical? It is it?
Yeah,
So before the 1800s, what did they use?
they didn't have celestial navigation the
Oh,
way
they
we're referring
didn't.
to it. No, they didn't
Oh, they
use
didn't.
sextants
They
and
didn't.
clocks and
They
almanacs
didn't.
before the
So
1800s.
they didn't use straight lines and angles. They didn't use the
I just wanna
latitude
say something real
lines
quick.
from Polaris and go just straight east to west until the longitude line was developed, right? Which, by the way, there's three different prime
No,
meridians
I'm
over a
saying-
lifetime, right? So it doesn't really matter where the prime meridian is at.
Well, keep changing your response. That's not
Right.
what I'm saying at all.
There's no change in response. Listen, the fact that
The-
you don't know
the
that these videos exist, it's not my problem.
Well,
I asserted
post them.
such. I made a statement as such. People can fact check me if they want to. If they don't,
Yeah, I'm trying to.
on
I'm
them.
trying to.
You
Fact
keep
check
looking,
me,
buddy,
but give
because
your
because you
back
flip
up
flopped.
your
You
claim.
flip flopped. You flip flopped. You said 1 minute the 90 is not used, then it can be used. My claim is as such, and it's not even my claim. I'm just using other videos. The 90-degree is the default ratio that's used. 90 degrees, the default ratio that's used to devise any altitude angle, any zenith angle. Any of those angle requirements require a 90, and the only place that's ever found is in a right angle triangle. Do these videos use a right angle triangle? Yes, they do. Do they ever use spherical trigonometry? Very rarely they do that.
No,
Can you? Yes, you
they
can.
almost always use it.
Okay, really quick.
No, they
I just
don't,
want to
dude.
get real quick.
And
So,
spherical trigonometry was used for the moon.
hold
It
on.
wasn't used for
Hold on, Data.
finding your
D-Ball's-
position
It's just
Hold on,
false.
unless
let
you were trying to
D-Ball-
find your position relative to
Data,
the
hold
moon.
on one
That's it.
second.
It didn't start
so,
until the
Let D-Ball
1800s.
get in real quick, please. Jesus
So in the
Christ.
military, when we go through land navigation course, first of all, we don't use videos. We use actual manuals. Okay, we don't use videos on YouTube. We use actual manuals. And if you look in the land navigation manual, it specifically talks about Polaris and how Polaris drops 1 degree over 69 miles, and it shows a globe. Okay. So if you're sitting here saying that whatever military sources you're using, I want you to please produce a manual that shows exactly what you're talking about, because we don't use videos.
Yeah, so the manuals are conceptual, right? And if you use Euclidean geometry, they work exactly the same. It's a concept on Euclidean geometry and how to apply it and understand it. You can use it both ways. It's clear and present as day.
Well, can you back up? I mean, you keep claiming that. Can you back up what you're saying?
Again, we don't use videos. in the
So
military.
again, what do you want me to back up? The fact that they look at a fixed position on Earth as stationary and then they calculate the celestial bodies that move? Is that what
No.
you are looking for? Because that's what they
No.
do. Did you also
That's
want to
not what I'm
want to
asking.
look at the fact that to get a GP of a star, they take the elevation angle minus the 90, which is only from a right angle triangle to get the GP position from the
No,
observer?
it's from an right angle. It's from a right angle, not from a right angle triangle. You don't need a triangle for that.
Yeah, can someone show me
You
how
enclose
get 1
a
degree per
right angle
69 miles
triangle
to
if you're looking at line of sight to the GP of the observer. It closes a triangle, my friends. The fact that you guys want to deny that over and over again, when it's fact checkable, it's verifiable. And if you guys want to play ignorant, that the same 1 degree over a flat circle could be the same as a sphere, and then also ignore infinite distant light versus refraction of light, you'll keep playing the game. Just be honest. Don't have to be deceptive to win an argument because it just shows you're weak.
Oh, Data.
Stop being
How
weak.
can you say that how can you say that it's Euclidean geometry if it's 1 degree per 69 miles plus now you're saying that it's not straight lines because of refraction?
Again, the 69 degree per mile is a theoretical mathematical measurement. Yeah, sure. It's just a mathematical thing. If you look at
Or it's
star
a
charts,
measurement.
it's not actually 69 degrees, 69.169. That's just a mathematical deduction from a 360 degree circle from 24,901. The Earth apparently changes diameter. You've got 7918, 7922, or 7921 and 7926 now. So apparent diameter of the Earth has changed from 7926 in size. So you have all these
It's not a
mathematical
fixed radius.
variations where the point is the North Pole, North Pole position. If you were to move every latitude line 70 miles, it looks like you would get 69.283, and then 69.1, and then 69, and all the way
Okay.
down to the equator, you
Are
get up with
those- hold on.
68. So you end up with these apparent calculations, right? Again, I have
Sure.
never
How do
seen
those
any
work?
footage. I've never seen any footage or any documentation of anybody being under the North Pole to get any of these measurements. What I have
Okay.
found is a lot of mathematical deductions from an apparent circumference. That's what I found.
Okay.
And what it derives from is time, 60 by 60 by 24. It all comes back to time.
Okay, so you're saying that we can't use any angles to any celestial objects to navigate because it's just
Did I say that?
mathematical.
Did I
Yes,
say
you
that?
did. You did.
You're
Yes.
saying that. I'm saying
you
that you
said-
can calculate, I'm saying using right angle triangles, you can calculate the star's GP.
Okay.
That's what I'm
okay.
saying.
I use right angle triangle. So the star's GP, it's Polaris, and I have 45-degree angle to it. How far away is it? Using
Okay, so if you're
Euclidean
looking,
geometry.
if you're looking at this scenario, you're looking at what's your supposition now? You're just measuring a light in the sky and you're trying to deduce the position from Polaris?
Yeah, my latitude. My
Right.
latitude.
Well, you would take the known distance from Polaris and you divide it by the tangent of your degree to get the height of the star.
Hold
Or,
on.
no, you get the length,
What's the
sorry,
known
the
distance
length
from Polaris?
distance
Hold
to
on.
the star, pardon me.
Hold on.
What's the
Good luck
known
with
distance?
that. Good
What do
luck
you
with
mean?
that.
You said the known distance from Polaris to what?
To your location.
Well, why would I want to know my location if I already know it? How
Well, you
do
need
I
to know,
use this?
you want to know how far you're away from Polaris, right?
Yeah, and now you said that I already know it.
So you need an angle and you need a distance to get the height, or you need
Okay,
the height and an
okay.
angle to get the distance. So what are you going to do?
So
You're
if
going
I
to
have an
assume a
angle,
height,
can
right?
if I
You're going to
get the-
assume a
if I
height,
get-
right?
If I get the angle, can I get the distance from the angle?
So you need two measurements, my friend.
Which are
You need either height, distance, or a distance angle, or height and angle. You need two known factors, my friend.
Isn't the height the distance
Right.
though?
Really
Yeah,
The
quick.
height is a
height-
variation of
Isn't
the
the height
distance,
of
but it'll be
Polaris the distance?
it'll be a little longer.
no.
The
if
point
the-
is
if
the height,
if
the
angle is
hypotenuse. You need to
45
know. You
degrees,
need to either know the tangent, the hypotenuse, or the height. You need to know two numbers.
No, all I need to know is the elevation angle and how far is 1 degree.
Yeah, if you have a circumference, which you've deduced the circumference of the sun to get 360 degrees, which is a divisible number by 12, or it's the most divisible number. So again, it's a mathematical interpretation of an
hold
observation.
on. It's
That's all it
irrelevant.
is.
I don't need the sun. I don't need the sun for this. I don't need 24 hours for this.
You need a 360-degree circle, which is a divisible number.
No,
Those subset
I
of
need
numbers are
to-
built into the
I
system,
need to
60 by
travel.
60 by 24, 12,
No, hold
24,
on,
36.
hold on. I'll
They're
tell you how
all
I get it. I get the angle, it's 45 degrees. I move towards the Polaris so that it's 44 degrees, and I measure how long I move.
sure. You can use the law of cosines to
So-
do the same thing. You can do that here on Earth. You can go look at a tower, or well, 70 miles. You might have to get something pretty big in the distance actually to see that.
Push
But
the bicep.
you need a you would need a star. The point is you have to have a known distance and an angle to get a measurement. So whether it's
Oh.
an assumed distance, which you can get the 60 nautical miles, but you've deduced that from time, or you deduced
No.
it from an angular measurement from optics, because that's what an
Yeah,
arc
I've
minute
never-
is. 1 nautical
45
mile,
degrees
1 nautical
versus
mile is a 1 arc
40.
minute, which is an angular measurement based on optics.
Data.
So
Really
again,
quick.
it comes down from an apparent effect, an angular
question.
effect, right?
Oh, I can test it. I can move 1 degree.
Sure, you can move 1 degree, but I guarantee you haven't, because you don't even know if it does change to 69.169 or 69.2. You don't know that.
Yeah,
You
but
don't.
it's not a function that it should be using right angle triangle.
Again, you have an expectation that you cannot verify.
I can verify it.
You cannot verify it. You cannot verify whether or
Yes,
not
I
it works on a
can.
flat,
I can go
whether it works on a
45
flat or a
degree
ball. You cannot verify that because
can
you don't
go-
have two models to compare it to.
No,
You
I
don't.
can go
You have a
below the
model.
Polaris and then move
have a
to
model.
45 degrees and then go between those 2 points and see if it is linear or not.
So you expect to measure that many distance to the atmosphere to get a perfectly straight line? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't need a perfectly straight line.
Okay.
I can try
You
and
don't need
see
a
that,
perfectly
okay,
straight line.
this isn't a right angle triangle because
So we
if
know
you hit
in the
the
nautical
sentence, if you're
charts,
saying that
we
there
know
is
that in
refraction,
nautical
I'm
charts,
still talking. if you're saying
We
that
know in the
refraction,
nautical charts
then
that you
don't
don't want
have
to
a
measure
right-angle
anything
triangle.
closer to the horizon. So if you're going to
keep
use your
talking over
example,
me.
Hold on,
You
David.
have
You interrupted. Hold
refraction.
on. You interrupted Mailman. Mailman, go ahead and finish.
Yeah, if you have refraction, do you have a right angle triangle with straight lines?
so if you're going to look at the nautical information, it says that there is limitations and there's errors due to refraction. So obviously they've done calculations, mathematical computations, because there's a constant range based on perspective. So if we human beings have a constant range due to our perspective, and we basically navigate at a certain height, then you can devise a system based on that perspective. That's exactly what they have done. Is
Oh, he's
they've
asking about
measured everything.
refraction.
They measured everything from our perspective, and then they also give us guidelines to measure GPs to stars. They recommend that you don't measure at a certain elevation above the horizon due to major air calculations, which are apparently due to refraction, which is the bending of light. So if you're going to use this scenario, you're claiming that the linear function of Polaris doesn't work because I'm now 45-degree angle to it, and that doesn't work on a linear surface. And at the same breath, I think it's an argument when even in the charts they tell you not to measure anything below 15 degrees. You're being disingenuous again, and that's why I call you guys liars. Either you're
45
dumb,
degrees is
or you're
above
being
15
deceptive.
degrees.
So all
Either you're
this
being
time-
deceptive intentionally, which makes you a liar, or you're just dumb to it.
Well,
Again,
one
try
sec,
using
one
a
second.
scenario. Try
and you
using a
didn't answer my
scenario.
question.
Try using a scenario that's actually based in reality and based in the charts.
Yeah, you
Sure,
mentioned
so
the
I asked
scenario.
my question again. Can I just quickly? I ask. If you don't answer, it's just disingenuous. You said it. So if you have a refraction,
Again, I'm
do you
not
have
the
a
one
right
creating a
angle
disingenuous
triangle with
conversation.
straight line?
He's not
You're
done.
literally creating a
He's
disingenuous.
not done.
He just called me disingenuous when he's talking
You
about
call everyone a
Polaris
liar
at
all the
45-degree
time.
angle.
You call
Hold on,
everyone
I
a liar
didn't-
all the time. Now
Bacon,
shut
you
the fuck
are.
up.
Bacon,
I
you
said
are
that
though.
don't answer
You
the
actively
question.
go out of your way to be
Then what?
deceptive. You don't win
So
anything
you,
here,
so you're
dude.
giving me permission to interrupt you when you call me a liar because you're interrupting Mailman
Dude,
because
you
you call you
don't win anything by
disingenuous.
being deceptive to your fellow man. You don't win
Well,
anything. There's
if-
nothing to
okay,
win here.
You're not
Stop,
disingenuous. So
stop it.
answer the. Yeah, he's not disingenuous. He's going to answer the question. If you have refraction, do you have a right angle triangle with straight lines? Using
Okay,
when you're
so
using
according
it's a yes or no.
according to the system devised, there is a level of interference that's caused by refraction. That level of interference has been mathematically deduced that you can add or subtract a correction error based on those elements. Can you get at a good approximation? Yes. Can it be off? 100%. You can get anywhere from a mile off to 20 miles off. Depending on your environment and your situation. So yes, the more errors introduced by the atmosphere can definitely make your calculations even more incorrect. And this is why I believe you guys think you live on a ball, because you're having to correct for all of these errors while having a presupposition the errors don't exist. Therefore, it's a ball.
No, you presuppose that those don't exist because you said it's a right angle triangle, but now you're saying
They
that
all-
it isn't. Because it's not
So
straight lines.
no, that's not what I said. I said they all teach a right angle triangle to find the GP of the GP of the star. I'm saying there's a certain
They don't.
limitation to that measurement, which is caused by refraction, which they have in the nautical charts the errors for that. That's what I said. So they have compensation for these errors already written in mathematically. Are they 100%? Nope. 20, you can be up to 20 miles off your location, but it's apparently when you're using a sextant and local navigation, that seems to be a not so bad.
So do you accept the nautical almanacs that show that there's a southern celestial hope?
So the almanacs are mathematical computations. Okay,
Don't even accept
that's
those.
what they are. They
Yeah.
are, to me, they're not physical. Physical. No, they're
Okay, so
parent,
the-
parent
do you
physicians
agree-
mathematically.
Do you agree with the position that you get out from the almanac?
No, because I actually haven't tested that claim yet. I'm looking at going on to
Right,
Lake
but-
Ontario here. Lake Ontario, I'm looking at going to doing some navigating to figure out. It's a big enough space that I can use. It's a small enough space, sorry, but big enough space that you can sail a boat on it and do some basic navigation without being on being on the ocean, right? So we're going to do some of that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's all straight lines and angles that I'm using to get my intersection point. And that's going to be the experimentation is how do I do that without,
Yeah,
I'm also reaching out to nautical people right now, because if we were lost at sea And for instance, for me to find my position based off the sun using a sextant, I need to know my declination from the equator to add it to my elevation angle of the sun where my position's at. That's defined, you know, if I know the season or whatnot. So that there in itself, if I don't have an almanac, I can't get the declination angle of the sun, and therefore I couldn't actually locate my position using a sextant. Now I can locate my position using a sextant if I had access to Polaris, but in this particular case, you don't have access to Polaris. You just have access to the sun, and it's impossible to do. So I'm waiting for a couple of videos to be posted on how they can do it without the without knowing the, because what I tried to do is I tried to do the mathematical version of it, like take the circumference and then divide the, you know, the location of Capricorn, location of Tropic of Cancer, and then approximate the circumference size or the distance, sorry, from the equator to that circumference change.
So why are you using circumference?
Anyway, these videos should come up. These videos, because it's like some hidden knowledge in there. Like there's some hidden information there because they navigated long ago. The Vikings used a solar compass or a solar compass basically, which is really ingenious design. It's really easy to use. It takes a day to make, and then it only lasts for a week because of the 1 degree change every day of the sun, right? But anyway, there's lots of stuff that should be taught, I think, and I think more of these nautical guys are asked, how do we navigate using a sextant without an almanac? I think some pretty fun stuff should come our way.
So
How did
Data,
you move from the answering Mailman's, though that's hard to pronounce, Mailman's question, to then
hold on.
that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I went on a diatribe for sure, buddy, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of knowledge that should be shared when it comes to navigation because a lot of it's based on human ratio, like the mile, the 20-to-1 ratio when it comes to angular size change, and use basic calculations. Even the arc minute, all these angular relationships, you know, are based on the human ratio, the basically the size of the human to the size of the Earth, right? So, and your guys' math claim that the Earth is 7 million times bigger than the human being. And if it's 7 million times bigger than the human being, you guys are teaching kids that they can see curvature standing on the shore, and it's 7 million times bigger? Fucking disingenuous people.
I don't think we claim that we can see it left to right. I think it's the other way.
And I
Doesn't
mean,
matter. It's 7 million times bigger than the average human being.
Yeah,
And
yeah, we don't claim you can see it left to right.
the internet's so such a bizarre animal that it literally built an argument that was, you know, it's just it's crazy.
Do you think that we say we can see curvature left to right standing on the beach?
No, you guys are claiming most average people, by the way, maybe not you, when they're asked how far away the horizon is, they say like 20, 30, 40, 50 miles away, right? They never say 3, 4, 5 miles. It doesn't matter whether they know. They're actually shocked when they're told it's 3 miles. They're like, that's really close. There's no way. That's only 16,000 feet roughly from the observer.
Yeah, 3
right?
miles.
And
yeah, 3 miles if you're 6 feet. Yeah, of course.
Doesn't matter. It's 3 miles. It's 16,000 feet for the apparent position of the horizon where things appear to go down into the edge, and things are going over the edge at 16,000 feet away. Anyway, it's a hard thing to swallow once you look at it basically like that, and people ignore optics and stuff. It's a really interesting, like what they've done here on this platform, not this platform in specific or Discord specifically, but the Flat Earth Debate, Globe Debate platform. They've built it's just one of the greatest psychological things I've ever come across ever. And you guys should be excited to be part of the experiment and start approaching this in a clinical matter, because to start an argument like this, you need to have one side controlling it all, right? Because you have to have them, like somebody like Simon and Dan, they have to be in cahoots with Globebusters to some degree, right?
Nobody's controlling anything.
No, it's just the way the game has to play out. Because
you can go out and figure this stuff out yourself. Nobody's controlling you. What are you talking about?
Figure what for yourself? What could you figure out? The Earth's ball for yourself?
Shape of the Earth. Yeah,
you can by yourself, eh? What have you done to figure out the shape of the Earth by yourself? What have you done?
Yeah, I looked at buildings that were blocked by the water. I look at the rotation of the stars.
So no science whatsoever, just observations, just eyesight observations.
No science, just observation.
How much science
Science
do
is
you
not
need?
observations, buddy.
Just
They're
look
just
at the
observations.
moon.
They're just phenomenons you
Just
see.
look at
That's not science.
just look at the moon. You don't even need
So just
science.
look. So just look.
Just look at the
See,
moon.
this is what I
Yeah.
mean. This is what I mean. This is what I
Let's
mean.
think
People
about
like
this.
yourself.
Okay.
People like yourself have
make
gone.
it,
People
we're
like
gonna
you
do
have
this
gone
really
full
quick.
retard. Dude, it's
Okay,
not
so-
science just to look at stuff.
You don't have to.
There's
How
no
much science do you need?
in it.
Look
There's
at
no
the
science
moon.
in it.
Let's just
So
take
again,
the moon really
that's
quick.
your
Over
rationale,
a flat,
dude.
over a flat
That's your
plane.
rationale. Look at the moon,
Data,
therefore the
stop
Earth
talking
is
for
a ball.
second. Okay,
Dude,
let's do this real
listen
quick.
to what you're
Let's-
saying.
The moon is. Let's say the moon
You're
is
a prime
directly above
example.
me.
You're a prime example of holding on to
I'll wait till you're done.
retardism.
I'll wait till you're done. I'll wait till you're done. You done?
You guys, this is pretty unlistenable. But yeah, I muted him. Go ahead, B-ball.
So let's say the moon is directly above me, right? It's at 8 o'clock at night, and I'm looking directly up at the moon, 90 degrees. Now, somebody in California is looking at the moon at the same exact time. On a flat Earth, if the moon is directly above me, let's say, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 miles above me, that means that somebody in California shouldn't be able to see the exact face that I'm looking at. They should be looking at the side. Right? Data?
Just have expectations again. It's just other more expectations.
It's a logical thing to just think about that. Just think about it. Now let's do the globe model.
There is no logic, dude. You have an expectation. Listen, dude, you have an expectation that you cannot. You realize you have an expectation that you cannot verify, right? You can say, well, it should look like this. That's no different from me saying, well, there should be curvature. There's no difference. The best part about it is that the fact is that I don't know. How long you been around here?
You haven't even addressed what I said. You haven't even addressed what I said at all.
That's
Because you have
what do. You say that there
expectations.
should be
You have
curvature, and then say that there
expectations.
isn't.
You have expectations that you cannot fulfill. You'll never be able to
That's what
fulfill
you
your
have.
expectations of what you think. No, dude. I'm
No,
listening
I
to
can look
this
at
as
both-
being as
I
objective
can
as
look at
possible,
both-
listening to where the
once
truth
you're
comes
done.
out. And the
You
truth,
said the horizon is
the
3 miles
truth
away.
isn't a
That's your
struggle. The truth
expectation.
isn't a struggle, right? It's not. It just is what it is. And you
Let me know
guys
when you're done.
struggle. You guys struggle by telling me that I should just look at the moon. That's not science. And then you have
Are you done?
expectations. You have an expectation, but you're like, well, if one person's here, one person's there, they should be able to see this. But I don't see
Sure.
that. Therefore, that it's not science, buddy. Take your pseudo religion
You
and
don't
share it. Keep it in
don't
your
need
family.
that
Tell the
much.
whole world. But just know that it's a religion. You have no way to verify your shit, dude. Zero.
Let me know when you're done. Are you done?
You have no way to verify your shit. Zero.
Are you done? Okay, I guess you're done. All right, so I look at both models, right? And yes, I go on expectation because
I'm sorry,
expect
there's models. You have
Let me know
two
when you're done.
accurate models, dude.
Not like I was in the middle of a sentence, but go ahead. I'll let you.
Yeah,
I'll let you
no,
finish.
he's muted. Go ahead. He's muted. Go ahead, B-ball.
So I look at both models, and yes, there are some expectations I would expect on a flat Earth, the way you guys describe it. Now, I know there's some contention between what you guys think the flat Earth is or whatever, but when I think about what the flat Earth would look like, this is the things that I would expect to see. Now, I like to compare both models. I look at the flat Earth model, I look at the globe model, and I look at what makes sense, okay? Moon above me, 4,000 miles, I should be looking at the bottom of the moon, right? Someone somewhere else should be looking at the side of the moon. That's a really simple concept to understand, right? Now, let's do it the globe model. Moon 200 and something thousand miles away. If we're all looking at the moon, we're all looking at the same thing because it's really, really far away. Very, very simple. No science needed for that. Go ahead, Data.
Okay, so what does that mean? It means you're looking at something, big deal. And you have an expectation, big deal. And then you claim that you have a model, and then you think there's some contention between flat earthers and their models. Like, dude, what are you trying to start with an argument that you don't have anything?
Because the observation.
What observation?
The observation matches the model.
When are you on either model? When are you on? When are you on either
model?
When are you on either model to see the difference? You're only on.
Matches
You only
the
have one
globe model.
reference.
It doesn't.
You
it
only
doesn't
have.
match
You only
the
have.
flat Earth.
It
I'm sorry.
doesn't match the globe model, and there's other various reasons why it
Oh,
doesn't.
it absolutely does. It absolutely does. Because I can reproduce
doesn't,
that
dude.
model.
It doesn't.
I can reproduce
Listen,
that
bro.
model.
Listen, bro.
You cannot reproduce the
go
flat
take-
Earth model
go
and
take-
make it match
go take-
observation.
Go
Guys,
take a.
you gotta
Just go
st-
take.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Data, you got to slow down, man, and go one at a time, please. Geo just said this is unlistenable. Like it's hurting my head. Calm down.
To me, it
You
sounds
don't have
that
two
all.
models. You don't have two models to ever compare from. You just have reifications or expectations. That's all you'll ever have, and you'll have a philosophy of what causes it. That's it.
That's what you have
It's
too.
the same.
You have
It's the
expectations
same.
what should
It's the
happen.
same with. So here's the thing. I got rid of my expectations because when you first get introduced to this, going from my personal experience here, I had a disposition anyway where I didn't trust the government, but I thought NASA was legit, right? The point is being on a fence or being in a neutral position is. I got there eventually by being neutral. I didn't want to choose sides, right? The thing with philosophy and this whole argument, this whole debate of what's going on, the amount of deception and lying from both sides is there. But I find that now, after what 6 years in, 7 years in, it's not even really about. It's never really actually probably been about the argument. It's just been about how to win the argument or be deceptive with the argument. Guilty as well, but at some point, you guys aren't aware that you guys have to do this. And if you have to do this, why do you have to do it that way? Right? I see flat earthers trying to do everything they can to create a model, which they can't because it's reality, right? You can assume that you think what our senses are being denied with the, what our senses don't see. Let's try to create that. That is a reification or, presupposition of what you think is happening. And when I hear statements like the globe works, no, the toy model does not work. Your toy ball model doesn't work. And there's science channels already that will prove that your toy model is false. But you guys you just won't evolve. You won't go any further. It's bizarre. And it's the same on the flat earth side too, right? Like what is it? Having a Gleason's model to not having a Gleason's model, right? It's because sun angles are wrong, declinations wrong, land locations are wrong. Nobody knows what's right or wrong when it comes to the whole entire Earth. We all have to rely on what we've been provided, and I don't know how anybody can trust the information provided, not whether it's Earth or flat, therefore you don't trust the information, just the information in general, where it's coming from. I don't think they tell us exactly all the land, and I don't think all the maps are accurate, and that's by design.
Well, the
Right.
globe one was the only one that I used that could spot my position within 3 miles.
Listen, mathematical abstractions and calculations work
No,
fine
no,
on
my
either
my
flat or
position
globe. It
under
doesn't
3
matter. It works
miles.
flat.
It
3D
does.
space
The
is a
geometry is
3D
different.
space. No, it's not. 3D space, because you have air corrections. Through 3D space, you can find the same location on a flat plane as in 3D space. You can find a same location on a sphere as you can in a flat surface. You can find the same location. That's why you have. That's why you have transformation equations. So stop with your bullshit, please. Fucking stop.
Yeah, you can do it on a sphere, then transform.
You can
into
go
a flat
from
surface,
Cartesian to
can't
spherical. You can go from
wasn't
spherical to
done.
Cartesian.
I wasn't
You can
done.
go from these you can
I
transpose
wasn't
these
done.
coordinate systems.
I
So
wasn't done.
when you say you can
I
navigate
wasn't
your
done.
position, it
I
doesn't
wasn't
mean it's
done.
flat or globe.
I wasn't done.
You're
can
lying
do,
again, though, Bacon.
I wasn't done.
You can transpose these.
You have to stop calling me a liar all the time that I disagree with you.
Yeah, Data, stop. Just hold on. Data, you got to stop calling people liars, man. You can't do that. Either show them how they're lying or, don't call them a liar. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I think that's the 10th time you say that. If you keep saying that, this doesn't seem to be working.
Why don't you take 5? Take 5, Data.
Right. Lost track of what I was
saying. If you address him, he's not going to respond because he's muted. So just know that.
Yeah. Oh, I lost track of what was I going to say anyway.
I think he said that you can get your location on flat Earth also using some transformations.
Yeah, no, you don't. You have to do. You can, for example, do on globe and then transform to flat Earth, but you can't do directly on flat Earth. So, for example, if you get 60 nautical miles per degree, that's on the globe. That's not on flat Earth. On flat Earth, that depends on your longitude and on your latitude. So you'd have to know where you are to make that work. On the globe, you don't.
Like if you have a star that's GPS in Africa and you measure the angle to it from Australia, it would be totally different on a globe than on the planet.
Yeah. like the site that I took. I think I already said it multiple times, but the intersection of the circles that were like intersecting my city, they moved to Peru if you transform the positions into like the A map. But maybe his map isn't the A map, but whatever transformation from a sphere to a flat surface is going to change distances. So circles are not going to intersect at the same point they were intersecting before. So yeah, the globe is the one you used to do. You can say, well, I can transform into a flat surface. Great, but you have to do on the globe first. Find anyone that can do it directly on a flat surface. And I'll admit I'm completely wrong and never touch the subject again. Until then, I'm just waiting for it to back up the shit you're saying.
And I don't know if data is rich, but he could take $10,000 from Batum. I think you could release him because there's nothing going on when he's on mute.
Yeah, Data, stop calling names, please, like liar, whatever. Like, just show how they're lying.
I asked myself for him to expose my lie.
So
I don't know why he won't do
Expose
it.
them,
First
Data.
the first thing you
Expose them.
lie about is the videos, nautical videos teaching that they have to have a fixed position, and to do that you have to imagine the Earth is stationary, and then use a right angle triangle, which means you have to imagine the Earth is flat. These are the two presuppositions that they use when calculating angles. You
Back it
deny
up.
this, correct? Wait, I'm
Back it
just going to
up.
ask you. You deny this, correct? 1233 Friday
Yeah, you
29th.
don't.
You deny. Listen, you deny
Trying to
that they
answer a
use a
question.
fixed. You deny that they use a fixed position, which means they assume the Earth is stationary. Then they use a right angle triangle to determine the GP position of the star. You deny these two practices in celestial navigation?
Well, your question comes with an assumption that if I
Do you
assume that my
deny?
position
Do you
is fixed,
deny?
I'm trying to answer
Do you
your
deny?
question. Can you shut up for a
Oh,
second so I can answer
do you
you?
deny that the instructors?
I'm trying to answer your question. So it's only fixed in the only fixed position you're using. It's fixed in relation to the surface of the Earth, not in relation to space. So having a fixed position doesn't mean the Earth is stationary. You're just not taking the movement of the Earth into account. And you can actually do celestial navigation when moving in relation to the surface, because in most situations you're actually moving. You can't just make your boat completely stationary on the sea. So it is moving, and you have ways to take that into account, which makes it a little bit more complicated. But celestial navigation works exactly the same on land. So yes, the most basic
So I'll try
way.
this again. Do you deny that they have a fixed position, which assumes that they are stationary, and it's the celestial bodies that are moving? And then to calculate the GP to that celestial body, they use a right angle triangle. Do you deny that these are the two processes that in calculating the nautical celestial information?
They don't use the right angle triangle to get the distance to the GP. They use the zenith angle.
So they don't use that. So let me ask again. They don't use it, but can they use a right angle triangle to get the GP of the star by looking at the elevation angle, subtracting it by 90 and multiplying it by 60 to get the linear distance from the observer to the GP? Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
They use the almanac to get the GP. To get the distance, they just use the zenith angle.
Okay,
Not
let's
any
try it
triangle.
again. Let's try it
I just
again.
answered you. Not any triangle. Why are you going to ask again if I just answered you?
I'm going to try it again to see if I can get
I
a
already
yes or no
answered
from
you.
you. You
I
didn't give me yes or
said
no.
I
You didn't
said
give
a
me a
yes
yes or
or
no.
no
Let's
in
try it
the end
again,
of it.
Bacon. Let's try to see if we can get some honesty out of you. Can I use a right angle triangle by measuring off the horizontal, the elevation angle of the star, minusing that elevation angle from the 90, multiplying it by 60 to get the linear distance from the observer to the GP? Is this a yes or a no? Can I do that using a right angle triangle?
No.
No. Okay,
You can
thanks,
do
Bacon, for
that,
being
not
a liar.
using a right angle
Oh,
triangle.
I'm sorry. Now we can do it. I'm sorry. You said no. So just clarify. Is it no or yes?
I just clarified. You can do exactly what
So
you
it's a
said.
no.
Let
It's a
me
no, but a
let me
yes.
answer a fucking question.
You're not answering it. You just double spoke.
I'm trying to
So why-
answer you.
clarify,
Shut up.
clarify for the audience.
Hey, can anyone mod this guy so I can answer the question that he's asking for the fourth time and I already answered 3?
Go ahead.
You can get the angle, multiply by 60, and get the distance, right? You made that very clear because you know that that's the part that I agree with. Which I don't agree is that you're using a right triangle. So I'm not disagreeing with what you can do. I'm disagreeing with you saying you're using a right triangle to do it. That should
Data,
be crystal clear at this point.
Yeah, Data, we can't sit here and mute and unmute you all day with your interruptions and shit. So I don't know, if you keep doing it, we're just gonna have to give you an official warning, and then every time you get an official warning, it keeps adding time to the mute. So take that into consideration.
So Bacon denies the fact instructors show using a right angle triangle to deduce the linear distance from the observer to the GP. There's many videos that will show you they use a right angle triangle to do it because a right angle triangle carries a 90 degree. Without that 90 degree, you cannot measure any ratio or any angle because just looking at something means fuck all. You need a baseline to measure it against. Whether it's the co-altitude angle or the zenith angle, you still need a 90 degree ratio to devise that angle information. Without that angle information, you cannot multiply it by 60 to get a linear distance. Again, a linear distance from the observer to the GP.
I'm not sure how's that's backing up your claim that I asked you to back up multiple times.
Yeah. So again, Bacon, you're the one who wants to act in the manner as such that you've chosen to do so. If you have limited experience like I do when it comes to practical navigation, but yet there's lots of online tutorials. I own a sextant, I practice with it, all that math. I look at the nautical informations, I look at the star charts, all of that stuff.
Oh, you do? Let me give you an exercise. How long would you take it? How long would it take you to convert angles into a position?
I mean, Bacon, you gotta
I don't
not
know.
interrupt him too, though. So
I would have to sit down mathematically, which I'm not going to do at the moment because I'm actually packed up to head out the door. But there's lots of exercises you can do online. There's a couple of guys that's showing you can use a sextant to navigate. You need an almanac though to find the declination angle of the sun based on the season of the sun and the path of its orbit around the surface of the Earth. So there are limited things that we can learn when you have to rely on a book. What I'm trying to do is look at them because they did it all mathematically. So they had to derive a circle first, a circumference first, and I believe they did that through time. And so if you take time and break it down to the size of the Earth, you'll get distance, and then if you take 360 degrees, you'll get your angular measurements from it over a flat circle. That's where I'm at with it, to try to devise a navigation system just using straight lines and angles with the supposition or presupposition that's on a flat circle. And it looks like you can do the same calculations and measurements. The same principle applies. You can do it both or sphere because you have this added in air effect due to refraction and maybe even perhaps instrument error going along with it. But nonetheless, you need straight lines and angles or else it doesn't work.
Don't know how that answers my question. How long would it take you to convert angles to stars into a position? Because until anyone does that using a flat surface, I call bullshit on it.
That mathematically shows that it's only possible on a plane to have three equal altitude circles with three radiuses that are straight lines and three azimuths that are all horizontal and on the same plane. That mathematically shows an intersection point. I have never seen in any of the demonstrations, I've never seen an intersection point done without equal altitude circles. So
there
if
are
you can show me
equal
math
altitudes on a globe.
Yeah. So again, that's not how they work, right? If you have equal altitude, not over 900 miles, there wouldn't be equal circles of altitude over 900 miles. And you can easily deduce a 45 degree or whatever measurement to the position of the star minus the 90 multiplied by 60. You can get a 900-mile position to a GP, and you can have three sets of stars that you measure from and to find your intersect. And the only way to get your intersect is you need to be all on one horizontal plane. That's what the math shows. Now,
no,
if you can
if
show
that
me
was the case, no, the math that they do is
that's what the math shows. That's what the math shows in the illustration. The math shows us 3 circles of equal altitude, buddy. So if you can
No,
show me the math with, if you can show
show
me the
that.
math with, if you can show me the math where you get 3 unequal circles of altitude, those angles at every apex of the observer will not be at a 90 from them. The only way to get the parallel lines of light that the stars apparently come to Earth is to have a 90, which means you need 3 equal points of altitude circles to create those 90s. Without it, you don't get it.
You don't
So,
have
good
3
luck.
equal points of altitude. What does that even mean? You have 3 circles of equal altitude.
So if you have
because
3
for each of
positions
them,
of the,
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
positions,
I'm
if you have
not
3
done. I'm gonna have
observers,
to wait until you get muted again because I'm not done. So when you have a circle, you only have a circle because you know the distance to a known point. So that circle just represents the line of position in which every point on that line would observe that same celestial body with that same angle of elevation
900
or
miles away?
or same altitude. That's why it's called the circle of equal altitude.
900 miles away, right? So if there's 900 miles away and they're all 3 observers have a 90 to the position
No.
right
do you mean
angle, because
what
all
do you
the
mean they have a
all the
90?
stars are all the stars. Okay, so in your even in your globe model, the way that the light coming in from the stars, they're all reaching the Earth parallel. That's why you get a 90 degree. This is how they describe it in celestial navigation. That's the only
What do
way
you
it
mean
works with 3.
What do you mean by that?
Fuck, you
I'm trying to
keep
understand what
interrupting
you
me.
mean by that. Yeah, before you go on, I want to know what you mean by that. Otherwise, I'm going to wait
Okay,
for
in
5
the
minutes.
globe model,
I'm
they
asking
say
you
that all
to speak
in the
slower.
globe
I'm asking to
model,
clarify what you're
in the
saying.
globe model, it says that all the starlight is reaching the Earth parallel, straight lines. In other words, if I stand at 3 different locations, 900 miles apart, that starlight is coming in at 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, meaning it would be a box. If you were to draw it out mathematically, and you'd have 3 observers, well, it wouldn't be a box; it would be a closed triangle. But anyway, the point is you would
Why would
have.
it be a box?
Anyway, it's just a wrong description of what I was thinking. The point is that you have all of these positions of the stars coming to the Earth at 90 degrees, straight lines. So it means if I have three points of position, all of those points of position are going to be at 90-degree right angle triangles.
What do you mean by
giving me
that?
an
Why?
Give me an. This is what they teach, dude. Already
No.
practicality. Why don't you know this?
No.
Why don't you know
Okay, I
this?
get the one second.
Why don't you know this? Why don't you know this?
I'm trying to
You said
understand
you
what you're saying.
supposedly know.
Can you shut up so I can
navigation.
answer
You
you?
supposedly know it, but why don't you know this?
You give me angles, I'll give you a position. I know navigation. The thing
Again,
is because
why don't you?
no, I'm trying to thank you. So you have parallel lines. I agree with that, right? They all reach Earth in parallel, and then you say therefore they are all 90 degrees. What does that fucking mean? Because on Earth, each one of those is going to reach the surface at a different angle because the Earth is curved. So you get a different angle in each point of the surface. So why the fact that all of them come in parallel means all of them are 90 degrees? That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to understand what do you mean by that?
Yeah. Okay. So obviously you haven't done the math, right? Draw your 3
I
equal
did.
altitudes.
I-
Draw your 3 circles of equal altitude. Draw an intersection point and pick 3 locations of a star, and then know that each location you measure the star from is coming down 90 degrees. And show me where your fucking surface of the Earth is curving. Go ahead and show it to me
and that's exactly
mathematically.
how I do it. I plot the
So
circles on the globe.
you put the circles on a sphere, so you don't actually have circles. Then you don't have 2-dimensional circles. You have
They
bendy
are
circles. Then
No, they are circles.
yeah, dude,
What do you
they're
mean you
not
can't
equal.
put circles
They're
on a
not.
globe?
You can't. You don't have equal points of altitude. One will be dropping
They
from the
are.
other. That's how you.
No,
That's not
all of
reality.
those points.
That's not how you get 90 degree. You need
No,
them
all
coming
of
in
those
parallel, and you
points.
need equal points of altitude for them to be 90, or else you don't get 90. You can't have 3 distances apart on a sphere and then have one at 90, one at another, and one at another, and get a co-altitude angle between them. You'll have it off. You'll have a bendy, curvy line. You
No.
don't do that using the trigonometry. It's all
Perfect.
straight lines and angles. That's what it is in the math. It shows you plain as day in the math. There are 3 circles of equal altitude to get your 90 ratio, so you can deduce your elevation angle, so that you can multiply it by 60, so you get your line of position. From that line of position, you add another star, you get an intersect, and then from another star, you get the final third point, which will give you a better accuracy. But you need 3 points of 90 degree to get the ratio. That's only possible if you have 3 points of equal altitude and 3 points of 90 degree to get the proper measurement. That's only possible on a linear surface. That's it. That's how they show you in the math.
I'm back. So let me move on from where I stopped. So yeah,
It's
all the go on.
Yeah, just that it's fascinating. Now he just debunked topography. Points of
Oh.
equal altitude, so you can't do it on land.
It's funny he said I don't know the math, or I have done the math. And at the same time, I wrote an algorithm that does that instantly. Tell me, how can I do it without knowing the math?
If you do the math, then you have to equate for elevation changes, right? Or you
What
assume
do you
one
mean by that?
horizontal. Okay, if you have 3 points of observations, are we all at equal points of altitude genuinely? Are we on land? Are
I
we
have
on
1 point
water?
of observation. What do you mean
The
2 points of
elevation is
observation?
irrelevant.
1 point.
No,
One point.
you
Yeah,
get
there.
the same. You get
Keep
the same.
keep being
you get the same
disingenuous.
elevation.
Keep being
You get the same.
disingenuous.
I'm
being
you get the same
disingenuous.
elevation. You get the same
Keep being
elevation angle.
disingenuous.
You get the same elevation angle from an airplane. So the elevation is totally irrelevant.
So
to
the
the
elevation angle is just an observation of a line of sight to an object. There's nothing you can do with it. You need a base.
No, I'm just saying that the angle is the same regardless of your altitude.
So,
So your
the
altitude has to be corrected for. Your height
No,
above the surface
it
of the Earth
doesn't.
has to be corrected for.
No, the zenith
it
angle
does.
would be the same.
Yeah, the zenith. If you're measuring zenith angles, your altitude is irrelevant.
Yeah.
The only thing you only take your elevation into account when you're using a sextant and measuring to the horizon, because we know the horizon drops and we know by how much it drops.
He's
That's why
confusing.
knowing your elevation tells
I think it's
you.
confusing elevation angle and altitude with above a surface and an angle to an object. I think it's confusing those terms.
Yeah, that's a common mistake among people who pretend to understand celestial navigation.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
stop going full retards, guys. It's okay. Take your
No, no.
pills, take your medications.
Very,
Fighting
very
against
simple.
flat
You
Earth
have to
is
insult us. You
it's
just
either a
you-
full-time retarded job or you guys have no
well,
life.
elevation.
I'm just here
elevation of a
to get the
star
information
is
and goods that I
hold on.
need.
Elevation of a star is different than elevation of a mountain.
Just kick the bitch.
Elevation
It's
is a term that is a measurement from horizontal. So
Really?
however you
So
get
if I
your,
say the elevation is 6,000 feet, is that the same as the elevation being 60 degrees?
are you
That's
asking
the
the same
same?
question or are you asking a retarded question now?
No. You said
Again,
it's the
elevation is a
angle.
height above sea level, right? So how do we
Right.
measure
What
the
about the
elevation?
elevation angle?
You can use an inclinometer, right? Or you have a base of air pressure. There's many
Right.
ways to measure
Just because
elevation.
you're using them, seems like you're using them interchangeably. We're talking about the elevation of a mountain or the altitude of a
So
plane.
elevation
Is the altitude of
generally
a plane the same as the altitude of a star?
elevation is a position above horizontal. That's all it means.
Angular or distance-wise?
Or not? It's just angular. It's just an angular
You
measurement.
don't know.
Elevation will be an
So elevation
angular measurement.
can't be done in feet. Is feet an angle?
So if you're looking at something that has been measured and you want to give it a quantification, you will give it a height above sea level. That's not an angular measurement.
Would it be in angles? Would it be in
That's
feet
not
or
an angular
degrees?
measurement. That's not an angular measurement. That would be a foot measurement,
Okay,
right?
but what if I have an angle above the horizon for a star? Is that elevation also?
Any elevation above a horizontal will give you an angle, not a distance.
Okay, so
you
if I
need
get
a
an
secondary
angle,
part of information.
if I'm sitting on top of a mountain, I don't have an angle. I just have a distance above the surface of the water. That's in feet. That wouldn't be in degrees.
You just have the distance above the surface of the water. Okay,
Okay,
buddy.
but what about
Keep
you just
coming
said
up
that
with your
there's
bullshit
also
story.
an angle.
Guys, let's slow
angle
down
in
and
your-
let
in your
everyone
line of
finish.
sight.
Let's
Angle in
slow
your
down
field
and
of
let
view.
everyone finish their sentence. Jesus Christ, Anik. Let's slow down and let everyone finish their sentences, please. And then, wait like 1 second when they're done talking, and then you talk.
We were doing that, I thought. I thought it was actually going pretty well. So we have an elevation that is a distance above sea level. We also have an elevation that is an angle. Both one is measured in feet, the other measured in degrees. We also have an altitude, which is a distance above the surface, measured in feet. We have an altitude that's also degrees. That also might be correlated and equated to a co-altitude angle, which is not a distance above the surface, which is only in degrees. So they're different. You're using them interchangeably, and I think it's confusing yourself.
You're giving him the benefit of the doubt. I actually think he's doing it on purpose.
I tend to agree with you. I don't think anyone could be, pardon the perceived insult, stupid. I mean, I don't think you could be this stupid. It's not possible. So we're going to say that Extremistus is probably right here.
Zanuck, there are people that believe in aliens and other planets they can fly to. So yes, there's a lot of stupid people, including people who think they live on a spinning water rocket ball because they've been told. So there are a lot of people that just like to be told. Zanuck, the thing is with me that I hope you enjoy reading the book, because I hope whatever you walk away from it reading is the fact that when you're a fucking old fart, you either got paid to do this or you'll find the reason why you were here.
Let's not insult, please, Danik. I've been telling Dade all day, don't insult, and now you want to come insult. Please don't insult, guys. I'm gonna have to start just muting people indefinitely for if you keep insulting.
That's what I mean. They got nothing at the end of the day. But I hope you get a good read out of it, there, Zanuck. I hope you do.
Okay,
I
great.
hope you do.
I can't wait to see it. I mean, if it ever happens, you've been talking about it for years, but eventually I'm sure we will see something.
Yeah, it's hard to let go. I'll tell you why it's hard to let go. Is first of all, it's being like kind of a perfectionist, right, to some degree. But you can't be perfect about any of this shit, because if I had millions and millions and millions of dollars, then I would probably take it up a notch and do a little bit more, have a little bit more fun with it. But being just a little fucking peasant turd, debating online with a whole bunch of the rest of peasant turds, that if anything, it's just
I'm
a
a peasant
historical
turd.
account. Aren't you?
I'm a guy that's made millions in technology, knowing the things that we talk about here. So how am I a peasant turd?
If you made millions and you're sitting here talking about this, then you have no life, dude. You
No, this
literally
is
have to
part of my life.
understand.
I'm here for maybe 30 minutes a day. I have so many things. My list today.
Debating
My list
flat Earth.
today is 2 pages
Debating
long.
flat Earth, buddy.
My list
Debating
today
flat
is
Earth,
2
can we-
pages long. At some point in time, I will be
Debating today.
coaching. I will be designing things. I will be building things. I will be entertaining my girlfriend. I will be playing guitar. I'll be performing tonight. I have more. I'll be raising my kid. I'll be doing his homework. Dude, I have so many things. You are here all day long doing nothing. You're the peasant turd. I'm the one that's made millions using this technology successfully throughout my career. You haven't.
Zanuck,
You're writing a book
Zanuck,
about
best
how you
part about it is-
misunderstand how you
Zanuck, the best part
misunderstand
about it is
physics.
you don't
How you
claim to be a
misunderstand
peasant
physics.
turd. You don't claim to be a peasant turd, but you spend all day with them. So
No,
again, at the end of the day,
guys,
Zanuck,
names.
you're full of shit. You're full of shit. You've been
No,
caught.
don't start telling him he's full of shit. Stop with the insults and the. I don't know what's going on. Just stop, please.
So you have somebody who claims they've made millions, but wants to debate and fight flat Earth because
Yeah, I'm trying to
he's
help you. I'm a
benevolent.
teacher. That's what I do.
Zanuck, you've lied. You've literally lied countless
who?
numbers of times.
Says you.
Listen, dude, I don't get out of my dude. I've documented.
Says
It's
you.
written there.
Okay.
It's there. It's there on audio, dude. It's there on
I've never lied about
audio.
anything. I've never lied
It's
about
on
anything
audio.
here, ever.
You still owe
It's on
Kiwi
audio.
$2,000.
I never. No, I don't. He owes me the money, by the way, because he still doesn't understand what entropy means.
So Zanuck,
Oh,
listen,
Danik
I'm
owes him
not
2
calling.
G's. He owes him 2 G's.
I'm not
No, he
calling. I'm
doesn't.
not
I
calling
bet
you a
that's how I
liar
know.
to be. I'm not calling anybody here a liar to be deceitful. I'm saying it because as an observer and somebody involved in somewhat of the debate talking, I don't go out of my way to lie or be deceptive, but yet you guys do.
Well, I disagree
And
with you. I've never lied about anything.
Why you
You've
do it
misunderstood
is
basic.
why
For
you do it
example,
is why
today.
I'm here. It's
Can we go
fascinating.
back to the
Now.
discussion?
I listen to you.
It's fucking
today,
fascinating.
Just
how
even
you guys
today,
lie so
even
desperately over a
stop calling
model.
me a liar. Stop calling me names. It's not productive. Even today, I've
No,
explained
there's
to
a
you.
desperation, Zanuck. There's like
Jeremy,
a
why
state
is
of
there a
desperation.
fairness
All
here?
right.
You
So
mute me.
what is the topic right now?
I'm trying to get back to it.
All right. Somebody bring up a topic. If people are just insulting in circles, they're just going to be muted. So go ahead, someone.
It's bacon, but thank you. Yeah, the claim about, well, he said, Flat Earth Data said that he has a Saxon and he does it. He practiced celestial navigation, right? So I wanted to ask him if he have any logs or anything he could demonstrate about what he's claiming.
So when it comes to practical navigating on a boat, I haven't done that. I've just done land and then just tutorials, calculations. Of course, I've been into the angular measurement stuff and all that stuff for a while. Mathematics for a while, but I'm no expert by any chance. But when I hear you guys tell your story and you deny, as an observer just coming in, looking at these videos and learning, you guys aren't being genuinely honest about the instructions behind it all. That's all I'm calling you guys out on. Can you deduce a flat circle and get the 60 nautical miles? Yes, you can. You can do it mathematically under the supposition that it's a circle rather than a sphere. You still get the same degree change. Now, what I've done in practicality is use the law of cosines to measure the elevation of a mountain in the distance by line of sight. Because I knew the angles between the 2 points and I knew the distance between those 2 points, I could calculate the approximate height. It's inaccurate from what my limited measurement. It's been inaccurate because of either my tool correction or how I measured the angle. But I'm measuring a parent position, 4 or 5 miles away to a peak of a mountain. So I can't imagine that my angle is going to be accurate to the point where I get an exact elevation. But nonetheless, it could be used for approximate locations, approximate distances, because of course the land isn't perfectly flat. So when you end up with a linear ratio calculation and the valley has undulations, it's going to be a longer distance than the linear path calculates.
Right.
But that's what
Did you cite-
find.
Okay, what celestial body did you cite when you did celestial navigation on land?
There's Aries. Aries is a good one. Mars is a good one.
Aries. What do you mean?
Aries is a good one. Yeah.
Like Aries isn't a celestial body.
No, the constellation, right? You look at the constellation Aries, and it can be a reference point. I'd have to go back and look at the almanac. But for me, using the almanac, the only closest I've ever done is using the tutorials. Like somebody gives you positions, and they want you to find their location on Earth. That's the only thing I've done so far. But out at sea without an almanac and being lost at sea, I haven't gotten to that point yet. But I'd like to get to that point
on
where people are.
Land is fine by me. I just wanted to know how you get from angles to a position. That's all I'm interested.
What do you mean?
Because like you,
I can use my thumb. I can use my thumb if I want to. I can use my thumb. I know that the ratio from my thumb to my eye is 20:1. So if I know the object, any height of any object, and it encompasses the width of my thumb, I multiply it by 20 and I can get the distance to it. That's a linear calculation.
Oh, that's not.
So
what I'm asking.
there's many ways to do it. I mean, what are you asking for?
Yeah, what I'm asking you, if I give you two angles to two stars and then the time I measure those angles, if you could then figure out my position with that.
Well, if you gave me nautical, if you gave me a location, the time, and you gave me your angle.
Location is what I want.
Well, you gave me the
location
time.
is the output of selection.
The season, and the time, and then if you gave me the two angles, then I could go into the almanac and the time, the month, the year, the month.
Just an angle to the object, bud.
Yeah, if I give you the time, why do you need the season? Like,
the time is for the longitude. The time is for the longitude, right? You want me to find my latitude? Time is for longitude. So I can find my meridian with the longitude, and that I don't need an almanac for that. I just need to know time. And
I'm telling you,
if I want to find my latitude position, I can either find it from the movement of the sun, the movement of the moon, or the movement or Polaris,
right?
I'm
asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. If you're in the southern hemisphere, there's no sun, no moon, right? You can still do it.
You have the way that the Southern Cross rotates. It either rotates, it comes up to the left or goes down to the right, and from those two positions you can find south.
Yeah, so you're gonna point to the star and then wait half an hour until you can move your hand and see how did it move and by how much, so you can know your longitude. Is that how you think you're gonna do it? Like why the sextant?
If you have a fixed position, you're going to assume that you're fixed on a stationary Earth and the celestial bodies are moving. That's what you would do first.
Yeah, we can do that. Can you move on from that?
Right. That's what they do, though, right?
Let's do that. Let's move on from that.
But that's what they do.
Yeah, they don't take into account the movement of the Earth.
Yeah. So you want to are we fixed? Actually fixed? Or are we moving too? Because you're going to get into lots of computations.
Your ground position
and
is fixed if you're on land.
Yeah, I know that's that. But if you're going to get your zenith position, or your direct, your heading, what do you call it? You've got a zenith position line. It's basically a straight line, right? Either from the center of the Earth they use it, or the position from not your heading, but it's your
You're reaching, buddy. You're reaching.
No, it's not your heading. It's your heading, but it's called a line of position.
Okay, what do you think that is?
I'm not an expert in celestial. No, your azimuth is your
I know, what are you asking for? What are you saying?
He's just asking me how to get a geographical
Yeah.
position.
If he just knows a star's position, its zenith angle, it's all he needs. He can tell where you're at. No matter what time of day it is.
If you're
what
at
I'm offering
Polaris,
You know what
if you have
season it
Polaris,
is,
you
you'll know
could.
exactly where you are.
If you have Polaris, you could, and if you have
No,
your
not Polaris.
almanac,
Any celestial body that's in the almanac.
yeah, they're all registered at a 90-degree to the surface of the Earth at certain times,
No.
right? Yes, they are. They all have 90-degree positions.
Oh yeah, they're
Right.
a GP. They all have a GP, correct?
That's correct. They're all of 90, so it means they're all parallel to the surface of the Earth. So if I'm looking
Okay.
at, if I have
No.
three observers,
What do you
and
mean
they
they're
are
parallel
all
to
under,
the Earth?
if I have 3 observers, and they're all on the surface of the Earth, and hold on here, I'm multitasking here. So if they're all on the surface of the Earth and they're all looking at if they're all 3 observers on the surface of the Earth, and there's 3 stars directly above them, and they want to find their position to meet up, they're all going to be looking at that position at equal circles of altitude, and all of those 90 degrees between them are going to indicate there is no curvature between those 2 people. They're all linear calculations.
All those 90 degrees. I mean, the circle doesn't have. It's not a circle of 90 degrees. It's a circle of elevation angles. They are all the same
That's
for the
right.
celestial
And
body.
for them, if for them to meet all together, they have to use the same principle. So if there's 3 individual observers with 3 stars right directly above them, and they're trying to find their position to meet up, they could take another star. So they get their zenith angle. They could take another star between these 3 positions, get a zenith angle, and then they all can navigate to a GP together using right angle trigonometry.
Oh, if everyone is following the same star, eventually they're gonna meet, regardless on the shape of the Earth, like what you're talking about.
And it's
It's not a-
calculated by
okay, let
using
me-
right angle triangle.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat my question. If I give you 2 angles to 2 stars, right? Not the sun, not the moon. I'm not asking you how you're gonna figure out your position. I'm telling you what information you have. Can you work out from 2 angles to 2 stars using the time the measurements were done? Get a position out of that.
So you need a lone location, a distance between the 2 observer points.
What do you mean 2 observer points? Like I'm in the same position.
Well, if you have 2 stars, you have 2. What's the scenario? 2 observers, 1 observer.
1 observer. I'm somewhere on Earth, and then I'm measuring angle to a star, and then I measure the elevation angle on another other star with a sextant.
Okay, sure.
Okay, now you tell
Using
me where I
straight
am.
lines and
Can you do
angles.
that?
Yeah. You would need to know. You'd have to have an almanac with you for sure, or else you wouldn't know.
That's for you.
And
You have the almanac. You're gonna be the person that tells me where I am, right?
so you need to have one known fixed position at least.
What do you mean by that?
Reference. Well, you have to have some reference point to start.
Actually,
Or else
you
you
don't.
cannot. You can't. Yes, you do. You need some sort of fixed position. Now, if you don't have an almanac, you have no visual reference frames. What are you going to use?
You're gonna use a map, which is
How do
the
you know
globe.
yeah, they're just grid lines on a two-dimensional surface with distance and elevation information, just like a flat Earth would give you, right? Depth,
There's no
distance,
elevation
and
if it's a
elevation.
surface. If
Elevation, they're on topography maps, buddy, for sure. They're all on
yeah, but if you're
maps.
talking about a 2-dimensional
Distance and
surface, you
elevation.
don't have elevation. You have latitude and longitude. You don't have elevation.
It's a 2D information with distance and elevation profile information. So you have a
You
two-dimensional
have
surface.
latitude and longitude.
You have
No
two-dimensional surface. You have elevation information on that map. So that map would have topography information, so it would give you distance and elevation information just as a flat Earth would give you.
I'm
Okay.
not talking about topography. I'm talking about latitude and longitude. That
maps
is
give
independent
you
of.
exactly
I'm
what
not
a
done.
flat-
I'm not done. I'm not done. So latitude
maps
and
would give you
longitude,
exactly what flat Earth
latitude and
would give you.
longitude, latitude and longitude are irrelevant, independent from topography. And then when you go to the almanac and you get to the you want a GP of the star, you don't get elevation. You get latitude and longitude of that GP using an almanac. And using that
Yeah.
information, you can get your latitude and longitude. The elevation
Sure.
is irrelevant. I don't know why you're mentioning that.
We're not talking about elevation being relevant or irrelevant. I'm talking about being evidence of a flat Earth. If you would look at a flat Earth,
I'm
what it
not
would
asking.
represent, the information you would get, which are on maps, are distance and elevation information. You wouldn't have any curvature. Well, what do we have in
My
maps? We have grid
question
lines. We have
in
grid
any of that.
lines from a geographical polar coordinate that gives us longitude, latitude, which are in your math model, an abstract grid calculation over a two-dimensional surface. That's
Yeah,
why they
if
can be
you
applied to a map. So
if you want to use one
you
second,
can't take a globe and make it and have all this information on it and then negate curvature.
if you're using latitude and longitude as polar coordinates, that doesn't work. I already checked that. If that worked, it would mean I'm in Peru. I'm pretty
Again,
sure
it's
I'm in
wrong.
Brazil.
Wrong. Again, that's wrong. You can take any polar coordinate and you can transpose it to spherical or Euclidean. It doesn't matter.
Yes, but you can't
Or
trilaterate on this.
conical or whatever. So the point is you can transpose any coordinate system. Now we operate in a Cartesian XY coordinate system. Can that be transposed to spherical? Yes, it can. Do you do spherical into Cartesian? Not usually. Usually it's Cartesian into spherical because guess what came first? It wasn't spherical, it was Cartesian that came first.
How is that relevant to my question to you? The fact that you can
Because all
transform
maps,
between
all maps are X,
the fact that
all maps are
let me
X,
finish.
Y,
Let me
Z,
finish.
right?
Let me finish.
Distance,
The fact
elevation.
that no, let me finish. The fact that you can transform between spherical coordinates into Euclidean coordinates is irrelevant because I'm asking you your position. If you can tell my position, and the information that you're gonna get out of it is latitude and longitude, right? And if you can,
longitude,
if you want to transfer
longitude.
Thank you. If you wanna use that information to get your position, you don't do that using the coordinates as polar coordinates. You don't use those coordinates in any planar way. You can use it using Euclidean, but that would still be a sphere. If you transform those coordinates into Euclidean, you can still have it working, but that would require it to keep being a sphere, which is actually how I do it. I transform into Euclidean, but I do that on a sphere, and that still works. And I did the polar coordinate version, and it didn't work. The fact that you can transform does not mean it's going to work when you trilaterate on another surface.
That's why you use the system that creates the less error possible, which is Euclidean straight lines and angles. You have spherical excess, which is in spherical trigonometry. It creates a problem using a spherical triangle. The spherical excess comes from the fact you're using a spherical triangle. That's why they stick with Euclidean. There's less errors using the straight lines and angles for everything. That's why the maps. That's why the map. It's not false. That's why the maps and why maps work perfectly with Euclidean. It's because it's distance and elevation information, and it's exactly what we navigate through. Is distance.
No, when you're getting your
and
position,
elevation information. That's it.
When you're getting your position, if you transform into Euclidean, do the math, and then get your coordinates out of that, or do it directly using spherical coordinate, the result is exactly the same. It's the exact same result because
in 3D space,
I'm using Euclidean in my algorithm, right? And I replace some of the formulas for spherical formulas, and they don't change a single figure on the response.
In 3D space, you can have in 3D space, you can have one point in 3D space have the same location in Euclidean as you can in spherical. That's why you have transformation coordinate systems, because they can transpose in 3D space. We're talking about undulations and we're talking about undulations and land masses and how to measure something that's so massive. You're talking about using linear instrument or a linear tool, linear ratios to measure a massive surface of the Earth when you have all these other factors in. The basic linear measurements tell us that the sun is 4,000 miles away, or it's not, the suns are infinitely far away, and then the center of the Earth is 4,000 miles away. This is literally the same mathematics it's all derived from. It's just the philosophy on how to look at it. The Earth doesn't spin, but it does spin. The sun is stationary, but it moves. There is no curvature, but there is curvature. Dude, it's this is like one of the most comedy shit shows I've ever come across. And you got somebody like Zanuck who claims to make millions of dollars, comes here and wants to teach. Some benevolence.
You claim
come
you
on,
can
man.
do celestial navigation. So far, you haven't demonstrated that.
Yeah.
And by the way,
so,
the fact that you can transform from coordinates to Euclidean or to Cartesian doesn't imply you can do trilateration on both sphere and.
trilateration uses
I wasn't
Euclidean.
finished.
Uses
No, no,
Euclidean. Yes, it
no.
does. Yes, it does. Trilateration uses Euclidean because
Why?
it's more accurate. You have errors when you
No, it's the same result. It doesn't change the result.
bend your lines. You have errors when look, you guys are just being disingenuous to win an argument. It's so sad. Try being real, dude.
Well, you
Euclidean
haven't
is
done
the
it then.
first primitive of everything. Even in GPS, it's fundamentally Cartesian. Maps, Cartesian. Conical, they're all
Yeah,
Cartesian. What the
GPS
fuck is wrong
is.
with you guys?
Yeah, GPS is, but the math you use in celestial navigation is
It's
mostly spherical
fundamental. It
geometry.
works. That's how it was all built.
One second.
Trilateration came from Euclidean first.
Trilateration does not imply any specific geometry. Trilateration just means you know positions and you know your distance to those positions and you want to know your position.
It's what
that's what trilateration. I'm not done. I'm not done.
You use
I'm not
trigonometry for
done.
trilateration.
I'm trying to get to. Thank you. So that's only a technique for you to get your position. If you have known positions and known distances, then you call that trilateration. It doesn't matter if you're doing that on spherical geometry or on Euclidean geometry. And if that's on the surface of a sphere, you can actually use both. And guess what? They're going to give you the exact same result.
So
I can
the
prove to you.
supposition is that it can be flat and a sphere at the same time. We live in Euclidean space. We navigate with using straight lines and angles. Anything else and above beyond is an added to the primitive of Euclidean. So Euclidean came first, spherical geometry came after it. Spherical trigonometry was always there, but guess what? Guess how they calculated spherical trigonometry? They use Euclidean to calculate spherical trigonometry. So they still use a straight line radius. The point is that spherical geometry came in after the fact that, according to what research says, that there's somewhat of a stumbling block or a roadblock as far as the tools available not being able to help us with calculations celestially. This is from Bernard Riemann, which I've stated many times. Bernard Riemann, who is the inventor, or let's say creator of Riemannian geometry, which is used in Einstein's general relativity. And without Riemannian geometry, you couldn't combine space and time together to get their pseudo.
It's completely irrelevant to celestial navigation.
Space-time calculations. No, it's not. It's the birth.
If I give you,
so, no, it's not.
One
because
second,
you asked me about.
One second.
No, I'm not done. You asked me about navigating.
I was answering you.
I didn't need a book. I don't need a book to navigate. Captain Cook didn't need a nautical book to navigate. He used Polaris and latitude lines.
I don't care. I'm not asking that.
Then you look at
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes apparently created latitude lines over Greece, lines and angles, right? So you're talking about placing straight lines and angles again over a sphere, claiming it's a sphere, but you're using everything Cartesian, everything Euclidean, which is not a sphere.
No, you can do it using spherical geometry. And
understand?
Doing over a sphere.
That's what you keep doing.
Even if you use Cartesian,
using tools for a flat plane, claiming that it's a sphere.
I wasn't done. Even if you use Cartesian or Euclidean, right? And you're using for celestial navigation, you're still using that on a sphere. Just because it's Cartesian doesn't mean it's not a sphere. A sphere can still be represented in Cartesian coordinates. You just need 3 of them.
Yeah, and you use the argument that the Earth is one shape when it fits one argument.
No,
and then
it's
we
here
can
in
use both because it's another shape. You can use both because it's another shape during another. It's another word. The Earth is so small you can measure curvature standing on the shore, but then another minute, like Professor Dave says, it's too big that you can't measure curvature.
That's just a complete obvious deflection. I'm not talking about different shapes of the Earth. I'm talking about different coordinate systems. You can use Euclidean coordinate system, or you can use spherical coordinate system. I'm not done yet. You can use spherical coordinate system or Euclidean coordinate system. Both of them are going to give you the same result, and both of them are going to be treating the Earth as a sphere, pointing to which coordinate system I'm using. Doesn't tell anything. Doesn't tell anything about the shape of the sphere I'm trilaterating on.
Sounds like poop.
Hello.
What the hell is that?
Sorry, man. I gotta take a break here. I'm just
Anyone wants to come up with a topic before he gets back?
I'm just baffled how it's so hard for him.
I mean, you have to say 10 words and wait for 5 minutes. And the problem is what I'm answering is always like the first 2 sentences, and the other 50 are completely irrelevant because they were
Yeah,
like,
it's tough, man. When you engage people like that, you got to just be ready for them to be long winded. You know, Xanix's very long winded. You got to wait a long time for Xanax to respond. Flat Earth data, like, I don't know what to tell you. Everyone gets 30, 45 set. I don't know. There's no like set time limit or anything, but
yeah, I get that.
I think it's just a simple question. You have one observer, two celestial objects, and you get the angles.
Yeah, there are actually usually 2 solutions if you have that scenario.
Oh yeah.
Like I can tell which hemisphere I am, or if I'm on land on the sea, for example, to tell them apart. But you should get to either of them without a lot of effort. If you have done what you said you've done. If you
Can you
actually
just get
practice. Go on.
I'm just wondering if you have the almanac, can you get the angle? Can you get the direction to them, like the
The
like using a
azimuth?
compass? Just using compass to the direction, so you get the heading for it, and then just get the your location from that using
Yeah,
the
you
almanac.
can.
Yep.
You can get the azimuth from you can get any 2 pair of coordinates. You can always get the azimuth from one to the other one.
Yep.
But you usually don't have a measurement of the azimuth of the celestial body, because like the azimuth you have would be the azimuth you calculate for is the true azimuth, and the true azimuth would imply that like you have something pointing north to true north, and usually you have magnetic north.
Oh
which
yeah.
is, you know,
Yeah, you'd need to know the declination at that point, and you
yeah,
don't know
and
the point with that. So
it makes the. I mean, if you use the angles to get your position first, then knowing that position, you can now correct for the correct from magnetic north to true north, I think. Because if you know the GP of magnetic north, you can get the azimuth of that, and then you can get the azimuth of true north. It would be 0. So that's just a subtraction I have to make on your other azimuths. Well, I haven't thought of that before. But I know the app that I wrote. Actually, now you can also input azimuths there. So if you take a single site with a theodolite and you input the elevation angle and the azimuth, with just one site, you can spot your position. And theodolites tend to be very precise on elevation angles. Sometimes it can give you two answers, but sometimes like there's only one that satisfy your position.
In before you can only use theodolite for 400 meters max.
Well, I'm not sure then why it's working for stars.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can use it for further distances.
Yep. Oh, funny thing is that if you're using the moon, as Data mentioned, to get your position, there's an extra correction you do for the moon, which is parallax. And that is like based on the distance from the moon to the Earth, which is like 300,000 kilometers, I think. That adjusts your elevation angle to the moon so you can get a more accurate distance to the GP. And that only for the moon. You don't have to do that for the sun or for any other star. Interesting, no?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm at work, so I'm on and off. I'm listening, but gotta sometimes close the mic. It's interesting how he said that he measured some elevation of some mountain on land, and he said that there's a linear function. But obviously there isn't a linear function between the angle and the distance to it.
Why did he get so quiet?
It was a moment of silence for the globe.
What's that?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, phythicist. Is that how you say it?
It means consumption. Close enough. I think in Greek it's phthisis, but phthisis has a ring to it.
Is this Lemon? How's it going, man?
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Just came over here because the EXO kind of hijacked things over where I was at. Probably
Share
ran
the
across these
road.
past sometimes. What's that?
Gotta share the road.
Yep.
Share the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Called me a globe-believing atheist Satanist. Pretty sure that doesn't even make logical sense, and also like none of those things apply to me. And then accused everyone else who disagree with him to be on shrooms and of lighting pentagrams and candles and stuff. It got really strange real fast.
Let's just try to have a nice, normal conversation.
You been looking at anything interesting lately?
Other than the flatness of the earth,
Yeah.
I'm looking
Yeah, other
into
than
the
that.
ether more.
All right. Yeah, that's always something I'm interested in. what would you say light's relationship to the ether is?
It's like a wave and a ripple of the pond of the ether, basically.
I feel you there, but there's also something sort of interesting about what we call light, and that it's sort of a combination of two waves, like that are perpendicular to each other, because like light's an electromagnetic wave, and it's like both of them at the same time, and it's like when you see it drawn in graphs, it's they're perpendicular along the same axis to each other, and like they travel forward or whatever. But I definitely think that light is sort of like the first perturbation level of the ether. You know what I mean? Like it's one of its fundamental, like basic expressions or performances. One of the things that makes me feel that way is how quickly light can just sort of disappear. You know what I mean? Like you're in a sealed off room and you turn on a flashlight, it turns on, sure, but then once you turn the light source off, all the light dissipates almost instantly. It's so ready to return from whence it came. Whereas like you drop like a big heavy stone into a body of water from above, right? And it creates these big waves. It takes a while for the whole thing to return to stillness, right? But you drop a little pebble in, and it'll create smaller waves, and that'll return back to homeostasis, to stillness, a lot faster. So to me, like light seems like a little pebble dropped in with a very small ripple that very quickly returns back to stillness.
Yeah, since light is like a ripple in the ether, I think that the image of whatever you're looking at can appear anywhere. It just depends on how the rippling pond of the ether is vibrating in front of your face. But I think the image can appear anywhere. I think the only thing that's direct about the light from the object to the eye or whatever would be the I don't know, the wave packet traveling from the object to the eye, but potentially the phantom image can be generated anywhere at any time under the right conditions anyway. It's kind of like what you see in those Disney films, mirror, mirror on the wall. And all of a sudden, this image shows you what's happening in the distance. That's what I think the ether essentially is. It's able to vibrate to show you anything under the right vibratory conditions.
Yeah, I totally feel you there. I that's very interesting, the mirror thing. But have you heard that like common? To me, I say common. It may not be at all, but I've heard so many people talk about holograms and say like, one piece of a hologram contains all the same information just at a lower resolution, or something like that. And
Yeah.
what's that?
Yeah. I think since the ether connects everything, you could get a hologram of really anything anywhere. You're just getting a piece of it here, a piece of this interconnected reality here, there, everywhere.
It's sort of like how you would talk about DNA, which is also maybe some sort of crystal hologram of sorts, but that's not important right now. But just in the sense why I bring it up is how they say like all the information for your entire body's like shape and design or whatever is contained in the DNA, and so you don't even need the human there to know what the human looks like. You just need a small piece of it, and that has all the information you could ever want about its shape or essence. It just reminds me of that thing they say about the holograms.
I think this has interesting implications for remote viewing and stuff like that. Getting an image from something that's far, far off, potentially, if we have, I don't know, the right vibratory pattern of the thing to help vibrate the ether and generate an image.
Well, that. I mean, that stuff like that seems really plausible when you like think about the harnessing of like scalar waves, right? Versus, like scalar waves is like a direct path from you to anywhere else, and your connection, like to send a signal from that place to the other, doesn't have a speed. It's just like an instant transmission, sort of the way you've probably heard this one, right? About like putting a stick up holding a really long stick from your chest to a wall, and then you smack the stick on your side with like a mallet, and the wall gets hit at the same moment you hit the stick with the mallet. And that's sort of like a scalar wave versus, say, there's a rope on the floor, and you want to smack the wall with the rope, so you shake it up and down real fast and send one of those waves, and there's going to be like a delay before that packet of energy, the wave in the rope eventually transfers its energy and lifts up the rope at the very end on the opposite side and then hits the wall.
A wave with a delay versus a wave with less delay, or a wave
with no delay
in place or something.
They tell you that a message can't be given faster than the speed of light. So if you had a stick that went from Earth to the heliocentric sun, if you like pushed the stick forward towards the sun, say there's the stick ends 1 foot before the sun's surface, and if you pushed the stick 1 foot towards the sun's surface, you'd push it with your hands instantly, but the other end of the stick wouldn't actually travel 1 foot until 8 minutes later. I know it's crazy, but disregarding that, it's ridiculous. A scalar wave, right? It's just the ability to send information, or let's keep it that, send information instantly or immediately without any sort of rate of inductance, an instant rate of inductance, you could say.
Yeah, it's basically like a rate of energy absorption versus energy release of the medium, the etheric medium in this case. Depending on how tightly packed, or I guess how loosely packed the ether is, you're going to get a different rate of induction of light waves, electromagnetic waves, and stuff like that, it appears.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone's ever really definitively shown if like a magnet's influence has a delay for the virtual photons to get to the other thing or whatever. Like, do magnets have a speed of light delay between what they might attract to themselves or whatever? I don't think they would. To me, it would seem just sort of like you're under an instant influence as soon as you're within range. But that remote viewing you were talking about, that's we almost have it with cell phones, right? But we all know there's some slight delay with
Well, there's a
Discord.
bit of a delay, yes, but since everything's connected, there's a structure to the universe that can lock in place almost instantaneously. I guess it's two ways. The wave can travel with a delay, yes, but on the other side, the whole universe can kind of lock in place to instantly, lock into a structure that can essentially pull the wave in faster than light, even. So you got the attempt to try to push the wave out and make it travel from one place to another in that sense. But on the other sense, you know, the whole universe can just lock in place and prepare to receive the wave instantly. So it looks like there's two potential ways to travel with, I guess, pushing the wave out and to go from a point A to point B. And the second way would be the whole universe locking in place to, you know, receive the wave instantly.
That's exactly what I'm talking about with this scalar versus whatever, you know, whatever the other one is, transverse. That was a really good breakdown. It seems like you've thought about that before. Like you didn't just say that because of what I said. Is that right?
Well, people talk about this, you know, faster than light travel, instantaneous information being like a light packet or this vibratory wave packets that goes out and tells things how to structure, like on a Chladni plate or like a sound plate where you put salt on there and you put out this
Yeah.
vibration packet, this information, and all of a sudden everything just locks into place. And it's like the whole
Right.
universe is like that. This vibratory pattern can go out and take time to travel, or it appears to happen kind of instantly in some cases. Like the whole universe is just locking into place. I think even Victor Schoberger talked about how there are two types of energy that go out. There's the expansive, explosive energy that he seemed to have called like a masculine principle, to burn stuff, to destroy stuff, and have huge heat losses, like in a combustion engine, outward energy, versus feminine energy, which vortexes inward. And nature uses that to make life, to make spirals, to make vortices. This sort of inward, impansive, going inward energy is cooling, very efficient, and appears to pull stuff in. So you don't necessarily have to push it out in this sort of, you know, outward wave sense that's masculine, but just pull it in, like in a feminine sense, and attract it faster than light, instantaneously. The universe, I guess, in a way, pulling in what it needs faster than you can push it out. So I guess that's like kind of goes with the whole interlocking universe, you know, pulling everything in versus the need to push everything out into the universe, I guess, in a way.
Wow,
So
that's fascinating. Go ahead. My bad.
what makes you think scalar waves are instantaneous?
Oh, just their reputation. That's all.
Okay. Because any kind of representation or any kind of attempt at timing like scalar waves will literally just, it will travel at the speed of sound in the material.
The speed of sound?
The speed of sound in the material, yes.
What's a scalar wave to you?
So it would be a compression decompression wave, essentially traveling throughout the material.
Sort of like a slinky?
Kind of, yeah.
Like instead of a rope where you shake it up and down, you can.
Yeah, it would be more of
compress
a
and
slinky
rarefy.
type. Yeah, so like decompress wave, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I learned a cool word for that. Compression and rarefaction. Right? Rarefaction is like the expansive side of it. And, you know, rare, you know, means like less common or less like abundant, right? So I like that word. This is a new one I picked up. Rarefaction.
Because I've seen this experiment where one guy would attach like electrodes or like two parts of a thingy to a hammer and a metal bar, like the end of a metal bar. And so when he hit it with the hammer on one side, it would the electric circuit would connect, which travels at the speed of light, and it would essentially start the timer. And then when the force is felt on the other side, it stops the timer. And the exact amount of time it took between the connecting of the hammer to the force being felt was exactly the speed of light times the distance of the bar.
Oh, I really expected you to say the speed of sound.
Oh, sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Is that what you meant? Okay.
The speed of sound times, yeah, exactly. And so that's why I think that scalar waves are the speed of sound, because that's literally what sound waves are. Scalar.
Right. Okay. Yeah. We can both come to understanding of each other at this point then, because I totally understand what you're talking about, and you're talking about like a some sort of solid metal object,
Yeah.
and
Or
I feel you
even
there.
like
Go
even
ahead.
with gas, like in the air, like the speed of sound is the same of how a scalar wave travels, because sound is a scalar wave. At least to my understanding. I'm not sure if you have a different interpretation of scalar waves.
I'm really sorry. I'm gonna need a minute. Something
That's
just
fine.
happened. Uh, hey man, I'm back. It doesn't sound
Yeah.
like anyone else struck up a conversation while I was gone.
Nah, it's quite quiet
Um,
today.
hey, what up, illegal? Glad you're here, man. Nice to see you. Well, anyways, yeah. So you're talking. So, you know, sound, right? Like, you know those. I don't know if you've heard the same thing as me, but like, there's some people in war, and they're like wondering if the army's approaching, so they put their ear to the dirt in order to hear like the stampede of the marching horse's army, or not marching, the riding
Yeah.
horse army, and that you're gonna pick up the sound. It may be quieter, but you'll get it like faster in a
Oh
sense.
yeah. It travels. The speed of sound is faster in a dense object like the ground. Yeah.
Right. And so when you're talking about scalar waves, your scalar waves you're talking about kind of depend on the density of the rod or the bar you're smacking.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
And
not
when
just
I'm
the density is of it. I think there's some elastic properties in there and stuff as well. But yeah, essentially.
right, the scalar waves I'm talking about is like under the concept of ether or like light or electricity or something like that,
Okay.
where the scalar wave that you know, I like I said, by reputation, I guess I didn't know it was used in that way, but now I do because you told me. Yeah, the scalar waves I was talking about were the people who are talking about the ether and are sending like information or I don't know,
So
just
electromagnetic scalar waves, essentially.
some sort of energetic signal. Right. Well, I guess you could say that about sound too. I guess I'm talking
Well,
about light signals, I suppose.
well, yeah,
I don't know.
scalar light or scalar electromagnetic waves.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And and from what I've heard from Ken Wheeler, uh, the the Tesla inventions that involve the scalar stuff needed a very special type of antenna that had to be like sort of synchronized and sort of like matched perfectly with like what's giving the signal to what's receiving it. It couldn't just be like any sort of antenna. It had to be like a scalar wave antenna, but
Yeah.
that the
Oh, wait.
transmission would.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
fine. But yeah, those are the ones I was talking about being like faster than light.
Well, yeah. So I've heard about them, and I've heard the theory that they should be faster than light based on the theory. But I've never heard of a demonstration where it actually is shown.
Me either, except for when Daislow's brought up this. Do you know the guy who Daislow would normally bring up? He's
Ken
probably
Wheeler?
still alive. No. He's an actual like inventor. He's given lectures. He's like a doctor and got PhDs and stuff. And he's like
Are you talking about Dollard?
Eric
maybe
Dollard?
yeah. That might be the guy. Anyways, he's like. Dyslo sent me a video on the guy, if that is the right guy. I think it is, but I'm not sure. He sent me a video of a lecture by Dollard, and
I think I've seen the same one. Yeah.
And he like brings a machine up on a stage or whatever. So again, I don't think there was a demonstration, but he at least like did bring something to the table. But just so you know, I'm not some sort of like a scalar wave technology evangelist. I'm interested, and I hope they're real. But I'm in the same boat as you. Like I always tell people, show me what you got. And as far as this goes, no one's really shown me what they got.
Yeah, that's pretty much where the thing is. That's where I'm right now, where I've heard the claim being made, but I haven't heard anyone substantiate the claim in any way, and therefore I'm still very skeptical of it. So
yeah. And by the way, I'd like to call out Ken Wheeler on something. Ken Wheeler talks a lot about the inventor or the discoverer of the phenomena that we call electrons, denying or never claiming the electron was a particle, and that his words were actually 1 unit of dielectric inductance. And so I looked through all the J.J. Thomson books, even the one that Ken Wheeler even said it was in one time, and the word induction was never used once. And so what I found out about Ken is that Ken isn't quoting J.J. Thomson directly when he says, J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of the prominent phenomena we call electrons, said that it was 1 unit of dielectric inductance. Ken Wheeler is actually quoting someone quoting him. And the person Ken is quoting did say that. So Ken is quoting the guy we're just talking about, Dollard, right? Ken is quoting Dollard, and Dollard is making up a quote that J.J. Thomson said. So Ken might truly believe it, that J.J. Thomson might actually have said this, but the person he got his information from, I think, made up a quote from a guy he's claiming to be quoting.
So he might not be intentionally lying, but he is at least mistaken.
Yeah, he's trusting a con artist if he is one, and he's quoting someone else, but the quote is incorrect from the start.
Yeah.
Or maybe J.J. Thomson really did say that, and it's just not available on the internet to find, because that's all I just used the internet to look up these books and stuff. But I don't know, they seem like scans from a book, so I don't know how they could hide it from me unless they were like trying very, very hard to hide this quote.
I mean, my main qualm with Wheeler is that he says a lot of things, but he doesn't really show or give any like links or anything to any actual like experimental proofs or any
it depends what topic he's talking about.
Yeah, but there's very little. I've seen very little, or I've actually seen nothing or no experiment that backs up his claims.
Well, there's one book. There's one book that probably means the most to him, where a lot of his electrical talk comes from, and in that one sense, everything Ken says was actually also said for the most part by Steinmetz in his book Electrical Waves and Impulses. So I downloaded the PDF of that, and like for the longest time I was watching Ken, and he kept on throwing out this word dielectricity, the dielectric field, dielectricity, over and over again. And when you Google it, there is no such word as dielectricity. They say, well, there's the word dielectric as an adjective, but there's no such thing as dielectricity as a noun. And that's what Google is telling me. However, then I finally actually go and I find Electrical Waves and Impulses by Steinmetz, and literally half of the chapters out of the 12 chapters, 6 of them are titled dielectric fields, dielectric induction, or I'm sorry, dielectricity. The word dielectricity is actually in the chapter titles of half of the chapters in his book. So
Yeah.
now I'm like, what the fuck, Google? When I searched dielectricity, why didn't you give me the book where half of the chapters are titled dielectricity? You're trying to, the way Google comes across is that that's not a real word. When I found out after I was starting to doubt Ken that it was a real word, it turns out it is. It's actually, it's actually a very important word, I think, that Google's, in my opinion, seems to be trying to hide.
Well, because I've never heard of I've never gotten a definition for the word dielectrism.
You can't Google it. You
that's the
can't
thing.
Google it. It doesn't exist on Google.
The only place I've heard it is from Ken Wheeler, and I've never gotten a source from it or this definition for it or anything like that. So
Steinmetz mentions it a lot. Definitely, you can find it in Steinmetz work.
Is it something where it's a word that's just gone out of use and been replaced by something, or what is why is it nowhere?
I don't know if that's necessarily an excuse for it not being searchable via Google, though.
Yeah,
well, it's not an excuse at all. It does seem to be very shady in this regard. However, it is addressed in his book, because I read through his Electrical Impulses and Waves book, and even in the book itself, Steinmetz says dielectricity, or as it is called mistakenly, electrostatics, and then he so on. So he's saying that people use the term dielectricity and electrostatics interchangeably, the dielectric field, the electrostatic field. However, he prefers the dielectricity field over electrostatics, because he thinks that there is a profound distinction, even though he's accepted that the world has sort of abandoned his term and moved on to just calling it electrostatics from that point on. But he's against that. He's like, don't do it, no.
Yeah, well, but then at least that kind of implies that that's the word that the rest, or the rest in quotation marks, the rest of scientists have gone with is the electrostatics, while he had a reason for, of course, wanting to use the word dielectric.
Exactly. Yeah. But again, one of the maybe the more important parts here is that it's not, you can't Google that word, even though you should be able to.
Yeah.
It should just say electrostatics. The definition of dielectricity, electrostatic electricity, or whatever, But no, they're gonna hide it from us for some reason. Maybe it's
question.
AI. I don't know.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm the kind of person who I prefer to not imply ill intent unless it's been shown to be, and so I can see this as just being a kind of thing.
Crumbles.
Yeah, how the kind of thing is when some words go out of use and it's kind of forgotten amongst everyone. It doesn't really get written down or anything, and I get the point is that it could have been intentional. But until I kind of see evidence of it, I kind of try not to imply evil intent or maliciousness. And I feel like it is plausible still that it was just a thing that went out of fashion and just kind of never got noted down. As bad as that still is, it's at least not malicious.
Do you think it's possible that the coherent electrostatic acceleration via Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation being incoherent dielectric acceleration, that separation was made around the same time they started not necessarily using the term dielectric?
That's a fact right there. That is a fact. Because Einstein, Tesla, Heaviside, Steinmetz, Maxwell, they were all contemporary with each other. And we all know that story.
And one of them's a fraud.
Yeah, the most famous one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so fundamental, I sent you a video. Just keep that close to you.
I will, man. I'll check it out. I'll save it for later.
It's pretty long, but it's definitely worth the watch. There is some correlation to what Lemon was saying earlier to Schallberger's work and implosive versus explosive energies. So
I'm looking at the title right now. I've never heard of Dale Pond.
yeah,
The
just
basic
keep
principles of
keep that close
sympathetic
to you, man.
vibratory physics sounds a lot like how.
Hey, just keep that close to you, man.
Okay.
Don't throw
I
pearls
don't.
before swine.
Oh,
Is all
okay.
I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay. Okay. We'll talk later. But as far, okay. Well, I'll just say this. It's incredibly interesting how you know, one piano in a room with a second piano in the same room, when you hit one note on the keys, the other piano will play the same key, because like the sound will resonate with one particular string on the other piano more than the rest, and it'll kind of sing along. You guys know about that, right?
Yeah. And when you think about it, when one person that has a overwhelming negative energy to them enters the room, the whole entire room can become in sync with that overwhelmingly negative energy.
True. Or positive, either way, right?
Correct.
But of course, it's human nature to sort of fixate on the negative more, and you know what I mean. It's the reason why, uh, you know what they say about evolution, the way they tie it into this all the time, where it's like the person who pays attention to the ruffling of the leaves and runs away is the one who's going to pass on his genes, because he paid attention to the potential of danger around him. And so it's sort of human nature to sort of fixate on negativity more than positivity. You know, a lot of people get anxious or depressed thinking about the past or the future, where those people don't reflect on the positive experiences they've had in life, or their dreams and things that make them happy about thinking about the future, as much as they do dwell on the past and feel anxious about what's to come. It's because negativity can be dangerous, and danger will kill you. So it kind of gets the pedestal position. It's like, oh yeah, the negative is way more important to focus on.
Well, it's the reason why most people are controlled by the fear impulses, right?
Yeah.
It's a much easier mechanism of control would be fear. Just turn on your television.
It's a bigger target to hit. You know, if your goal is to manipulate something, fear is the biggest target you could aim towards. It's just so broad. All sorts of ways to make someone fearful. Not as easy to, cheer someone up or make someone stay or whatever. You can scare someone with just words. Of course, you can also make someone happy with just words. You know, I think a lot of us don't take advantage of our powers over other people. You know, like if say you didn't have a job, right? You're retired, or you're just like super rich, but you're still young and not retired or anything like that. If your only job was to go out and make as many people happy as you could today, you could probably make quite a few people happy. Just go around giving out compliments or whatever. But no one does that, of course. My goal for today is just to go around and tell people compliments and make as many people happy as possible, right? You're not coming through too well, Moyak, man.
That energy can be just as contagious as the negative energy. I think we're just more compelled towards the negative because of, maybe I guess you could say, the more reptilian side of our brain, right? The fight or flight response is based off of fear, which is a survival mechanism.
Right. Yeah, no one really calls happiness a survival mechanism, although because you can kind of go without happiness for a while and not die, but it will have an effect on your health, no doubt. You know, if you don't experience enough happiness, your lifespan will be shorter, I think. Is that fair enough? It's sort of like sunlight, you know? Sometimes I wonder, my cat is an indoor cat, right? And it's like, man, is my cat getting enough sunlight? She never goes outside. Dogs go on walks, but cats, you know, I'd take my cat on a walk, but she's not a big fan of being outside at all. She's small. She's probably afraid of big birds coming and sinking their claws in her and flying away. Scaredy cat, scaredy cat. You know, I think that's probably a pretty appropriate expression. Scaredy cat. I think cats definitely have like more extreme reactions to like small sounds, and, like, you know, just their surroundings. They're a little bit more hypersensitive in a fearful way.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder you talk about negative or positive energy, like a fear mechanism or a happiness or wellness mechanism. I sometimes wonder the extent of those two polar opposite things within like the animal kingdom, within animals themselves, if they have as much happiness or pleasure as, say, a human being does.
Very interesting, because you know, like a dog, right? I think everyone would agree that a dog is in general more happy than the average human, right? Dog's just happy all the time when people are around. It's either sleeping or wagging its tail.
Yeah, dogs can definitely be happy. But when you look at, other animals in nature,
I don't really think there's many animals that express happiness as much as a dog expresses its happiness. I mean, the tail is a sure sign, but I mean, there's dogs that like I've seen just like start crying because like I walk in the door. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like it's just like I am so happy you're here. Oh my god, like overwhelmed with happiness. Or you see like a cow or something, it's like, well, cow doesn't really seem to have a very large range of emotion there.
cows can be happy. Cows are great.
Oh, oh yeah, definitely. You know, no disrespect to cows. Like I found out that cows are more similar to dogs recently than I ever thought they were. Like, you know, cows are totally down to like cuddle with you. Cows totally want some like pets and some scratches on the cheek and the, you know, just like any other animal.
Yeah, they're very inquisitive when it comes to human beings as well. Like they seem to really enjoy human beings. Cows do.
I think so. Yeah. A
Until we
monkey
kill
is.
them and eat them.
Yeah, there's that. Well, they don't even see it coming. You just hold a little thing up to their head, spike goes into the brain, pulls out in a millisecond. They don't even know what's going on.
I'm sure they're experiencing quite a bit of fear as they go into the slaughterhouse. It's
Well,
probably hard to get away from that energy.
if it's that scenario, yeah. I suppose that's usually. I don't really know much about cow harvesting, but yeah, they probably feel fear. Like my cat, right? She hates outside. she just absolutely hates outside. So like I can pick my cat up, walk around the house, whatever, just purring the whole time. But if I get close to the front or back door, she starts hissing and like trying to claw out of my arms and like jump away, you know? So I'm sure cows feel something similar. My cat, you know, she feels extreme fear next to the entrances of the house. Starts screaming. Yeah, absolutely hates it. So yeah, animals can definitely like sort of see something coming. I heard someone today on YouTube was saying something like, oh, animals, they don't have forethought or like reflection, and I don't know about that. Like I know they don't make plans for the distant future probably, but you know, if you got a wild animal, especially, and you're saying that it doesn't think into the future, I mean, I kind of think that there's no way these wild animals could live and like go to like say a watering hole or a stream or something and get back to their home without sort of having a schedule for their day. I definitely think that animals sort of have a plan of you know, like a schedule for their actions that day. I'm gonna go drink a little bit of water out of the stream. I'm gonna go hunt for some food. Then I'm gonna go get, you know, some water again. I'm gonna make sure I get some food back to my babies, you know, fast enough before they starve. They might have a
there's
lot more.
definitely.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you something. Birds do. There's birds that they get like nuts or something. I forget what it is, but they can't get into them, so they drop them on the street for cars to roll over. The thing is, they don't just drop them anywhere in the street. They drop them in a crosswalk so that when the cars stop, they can just walk over and get them. So they're definitely thinking ahead.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good example, bro. But of course, birds. I mean, we've given crows and ravens some pretty intense like puzzles to solve, and they've succeeded with flying colors. You know, birds are so fucking smart.
Yeah, I find that animals have a intuition about some energies that we aren't quite as in tune to, and I can give you a specific example of one of my dogs who passed away a few months ago. But when we had some people over to our house, one of my wife's relatives who's a self-professed witch and her boyfriend who is a self-professed warlock, they're in a coven and practice sigil magic and divination and all these fun things. My dog loves everybody, loves all animals, was always happy, never aggressive towards anybody or any other animal unless provoked, right? When this gentleman came into our household, my dog would not stop barking at this individual. Literally would not. It was so uneasy with this gentleman that she would not stop barking at him and would not get very close to this individual as well. So whatever they were practicing or doing, or the energy or whatever he had around him was palpable to my dog. I've never seen her react to another individual the way that she had reacted to this individual. It was interesting to watch, to say the least.
Did your dog interact with many strangers throughout its life?
Oh yeah, all the time.
All the time. Wow. Huh. What was your opinion about your wife's friend's husband?
It was her boyfriend, and he was an interesting fellow, to say the least. And yeah, he certainly had a vibe or an aura to him, but something that was not you wouldn't take it as necessarily aggressive or bad. He was just an interesting cat.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Maybe just dangerous, like the idea of standing next to a cliff. A cliff isn't evil, but a cliff is dangerous. You know?
Right. Right. But it was very interesting, though, just the way my dog reacted to this individual. She's never acted that way towards anybody else.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
crazy.
if they're wizards and witches, there's lots of those type of people who kind of stay within a virtuous boundary or cross it, and so maybe they've been up to some rituals and ceremonies that they don't even know that they're doing harm to themselves or corrupting their aura or essence or something like that. I don't know.
Right. I mean, they were in a coven and they definitely performed rituals, so take that for
That
what
doesn't always have to be a bad thing, though, right?
I don't know.
Well, maybe.
I mean,
It could be art. Yeah, me either, I guess.
It depends. I mean, in my opinion, people that congregate every Sunday are performing rituals and ceremonies, right? So
Yeah, I'd even argue that the birthday is a form of solar worship ritual. A birthday party? It's like sun worship rituals.
Yeah. I'm one of the maybe few people, I don't know, but I dislike my birthday for sure. Do not like
You're
to
gonna
celebrate my
die.
birthday.
They make you blow the candles out one step closer to your lights getting turned off.
Right? No,
Just a little reminder.
The whole idea of birthdays, I'm just not a fan of the whole thing. So never really.
I hear I hear you when you talk about them meeting up weekly or whatever. You said coven. That's just like a congregation, club.
They were, in a pagan coven. Put the pentagram on the ground, candles.
Oh, the straight up pentagram, huh? Or are you just like guessing?
Yeah. No,
just straight up the classic pentagram.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
kinds of shit, all kinds of weird shit. I mean, pictures of themselves with horned beast masks on during ceremony and all kinds of shit. So who knows?
There is a sort of allure to it, something I feel about that sort of stuff. And of course, they're in it because they were also allured to it. And so, what is that attraction that we have to, these practices? Is it the power? We think we're gonna like gain something from joining some sort of. Go ahead.
I think lots of times people have a propensity towards the taboo or things that they are told they should not do. Children tend to experience this, right? You tell them not to do something, it almost makes them want to do it more so.
Right.
And if there's some sort of social stigma around these rituals or beliefs, I think that kind of increases the draw or allure to said practices, maybe.
Want to be edgy.
Like this, when I say they're into sigil magic, like this dude legit had sigil tattoos and that were put on his body with specific intent and all kinds of stuff. So it was
they're really involved in that shit then.
He was for sure. Yeah. I think she got more.
Why are you having these people over at your house, man?
Well, when it's your wife's relative, and
relative. Okay,
he
gotcha.
is not his.
Well, one of them is. So
yeah.
+1 invitation.
And I think she dabbles a little bit in that stuff, but really kind of when she started dating him, got drawn more into maybe a darker side of it. So who knows?
Right. Geez. I'm sorry to hear that for your wife's relative. I mean, maybe it's a mistake, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But according to your
Yeah, they're
dog,
no longer together. They're no, she dipped out of that relationship fairly quickly. So there's probably
okay.
yeah.
There's something I was listening to on YouTube today, and I had a playlist of like videos, just like the watch later playlist you can make, and I'm not sure what video it was, but my hands were full, so I couldn't actually track it down afterwards or anything or during it. But I think it was like High Impact Flicks, the YouTube channel. I decided to put one of his videos in the playlist just to put in my ears while I worked. And there was some clip that he played, I think it was his show, where he probably wouldn't be talking about it unless it was like a celebrity. And it kind of sounded like Megan Fox's voice. Again, my hands are full, so I have no details except for what I heard, what it sounded like. And he wouldn't have been talking about it unless it was like topical and recent. But so what I heard today, I think, is some celebrity talking about like drinking, like her and her husband drinking each other's blood, and it just being like kind of out in the open on like a regular talk show. And she's like, a lot of people might imagine us with candles and pentagrams and black cloaks or whatever, but it's just like a small shot or like a couple, just a few drops. It's just for ritual purposes.
What? Yeah.
So I guess they're kind of introducing that, ritual blood drinking stuff. Maybe they're kind of like normalizing it now. This might be a sort of attempt at that.
Probably. I mean, I feel like there's been a slow, steady drip of that for quite some time now. Trying to introduce people into the idea of these rituals, especially through, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people that you see on television are into some weird stuff like that. And unfortunately, people look to these individuals as almost like idols.
Oh, here it is. I found the video. I can't. It kind of looks like Megan Fox. Let me post the. It's the very first moment of the video. Let me just post this, and maybe someone here can tell me who this person is. What server are we in? Geo server. Geo server. Livestream text. Yeah, I'm gonna post it. Maybe you can tell me who this is.
I have no idea. Like, I don't watch television, so if you're looking to figure out who the celebrity is from me, I'm clueless. Sorry.
Oh, you're all good, man. But yeah, there it is for anyone who wants to look at that. Some fucking celebrity being like, yeah, me and my husband drink each other's blood for ritual purposes. It's just something we like to do on holidays or whatever. It's like, wow, it's right in the open. Right in the fucking open. And the interviewer should have asked them, and who gave you this idea, right? This isn't something people just come up with on their own, Like, what fucking satanic cult are you a part of that even recommended you do this with each other, What do you think about the Wiccans? Is that like a negative term in your opinion, or can it maybe like
I don't know
virtuous?
enough. I don't know enough about them.
Me either.
I do know some people that would call themselves Wiccans, and they seem to be more like earth-based Gaia worship type people. But as far as the religion itself, I'm not very well versed. But yeah, I feel like most of these people, these celebrities in Hollywood or music or any of that, seem to dabble in the occult, some more so than others.
Yeah, you ever seen that interview with that one quarterback, Brett Favre, I think? And he's talking about his wife.
No.
He's like he's on some talk show, and it's like before the Super Bowl or something. and they're like, you know, how confident do you feel about, you know, your game tomorrow? And he's like, well, you know, I went through my normal routine of getting prepared for a big game like this. My wife casts some magical spells, and we perform a little seance and do some rituals. And they're like, what, stop, what? And he's like, oh yeah, you know, my wife is a witch, and every time, you know, we do her ritual, I always win the game. So I've learned not to question it and just do whatever she tells me to do. And she says to me, you know, let me do my job with my witch magic so that you can go do your job and play football.
Interesting.
Yeah, so like you were saying, these celebrity thing, yeah, they seem to dabble in a little bit of magic every once in a while. Where'd they get this idea? Although when you look into Aleister Crowley, you notice he was like best friends with a lot of people you wouldn't expect him to be best friends with. You know, like the godfather of like rocketry and stuff like that. And
Yeah, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, they were all followers of Crowley.
Right, you can probably tie like Walt Disney into this too, and
Yeah, there seems to be
Warner von
connections
Braun and
there.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange when you find out all these different people who like in interviews are recorded like just praising Aleister Crowley. It's like, oh really? Like,
Yeah, and Walt Disney's there to cartoonify magic, right?
oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's his whole shtick, you know. Yeah, spot on.
Where it is a lot of subliminal spell casting and things like that, but you know, in the open and painting a picture of magic as some cartoon fairy tale.
Yeah, child friendly.
Right.
Magic,
I
everybody.
mean,
A magical kingdom. What they call
it's
it.
been permeating society for quite a while. I mean, look at Harry Potter in recent times, right? So you get a lot of this stuff introduced to children.
And the shit's fun, dude. Like, no doubt. Like, all that shit is so entertaining and fun, the way they present it. You know? I love the whole, whatever that, you know, where Mickey Mouse is like a wizard's apprentice thing, and Harry Potter and all that. I mean,
You know the best magic trick? It's when you put a pencil on the desk, and then you take someone's forehead and you smash it in, and the pencil disappears.
That's from The Dark Knight, right?
Oh, fuck. You saw that?
Yeah, I saw one of the most famous movies ever.
I remember when that movie came out, some people, especially the more like hood types, they're like, "Oh shit, you see that? Damn, that was tough. That magic trick, that Joker don't play around, man. You know what I'm saying?"
So where were we?
Have you seen the documentary about how magic is real? Have you seen that one?
Probably not. No. Did you like it?
It's kind of cool. It harps heavy on that Chinese illusionist who switches costumes really fast. Have you seen that person?
I've seen similar performances on America's Got Talent. Yeah.
Well, supposedly the Chinese guy is like the best at it. He's just like, he's like the Michael Jordan of, I forget what they call that magic trick. There's a special name for it. But
Well, that's just
the magic
that's just
documentary.
technique. You know, what people call magic most of the time is just, you know, sleight of hand techniques.
You telling me they don't pull a rabbit out of a hat? That doesn't happen.
Oh, I'm sorry to break it to you, man. Well, actually, that one is real magic. I mean, you can't just pull a rabbit out of a hat. You know what I mean? Like, of course, that one's real, but you know, the costume changing ones.
That's more fake. Okay. The rabbit.
Yeah,
How about
yeah,
when
but the rabbit, we all know, like, the rabbit's real. That guy has magic wizard powers.
Chris Angel levitated over the Luxor?
Yeah,
Was
of
that
course.
real?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So the problem is you're kind of blurring the lines here between illusionists and magicians. I know they get the same title, but when you're talking about like actual magic versus illusionists, I think it's kind of a different thing. Similar concepts, similar principles behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's actual magic?
That was going to be my question before.
What's OG magic?
Is magic real? You know, well, I can tell you guys right now, I've seen a shadow being just 3 feet away from me. So if someone can make something move, you know, who's to say they aren't in communication with some sort of energetic being, for lack of better words, you know? Whatever you want to call it. There might be some fun tricks people can pull off with some crazy methods that people would normally say, you know, like, not be very welcome to entertaining. Like I was watching a video on John D and Edward Kelly today, and their whole history of like looking into an obsidian mirror and like going into some sort of like, you know, subconscious or unconscious rant. You know, the one like would record them, and they were you know, allegedly getting like downloads from archangels revealing the Enochian language to them. And I mean, that would be an example of like real magic, right? Like, I don't know. What is real magic to you guys? Do you think it's all bullshit probably at the end of the day?
I think there's various types of magic, right? And really it's getting an outcome, like an intended outcome from somebody in a specific way that's not necessarily direct but deceptive. So there's varying forms of magic. There's like what you were talking about with the scrying mirror or the black mirror, more of the divination, trying to tap into metaphysical entities, I guess you could say.
Sure.
But I would say, you know, even some like what Disney actually does to small children is a form of magic through subliminally changing their mind, right? Or putting into their mind some idea of what something is or isn't, or how society should or should not be, right? These
Right. Well,
are
you could call
kinds
that
of
like
forms of lesser magic.
psychological manipulation and social engineering.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, those would be our modern terms for them, but you know, where do you really draw the line? Is a tough question.
Yeah, it's all kind of forms of lesser magic. And like I was saying before, like sigil magic, that's kind of a thing as well.
Oh, that's been in every culture, man. Like talismans, right? Like,
yep.
Pretty much every culture. Yeah, and even till today, we still sort of believe in that, especially like, I don't know, like people do this without even knowing, like, oh, my lucky pair of underwear, right? Oh, so you pretend that you use magic, right? A talisman, your lucky pair of underwear.
Yeah, that could be considered a form of magic, right? Like your lucky thing where you're trying to place some sort of intent on that object, right? And then summons that. Yeah.
You got a lucky pair of underwear, Ball Lives Matter?
No, I never even heard of that.
Yeah.
You don't do. What about Commando? How about that?
Yeah, there's a time and place for everything.
You don't walk on the wild side.
When I need to.
When you need to.
I don't
You might need
necessarily
to.
need to. I don't necessarily
You
need to be
You need to right
wearing
now.
underwear on the hottest of summer days at night or something like that. I mean, you know, I'll often sit around the house in my underwear with no shorts on. I mean, what's the difference there? Just one layer is all I got going on. I'm sure we all do that when it's
Yeah.
hot.
Sometimes you can trust the honor system. Sometimes not. Depends what you're up to. I don't
You
know.
ever
It's
play
kind of a
you
bleak
ever play a
topic.
game of shirts versus skins sports game, Paul?
Oh yeah, I've done that. Yeah,
What
definitely.
were you playing? Soccer?
I think what was it? Basketball? I think I've done that.
That's a little gay.
Well, soccer's not any better.
I don't know. You know, people can like do that maneuver in basketball where you turn your butt into another guy's crotch and you're like
Right.
twerking on him as you like bounce the ball up and down. You're like, we're not twerking
Right.
on each other. We're not grinding. We're just playing basketball here, guys. Come on. So what? So what if we both have our shirts off? We're just playing basketball.
It's called sparring. Called competing. Competing on the blacktop or competing on the gridiron. I don't really play like heavy duty sports anymore. I don't really. I should keep, but you know it's been really windy this year. It's not good weather yet. Feels like it's never coming.
It's coming. Soon enough, it'll be so hot you'll wish it was winter.
Yeah, I was predicting that hot. It's gonna be super hot this year. Maybe record highs. Maybe record hotness. Who knows?
Who knows?
It's gonna be record hot somewhere in the world.
Yeah, probably.
All
Yeah,
that heat's
probably
got to go somewhere, right?
Oh, what heat?
Oh well, you know, just I'm thinking of it all as like a zero-sum game, right?
I don't
So
know if it works that
it
way,
has to get hot somewhere. You know how like Jupiter has that red dot, that red storm, and they say that that red storm, that red dot is like the size of like 100 Earths or something.
Uh-huh.
So that's kind of how the Earth is, right? If you look at heat maps of the Earth, there's always like one spot that's lit. It's all lit, dog. It's
I don't
going
know if it works
down
that way. If you say
at all
so,
times.
I wouldn't know from experience or anything.
Well, just about now, I think usually Bangladesh area around this time of year is always like it's all fucked up. Just rains nonstop.
You know, one thing I've noticed about you, Ball, is that you have an understanding more than me, and I'd probably go as far as say more than most people of like geopolitics and like different facts about these places around the world. Whenever we're talking about something, you always bring up some sort of specific country and some fact about it that like no one else like even knew the name of that country, let alone some sort of fact about it.
Have you ever heard of the CIA World Fact Book? I don't know if they still publish it, but do you know what that is?
No, that sounds made up.
It's like a what do you call it? Like a almost like an encyclopedia. I forgot the exact word. What do you call it? That book that's released every year that has information about like everything, like an almanac. Yeah, it's basically like the CIA World Fact Book is like an almanac of every country, and so every country gets a few pages, and it breaks down like all the stats about everything, like just like percentage of corn yield and population and average income and name of the president, and number of parliament seats.
Are you trying to tell me that you have an annual subscription to the CIA Atlas Almanac?
Sort of. I mean, if you were to buy the CIA World Fact Book, it probably costs a couple $100. So I don't have the money to get the updated one every year. They probably have it online for free by now. But when I was a kid growing up, my favorite book, one of my favorite books I owned was was one of those because I got one for free because like the local library was discarding theirs, so I got my hands on one, and so that's how like I really got into like looking at different nations and kind of looking at like what's going on. It's funny though because you fast forward up to now,
Yeah.
and a lot of those nations I read about just don't even, some of them don't even exist anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things change. Some things aren't so true anymore.
Yeah,
So
totally.
starts from an early age, you know what I mean? Kind
Well,
of form those
do you know?
connections in your mind.
For sure, man. Do you know the cartoon Animaniacs?
Barely.
Well, are you familiar with one of the episodes they did where there was like a musical number where Yakko sang in a song all the countries of the world?
Yeah. Is that the Yeah, I probably heard the song a long time ago. Because Animaniacs came out in like the 90s, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I probably heard it when I was a kid, just like one time, and that was it.
Well, a couple years ago, or well, I actually don't remember how many years ago, but definitely not like maybe like 10 years ago tops. The voice actor of Yakko understood that the countries of the world have changed, and so he made a second part to that song so that he could add all the new country names that have been invented since that song was aired on TV.
Oh yeah.
And so like there's all sorts of there's I actually have all the song memorized, but I'm not going to sing it for you. But I can name some of the ones that have a lot in common with each other. So a lot of the stans, right? Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, a lot of
Yeah.
the stans. There's like 6 of them that didn't exist in the 90s, but now exist now.
Yeah, that's cool.
Montenegro,
Kazakhstan.
Bosnia, Herzegovina, South Africa. Yeah, there's all sorts of changes that have happened since just the 90s. Yeah.
South Africa. Yeah, there's a few of them out there. Yeah, that is wild when you think about it.
Dubai wasn't a country when it was made.
Yeah, those Middle East countries, yeah, they're always moving around.
Yeah, there's been some changes for sure.
Hong Kong became independent in the late 90s.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Hong Kong was one of the most interesting stats about COVID. So, like, probably even till this day, there's probably not even more than 300 reported cases of COVID in Hong Kong. But for like the first year, Hong Kong's reported COVID, cases is as they would call it, were literally 3 for like the first 11 months. It was like 3, and then after like 15 months, it went up to like 5. And I was like, why even lie like that? You know what I mean? Like, why not just say 0? Why even like indulge even a little bit into your lie and just say like, oh, it's 3. Oh, now it's 4. Now it's 5. Now it's 6. It's like, oh, okay, in 2 years, 6. That's it. Like, what are you trying to pull here? It was just absurd. After all this time, what's your final breakdown of what you think COVID was?
Hey, you know what? I lost connection for 15 seconds. Say it again.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I
Hong
said
Kong
about
went
the
from
Hong?
3 cases up to 5.
Hey,
Yeah.
fundamental, just real quick, make sure you don't use the actual words and try to code it and not talk directly about the thingy thing, or they shut the channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
I'll
Sorry.
be more careful. No, I
Yeah, no
appreciate it, man. I totally feel you. I'll be more careful from now on. So what I was saying to you, Ball, was that Hong Kong reported its number of infected beings, right? For the and it updated throughout the whole era, and
error, right?
After 8
Demi.
months, they reported 3 cases and or infections, and then after like 15 months it went up to 5, and it's like, if you're gonna lie so much, why not just say 1 or 0? Like, why even give updates? 8 months in we've had 3, and 15 months now we've had 5. It's like, who even, what? Just like,
It's a shell game. It's like when you have like a fake ID, and then the question is like, what age do I put on there? Do I say I'm like 21, or do I say I'm like 31, or do I say I'm 24? Like, which one are they going to believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, like how do I game this system the best? How do I lie optimally?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, you got to pick a number.
Gotta pick a number.
So they went with the low one.
You got any lucky numbers, Paul?
No, I'm not. I'm not big into the number superstition stuff.
No,
maybe if I had to
But
guess, I mean, maybe I tend to like even numbers better.
if you were on a sports team, what would your jersey number? What would you pick?
I just said even numbers, so
Yeah,
I don't know,
but
10.
out of all the even numbers, 10.
Maybe 10. Is 10 an even number?
Of course it is.
It is, okay. Yeah, 10.
Although one isn't an even number, but yeah, 10 is.
Yeah, I got confused for a second because the number 1 was there. The 1 was in the 10, so I'm like, wait, is 10 even? Is 10 an even number? It's got a 1 in there.
You ever notice the relationship? How we say in just in the words, even and odd is Eve and Adam. Adam.
Odd. I don't see it. Even.
First is 1, right? The first number is 1, and that's odd. Odd is first. Adam is the first, and then the second one, made from Adam, is Eve. So we call it even. That's my opinion, at least.
Adam and Eve. Odd, even. Okay. I like that rhyme. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. I always like that.
Oh yeah, we're all a fan of that. It's fucking hilarious.
I used to hear that so often. It's funny. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Come on, man.
If man was meant to fly, we'd have wings growing out of our back.
Right? Hey, what's next? You want to marry a snake? Well, actually, I do want to marry a snake, yes. I want to marry a snake.
Well, nowadays, you can be a snake if you want.
Be a furry.
You could just say, I'm a snake. And now you're a snake.
You're a snake. You're a snake, a slithering snake. You have a tail. Got a tail
So I
and
saw this
fangs.
awesome thing today. On TikTok. It's like some constant number. I forget what it is, but it's 6. That's a 4-digit number. It begins with a 6,000 something. And you can take any number as long as it has 2 different digits, right? And then you organize the numbers from highest to lowest in the 4-digit number you pick. And then you subtract that number, or you subtract that number from the original number you had. And if you just keep doing that, it'll always end up being the 6,000 whatever 4-digit number. Crazy. Does anyone know what I'm
That's
talking
hilarious.
about? You ever seen
I've
it?
heard
It's
stuff
fucking
like
awesome.
that. That actually ties into the magic trick stuff, because like there's all these mentalism tricks that do stuff like that where you have to tell someone to pick a number, and so there are
Yeah,
these
but this isn't
number
like a magic
apps
trick.
where you can force someone. Well, there's a way to force someone to have a number in mind because of similar things like that. Just these like I think it belongs under the study of cryptology, cryptography, where you study number patterns, number theory, set theory, and how all these fucking numbers, how you can spit out certain numbers based on where they are on the number line. It's a really hard subject. It might be the hardest field of mathematics, which is cryptography. But yeah, that stuff's a mindfuck. Probability is hard as well. I mean, prime numbers are kind of mysterious themselves. Just prime numbers alone, like how do you go about finding a prime number? Like, how do you go about finding a prime number that hasn't been found yet? I guess I could look it up quickly. Like, what's the largest known prime number? And you could probably
Prime
find it.
numbers can't be divided by even numbers, I believe. So you're going to need something first that can't be divided by even numbers or multiplied by an even number. But from there, I don't know.
I always thought prime numbers were numbers that can only be divided by one in itself.
Yeah, that's what a prime number is.
But that's going to tend to be something odd. 1,
Yeah, and so
3,
Oh, it's
5,
always going to be an odd number. Yeah.
7, that sort of thing. So at the very least,
and
it's
so
going to be
how
odd.
would you go about discovering a new one? That would just be, you probably couldn't do it. It's probably impossible to do with just pen and paper, if I had to guess.
Yeah, at this point, they're probably in the fucking gazillions of prime numbers.
Yeah, that's why you need to get into that really advanced mathematical
You
field.
probably
to
just
find it.
like write a program that basically divides by each number previous to the number you're testing, basically, and have the program run through every previous number before that number and divide by it. And whenever it gets one that it can't divide by any of the numbers previously, it moves on to the next number in sequence and then divides by every number before it. And basically, that just let that program sit there and run and find prime numbers for you.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. I guess you can't do it just with your own head. You can't do it with your TI-80 9000
Well, you probably
calculator.
could for a while, but like if you think about it, pretty sure, unless there's some trick I don't know about, you would have like the amount of numbers you'd have to test to see if it can be divided by it would just keep going up as you got higher and higher, I think.
Mm-hmm. And so it looks like you have to find them just by brute force. Like there's no like formula to finding them. It's not like you can take some known prime numbers and then add a certain number to it or whatever. There's no magic trick to finding a new one. You can't. Maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe you can hypothesize that a certain prime number should exist here and then test it and then expedite the process that way so you don't have to do all that testing beforehand. But I don't know. I mean, that's over my head. I don't know how they go about that.
Well, all prime numbers, most if not all of them, appear to reduce to some sort of prime number plus some sort of even number, usually. You can't have a prime number plus a prime number because that's going to be an even number. So more than likely, your prime number is going to be some sort of prime number plus an even number. I guess you could start from there.
Makes sense, I guess that, yeah. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But that makes too much sense. Are you some kind of math genius?
We can just reason it from there.
Okay. We got a crypto math Nobel Prize laureate here. It's called the Lemonacci sequence when you find a new number, right? That was a play on words.
We'll
Lemon
see.
bird and Fibonacci.
We can reason this out together.
The Lemonacci sequence. There you go. Yeah, it says here the largest prime number right now has over 23 million digits in it. It's a big number. The Great Internet Mersenne Prime Search. It's called GIMPS. There's a project to find these big numbers. I remember taking like those chemistry classes. Remember like Avogadro's number, mole equations. Those were like huge numbers, where you have to like calculate how many atoms or molecules are in like a pound of lead or something. There's a whole it's a big part of chemistry, which is figuring out the chemical density of things. And there you're dealing with huge numbers. So a mole unit is a measurement that is the amount of pure substance containing the same number of chemical units as there are atoms and exactly 12 grams of carbon-12. 12 grams of carbon-12 in theory has 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd atoms. That's in 12 grams of carbon-12. And so a mole of some other elements, such as radon, or maybe radon's a bad example, some other element, oxygen, silica or something, would have to have the same number of atoms to be a mole unit. And that's when you're dealing with just ridiculous, like just huge numbers.
That made me think when Zanuck would try to say a mole is a specific number and mass is just a number or something. Like, I don't know. Like there was an unspecific number. He tried to like differentiate it like that.
Talking about specific mass or specific, I don't know.
Zanuck would try to define mass, and he would say, "Well, it's a specific number." I forget exactly. It's been a long time since I went down that fucking road with him. He would say, "No, it's not the amount of matter." He would say, "No, it's not the amount of matter. It's a specific amount of matter." Like there was a fucking difference.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, Ball.
I'm not sure if moles are connected with mass.
Hey, Ball, did you notice the little pattern there about what the mole is defined by?
6.022, that big number?
No.
Oh,
It
12,
says,
the number 12.
yeah, exactly.
12
Number
grams of carbon
12 appears twice in the explanation. It says, how many elementary entities as there are atoms in a here it is
12 grams of carbon-12.
Well, no. Oh shit. Well, why didn't it put it that way for me? The way it put it for me is 0.012 kilogram of carbon. Why didn't?
Oh, okay, yeah. We're just just reading off different definitions here.
No,
Same
but
thing.
at the same time, why didn't they put it in gram? No, wait, is a kilogram a thousandth of a gram or 1,000 grams? It's 1,000 grams, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
So yeah, it seems like a really weird way to put it. 0.0112 kilogram. Yeah, why didn't they just say 12 grams? That's
Yeah,
strange.
I think they're trying. I think yours is more technical. Yours is more. Your definition is more meant for like university kind of more nerdy people.
But yeah,
that's probably how they speak. They probably don't talk about grams. They probably talk about just kilograms.
Yeah, but a mole is the amount of elementary entities in
how many atoms there are in 0.012 kilograms of carbon-12. So it's a 1200th of amount of carbon-12. That's is I mean that has to be arbitrary, right? I mean it's completely arbitrary in both senses. Carbon-12 versus carbon anything else at the same time as a 1200th of a kilogram of carbon-12. I mean, seems like there's a fixation on 12ness here. Sounds like
Yeah, I
some
could look up
esoteric,
quickly like why exactly they chose carbon-12.
right.
I don't know, maybe it's somehow more readily accessible in a lab, the element carbon-12. Maybe it's found commonly in like lead or something. Or I don't know, where does
Well,
carbon come from? Like plant matter?
definitely not lead. No,
Yeah,
carbon,
not lead, yeah.
not lead. That's its own separate thing.
I was confusing like lead pencils with like carbon carbon pencils. In my mind, I was thinking of pencils. When I think of carbon, I think of like, I don't know, pencils. I'm thinking of like a puddle or like a little mound of like black and gray just dust when I think
No,
of carbon.
you're right. You're right about the whole pencil thing though, because they say like pencils have lead centers, but then at some point, or maybe from the beginning, I don't know. What they say graphite, carbon, right, is in the
Graphite
center of
lead,
pencils
yeah.
now.
I
Well,
swear I've heard the term graphite lead before. Graphite lead
yeah.
pencil.
Graphite. I don't know about that, but I'd be really interested to Google if pencils ever actually did have lead in the center of them. Like, was that real? Did pencils actually used to have lead in them?
Yeah, I think. Hold on. It says here's a myth buster. There's no lead in pencils. Rather, the core is made up of a non-toxic mineral called graphite. The common name pencil lead is due to a historic association with the stylus made of lead in ancient Roman times. So in ancient Rome, they made styluses out of lead, and then that sort of carried over into the marketing for graphite pencils.
Wow, that sounds so unreasonable. That's like
It's just
that's
nostalgia,
incredibly
yeah.
unreasonable.
Well, it's like the
Yeah,
nostalgia bias. We like to harken back to previous generations when naming conventions come down.
I guess so. If that story is to be believed, to me that sounds like really implausible. Just
It's a little out there.
Yeah, it's super out there. But thanks for telling me.
Well, as we know, the Romans used a lot of lead for all kinds of stuff, and then they obviously, being the Roman Empire, they wrote down a lot of stuff. Like we probably have reams of just documents from them that are written in this lead.
Well,
And then now it's probably
how do you
carefully preserved behind glass.
when it says stylus though, when it says stylus for the Romans, they use lead stylus. That could be just a stick that they use to carve into clay tablets or something. I don't know if they actually used lead styluses as like chalk on the sidewalk or on paper or something like that. I don't really know how they used their lead. Maybe it was just a stick to draw in the sand with.
I think lead fragments a little bit. So I think if you take like a I'm talking out of my ass by the way, but if you take like a parchment paper, or you take like you said like some sort of slate, some sort of rock, and you try to write on it, then yeah, you're probably gonna scratch the medium.
Well, they have a pen or a pencil right now that never runs out of ink because of some kind of metal that's inside of it or something. Like it never runs out.
No way.
Yeah, that reminds me of like if you ever had like a receipt
it's called
printer, like those receipt printers like never run out of ink, and it's probably a similar like element that's in there as like a receipt printer. So it's some kind of I don't know. I'm not an expert on printers. I'm trying to find out where they got Avogadro's constant from. I'm not even sure why I care, but this guy Emilio Avogadro, man, you should get a look at him. This definitely looks a little out there, but I guess he was a smart guy.
What's
I guess maybe
Avogadro's
he's
constant?
you put me on the spot there, but that was the number that was the mole number of
Okay.
number of carbon atoms.
Gotcha. The 6 quadrillion something.
Yeah, 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd.
Wow.
10 to the 23rd. So that's, yeah.
That's a
A
spicy
lot of zeros.
meatball.
Yes.
I'll tell you about
I'm
something
not.
I
Yeah,
looked
I'm not
into
sure this
the
guy
other
had a
day.
kid. To be honest. That's.
So
Go ahead. Yeah.
today I watched a really well produced video. Just like hands down, like this guy put a lot of effort into making this video himself. And I think it was a channel called Mr. Mythos. And I was watching his, I already mentioned this once, but I was watching his video on language and like the first language in sort of a biblical sense, and how a tradition was carried from, you know, the angels and Adam speaking a certain language, right? And then Adam being kicked out and sort of losing his ability to speak that language, and him popularizing his attempt to speak the language he originally spoke, but just couldn't quite do it the same after he got kicked out of the garden. And how that was like the leading language up until the time of the Tower of Babel, where that language was sort of stomped out or stamped out, and it just became a whole mess after that, with no traces left of even the misremembered form of the original. But then later came along Enoch, still in biblical times, who was given permission by God to receive the information of the original language that man used to speak, and his responsibility was to like reintroduce it to humankind, that, you know, it was time and he was the messenger. But then the flood happened before he could spread it to enough people, and that didn't work out so well. And then finally the most recent attempt that was impactful was Queen Elizabeth in the Renaissance. Queen Elizabeth I's right-hand man, mathematician, alchemist, scholar extraordinaire, John Dee, and his assistant he hired, who proved himself able to do the thing that he needed most. Because they say John Dee, the story goes, begged on his knees one night for like knowledge of the world, and an angel came down to him and gave him a crystal. And the angel said, "Hey, just look through this crystal and you'll get your answers." But it couldn't quite work for him. So it worked maybe like once for him, and he received some download, but then it wouldn't work anymore, and he kept on trying, getting frustrated. So he put out like a Craigslist ad for anyone to come try to use his gift from the angel, see if they could make anything of it. And everyone failed except for one guy, who eventually seemed to be able to look into the stone and communicate with angels and like fucking divine some deep ass knowledge from. And what they ended up working on was like rediscovering this original language that went from the angels and Adam to Enoch, to then they would be the third inheritor or understanders of this language. Although they didn't quite understand it, they definitely developed a whole bunch of charts. And that was a video that just tied so many different parts of history together, relating to this like search for the original language of man, that I didn't expect to, have such a long trek through history involving these different people, But apparently,
Final,
go ahead.
the final language. What did it sound like? What kind of, was it a romantic language or a ancient Latin language or what?
The original.
Hebrew.
So there's three names for it. There's it's called the Adamic language because that's what Adam like originally spoke with the angels, right? Or it's called the angelic language because Adam and the angels is what they spoke to each other, and Eve as well, I suppose. Or it's called the Enochian language, and there's tons of research being done on it till this day because we have the work of John Dee and Edward Kelly, these Renaissance alchemist magician guys, right? Who kind of provided us with everything we have to work with at this point. And we also have the rediscovery of the Book of Enoch, which maybe goes into sort of like an origin story of this language a little bit more in detail than the Bible does itself. And but obviously, there weren't any audio recording devices during Edward Kelly and John Dee's time. So I don't know. I don't know what it sounds like, but I did hear from this video that it has its own syntax, grammar, alphabet, just everything about it is completely unique and is like a complete language in every aspect of itself. And the way it was divined from the scrying mirror, the history goes is that John Dee had all these charts that were revealed to him, and there were let's say there were like 100 charts that were in grid patterns, and they were 49 by 49 spots, and the total was like 10,000 different characters. But he filled up all these charts with 10,400 different alphabetic characters, and they sort of had coordinates in a way that, by name, that Edward Kelly would look into the obsidian mirror and call the positions on the grids out, and John Dee would circle them and like record them in notes of what Edward Kelly was saying to him, and they'd spell out word by word, letter by letter, the messages from the angels in that way. However, at the end of every time they did this ritual, they would have to turn the entire script backwards and to read it clearly. And so, in order for this to be a con artist act, if the story goes in any way like they say it goes, the only way this could be a con artist act is if Edward Kelly invented a brand new language with no similarities to any other language and was able to memorize all 10,400 characters of his made-up language that he made himself, and then spell entire poems backwards in spelling off the top of his head.
What the? No way.
So it makes a good case for them actually having some sort of divination powers. However, it's just a story. And even the testimonies, those are also stories, since these are people long gone 500 years ago. So they could make up fake testimonials and fake stories and fake history about it all. But if any of it's to be believed, it's a very compelling case that there were two of these Renaissance guys who are very into, theurgy, as they would call it. And
say it again.
Really, theurgy, like theo, like God.
Theurgy.
And then urgy, yeah, theurgy.
Theurgy. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it is a real because it's a true story. You know what I mean? Or at least it's supposed to be like nonfiction. You know what I mean? And so it's really one of those like most interesting nonfiction
Nicholas
stories
Flamel,
that you'll hear
all that
about.
other. It's like all
exactly.
Hey,
Yeah, that's another good
Fundy.
one.
Fundy, have you read the book Theurgy of Arithmetic by any chance?
Not at all.
You'd probably enjoy it.
I'm sure it would.
Show us the Spark Notes.
Yeah, man. Lay it on us.
I can post a picture of it, I guess.
The Theurgy of Arithmetic?
Theurgy.
Yeah.
Sure, it's not theorem of arithmetic.
No, oh, sorry. It's the theology of arithmetic.
Theology.
Never mind.
That sounds even crazier.
Yeah, I'm still very interested in that.
Translated by Robert Waterfield. Let me see if I can link it for you. I don't have pick perms or anything in this server, so.
I just got Mandela affected. Wow. By this thing. Oh, okay. That's just a typo. I saw somebody type the word mathematical, like MATHMAT. They took out the E. Then that got me thinking, did they just change the spelling of mathematics? But yeah, I'm looking at the book now. Theology of Arithmetic. Oh, okay, symbolism of numbers.
Okay. Have you ever seen the breakdown of the numerical symbols, 0 through 1 through 9, about them being designed based upon the amount of angles in their symbol?
Oh yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, I have seen
Yeah,
that. I forgot about that.
I don't know how authentic it is, but it's very compelling on the surface. You're like, oh wow, that makes sense, just right off the bat.
Yeah, that's why I don't really read too much into the numbers, because it just seems like it just breaks down to something as simple as 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 3. It's kind of underwhelming. See,
Well,
our language that we use is not as like ornate as like Chinese writing. It's just we kind of use a very bland, very kind of scientific, simple kind of form.
I don't know, maybe in some aspects of vocabulary, but other aspects, I think English is like the most revealing and like esoteric.
Well, when you put
I
the
mean,
words together, but
it depends
aesthetically
on the
it looks.
subject, I think.
I think aesthetically it kind of looks like you don't get there's never a trend of tattooing just normal looking words on your arm. It's not like I
Well,
mean, yeah, there are some people that
they
get
say
like just
something.
love tattooed,
Right.
or like
Yeah.
mom or dad.
or Bible scripture or something.
But like the whole like the Sanskrit and the Chinese lettering took off more. Kind of got more of a life of its own with the and the astrological signs are more like, kind of appealing than the basic June, July, August, the word, the months spelled out, the symbols are a little bit cooler. I guess aesthetically they're cooler looking.
You know about the Jason in the months, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's a cool.
Yeah. June, August, September, October, November.
Well, the Greek alphabet. Well, I guess like the latest Greek alphabet, because there's like what do they call it? Linear A and B script. I'm not talking about those. I don't know anything about those. But like the Greek alphabet with the alpha, omega, beta, gamma, stuff like that. Those are extremely similar to the modern English alphabet. So this goes back. The symbols we use go back pretty darn far, and you've probably seen certain charts out there that compare like the Greek alphabet to say like the Hebrew alphabet, and sort of like how it's sort of just like a simplified version of like a previous alphabet, or how a lot of these different ancient alphabets have a lot in common with each other. Not Sanskrit, of course. That's a whole different sort of style, I think. Do you know do you know like the 5 different types of written language?
No, I don't. I'm not sure I even know one type.
Well, the alphabetical, right? There's alphabetical written language.
Okay.
So we're just talking about like you draw something to communicate like lots of information in a row. Well, yeah, alphabets are very phonetic, sure.
Yeah, I know that.
So there's obviously like hieroglyphs, right? And they can kind of tell a story through images, which is very similar to like emojis in a sense. Like we use hieroglyphs too in that sense.
Whoa! Don't say that to an Egyptian.
They'd be insulted.
They'd be like, "What?
No, yeah.
Say it again."
But yeah, there's like 5 different types of written language that can literally like
Pregnant
tell a story.
man emoji.
And alphabet would be the one we use, but then one of the other ones that people currently use are called abjads, and it's very
What the
similar
fuck?
to an alphabet in a sense, but abjads would be sort of like that Sanskrit sort of type where there's like a line that crosses the entire word, and then you
Right.
kind of add sort of like tails and little wisps to that like center line that goes across the whole thing.
Let me see. Sand. Is that what the Indians use?
We'll just search abjad. It's pretty much spelled like it sounds. Maybe throw
I'm
an
looking up
H in there as
Sanskrit.
well.
Same thing, right? Sanskrit.
Yeah, it should
Did you
be.
say Odd Job? The little Polynesian
with a
guy that
D-
killed people in James Bond movies?
No. Oh, by the way, you mentioned James Bond. Edward Kelly, Queen Elizabeth I, London, right? England. Edward Kelly was the first
Abja.
007. That was 007 was what Edward Kelly went by. He's the originator of that nickname. James Bond is a reference to Edward Kelly.
That went over my head.
I'm sorry, John D. John D. Right, Queen Elizabeth I, right hand man, Queen Elizabeth I, Queen of England, right? Elizabeth I. She had a right hand man, the guy I was talking about with the whole alphabet, ancient language studies thing, right? Her right hand man, the crazy scientist, alchemist dude, he signed his name. His epithet was 007. He created it for himself. He was the original 007. And James Bond, because it's the same location in the world, England or whatever, his spy name 007 is a reference to the first spy, because John Dee was also a spy.
The OG spy.
Yeah, he was the OG spy 007. He invented that for himself. James Bond just kind of stole it from him.
00 agent 007. Okay. It's a weird flex. So I'm looking at this Abjad, and the writing is tripping me out. It looks like musical notation. It's like just kind of squirrely, kind of dots and squiggles.
It is. I feel you there. It is really similar with that the whole crossbar thing and the
Yeah, it
curly
just
cues
looks
coming off
just
of it.
like it. Yeah, yeah. So is that like a musical language, Abjad?
Well, I don't know really. I don't really know about it. It's just a form of
Arabic.
written language that differs from the
Oh, it says here
alphabetical
it's at
written languages.
Arabic. Okay.
Arabic, Sanskrit, or stuff like those.
So that's a certain kind of alphabet.
Well, it's not a certain kind of alphabet. It's a certain type of written language.
It's a style type. I'm glad I wasn't Arab, because I would never learn all this shit. I would just
Oh, it
become
would come
illiterate
naturally.
and become a terrorist.
No, you'd have it in you. It'd just come naturally, just like the alphabet did.
All right. Thanks for believing in me, Fundy. I hope they make you the principal at the madrasa school. Believe in all your students.
I believe in you. Do you believe in me? I believe in you.
Go and put down that bomb. It's a wonderful feeling. You don't have to blow up the subway. Trying to make an uplifting Arab song.
You're a little racist there.
Hey, I did not create the Aladdin story, okay? I did
What, the
not
Disney Aladdin?
make big giant sultans out to be evil conniving creatures that just want to kill young couples in love for no reason.
That wasn't the Sultan. That was the Sultan's advisor.
Yeah, he just hates to see people happy. He's an incel.
Mm-hmm. What was his name?
Jafar.
Jafar and his parrot.
I don't remember that. That's another movie I haven't seen since I was like 9 years old or
Oh
something.
boy, that's a good one, man. Aladdin never gets old.
Dude, that was one of those fucking movies that the only time I ever saw it was when I was at like a female's house, because the girls liked watching that. So we'd be
Oh, you're
there like
missing
watching
out.
that shit. And so when
Prince Ali, Gloria
yeah
Alia Bavwa.
it's
Genuflect,
yeah,
some respect down on one knee. Oh,
and
that's
the
that's a
boys would
fucking
more likely
banger.
watch like Lion King or some shit. Boys would watch like Peter Pan movies and shit, and girls would watch like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast. Those
Yeah,
kind
I
of girly.
suppose. I'll tell you, man. If you haven't watched any of those Disney princess movies, you should. They're really good.
They're kind of cute. Some of them age a
No,
little bit better than the other
no,
ones.
man. They're really good. I mean, I'm talking about the classic ones. You know, like
Yeah, I
Sleeping
know what
Beauty,
you're saying.
Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, or not. Well, more that one's more male focused, but you know, well, actually, Sleeping Beauty is actually more about the journey of the knight who like kills some dragon and like defeats the villain to save her than it is actually about the princess herself.
Sleeping Beauty, you said?
Well, I guess Sleeping
In my
Beauty, like
mind, Sleeping Beauty and Snow White always gets confused in my mind.
well, both of them were put under a sleeping curse. So
Yeah, that's what's so confusing.
yeah,
Why didn't the people at Sleeping Beauty sue the Snow White people, or the other way around?
it's all part of the same thing.
They kind of stole the story there. Kind of copyright strike, right?
Well,
Like
it was the same company. They were just reusing their assets, you know.
yeah, recycling some of those
Uh-huh.
animations, those Easter eggs.
Hey, bro, if you need a good television show to watch, fucking Once Upon a Time. I think it aired on ABC, but they got it on Disney Plus, man. And that show is incredible, truly. My girlfriend recommended it to me. I thought
Is that a
it
newer
looked so
show?
girly at first. I don't know if it's so new. It's fairly recent, not like within the past 5 years or anything, but say like 11 years ago, 2012 maybe, 9 years ago.
It's called Once Upon a Time.
Once Upon a Time, that's
It's
a great show.
oh, it's a real live action show. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
thinking cartoons. Okay. Never
It's
watched it.
it's all about syncretism. So that's why I like it so much.
This shit looks trippy.
Yeah, it's really great.
Oh,
So
it's very yeah.
they
It's
take
very
all
like
of the fairy tale characters and they make it so that there's like the real world and then there's the magical fairy tale world, and that they're like parallel dimensions, parallel realities. And the funny thing they do is that all the characters that were ever mentioned in fairy tale stories, they make them all into the story to be living in the same realm. So, somewhere, down the road, Humpty Dumpty lives down the road, and then in the neighboring kingdom, you got
that
Prince
fucking
Charming in that kingdom, and then in some distant land, but still the same universe, right? Still the same realm. Somewhere, maybe a 5-hour horse carriage ride away, got like Rumpelstiltskin, and they all end up like bumping into each other and interacting. So you got Beauty, you got the Beast and Beauty and the Beast and Belle and Prince Charming and all these different fairy tale characters, all eventually like running into each other. Captain Hook, Peter Pan, the whole the works.
all
And
of them. Holy fuck.
yeah, all of them, and they make them all interact with each other. And
It's
the
kind of
funny
like
thing
Shrek.
is, let me tell you one of the things that really sticks out. Like, it's just amazing the way they blend stories together. So, you know how Captain Hook was wronged by a giant by an alligator, right?
Yeah, bit
The
off his
reason,
hand.
yeah, the reason he has a hook hand is because the alligator harmed him. And the thing is, they take this character Rumpelstiltskin, and the thing is, they kind of do a remix of it all in order to like syncretize it all. And so Rumpelstiltskin is Rumpelstiltskin an independent story, but then there's also he plays the role of the Beast in Beauty and the Beast. And then, but he also plays the alligator because the type of beast they made him into when he became the Dark One was his skin became scaly, like a reptile. So they took these three different characters and they sort of combined them into one, which then brings together Peter Pan, who hates, Hook, who hates the crocodile, who is now Rumpelstiltskin, who is also now married to Belle
Hear that
from Beauty and
ticking
the
sound?
Beast. No, they don't ever use the clock motif in
I was gonna
Once Upon a
say,
Time.
Captain Hook's watch is inside his stomach, right?
I don't know about that. Maybe in the original, or I don't know. I don't know why he's got a problem with that. Maybe because they're in Never Neverland in that story,
Yeah,
and
the
like
crocodile ate his
time is at
watch,
a
and he
standstill.
had to reach. He tried to get his watch back and get off his hand.
Oh, is that the original story?
Captain Hook fucked around and found out.
Mm-hmm.
Got his hand. They bit his hand off, and then he got the hook hand. Have you ever seen
Yeah, but
somebody in real life with a hook hand? Have you ever seen that before?
my dad told me stories. I haven't, but my dad told me stories of this very, very tough girl who everyone sort of kept their distance from because they were afraid of her. She had a hook for her hand, but he told me one time like there were some bullies who were like picking on my dad and stuff, and this like hook-handed girl who everyone was afraid of came and like saved the day, like beat off the bullies, like sunk her hook into them and like scared them off.
What the fuck?
I know, right?
So your
Hey,
dad
man,
was basically
it's
living. Your
probably in
dad's
like
life
the
was basically
70s,
a
you
Disney
know?
movie.
Yeah, totally.
Disney movie, fucking. They're all out there with their bowl cuts and fucking skateboards that weigh like 70 pounds each and shit. Fucking
Yeah, with
walking
metal
around.
wheels.
Metal wheels,
Yeah,
right?
those skateboards
Santa
had fucking metal
Cruz
wheels.
stickers.
Uh,
Fucking checkerboard, canvas shoes, all that shit. The girl with the hook. Wow. I think
yeah, man.
I think I've only seen a hook hand person once. He was a tough looking person. You don't
He
mess with
better
somebody
be.
with a hook hand. Yeah.
Oh no, you sure don't. But I'll tell you,
Thing
man,
sharp.
there's two shows that I consider the most syncretistic shows of all time. It's Once Upon a Time and a cartoon called One Piece.
Jeez, it's funny. I've just like never seen any of these shows. I never even heard of
Well,
One Piece.
well, no other shows have ever taken so many separate stories and then told those stories as if they were all interconnected stories in the same world. That's what
Right.
both of those shows do,
Hard to
and
do. Yeah.
I fucking love it. I mean that I don't know that
Kind of
just
cool.
really, yeah.
Kind of it's thrilling to watch.
Well, it's so
Kind of
fun to see
sucks
how
you
they
in.
like take things that you've always thought were separate and connect them right in front of your eyes. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's the whole like extended universe thing, you know. It's like taking a good story and then making sure it never ends. Keeps feeding you more and more stuff. Keeps you on your toes.
I honestly think that the Once Upon a Time story does such a clever job that I almost find it hard to believe like humans wrote this story. You know, like
Yeah, right.
honestly, it's
Made by
so
aliens.
clever. It's so clever that it's
It's a
almost
mindfuck.
like it's almost like there was like some story that had
Supercomputer
all
made
these.
it.
Oh no, I'm not coming from that angle. It's almost the way it makes me feel is that there was once a story that was like a really long story, like the Bible or something, right? And then every fairy tale was actually based upon just one chapter of this original text, and it was sold to us individually. And the people who wrote Once Upon a Time got their hands on the original text that all these separate fairy tales were that actually came from, and they just sort of like had their way with it, and like as if they already understood that all of these stories actually were part of one larger story, and it wasn't them who actually like took all these separate things and found a way to like work out their differences and come bring them together, but just kind of I don't know, had a peeked behind the curtain, you know, had like an inside man or insider knowledge, because it just blows me away the cleverness of how they intertwine all these things that seem, you know, we're told are so separate growing up, that and they just like flawlessly integrated everything into one cohesive universe story. It just blew me away.
Did you ever, growing up, did you ever read the Sherlock Holmes stories? Were you ever into that?
No, not really. Not the originals or anything. Just, you know, spin-off type references and stuff, but never the original Sherlock Holmes texts.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes is almost like the Lord of the Rings of like crime, you know, because he creates this like whole universe like within London of like all these crimes and stuff that's going on, the kind of all this intrigue going on within like, man, I've forgotten so much of it, but within the Scotland Yard and Sherlock Holmes and his investigative unit he's built up. And so many of like the mysteries, like they overlap with each other. There's like all kinds of little nuggets kind of here and there.
Oh, that's
and
fun.
so it's like, yeah, that's what it is. It's like a fun way of storytelling where the crimes, all the little crimes, all the little stories, all the little novellas are all kind of connected a little bit here and there.
Yeah, callbacks and foreshadowing.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah, it's wow stuff. It's a very it's a very advanced form of storytelling, which is to take
you know that term?
to create like a go ahead to create like a whole like house of cards. Go ahead.
I was just asking, do you know that term allusion?
Illusion. Yeah. Alluding back and forth.
No, not illusion. Allusion.
No, alluding. Yeah, making allusions.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Alluding to this and that. Yeah.
Such an interesting like mechanic and storytelling that you can use, you know.
Yeah. And it is funny because like all of us in our own lives we do it too. Because everybody lies and tells stories to some extent. We all like tell white lies or blatant lies, you know what I mean? I've read that like kids in us child development, they start learning how to lie at the age of like 2, or I don't know, as soon as they start learning how to talk, basically. Kids like learn how to. I once read a long essay about like how kids develop the ability to lie and stuff like that.
Oh, totally.
And so like
well,
we have
you know what they're
all
doing?
these.
They're exploring. You know, when a kid lies, you know, at a really young age, he's testing the boundaries. You know, he's like a blindfolded person on a plateau. There you go. But he's like a blindfolded person on a plateau who's like inching closer and closer and feeling things out to see where the edge lies. You know, kids do this all the time. They sort of like they just play around and test to see like what they can get away with and what like might be dangerous. You know, they're always trying to like push the envelope and see how far they can get. I mean, I did the same thing, right? I had some sort of time to be home by, right? Like, make sure you're home before dark, right? Or, hey, mom, can I go play with my friends? You know? And she's like, sure. I'm like, how long can I have? She's like, 3 hours, right? Go play with your friends for 3 hours. And I'd take my bike and I'd have like a clock with me, right? And I'd see how far I could ride my bike in an hour and a half to see, you know, what's the extent I can get away from my house within 3 hours and get back on time. You know what I mean? Just sort of, you know, that's what kids do. They just they explore and they sort of try to feel where the fence is.
Right. Yeah, there's all kinds of depends. Yeah, it depends on what kind of punishment, and depends on the kind of living situation, what their parents are like. But I was gonna say that Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say that like we as adults or people in general, we all getting back to illusion and storytelling is we do have a certain stable of lies. We have certain things that we say, certain mannerisms, whatever lies in general, white lies, outright lies,
Uh-huh.
manipulative kind of go-to phrases, stuff like that. And so we're always kind of alluding in our own lives, between certain things. Like we'll bring up this story in this situation and another story in another situation to kind of because we know it'll get us out of certain jams here and there.
Right.
And so
Who broke this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah. I don't know is like one of the classics, right?
right,
Who did? I don't know.
right, exactly, right. And then
You're
and then
the one
sometimes
who
you say
did
I
it,
don't
but
know
all you
because you
gotta
want to
say is I
protect,
don't know.
and sometimes you do know and you want to protect someone else and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
and so
that
a good
too.
storyteller, like a fiction writer, is gonna like probably call back on their own kind of experience of like learning how to connect different things throughout their life. So like their own skill and technique of like navigating the world, of weaving this story into that story.
Definitely.
So they take their own like psychological experience and then from there create a story out of it.
Yeah, they have to. That's exactly what I was saying earlier about like how I doubt that humans could have written the Once Upon a Time storyboard, Because like someone had to have all this cleverness within them to draw from in order to make the story. Because you can only make a story, you can only source a story from yourself, right? Sure, you can borrow from stories you've
Right.
read, but in a sense, you're still drawing it from yourself because you had to read the book and absorb it. And then you can, use it to your leisure or benefit or whatever. But yeah, every story has to be created from the author's mind. That's sort of what I've said about like Harry Potter, just as an example. In certain times when I'm talking about a certain thing, I won't bring it up now, but just the connection there is like every character in Harry Potter is like an aspect of J.K. Rowling. It's just that she might have taken a piece of herself and like embellished it, like she thinks of like some of the noble actions she's done in her life, and then she says, well, what if there was a character who did some of those noble actions like me, but always took the noble choice, or what if there was a slimy character in a similar way that I've had thoughts about being slimy, what if I just made this character in my story just like how I know how to be slimy, but he always takes the slimy route of behavior. It's always, every character in a story is just an aspect of the author's personality, maybe like exaggerated to fill a whole personality archetype, or you know what I mean? They
Oh
always
yeah,
gotta
well,
draw.
actually specifically with J.K. Rowling, she's actually she was heavily motivated. Like she's clearly like some sort of like she's kind of like a feminist writer. It's like she's got that whole like cultural critique going on in her stories. So she was
I don't know.
actually
I don't know
motivated
about
by
that.
well look at the okay, so you look at the House of Slytherin. They're all like these kids that are mean to like mudbloods, right? The House of Slytherin are kids in the School of Magic who are prideful about being pure blood,
Right, some like arrogant
magical.
Hitler shit.
Yeah. And she was and when J.K. Rowling was coming up, there was a British politician named Enoch Powell, who was like Enoch Powell was like the Donald Trump of Great Britain, or like the Mussolini of Great Britain. He was like a hyper nationalist, like a hyper nationalist, all white nation type politician.
Very,
And
very
so she,
synchronistic that you say his name is Enoch.
yeah, Enoch, right? Book of Enoch, right?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's crazy.
So yeah, you're right. So Enoch Powell was a famous like white nationalist style politician, and so she was like in college or something. She was like activist against all that stuff, and so she had thought up of like the House of Slytherin as being kind of like young men, like young Republican men, basically, who are followers of Enoch Powell, and then like the House of Gryffindor are like more of the like Burger King Kids Club type kids who are like mixed race or whatever, and they're like in opposition to the bad guys, to the bowl cut kind of blonde haired kids. So yeah, she was certainly somewhat politically motivated, but she definitely has like more basic down to earth, like motherly instinct kind of storytelling in her
Well, the thing
stories,
is,
and she of course uses just some blatant like fairy tales, right? Like the Philosopher's Stone is a spin-off of Nicholas Flamel, like going back to Alchemist, like a real
I mean,
a
she even
real
uses him by name,
yeah. So she does
Dumbledore,
harken back to the actual
Dumbledore's
mythology of
alchemist friend is the keeper of the Philosopher's Stone, which is the historical Nicholas Flamel.
Basilisk. Basilisk is like a famous like underworld creature of I guess pagan lore maybe. Yeah, so she definitely draws upon basic lore fiction.
Basilisk was a man's name.
I think basilisk is like it's like an ancient trope of like a giant underground snake that haunts like people in general.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, I definitely see her like political critiques, whatever, in her story. But at the end of the day, it is all wrapped up in a very generic hero's journey story. It follows the overall sort of cycle, the hero's journey cycle thing, right?
Coming of age, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, totally. By the way, I recently learned a little bit more about. I didn't learn the whole story. I want to, but I just didn't have the time because I've been looking into it for the past 2 days. The whole Hercules 12 Labors story. You know about that one?
No. Nope.
Oh, well, it was really fun learning about from some of these YouTube videos, giving summaries of Hercules 12 Labors. Have you ever even heard about that by name at all?
No, I've heard of Hercules. I've heard of
Yeah.
Hercules
So
was like this Greek warrior, right? Who was really strong.
Yeah,
Did all kinds of superhuman shit.
He was son of Zeus, but with a mortal woman, so demigod, right? Mortal.
Okay.
He could die. He's not immortal. He could definitely die by the hand of another man or an animal. Like gods can only be killed by gods, but a demigod is mortal. He could be killed by a beast or something. So you got Hercules, and so he's in danger. He's mortal. But his dad is Zeus, and there's this whole situation going on with his like jealous wife. Well, I don't know if jealous is the right word because Zeus cheated on her, so maybe just upset wife would be better. And so she tries to like sabotage Hercules' life, right? Just kind of tries to screw him over from the moment he's born. However, Zeus ends up like letting Hercules suck on her tits and drink her breast milk as a baby while she's sleeping. And so Hercules gets super strength because he got to breastfeed all night while Hera was sleeping. And so he got a little bit of that divine nectar. And so he's like this he has a sort of stepmom, if you want to call it that. He has a stepmom who's a god who he breastfed from and gained super strength from that. His dad is Zeus. His mom is just some mortal who no one cares about anymore in the story. But he ends up like being kind of a dick and regretting his decision and then like asking for forgiveness, right? And in order to get forgiveness, he has to do 10 chores for like the man who he like wronged the most, right? And gods are involved and promises and contracts are also involved, but at the end of the day, Hercules, in order to like regain his honor and be accepted in a sense in lots of different ways, has to complete these 10 tasks. Now, two of the
12.
tasks, well, no, 10 of the tasks, so 2 of the 10 tasks he completes, but the person who asks him to do it, every single task that the person asks Hercules to do is trying to give him impossible tasks. He's all like the person who asks Hercules, he's like, oh yeah, you can have your honor back as long as you do these 10 chores for me. And every one of the tasks that is asked of Hercules in order for him to regain his honor is supposed to be impossible, right? Just literally impossible. Where there's not, like, the person who asks Hercules to do this has no hope that Hercules could even do this. They're trying to get Hercules to kill himself. But every single time, Hercules ends up succeeding against all odds, right? Against all odds, somehow he's able to complete it. But because it's sort of like a contract situation, the person who asks him to do the favors to regain his honor and prove himself uses legalese, right? Sort of like oh, well, your friend helped you do that, and I told you to do it alone, right? Or, this job is just for you, and your friend helped you do it, so this one doesn't count. And so two of the 10 original tasks of Hercules' labors are disqualified and are replaced with 2 more tasks in their place. So it goes from 10 and becomes 12 because legalese gets involved and Hercules broke the agreement of that task, and so it gets replaced by a new one. But
so he eventually does all of them, or
I think so. Like I said, I haven't gotten to the end, but I do believe.
I think he does, if I remember right.
Right. I'm pretty sure he does complete all 12 tasks. However, one of the most interesting, like, feel-good parts about me looking into this is that, I saw the number 12, right? Hercules' 12 labors. And I say, uh-oh, 12. What do you think comes to mind when I hear 12, right? You know me.
12 eggs in a dozen?
No. There's the Zodiac, of
12
course,
months
right?
in a year?
The Zodiac, of course, right? You know
12
me.
months, yeah.
I'm always talking about Zodiac stuff.
You're the Zodiac
So,
killer.
No, it's not me. That's my dad. Anyways,
Oh, wow.
Blues. Oh, fuck.
That's an
Anyways,
easy like $100,000 reward right there.
it's family, bro. You don't snitch on family. Anyways,
Okay.
so
Solid.
when I saw Hercules and his 12 labors, I'm like, okay, 12. Okay, so probably some Zodiac shit going on here. That's my first thought, right? And so I start, listening to the summaries, and what do you know? Hercules' 12 labors, out of the 5 that I've read into, just summarized by people on YouTube, 3 of them literally mention 3 of the tasks literally result in the creation of the constellation, right? So for an example, there's a horse. So Hercules kills the Hydra, and the Hydra's blood is poisonous. And Hercules prepares for his next task, his next labor, by dipping his arrows for his bow and arrow in the Hydra's blood so that his arrows become more deadly, right? So he ends up getting to a fight, but then someone who's like a friend of his ends up picking up one of the arrows that he shot at someone else, but then is very clumsy and ends up dropping one of his poison-tipped arrows on his foot when it slips out of his hand. And so Zeus, who, Hercules' father, takes pity on his son's friend and says, "Oh, Hercules, I'm so sorry that your centaur friend dropped a poison arrow on his foot. Let me help you out there because the centaur is also immortal, and so the poison, even though it hurts him, can't kill him. So Hercules' centaur friend accidentally, gets himself stuck with the poison arrow, and because he's immortal, the poison can't kill him, so he just goes into like eternal suffering, right? So Zeus takes pity on the suffering poison centaur who can't die from it, only suffer from it, and decides to release him from his physical shackles and turns him into the constellation of Sagittarius the Centaur. And so, and there's three other instances like that in the first 5 that I've learned about. And so I was my gut feeling that Hercules' 12 labors has something to do with the zodiac has ended up being a spot on prediction. Where if you look, I'm sure if I look into the original source material, probably each 12 labors is the creation story of how the stars were arranged and put that way in the sky, ordained by the gods. Like they, you know what I mean? Like the gods created the constellations of the zodiac, and this is all of their origin stories.
That's yeah, it's pretty wild. He made the constellations.
Yeah, I guess Zeus made the constellations. Although there was another one where there's a crab, right? There's a crab who was the Hydra's assistant, right? So Hercules has a cousin, and
maybe they should rename Hollywood Herculewood.
Well, do you know the
because that's where stars are created.
Do you know the esoteric meaning behind Hollywood?
No, I don't. Not really. No. I know there's a city called Hollywood in Ireland. That's about all.
I don't know about that. That's interesting. But so Hollywood, there's a tree called a holly tree, and the holly tree is made of Hollywood, and historically in fairy tales and stuff, wizard wands, magic wands, are made of wood, but not just any wood. Wizard wands are made of the wood of a holly tree. So Hollywood is named after the wood used in wizarding wands to cast magic. Hollywood, and you've heard of the expression Hollywood magic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, it's magical place Hollywood. But that's where the
Magical
stars are
wands.
made. That's where stars.
Yep.
Stars are made. That's why I was saying Herculewood.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's where the stars are made. Very nice. But the you know the zodiac sign Cancer.
Yep.
So Hercules went to go fight the Hydra. So it should be just a one-on-one fight. This is one of the examples of where Hercules got disqualified from, even though his labor was to kill the Hydra, and he did kill the Hydra, he was disqualified because Hercules had his cousin come along for this one. Hercules would slice off the Hydra's head, which would grow back into 2 more, right? But his cousin would take a hot iron or something on fire, and he would sear the decapitated neck, right? So Hercules chops it off, and then his cousin burns the neck so that it can't grow back into more heads. And eventually, they do that. Eventually, they do it to all the heads and succeed in killing the Hydra. But the thing is that even though Hercules had an assistant, the Hydra also had an assistant that was fighting on his behalf. So it wasn't 2-on-1, Hercules and his cousin versus the Hydra. It was actually Hercules. It was 2-on-2. Hercules and his cousin versus Hydra and a giant crab. And at the end of the fight, Hercules ends up kicking the crab in the nuts.
Oh, that
so
makes sense.
hard.
Okay.
Hercules ends up.
There's something called a Hercules crab. Now that makes sense.
Yeah, that's very interesting. But yeah, just to finish the story, Hercules ends up kicking the crab so hard that it flies up into the sky and becomes the zodiac sign Cancer.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Well, yeah, there's a Hercules crab, isn't
Kick the
there?
crab. Yeah.
There's also
I always thought it was called a
Hercules
Hercules
beetle.
crab because I thought maybe the Hercules crab was strong. It could beat me in an arm wrestle.
Oh, that's probably what it's based on, to be honest.
No, I guess maybe it has to do with the story of the crab because Hercules kicks crabs.
It might, but there's also a Hercules beetle. But a beetle is a sort of crab, or a crab is a sort of beetle, I suppose you could argue.
I never heard of the Hercules beetle. Which one is that?
It's a really cool one. It's black and long and has giant pincers and always wins beetle fights. You ever heard about people doing that? like
Barely,
going out
yeah.
to the woods and
I
collecting
remember
beetles.
there used to be videos of those on YouTube, but they usually get struck down because it's like it falls under animal cruelty, I guess. Beetle
Insects
fights,
are animals. No, I'm just
insect
kidding.
fights.
Although
I
we
guess some
all
of
we
those
all do
insect
kind of,
fights are like kind of brutal, I guess.
yeah, I
Falls under
suppose up
animal
close up to
cruelty.
them.
Yeah, it's animal cruelty. There's always some person sets up that fight. It's done in bad spirit.
I feel a
It's
little
not
less
done in good
guilty
faith.
about betting on it than like say rooster fights or something though, or dog fights. I mean,
Or
it's just a
gladiator
couple of
fights.
dumb beetles, or gladiator fights.
Yeah, I feel like a real asshole when I bet on gladiator matches. I kind of feel when I'm driving home, I look in that rear view mirror and I kind of look back at myself and I'm just thinking what an asshole I am. It's very bleak stuff.
Jesus will forgive you.
There used to be these like rumors on the internet, like dark web stuff that like gladiator fights still exist. That used to be like one of those like iceberg type meme things that like this is still going on. It's happening in Mexico. It's happening in like Qatar or something. I don't know. That hasn't been confirmed.
It's called the
Seems a little
UFC.
far fetched. Yeah, we have the UFC. They don't fight to the death, but they fight to the point of just bleeding and yeah, it's kind of UFC is definitely a more controlled environment. I mean, the mat itself don't they fight on like a crash mat? Like it's kind of bouncy.
Yeah,
Like
all
you can
boxing
smack your
rings or
head on it,
whatever. Yeah, it's got a
and it's
little bit
all
of
right.
flex
It's
to
not
it.
like it's a sidewalk or something.
Oh, not at all. Yeah, that'd be brutal.
That would be brutal.
You ever been in a fight?
Not a true cage match. A physical fight?
No, just like a verbal fight.
Verbal fight, yeah. It's like the easiest one to get into.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, a physical fight with fucking swords and guns,
No, not with swords.
shields. What about
Not
fists?
really. No, I never really been punched. Not really.
Dude, I was just gonna say some of these people sound like they've never been punched in the face before.
Now, I've never been in a fight that's lasted more than like one single like action sort of, or maybe like a cause and a reaction sort of thing. I've been in a couple of fights like that where it settled like instantly. However, I've never been punched in the face except for at a certain time in my life. I was like, man, I've never been punched in the face. So I asked my friend, I told him back in like I'd say 2015. I was like, hey, bro, just take it easy on me, because he was telling me about fights he's been in and stuff, and I was like, man, I never even been punched in the face. Like, you want to just do me a favor, bro, and like just give me like a sort of held back punch to the face just so I can see what that's like, because it's kind of hard to punch yourself in the face. And he did it, and so I experienced a punch to the face, not a full-fledged one though. You know what I mean? What about you, Jimmy? You ever been unloaded on the right to the chin?
Bro, I've been in a lot of fights, yes. And being punched in the face by your friend and having him hold back does not count as being punched in the face.
All right, well, it's similar. You can't deny that.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bro.
Oh, it's a sensation. It's definitely a fucking stimulating sensation.
Yeah, but you don't get the adrenaline of actually being in the fight and shit. Like, I don't know. I've been in a lot of fights and
We're not talking about your feelings, all right? We're talking about physical interactions.
What's up?
I said we're not talking about your feelings. We're talking about a physical
Yeah.
interaction, a
This
blow.
isn't family.
Yeah.
This isn't about, oh, I felt so overwhelmed by my adrenaline pumping. Oh, I was so hyped up, guys.
I'm just saying it's different
Hold
when
me
you're
back,
when
bro.
you're in an
Hold me back.
actual if you're in an actual fight and you get the adrenaline pumping, you can take a lot more pain.
Well, sure, but
I
I'm
hear
not
that.
saying that I'm not saying I haven't been in an altercation like that. Like I just said, like someone's fucking like stolen something from me, and then I just fucking like literally shove them so hard that they like fall back and get pretty injured before, like don't steal my stuff. That's what's gonna happen. And I won't say, if we want to talk about our feelings, yeah, You know, I had that they stole something very valuable from me, and then I took it back and fucking knocked him out. But that I didn't get punched in the face, so it's sort of a I
Funny's a
didn't
big
need to
guy.
get I didn't need to get punched in the face to have that same sort of feeling. But that's not what we were talking about.
Yeah, you're just talking about the feeling of being punched in the face, right?
Yeah, just getting punched in the face, which I have experienced, and I've also experienced what you were talking about the like adrenaline rush of an altercation like that. But those have never happened side by side with each other. I've never been pumped from full adrenaline in an altercation and also gotten punched in the face. It's just I've been lucky in a sense, I guess.
I don't
How
know
would you
how you could.
how would you
I
compare
don't know how
getting
you
hit
could
in the
make it
face
through
with a
that far without.
baseball to getting hit with a punch?
What?
Getting hit with a baseball. Have you ever been hit in the face with a baseball?
Not in the face.
I have a few times. Yeah, that shit hurts. That
I've been
shit's like
whacked with I've been
probably
whacked with
close to getting
sticks a
hit,
few
getting
times.
punched. Yeah. Like just from sporting, I've gotten like the equivalent of like physical fight.
Hmm.
I've gotten injured playing football, and one of the injuries was definitely like malice. The person was trying to like hurt me. Because football is like a simulated like fighting, you know,
War.
like
Yeah, it's
controlled
like
fighting.
yeah.
Like a lot of the injuries on a football field are just done out of pure like just meanness, just being an asshole.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how hard you can actually get away with hitting someone in a game of soccer if like that's their actual intention. Because the only rule of soccer is that you got to be going for the ball, but that doesn't mean you can't like body check someone as hard as you want. The only rule about body checking is that you can't literally like put your hands to their like body and like push them.
Right.
That's really the only rule involved there.
Yeah,
So I've
soccer you
definitely
can fuck with people.
yeah, I've definitely like been running full speed and another person running full speed, both going for a ball and just like literally just slamming into each other hard as fuck.
Ram style. Yeah, a lot of sports is just like kind of certain kind of warfare. A lot of the sports out there. People do
I
wild
remember
things when they play sports.
I remember there was one time I got body checked so hard that like my vision did like a like I don't think my eyeballs actually like went up into my like looked upward or anything, but just like I was discombobulated that like my brain malfunctioned, that like my vision like it wasn't like the spins like when you're drunk or something where the room is spinning horizontally, but I got hit so hard that like my vision did like a backflip. You know what I mean?
The living daylights.
I didn't know which way was up.
You said this was soccer?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the way I played, people kind of knew, like, I'll come at you that way, you better come at me that way, and it ends up getting a little extreme sometimes, especially when there's like sort of people get to know each other as sort of like rivals in a sense. It's like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna come hard at you, you can come hard at me. We're fucking like like I said, rivals in a sense. In it to win it. Maybe took it a little too seriously for a children's game, of course, right?
Have you ever heard of like theories about like the Great Reset? All the Great Reset theories?
Sure.
Well,
What about them?
when you're a kid, you experience those. Like if you hit your head really fucking hard, it's like, wow, my brain was just reset. Like I could remember certain moments of a kid like getting a certain injury, and just like my brain was like reset at that moment. Like your shit got so fucked up. You're like, oh fuck, Great Reset for me. Everything I just forgot everything I learned for the last 5 years.
Wow,
Time
I've
to
never
start all
heard
over
of.
again.
That's impossible. What are you talking? What are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm just saying when you're a kid, you sometimes get real fucked up. Like you get fucking thrown around.
Yeah, but I
And
don't
then it's
forget the
just so
past 5 years of my life.
well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little, but
Okay, yeah,
it really
bring it back down
disorients
to
you.
reality.
Yeah, it's kind of disorienting, you know what I mean? It's traumatic, that's what I'm trying to say.
Probably one of the most serious like like impacts I did was probably like launching off of a bike ramp on like the a pedal bicycle, and just totally just I can't even remember what happened. Like probably just got flung off the handlebars, over the top, real fast, and didn't prepare for the impact. Just kind of slammed to the ground off of a bike. I'm sure we've all fallen off of bikes plenty of times.
Right. And so that kind of like knocked the wind out of you, or you just kind of fell hard or something.
So I mean, sort of like a brain, involving like your sort of awareness, like your whole consciousness. There's a certain feeling you get, when you're smacked in the head a little bit. It's a very interesting feeling. I don't even know how to describe it when your brain gets jostled
Yeah,
a bit.
I got like 5 or 6 staples in the side of my head once from hitting a file cabinet, fucking around.
Oh, jeez.
Damn.
All kinds of shit, man. I've been battered, beaten, and battered. I got a glass eye. I had to have fucking backs. Just all kinds of. I've been in so many car accidents, I couldn't even tell you. Probably 10. At least 10 car accidents.
You got a glass eye right now?
Yeah.
That's intense, bro. Do you ever like swap it out with like a different color than your like real eye? Like have a
No,
blue
that'd
and a
be
brown?
dope though. Like that last action hero movie, I know.
Husky dog eyes.
Can people tell, when they see you?
Not really. They usually just think I got like a lazy eye or something.
Damn, bro, I didn't know that. That's I mean, it's kind of cool, but also like very unfortunate. I feel for you, man.
Fine. It happened when I was real young, so I'm used to it. But
are you able to pop it in and
yeah.
out whenever you want?
No, I don't take it out. I could. It's hard to get back in, so I don't really pull it out like that.
Man, that's really something.
Yeah,
Kind of feel like
crazy.
Kind of feel like that's a hard act to follow. I was gonna say something about getting like the wind knocked out of me, but now someone's gonna hit you in the face sometime, and your eyeball's gonna pop out. And they're gonna be like, "What?"
No, that's never even happened.
Go ahead.
My fights have been after I've had a glass eye. Only a few were before it. It happened when I was real young.
I see.
One time I had this crazy ass fucking elementary school teacher in 4th grade, Mr. Alman. And he made me and this other kid just go. This other kid kept fucking with me, and he made us just go fight in the gym, just fist fight.
I don't think that's legal.
It's definitely not legal. This guy would not have made it this day and age with the shit he used to do.
Did you win?
I mean, it was kind of a draw.
Ah, okay. See,
we hit each other a bunch of times, and then went back to class. I actually ended up being friends with the kid.
You must have been pretty young, huh?
Yeah, we were in 4th grade. That's actually how I met a lot of my friends. Was like we would fight and then be friends, like a man thing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I totally feel you there. I was only saying you must have been young because my girlfriend was telling me stories about fights she's been in, and I'm like, yeah, that was definitely a girl fight. Yeah, she's saying like, oh, I got in a fight when I was like 18 or something. And I'm like, oh boy, if I got in a fight like just somewhere, like when I was 18, like I don't know, like someone's gonna and then she's like, oh, we just kind of walked away, afterwards after we had enough of each other. Like, man, I don't know. I just assume if two men get in a real fight, like someone's either dead or hospitalized at the end of it. You know what I mean? Or else you.
Oh yeah, when you get older, shit starts getting fucking real serious. Like, people end up doing prison time because you go to the bar, you get in a bar fight. There's a lot of one-hit punches that kill people. It happens. Maybe not a lot, but it definitely happens.
Yeah, people can really pack quite a punch when they're
One of my
matured.
friends is doing life right now because his girl was cheating on him. He went to her house. He went to the house that she was at. The kid came out with a baseball bat, and he ended up killing him.
There was some guy. There was some guy fucking like raiding my ashtray in my backyard, right? And I just went out for like a smoke, and this dude's like rummaging through my ashtray, and I got like my back door is right next to my kitchen. The kitchen has the back door in it, and so I just like happened to have a knife right next to the back door, right? And, so I grabbed it because it's like a stranger right there in front of me, right? And he started walking away, but the thing was he rode his bike and he parked on the side of the house, and so I just kind of walked him off my property. I'm like, dude, like you like do you want like I kind of just spoke to him as I kind of walked him away, but the whole time I was thinking like I could literally do anything I want to, fucking like rummaging through my property right outside, like literally a foot away from my back door, and it's like I'm not gonna hurt you, but I made it very clear to him. I'm like, what do you think is gonna happen? Like what if my girlfriend walked out the back door instead of me and screamed?
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not.
probably just
I'm
looking
not.
for some roaches or something, or some
Of
cigarette
course
butts.
he was. Yeah, of course he was. It's just such a risky thing to do. Like coming up to someone's back door, looking through their shit, like in the middle of the night. I'm like, boy, oh boy, you're lucky it was me who walked out and not my girlfriend. Because if she like screamed and I saw some guy like right in front of her, I mean, there's nothing but just pure like, just an attack is going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah. If
I
I'm
just told him
outside,
like,
if
yeah,
my wife's
go ahead, yeah.
screaming and I go outside and there's a fucking dude out there and my wife's screaming, I don't care what. He's getting fucking body slammed, tackled. I'm not even
Yeah, so,
asking questions.
yeah, no questions, just attack. What do you?
There's no questions getting asked. We'll sort the shit out later.
Exactly.
I shoot
But
first, ask questions last.
yeah, in a situation like that, for sure.
Nah, I couldn't shoot first. My gun's so locked up because of the kids that if anyone ever did break into my house, there's no fucking way I could get the gun fast enough. Like, it's not even possible.
That's funny.
I keep a little
I love those gun
mini
laws.
aluminum baseball bat by the bed, though.
Mm-hmm.
Little mini one. It's like a little kid's one.
Okay.
We
TPX.
call that a Louisville Slugger.
Yeah, this is an aluminum one,
Those are
though.
usually made out of wood.
Yeah.
Getting technical.
You gotta put a sock on it. If you ever have a baseball bat for protection, you gotta put a sock on the baseball bat. Not to soften the blow. It's not to soften the blow. It's in case they grab it. Now they're
That's
just
pretty
sitting there
smart.
holding a sock.
Wow, that's genius.
Yeah.
Yikes. That's like spy versus spy shit.
Yeah, they're just standing there holding a sock, and I still have the bat.
You need one of those like athletic socks that go up to your knees, cover your shin guards. Long
just
sock.
a crew sock. Just a crew sock. My bat's not that long.
That's really clever though.
Your wife could ask you, honey, why is it every time I do laundry there's only one sock left? It's like, remember, we got the baseball bat.
It's for your safety.
Yeah, it's insurance policy.
Yeah, that's actually how my friend killed that guy, because he went out, had the bat, my boy grabbed it from him, and then started hitting him with it. Now, if that kid had a sock on his bat, these are valuable life lessons that, I mean, I don't know. You got to learn from.
Well, it sounds like you're just gonna end up killing everybody, Jeremy, because you know all these tricks.
I mean, let's hope it don't come down to that.
I don't know all these tricks.
I ain't worried about.
Don't ever let me run outside because my wife's screaming and find you in my backyard, and we're good.
Yep.
See, the people with two eyes, they start taking things for granted. as they say, in the land of the blind, right? The one-eyed man is king.
Right. Right.
Fun fact: on the back of the $1 bill, that's Jeremy's eye over the pyramid. I think that's George Washington's. I don't know whose eye that is. Looks like George Washington.
It's all-seeing
I think
eye.
it is. It's all-seeing eye.
They'll tell you that it's called the Eye of Providence, but we all know what it really is.
It's the one-eyed monster.
Yeah, I gotta tell you guys something. I was driving on the highway. I was in the right lane, and there was a car in the left lane, but it was like slightly ahead of me, right? So there's like a diagonal gap between us, just big enough to fit a small, skinny car through. And this dude, I'm going like 65. This dude coming like 90. Yeah, right. I didn't even see him coming. Right. I didn't even have a chance to see him coming. I'm just driving. This dude coming like 90 just threads the needle between us, right? And there's a car right next to me, so I can't swerve out of the way, right? I'm pinned, I'm trapped. I can brake if I want to brake, right? That's my one and only option. And it happened so fast that like out of the left side of my peripheral vision, this dude, enters my vision. Instantly I know what's going on. And fast as fuck, like a literal like lightning bolt. Like my muscles don't clench. I don't brake. I literally make no physical actions whatsoever, right? Like I don't physically react at all. But even though I didn't physically react at all, every nerve in my entire body gets like electrocuted to the point where it actually caused me pain. Like my nerves fucking like electrocuted themselves. You know what I mean? Like a bolt of lightning went throughout my body to the point where it literally like hurt in my fingertips and stuff, even though there was no muscular contraction or any reaction in that way. It's just like that was like pure like mental nervous system reaction, but without any muscle engagement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, not really.
That's reflexes.
Well, it wasn't a reflex. It was literally just like a fucking, well, I guess you could call it reflex, but my muscles didn't move. Just like a fucking jolt of energy shot throughout every part of my body.
Why didn't your muscles move?
Because at the same time, I understood that there was no option to make. All I did was I took my foot off the pedal, which was a very slight action. But, the electricity shot throughout like every fucking nerve in my body. It was the first time I ever felt like such a strong electrical sensation just like travel instantly throughout my whole body, like I got electrocuted or something.
Do you think that in that moment you were aware of the situation and you kind of made a judgment call that it was safe, that you didn't have to do anything?
Well, I didn't know it was safe, but I thought, the best option was to just do nothing, right? Don't like swerve. Like instantly, I don't even know how I thought as fast as I did, but instantly I was like, don't swerve. It's not worth it. You know what I mean? If he like scrapes my bumper or something like that, that's better than me.
Would just be stupid, but you could have braked
right.
a little bit.
So in a
when
sense,
you're doing 60 and other guys doing 90 and a little bumper scrape is all it takes. You get tapped the right way when you're driving, that'll fuck your, that'll have you going off road and shit, depending on how you get tapped.
Anyway, just the part that I found the most interesting was that like the electrical signal that like surged in my body at the first moment I saw the car coming in between me and the other car out of my peripherals was literally painful. And I feel like that was the first time I ever had like a painful electrical shock throughout my whole nervous system. It was a very interesting experience.
I was with you up until the point where you said it hurt, and it was painful. I can't.
That reminds me of that 4th grade teacher I told you I had that made me fight that kid. He used to have this little box and had two metal little pieces on it, and it had a little hand crank on it. And he would always make us like
shock
either
you.
hold the metal piece, yeah, and then you turn the crank and it would shock, and the faster you turn the crank, the more it would shock you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it felt like. I know what you're talking about. I had a teacher, a physics teacher, that had the same device.
Who shocked you? Put your punks to the finish.
The thing is, it was only painful as like the surge traveled throughout my body, but it only lasted about like 1 full second, maybe like half a second, right? It was like it felt like I got electrocuted, and then as soon as the half second experience was over, no pain whatsoever. You know what I mean? Just a very brief shock. But I generated it myself, which is, I don't know, just very interesting. Never felt like something like that before so strongly. It has
Percentage ever been?
Go ahead.
Percentage ever been punched in the face?
Yeah.
No doubt.
Did you survive?
No, he didn't. R.I.P.
I was reborn. It killed me. Why do you ask, Jeremy?
I'm just curious. I've heard a lot of people in this arena say they've never been punched in the face, which isn't surprising because it's a pretty nerdy kind of thing that we're into here. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think it's because we're nerdy. I just don't think there's many people who would like approach me and try to punch me in the face.
This is the Discord
I
app.
just think
It's not
it's
the
like a
Craigslist
normal
app.
thing of. I just think like that's a normal thing of growing up as like a boy. You get punched in the face.
Depends your stature, right? I mean, you got to be a pretty big guy to come at me and like punch me in the face. Like, there's not many people around me who I feel would be like very comfortable punching me in the face. I don't think it would end up well for them.
It's not about how big you are.
It kind of is, honestly. You know.
You could be the biggest guy in the world. If you don't got a good chin, you get one punch, man.
Well, sure, that's
Knock the
possible,
fuck out.
but who's gonna come up to me and punch me in the face? You got to be a pretty fucking tough guy to even think about that.
Yeah, but that's the point. If you don't put yourself in, these kind of like precarious, adventurous situations, it's not gonna happen. And people that don't put themselves in that situation, they're not, wilding out on a Saturday night or whatever. They're kind of they're nerdy bunch.
Well, I
Yeah,
also
the people that would be involved in flat Earth Discord shit.
Well, I also don't go fucking starting fights, but doesn't mean I don't put an end to fights.
That's something a nerd would say.
That's pretty funny.
That was good. Sounds good.
I don't know, like, why have you been punched in the face?
Just fighting as a young man.
Bro.
And how did they even get the opportunity to punch you in the face? Did they sneak attack
You never
you?
just fought for fun, man? Fight Club?
Oh no, I fought for fun. We had a Taekwondo.
You said
gloves.
Fight Club.
I've definitely fought for fun, but we it was between friends. We used pretty thin gloves. They were Taekwondo gloves, but just amongst friends, we were kind of like, let's not punch each other in the face as hard as we can. But anything else was free game.
You had gloves, and you still said, let's not punch each other in the face?
Yeah, you don't, honestly, percentage, you don't want to get punched by me while I'm wearing gloves. And, I mean, everyone around me understood that as well.
This is inspiring to me. You know what? Just to get punched in the face, I'm gonna go up to a cop and reach for his gun and then see what happens.
That's not gonna end with you getting punched in the face.
Wait. Are you white? 'Cause I'm white.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll be
It
alright.
won't end with you getting punched if you black.
I'll get recruited to join the force.
Well, you might get punched in the face when you're in fucking jail later.
Oh,
If you and your friends are punching each other in the face with gloves, you must be some pretty like weak punching people.
What are you talking about?
Bro, I've never even boxed with the gloves on. I'm talking about straight up fists. I've seen people break their hand from punching someone in the face. I've seen people punch people in the face and they end up getting hurt worse than the guy they
Same person
punched
that
in the
got
face.
punched. Yeah.
Well, hands break easy. Right about that.
Like I went to go punch this kid in the face one time, and I missed and hit his ear, and my fucking hand was killing me.
The skull is
People
pretty
don't know how to
hard.
make a fist too. That's a problem. Sometimes you
Yeah,
see
Jeremy.
like the real
Learn how to make a
weirdos
fist.
have their thumb inside their fist.
Yeah, that's how you punch the hardest, guys. You gotta tuck your thumb inside of your fingers as you curl your fist. That's the best way.
You got to punch with your elbows. That's gonna really.
You gotta do
hurt
is just carry a Bic lighter with you.
Yeah. Jerry knows what's up.
I told him about the sock on the baseball bat. Use a baseball bat for home protection. Always keep a sock on it.
You actually gotta stick the tip of your thumb in between your ring and your middle finger. Clench your fist like that. It's like you got 5 knuckles now.
Whoa. 5 knuckle
Yeah.
death punch. Or
Mhm.
6 knuckle. All kinds of home defense tricks out there. You'd set up a booby trap, fucking a weak floorboard here and
Dude,
there.
that's mad illegal. Booby traps. You're
Really?
definitely going to jail.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Why can't you have like a security system?
No, you can have booby traps, but they have to be inside of your house. They can't be outside.
It's legal to have a booby trap inside your house, really?
You can have booby traps inside your own house, yeah.
Never heard of that. You sure?
Yeah,
don't
did you
think
see
so,
the
man. That's
documentary? They did a Discovery documentary on the wife of the guy that made the Winston rifle. Now, when he died, she had all the spirits of the people that the guns killed haunt her. She built an entire mansion and booby trapped the entire house to protect herself from the spirits. So, for
Dude, that was a
example,
fucking
one of the
movie. I
rooms,
saw
one of the
that
doorways would just
movie.
lead to the outside. It would be 3 stories above the ground, and if you walked out of that door, you would just die. So there was all these different doorways that just led to death. There was various booby traps. There was various. You would take a certain path that would just be a dead end, and then you'd have to backtrack your way out. So look into whoever made those rifles, their wife way back in the day, she was haunted by the spirits, and she did booby trap her own house. So you could actually tour that house today.
I ain't going in there.
Oh, that was a
Oh.
real thing. I saw that movie. I didn't think that was fucking real. I think that might have been legal before. I don't think that's legal anymore, though.
Yeah, don't booby
You
trap
can't
your
just
house.
set
It's
up.
too much work to
You
set
can't
that
just
up.
set up. You can't just set something up so that if somebody opens a door in your house, a shotgun goes off right where they would be standing or something. You know what I'm saying? That's can't be legal. Like you can't have a fucking claymore, right behind a door in a hall. Like, I
Hot
don't know.
Wheels set up
You might
on the
want to check your
floor.
local laws before you go set any booby traps up.
Marbles.
Not Macaulay Culkin style. It was fucking Home Alone.
Fucking marble, or fucking a shingle with a nail sticking up out of it. People already got that naturally set up. Fucking random nail here and there. Step on it. Ouch.
The best home defense. If zombies ever attack, first thing you do is dig a ditch around your whole shit. And put the dirt on your side of it. That way you now got a height advantage and they have to negotiate a ditch.
Well, how deep does this ditch have to be? What's the minimum depth?
Fucking deep enough to stop a truck.
You said zombies.
What was that?
You said zombies attack.
Yeah.
So they can't climb in the ditch and climb out?
The depth depends on how many zombies you're expecting. So if it's like,
It
like
depends
100
on the
zombies,
zombies. If you have your ditch deep enough, you got to have your ditch deep enough. First of all, yes, it needs to be deep. It needs to be steep on the
Steep or cold.
you know,
I'm
yeah,
not.
it's got to be steep.
I'm
Real
not
steep.
really concerned about zombies. I'm more concerned about the humans, and like
That's why you make sure it can stop a truck. Zombies ain't gonna be driving trucks.
right, trucks are
The
great and
zombies aren't
all,
even an issue.
but
Yeah, I'm not even worried about the zombies.
say okay, but
Those are
here's a
bright
real
lights.
interesting. Here's a real interesting scenario. Say you wanted to have some sort of compound or land, under your rulership or ownership or whatever, and you wanted to defend yourself from a police force. So no tanks, right? No tanks, just trucks, cars, big SUV, whatever's, right? Guns, maybe even explosives, right? Maybe even a grenade or two, right? A big stone wall, maybe a stone wall with another layer of stone wall behind that stone wall would be maybe what I'd recommend for that.
Yeah, you know what I actually saw on one of
no,
on
forget
one of
that.
these things
Police
was
have helicopters.
Oh, that's a good point.
yeah.
Yeah, you need a stone castle then, I suppose.
No, there was this real good thing I saw where the guy was I think he was setting up for a zombie apocalypse and he had like heavy machinery. So what he would do, he could surround his whole house in like a few hours with these giant fucking rocks, like giant boulders. He had like a wall or some kind of giant like construction thing. That's good too. Yeah, I
Oh,
would
like
dig a ditch right in
trebuchets.
front of that. What's up?
He had trebuchets for rocks, like catapults.
No, it was just like a wall. You just build a wall, so he surrounded his whole shit with these giant rocks.
Well, percentage. Now that you mentioned helicopters, how do you defend yourself against both like vehicles
Aerial
and
assault.
and helicopters as well? Yeah.
I'd have, a trench for the land stuff, and then I'd have
Trench wall.
my windows blacked out, and I'd barricade the inside, and if they try to make any moves inside, I'd kind of take them down as they came in.
No, but the helicopters got some sort of fucking Gatling gun, right? That they're just firing from you.
Yeah,
From
remember the
above.
movie Skyfall? They came in with the helicopters, machine guns.
You got to be able to
reinforce your walls.
So yeah, like I said before, like a stone castle.
Or you seen how they did David Koresh?
No, I don't know who that is.
You
Waco.
never heard of Waco?
No, I've heard of Waco, but that was a failure,
Yeah.
right? The police fucking killed them all or something.
So yeah, if you're David Koresh, failure for
Oh yeah, okay, I
for
see what you're
David
saying.
Koresh.
How do you do David, whoever Koresh, better than he did, right? How do you improve on that?
You can't stop it. If someone's coming at you like that and they have all the resources in the world, you can't stop them. It doesn't matter
No,
what
you
you
know what
got
you
going
do?
on.
You set up cameras and you have little baby dolls. You set up like a moral conundrum.
Yeah,
And so you
up.
set up
Dude, they
babies and
burnt
kids.
Waco. Dude, they burnt Waco down. It was full of women and children. They don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
but they
I'm telling
didn't
you, if
have the
somebody wants to
faces
get in
on
your shit,
camera. They didn't have the
if
good.
somebody wants to get it,
They had
dude,
plausible
if somebody wants to get
deniability.
in your shit, they're alive.
Yeah, you gotta have a tunnel.
Go ahead.
You have to through your basement have this escape route that you never use, and then if anything happens, it'll take you to the next block over, and then let the police just
There you go.
pound on
That's
your
like
building.
El Chapo shit.
So I suppose the only way to actually defend yourself is to have some sort of building, right, as like a front, but actually have like a whole underground house that the building you usually live in has a tunnel connecting to, like a 1 mile long tunnel, like half-mile long tunnel that leads
Yeah,
to
like I said,
something.
El
Yeah, it
Chapo
wouldn't
did
be a
that.
house. If it's a house and you're you got a bunker or whatever underground, it's not gonna work because at some point they're gonna get into your house and then they're gonna search around looking for you.
A secret underground layer.
Oh, yeah, no, it's gotta be it's gotta have like a long tunnel to where you're actually gonna be at, far away from the house, and obviously the entrance to it has to be very well disguised, right? A secret entrance to the tunnel that leads to your bunker half a mile
No,
away.
it doesn't lead to a bunker. It leads to the outside, and by then you're gone.
That's way too long of a tunnel to be realistic for you to get away.
El
Yeah,
Chapo El Chapo dug a tunnel from Mexico to the United States. Nothing's impossible.
Well, I meant for like, say, you and your friends. You know what I mean? I don't
Bro,
mean
what
like
do you?
the whole-
How do you think he did it?
Bro, it just needs to
Him
go
and
into
his
your
friends.
neighbor's like.
He had a lot of
bushes.
Mexican labor.
Him and his friends. I mean, yeah, he had the Mexicans doing it, but
It just needs to go to like the next yard over, your neighbor's hedge bushes or whatever, and that's it.
And then you just run on foot, even though they got the whole blocked
No, like
off.
ideally this is happening at night or something like that. They're gonna be focused on your house. You just like kind of crouch and get away. The more distance you cover, the safer you are. Find a place to run. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you'd be
the
better
bottom
off.
line is there's no way to defend your shit if it's the outside. If they have all the resources in the world.
Yeah.
I guess we're all just saying
moving, you die.
I guess we're all just saying you can either flee in a stealthy way, or you're pretty much fucked if you want to like stand your ground against the police.
Yep.
Unless, like I said, you have a secret entrance to a secret tunnel to an underground bunker that's far away from your house, and then
I mean, if you go through the trouble of making like a fake body, and like setting off an
fake body,
explosion, yeah,
fake
like,
your death,
fake your death, yeah, by like let's say they're pummeling your building with some gunfire or something like that, and then at some
Holograms.
point, you make something explode, and seemingly as a result of their artillery, then you could like you could just have maybe take a couple teeth or your hair and whatever else, like some blood of your own, and put it around
Jesus
the
Christ,
corpse.
that.
I'm serious, man. And then at that point, you're actually underground in your like disguised entrance bunker or whatever, and they think that
You put your foreskin out there.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah.
I thought I crossed the line. This guy
Your
comes
foreskin?
The missile shot off my foreskin.
Oh boy.
There was this hilarious scene in the show that I watched. It's an old show. It's called Flight of the Conchords. You ever heard of it?
Never watched it.
It's like it's like a musical comedy skit sort of show. Very talented musicians. I love all of their albums. But they incorporate their songs into a television show. But anyways, there's this hilarious part that you remind me of with the body parts, faking your death or whatever. Where this dude, it's just a silly, outrageous comedy show. So some guys like, yeah, they chopped his body off, and they're like, what do you mean? They're like, yeah, all that was left was his dick. They chopped his whole body off, man. And they're like, don't you mean they chopped his dick off his body? They're like, nah, they chopped his whole body off. All that was left was his dick.
Oh, so they chopped his dick off.
No, they chopped his body off, man. All that was left was a dick at the end of what they did to him.
All that was left was like a Groucho Marx outfit.
But yeah, how would you fake your death when you can't go anywhere, and you don't want them to be doing some DNA tests finding out it's you?
Well, it sounds really gross.
There was an episode on the Blacklist.
Ask Tupac.
Go ahead.
You'd need
There was an episode.
you need someone else's corpse to make it real.
No, you could just do a DNA test to find out that's not you.
Well, you need to like burn it to a crisp or something in an explosion, like you mentioned, and then just shave off your hair and like put it in the pile or something. Make it. I don't know.
That's not suspicious.
All you gotta do is leave your cell phone behind.
You got to prepare beforehand. Make a wig out of your hair, put it on a corpse, and burn the body to the corpse, and somehow leave the hair behind as the one somehow remaining body part.
Super glue it to like a blow up doll.
Yeah,
What were you gonna say,
exactly.
Jeremy?
Oh, there was a Blacklist episode. Great fucking show. There was a guy who specialized in that, faking people's deaths, and he would do dental surgery on them and make the teeth match. He would he would do all kinds of shit to other bodies, like not dead bodies, but like he would kidnap people that had the same height. Yeah, he would kidnap people that had the same height, the same kind of stuff that the person they wanted to fake the death had, and then he would he would do all kinds of surgery and shit on them, and then he would kill them in like a plane crash or something. Somewhere there's going to be a lot of fire. Yeah, obviously you want the bodies to be burnt and all kinds of shit. You want people to think you're in that place. Like, make sure all your friends know you're going on a boat, and then the fucking boat blows up and burns to a crisp, or a plane or whatever. You know what I mean? So that when they find a body, they're not even investigating that hard. They're like, oh, we know he was on the plane. You bring your cell phone on it, all kinds of shit. So
Yeah, if the government has your DNA, then it's hard.
Yeah, that's why don't do that 23andMe shit. You know how many fucking like serial killers and shit have been caught using that 23andMe database? It's fucked up.
That is fucked up. Have they really? Like they've shared
Well, the
their,
most
like,
famous one, the Sacramento
Right.
Strangler, was caught using 23andMe.
like he himself used it?
What, he was like
Or they
synthesizing
tracked him
other
down because
people's
of
DNA?
shared
I heard someone got
His
caught
close
because their
relatives were
sister.
using it.
Yeah, someone got caught because their sister or brother or something was using it. Yeah.
And the Chinese know your data too. The feds and the Chinese.
That's cheating, man.
Well,
These folks are cheating.
let's change this topic just to something just very similar. How do you frame DNA wise, right? Just with someone's DNA. How do you frame someone for your crime with someone else's DNA? Do you collect
you
their
leave
hair?
I think there's a close enough match.
Yeah, you get some of their nail clip, or not nail clippings. You get some of their some strands of hair, maybe some drops of blood or
Hair
something, and you
follicles.
sprinkle it at the scene. Get their fingerprint, plant their fingerprint somewhere.
Inner cheek saliva.
Now, how do you
Make sure
replicate
they're
someone
at a
else's
place. You
fingerprint?
make sure they're at a place where they don't have an alibi. You know what I mean? When you do it.
Oh yeah,
You don't
that's
want
a
to
good
do
point.
it. You don't want to do it when they're in a room full of people. You
Well,
do it when
let's
they're
just go with
like home alone.
just the biomarkers for now. Let's go to that afterwards. But like you said about the finger, how do you leave someone else's fingerprint behind?
You lift their print off like a cup or something like that.
No. That's lifting. That's lifting. How
Yeah,
do
I
you
know.
leave? How do
But
you leave
there's-
another person's fingerprint behind?
There's like software and
I know.
hardware that will allow you to take that fingerprint that you lifted, and then
Like 3D.
You can trick them
3D
into
printed
touching
use it
something.
basically on like on like these like fake fingertips that you wear, and then just do the thing.
Okay, 3D printer stuff. Gotcha. That's wow. That's tough. But what was the next step you're talking about, Jeremy? About like alibis or something? Do it at the right time in the right place where they have no excuse or something? Makes sense.
Yeah, you can't do it when they're in a fucking room full of people or at work or something. You know what I'm saying? You got to do it when they're at home, alone, or somewhere where they don't have an alibi.
Yeah, that's tough nowadays with the whole cell phone stuff.
No, it's not. You don't bring your cell phone. No one would bring
No,
their
but
cell phone.
No, I mean, I don't know about that. If their cell phone is showing them that they're on the move, a lot of people have like, location history and stuff like that set up. So if they're on the move somewhere completely else, that's
why you make sure that's why you make sure they're home alone. Their cell phone's not moving; it's just home. You don't bring your cell phone when you go to fucking kill someone. I would think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe murderers get caught like that.
Definitely log off of Discord.
My wife loves those crime shows. I think she's taking notes and practicing for me one day, but
I don't know what it is with women, but like my girl does. It's weird. Like a lot of them.
Snapped, the ID channel and
True
investigative,
crime,
or
they just eat that shit up.
yeah.
All that shit.
You ever seen Owen Benjamin's comedy skit on Snapped?
No.
Oh boy, I can't do it justice, but the gist of it is him talking about his wife watching shows like that, and it's a situation like this guy has to work like long hours at his job, and she's feeling neglected, so she murders him, right? And he's like, oh, what do you think about that? And she's like, his wife is like, she had no choice. She, well, what are you supposed to do when you're all concerned about if he's really at his job or not? And the dude was really just like at his job, like trying to provide and stuff. And he was just talking about being judgmental towards his wife because she like agreed with the female murderer in the show. I've never seen that show. You guys actually seen an episode of Snap? Is it all
my
about
god, I've
females?
seen all of the episodes, all of them.
Oh boy, is it always females or is it anyone?
It's usually the female. Sometimes it's the guy. Sometimes it's couples.
Unlike To Catch a Predator, which is pretty much always male, huh?
I don't
I've
know. I've
also
never
never
seen
seen
the
an
Catch
episode of that. But I've seen comedy skits like Key and Peele did like a parody of that. I got this plant that I usually sit next to in my backyard, but it's technically in my neighbor's yard, right? And it's like this tree. It's very small, but they don't want it, right? And so it got me like waist height last year. It grows pretty fast, and they came by last year, and it was like waist height. It's a tree just trying to live, and they chopped it down to the root, right? And but I'm happy to report that it's about knee height, and it's sort of like growing out of the base again. There's still like the stump that was left behind, sort of like 2 inches thick, but I'm happy to report that it's not dead, and its life will find a way.
What are you referring to?
Just this tree that I watched grow for like a year straight, and but then one day I came outside and my neighbors had like chopped it off at the base, right? And I'm like, oh, they killed the tree. But luckily enough for me, because I like this tree. I like looking at its leaves and stuff. It started growing out of like the side of its trunk. You know what I mean? Kind of.
Mm-hmm. It kept going.
One of the branches kind of took over. The trunk has been chopped off. The main center trunk has been chopped off, but now there's like pretty much a branch growing out of the side of the stump, pretty much just as thick.
Right. Yep.
So I'm happy to see the tree is still living on.
The flame has been kept alive.
Yes. I'm very happy about that.
There you go. You should play some Olympic music.
By the way, I was thinking about the Olympics and how the Olympics is definitely related in some way to Mount Olympus, right? The Olympians, an Olympic winner is an Olympian, and or an Olympic contender is an Olympian. And then what do they do with the gold, silver, and bronze medalists in the Olympics? They put them on top of Mount Olympus, on the award ceremony stage. How it's like a sort of a little mountain they have them stand on. The Olympians stand upon Mount Olympus in a sense.
Right. Yeah. Never thought of it that way, but I always
Yeah,
thought it
me.
was just like first place stands higher because why not? But makes sense. Kind of looks
Yeah,
like
so
the mountain
little
standing on
miniature
top of the
Mount
mountain.
Olympus
Yeah.
for the Olympic gods. Anyways, my phone's dead, guys, so I'll catch you later. Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Peace, man.
You got to get a battery case for your phone. My phone's never been plugged into the wall.
Wonderful. All right, see you later, guys.
It's very wonderful.
I don't get what that means. It's one of those remote charging things.
You know, you have a case for your phone,
Yeah.
like an OtterBox or something. Mine has a battery in it,
Oh, okay. But
and
you
I
have
got
to
like 4
you
of them.
charge the battery, right?
And I got like 4 of them. So I got one, one in my car, one on my
Rotation.
phone, and 2 at the house. So literally,
Okay.
my phone battery never dies.
Wow.
And I never have to
Like
not use my phone because it's charging or
special
whatever. What's up?
special setup there. You got tons
Yeah,
of wires. I seen your crypto scheme going on. You got all kinds of chargers and
that
outlets.
shit's a mess. Yeah, that shit's a mess.
How many miles of USB cords do you think you own? Maybe one? Maybe 1
Probably
mile?
half a
Half
mile.
a mile? That's a good one, right? Half a mile. Half a mile of USB cords.
Well, I have a box of cords that I've had since I was like 18.
Yeah, shit you don't even need. Yeah.
This guy's got lots
Like
of
I-
wires.
Those are ancient artifacts now.
Like I
Lots
have
of wires, Jeremy. You've been snitching since day one.
No, because you never know. Like I have like regular telephone
That's
wires
hoarding,
still.
man. That's hoarding. That's just hoarding.
Bro, no, as soon as you throw that box of wires out, that's when you're fucking gonna need one of those wires. I'm telling you right now.
That's the mentality of a hoarder.
I got my
As
iPhone
soon as I
4.
throw it out, I'm gonna want it again.
I got an iPhone 4 with the like 2 or 3 charging cables for that still.
iPhone 4?
Yeah, 4S.
What? I don't
No, I
even
think it
think
may be
Steve
right.
Jobs had an iPhone 4.
Of course he did.
That's just old. It's old technology.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I don't
still
know,
got
use
3
it.
charging cables for it, yeah.
I was using it. I was using it last year because there was a website you could mine. I was mining Dogecoin on a website through that.
I was gonna say, what if you turn on that iPhone 4 and you find that you have Bitcoin on there?
Dude, I did that last year, right around this time. I had an old phone that had a Bitcoin wallet on it, and I fucking found like $1,000 worth of Bitcoin.
Are you serious? That's
Yeah,
funny.
it was only like at the time it was only like $100 or something, but Bitcoin went through the roof.
Right. So you got lucky there. Yeah, some people had millions and then they lost the keys and shit. That's hilarious. Yeah, some people had like $30 million and shit. They forgot the keys. They lost them.
Yeah, it's sad.
Some people have like
What
fucking
happened?
paid
Is
like
that like
MIT
fully
scientists
locked?
to try to like decode their own keys.
Are those bitcoins completely like fully lost?
They're gone,
Yep.
gone. Yeah, there's only going to ever be 21 million Bitcoins ever made. But the amount of Bitcoins that people have lost, there's never going to be 21 million Bitcoins. I lost
Right. That
I
makes
lost
sense.
0.1 of a Bitcoin on an old computer, which at the time I wasn't worried about it because it was like $20, and I was like, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even worth going through the hassle. But now it's worth like 3 or 4 G. It was worth like 6 Gs at one point.
Yeah, a lot of stories like that. Yeah, like I said, some people have paid tons of money just to hire people to try to decode their own shit, get it out. It's a whole cottage industry now, recovering lost Bitcoin. I think some people have done it successfully. Used the supercomputer to try to unlock shit, come up with passwords.
I haven't even been fucking with my phones really that much recently. It's just not. It's not worth it. I've just been driving DoorDash. The phone
It's
thing's only
tiring.
really. Yeah, I mean, I got a bunch of passive shit going. I probably still make like $2-3 a day passively, but I don't do it, man. I don't do like all that manual shit anymore. It's too much. I just do
It's
DoorDash. I
tiring
make
clicking
like.
all those buttons.
What's up?
Yeah, it gets tiring just kind of looking at, just kept constantly checking up on the screens.
It's not that it's tiring. It's just
It's not
I
worth
need
it.
more money. I need more money than that. Yeah, I could tap phones. I would tap phones all day if it was worth it.
Yeah, just keep working on it. Maybe you'll develop a robot hand. It'll tap it for you.
No, there's no robots that can do it because they got captures.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's the rub. You have to install like eyeballs onto the robot. Teach it languages. I feel like that movie, that robot movie.
Yo, Jeremy.
I forget.
Only thing worse than a snitch with a lot of wires is the one that taps the phones.
You son of a bitch. I just
How's the
been buying.
DoorDash going?
DoorDash is going good. I made $220 this week, and I'm gonna go do it more this weekend.
Do they
I'm gonna
got
try to
any
make.
surge pricing right now?
Not real. They do it a little bit every once in a while, but it's not really that much. But I'm gonna try to do that shit. I'm gonna try to make $200 a week, and my goal is to just invest that, and then maybe in 20 years, I'll have two nickels to rub together.
Why are you doing DoorDash?
Might not be
instead of,
alive in
like,
20
Uber?
years.
I didn't think I was gonna make it this far. Would you say why am I doing DoorDash?
Instead of Uber, yeah.
It's easier.
Less
Kinda.
stress, 'cause
It's
like just
it's more
food.
miles. It's less miles per dollar. Like Uber, I generally get like $1 a mile, but with DoorDash, sometimes I get like $2-3 a mile. So, and I don't have to have people in the car. It's
You
just
said
better. I like it.
$2-3 a mile?
Yeah.
$1 for 2 or 3 miles.
Oh, with Uber, I was getting $1 a mile. Uber and Lyft, I'd average like $1 a mile, but with DoorDash, I get like $2 or $3 a mile,
Oh, you get paid like double? Damn.
like triple sometimes. Yeah.
I thought like, transporting people would pay more.
Yeah, you think so, right? What the fuck? Yeah, no, I did. I do like $2 a mile usually with DoorDash. And like I
Yeah,
said,
transporting people, there's more liability. So Uber will take a bigger chunk just for like the insurance and all that shit. DoorDash, I mean, the app's not really taking on much liability.
yeah, I mean DoorDash doesn't even check to see if you have insurance. They're like, do you have a car? And you hit yes, and they're like, okay, you're good. It doesn't matter what kind of car you have or anything. Like with Uber and Lyft, you gotta have a certain year car, you gotta have insurance, all kinds of shit.
Mhm.
I mean, I obviously have insurance, but DoorDash doesn't give a fuck.
Do you have like specific time quotas that you have to be at the person's place?
Not really, no. I mean, I don't fuck around. I get their shit and bring it to their house, so
What if you're late?
whatever. I don't know. Sometimes it says delivered by a certain time, and I won't even be picking it up until after that time. So I don't know what they're basing that off of, but I could give a fuck.
DoorDash is funny. I talked about it earlier. It's funny. It's hilarious just how little, like, some people really don't tip. They think they're going to get their shit for like $2. So it's comical.
Yeah, I honestly stopped taking those orders. I had to search it too because you have an acceptance rating. So I was like, oh shit, what happens if your acceptance rating goes down? And there's tons of
Don't matter.
drivers saying, yeah, there was tons of drivers saying it doesn't fucking matter. My
Doesn't
acceptance
matter.
rating has been at 0 before.
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it all goes back to liability. They
Well, with
can't,
Uber
they
and Lyft,
can't force you to just drive around like a maniac.
well, with Uber and Lyft, your acceptance rating definitely matters. But yeah, with DoorDash, it doesn't matter.
So you could search it by like people that are giving tips.
No, they offer you every time an order comes in, like if you're in the area or it's your turn or whatever. I don't know how they do it, but it just pops up on your phone. So, it'll say how far it is and it'll say how much money it is. Now there are times when people have tipped afterwards, but yeah, I'm not driving 8 miles for $3 or whatever, so I don't take that. I can't risk it. It's not like I'm a waiter inside a restaurant, and if I bring your shit to the table and you don't tip me, it's like, all right, whatever, that sucks. But now we're talking about I'm driving my car all over the place. There's gas and shit involved. Like, I'm not driving across the city for fucking $3 or whatever.
Yeah, but other people do.
Yeah, but they're suckers.
No, sometimes they don't, dude. You can check TikTok. There's a lot of TikTok shit of like Taco Bell has it a lot where they'll just have a giant pile of orders for people that didn't tip and their orders are just sitting there.
Yeah, so some of those cheap ass orders they pile up, and then some
Yeah, but
drivers are just dupes and they don't know any better, and they'll take low paying trips, and they don't know that they don't have to do that.
You think that if the drivers aren't taking them, that DoorDash would increase the amount of pay for the delivery?
It does a little
without
bit.
Without the tip to make.
Yeah, DoorDash starts finessing
cover
it.
that.
DoorDash will start adding surge pricing.
I'll tell you what I did the other day that was dope. I did like a $30-something DoorDash from Walmart. I had to go to 6 different people's houses, but that shit was definitely worth it.
$30 for how many items?
It was just that everyone got 1 or 2 items. But I had to go to 6 different people's houses, though.
How long did it take you?
Probably took me like half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
$1
I'm not rushing around I'm not driving around crazy fast either. I'm like going normal speed, so.
Yeah,
I usually make like. What's up?
I said those combos when you could combine a bunch of them.
That's what I'm saying. If they had a whole bunch of those $2 orders at Taco Bell, I would do that shit if I could take them all at once. Like, I can't be driving to Taco Bell. They do that too, though. There are times where DoorDash will give you like multiple things from Wendy's or whatever. So, I mean, I don't know why people aren't taking those Taco Bell orders. I would do that shit. Load my fucking car up with Taco Bell orders and let me get $3 a fucking an order. That's straight.
Depends, yeah, it depends.
Because you
Depends on
get
what's
10 of
going
them.
down.
Well, you take 10 of them and you get fucking $30.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. Sometimes, have you ever had this where you deliver something, and it says like hand to me, and the person's not there, and the DoorDash will pay you to return it back to the store. It's
Really?
pretty easy. Yeah.
I thought they would let you keep it.
No, it usually happens when you pick up something from a store that's a kind of high value, like a wine bottle or something. And if the customer is not there to hand it to, the DoorDash will pay you to take it back to the store.
Because I never had to happen
have to take it back to the store?
I guess particularly with wine or alcohol, you can't just leave it on the person's doorstep.
No, but like the alternative is to just take it with you, and the value of the item is probably going to be more than what DoorDash is going to pay you to return it. So do you have to return it?
I can't believe DoorDash isn't getting hit up. Like, there's so many scams you could run with that.
I can't believe you're talking about DoorDash.
Why? What's up?
DoorDash.
You don't use DoorDash?
No, I fucking hate DoorDash.
What do you do?
I don't use
DoorDash.
Nah. If I want something to eat, I just go there and pick it up.
Yeah, it's always better just to go to the fucking restaurant. And if it isn't,
Yeah, people are lazy, man. People be having dinner parties. They're lazy.
Whatever, bro. I get busy off DoorDash. DoorDash almost pays all my bills. I get like $200 a week from DoorDash.
yeah, you're one of them motherfuckers that didn't show up with my food.
Dude, I always show up. I'm on time. I'm on
Okay.
my JO. I'd be putting in that
Goddamn,
OT.
delivered to a damn well-known goddamn hotel that many people were getting fucking DoorDash and everybody else, Uber Eats and everything else, and fucking showing up to the door. We fucking order. Goddamn shit never shows up.
Probably knew you were a Glober.
The guy, what the fuck ever, man. Hey.
Probably knew you were a hater.
You're a hater.
No, he's probably a
PhD.
flat earther and got lost.
You got player hater degree.
You should have told the driver, "I'll tip you a lot of money," and I guarantee that shit would have showed up real quick.
You can't. How you gonna do that?
Just text them.
You tip them in the app, and the driver sees it. I see it when people tip. I'm like, oh shit, they already put a $5 tip on here. Nice.
We give fucking cash so people can pocket some of it.
Well, drivers don't know that.
The fuck? Why? Who the fuck that works a tip job doesn't fucking know that shit?
Yo, what if you put
And
like
tip
in the
cash.
instructions to the driver? You know how do you see the instructions before you accept the thing, Jeremy?
Yeah, you only see the instructions after you.
Oh, that's
see
tough.
the instructions after.
What you could do
You
is
gotta
reward
tip 'em
the
in the-
driver for taking
Why
a
don't you go-
$0 tip.
why don't you
and then
guys
in
go over the-
instructions be like, you know, $5 cash when you get here.
Why don't you guys go?
can't.
Why don't you guys go over to Gems and help Flat Earth Data out, man? He's having a hard time.
Fuck that, man. I dealt with his fucking maniac ass all day in here earlier. It was a shit show.
Who's the Flat Earth?
That guy.
Dan, he said.
Flat Earth Data.
I'm a mod over
Flat
at
Earth
Gems,
Data.
but that
Oh,
place
okay,
is
that
fucking
guy.
unmoddable.
No, they're doing good. We're keeping them under control.
I saw 2 Ukraine flags in there, so fuck that.
What's wrong with Ukraine? You got a problem with
If you
Ukraine?
got the
Nothing now that Russia's
Ukraine
cleared
flag.
up.
Ukraine flag is different than the Ukraine.
Yo, don't diss the Ukraine, bro. I make $1 a day off the Ukraine.
Okay. You selling weapons?
No, one
I
of
don't
my
You guys
phone
aren't-
app. What's up?
I'm sorry. That the are like most of the people in here not like they're not for democracy or anything. They don't like that.
What democracy?
Yeah, it's gay.
Yeah, democracy's gay.
There is no democracy.
Okay. All right, buddy.
It's gay. When I want my way, I grab
you
someone
think
by the
that
neck
America
and I
is a
just force them to
democracy?
do it.
Yeah.
It's not.
What's that? So if America's not a democracy, that means that you should suck Putin's dick.
No. Why would you go there automatically? Are you gay?
No, I'm gay. So like that's why I think that way.
All right.
Well, you
why
say
would
that like it would be a
automatically go
bad
there?
thing. I'd still be getting more ass than you do.
You wouldn't be getting any ass if you were sucking his dick.
Well, yeah, good point. No, you're
I'll
sucking
tell you this,
Putin's dick.
nobody on
Me.
Discord is
How did
getting
we
a
get
lot
to
of ass.
me sucking
that.
Putin's dick? I was saying you were sucking Putin's dick.
He
I'm
pulled
sucking
a
democracy's dick.
Uno reverse card.
I'm sucking democracy's dick.
Democracy doesn't have a dick. Democracy is a eunuch.
It's figurative.
No dick, no balls. And yet it still fucks you over. No, but
No dick, no balls,
States
no
are
USA
not
at all.
a democracy.
I'm sorry, somebody was talking over you.
Yeah, I'm saying, the United States is not a democracy.
Yeah, we're a cheerocracy.
Yeah, it's a representative, government. it's a republic. It's a representative democracy. It's fine.
Not really.
It is. It is. It won't be soon. But yeah, it was.
I mean, what with the fact that you have like, you know, the districts, the republics, and then also gerrymandering fucking up that process. You know, democracies, you know, just taking the popular vote, and that's it. That's a true democracy as far as I'm concerned, and the United States is not one.
Yeah, no,
Listen,
I agree with that.
Like, that none of them
We've never
could
been
be elected. That they might be just
We're a
all the
bureaucracy.
presidents share the same lineage. You know, all that jazz.
It's a representative government, so we're a republic. It never was a democracy, just like the famous phrase, a republic if you can keep it. Right? Like they never said democracy. It's a representative democracy.
I just hope the Ukraine pulls out okay from this. Like I said, I get $1 a day out of him, and I hope my man comes through this all right.
How do you get $1 a day?
One of my phone things.
It's just like it's
one of my
based out of
pass-
Ukraine.
It's one of my passive ones. Yeah, the dude's in the Ukraine. So
Passive dollar. It's like
Passive
walking
dollar,
down the
yeah.
street and finding $1 on the street.
yeah, every day.
Isn't that nice?
I get $1 for every Ukrainian taped to a lamppost and beaten.
Wow, you're a really odd person.
He's a Glober. He's on your side for the record.
Oh man, really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Look at his name. Ball Lives Matter, bro.
And I might become flat Earth just because of that.
No. Let's not get crazy.
Yep, I think I will. It's the Earth is flat. Fuck that globe shit. It's all just a cabal to make us obey.
Yo, Jeremy. Say the Earth is actually a ball. Like all of the unfalsifiable shit that they say is true. Okay? Do you think then that promoting and like propagating flat Earth is dangerous?
You said promoting flat Earth dangerous?
Yeah. If it truly is a ball.
Why would it be?
I think it would be. Because, you know, when someone believes that the Earth, it's a lot goes into that. Like having to basically have the mindset for it. It leads to like distrust of the government, and you know, it can fuck up a person's life. You know, it can really mess with an individual's psyche and stuff like that. I think if it truly was a ball, then it should be something that's, you know, that's addressed somehow.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely hard to handle mentally. Like everyone in the neocortex in your brain has a model of Earth, and they got the ball, you know, as the foundation.
Mm-hmm. And the exact same if it was vice versa. If, you know, if everyone was a flat earther and it was truly, what's it called? What am I saying right now?
A ball.
Yeah. No. If everyone was flat, if it was truly a flat Earth, and everyone was taught that it was a flat Earth. I got confused. Yeah, if it was truly a ball and everyone believed it was a flat Earth and it was taught that it was flat Earth and stuff like that, then it would be kind of dangerous to believe the other thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the reason why I am a skeptic and I enjoy teaching critical thinking, and that is because that which is not close, like the further you are away from reality, the more you have troubles. So what that means is that whatever the model of reality that you hold in your mind, right, should represent actual reality as close as possible. So believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. Because for every false belief you have is a decision that you could be making that could be harmful. And most of the time, making decisions off of false things is going to be harmful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
It's kind of like, you know, if you don't have the proper understanding of, you know, measurement and like what feet are, and you're told to like pull your rip card at whatever such and such feet, but like your model is saying like feet actually represents 10 wootsy whoozits, and you pull the cord at the wrong thing, right? Like you could die.
Yeah, we all have to understand the conventions that we use. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but I'm not necessarily just conventions, right? Like it would be a fact that at 10,000 feet, you know, you must pull this ripcord, or your chute's not going to open well enough and land you soft on the ground. If for some reason your reality was different,
Well, as long as you understand the convention of
and
feet.
really what you thought was 10,000 feet, you pull it at 5,000 feet. This is
Yeah, that's why as long as you
wrong
understand
thinking,
the,
right?
well, that's why all you have to understand the conventions that we use in your good. Language, math.
Okay, maybe my example is terrible. I get it, but
Yeah, you
like,
guys have terrible
I'm not talking
analogies.
about I'm not talking about conventions. I'm just talking about data itself, right? Like, if you have if your understanding of reality tracks as close to actual reality, the better. Because when there's like wrong information in your mind, you're going to make poor decisions, and some of them can be deadly.
Not
And
just that.
actually, some of them could end up being good by chance, but mostly it's going to be bad.
Not just that, but even if the data is the same and your perspective on it, your interpretation, your outlook on it is different, it could spell, you know, it could make a world of difference. And it reminds me of a story actually. There's a story where there's this king, he had a dream, and he saw in his dream that his teeth fell out. All his teeth had fallen out, right? So he went to this like a dream interpreter. He called the dream interpreter and asked him to interpret it. And the interpreter, he says, oh, you must seek refuge with God. And he was worried, and he's like, why? And he's like, because after many years pass, your wife and all your children will die, and you will be alone, all alone in your kingdom, right? And he was like mad. He's like, you know, that's got to be wrong. And he imprisoned this interpreter, and he called another dream interpreter in, and this guy, you know, he told him about how his teeth had fallen out, and then dream interpreter, he was listening, and he smiled, and he's like, oh, glad tidings, dear king. It means that you'll live for a very long time, and you'll be the last of your family to die, and you will remain a king your entire life. Right? And the king was happy about this, you know, he's like, damn right, I'll be a king forever, you know? And he, like, you know, paid the dream interpreter handsomely and stuff. But if you think about it, they had the same interpretations. It was just the same information that, you know, his family was gonna die, he was gonna outlive them, and he was gonna be the king, right? It was just the way that it was said, the way that he, like, you know, took that information, or the way it was conveyed, actually shows the power of how you could convey something and manipulate people in that end. And that's what made the difference. One of these interpreters was rewarded, the other one was in prison, you know?
Yeah, there's many different tales about this, right? Like the most famous being, of course, Socrates, or I'm sorry, Plato's allegory of the cave, and one of my favorite sort of interesting versions is a Shakespearean tale called Macbeth, and you know, I don't know if you know the story of Macbeth, but like basically, the gist of the underlying gist of the story is are the witches creating his future by basically imparting ideas in his head, basically that makes him make those decisions to follow that path that they're foreseeing, or is it that the other way around, basically? But anyway, I mean, I enjoy those sorts of things. But when you're talking about certain things, it's interesting to me because one's epistemology has to be based off of something, and it's mostly some sort of presuppositions. The simplest we can make those presuppositions, and as few of them as we can make, the better, because as Occam's razor says, these choices that we have, we should choose the simpler of them. Now, if our epistemology is fucked in such a sense where it doesn't, it doesn't incorporate reality in a good way. So, like, my epistemology is made up of presuppositions just simply of the laws of logic. So the simple three, well-known laws of logic. So the law of identity, excluded middle. But everything is based off of that afterwards. And so the justification is from those three presuppositions, or single presupposition, the laws of logic are true. Then every observation, every data that I get based off of that logical presupposition, the presupposition of those laws being true, should then therefore be true. Because it's a natural syllogistic sort of sense. So, like, if the premises are true, then the conclusion's true. But obviously, we're making presuppositions right off the bat. Like, and nobody can avoid that. Like, every philosopher from the beginning of time that could call themselves a philosopher, even to today, right, has an issue with induction. I mean, you just can't. It's always circular. There's no way to justify you know what I mean? You can't justify your reasoning with your reasoning. It's circular. It always ends up being that way. So at some point, you have to have some sort of axiom or presupposition, and that's where we all should land. And I think that people that have the idea that the flat Earth is like a real thing, like, generally have something wrong in their presuppositions, or they're contradicting what they think their logical presuppositions are, their foundations for thought.
Yeah, I know. You think your presuppositions are right, and we think our presuppositions are right. So where do we go from there?
I don't think that they're right. I have to. This is a thing, right? Like, the presuppositions that I have are that the laws of logic, like, have to be true. Like, there's no way around it. Like, as soon as you say that they're not true, then everything breaks down. Like, there's no, you can't even reason. I mean, there's no even purpose of discussing. There's no purpose of even living, really. I mean, you would be tossed into, like, just chaos. It wouldn't make sense at all. Like,
could I ask a question?
And then also, yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, so, like, do you think your experience of not spinning is easily explained away by the standard model? Like, not feeling like you're spinning.
I don't think there's anything to explain away. Like, I don't feel movement because of very real things in reality that make 100% real sense. They do not contradict themselves and are evidenced in reality. Like, that's it. It's just it's as plain as the face on my, the nose on my face.
No, that's wrong. The nose on your face has evidence. You can see it. You can.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't plug
Just because some evidence isn't as obvious as the nose on my face does not mean that it does not make sense or exist in a logical, reasonable way.
There's zero evidence to show that we're spinning.
Yeah, no, there is many bits of evidence. Well, I mean, you could. No, there isn't. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. Yes, there is. No, there isn't.
We're spinning and they're not moving.
No, it can't be.
Both have the same amount of evidence. It's relativity. So there's no, unless you escape that system, you're not going to be able to see which one is actually moving.
No, this is like, noticing things in a vacuum, right? Like, so you can't notice one fact in a vacuum when many facts account for it, like, or count on it. The justification for the reason why I think that the Earth is spinning is because there's real evidence that the Earth is a globe, right? And it's
It could be a
this
globe
round
that's
thing.
not spinning.
And no, it has to be spinning because we
Why?
see, because when we look out, right, from the Earth, we see objects moving in a way that the Earth would be spinning. And then if we look in from, and then if we look into the Earth, we see it spinning. So like both ways.
Hold on.
It's there.
Okay, so if we
And then
look
we
out,
also
we see
have
these
many
objects-
of.
Wait, Damon.
Hold
let
on,
me
I'm not
explain.
finished. I'm not finished.
But
I'm
you're
not
jumping
finished.
to 3 different things now. Let me
No,
address the
it's
first two,
all
then
on
you-
the
Hey, let him
evidence
finish.
of why
Let
the
him
Earth is
finish.
spinning.
Third point.
Go ahead.
Third point. Well, now I've done lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
All right, so the first two. First, when we're looking out, we see objects moving, right? You say sure, you say like indicative of us spinning, but it could just be that we're stationary, and they're moving. It could indicate
No,
both,
it can't be.
right? What do you mean it can't be? In and of itself, that point
The
number one.
observations that we
seeing-
make that can't possibly be true.
That was a rhetorical question. In and of itself, point number one, it could indicate either that they're moving and we're stationary, or we're moving and they're stationary. Okay? Point number two, looking into the Earth. You don't have any, unless you're pointing to the fake moon landing, you don't have any evidence to show that you're looking into this spinning Earth, because you'd have to somehow, get out of the reference frame of Earth's spin. And they say that Earth's atmosphere goes towards, all the way past the moon and stuff like that. So I'd like to see how you got into the inertial reference frame to see that the Earth was spinning. And your third point you forgot. Jeremy, did you want to add anything?
I don't even understand the questions because they don't meet any kind of understandable reason.
Do you think Earth has?
Go ahead.
You think Earth has to be spinning because of your presuppositions? We just went over this.
No, I do not.
Then how do you react to like the fathers of the heliocentrism saying the difference between heliocentrism and geocentrism is like a philosophical one. The preference is a philosophical one or something like that.
What's a philosophical? I don't understand the question.
Whether we're
real quick,
believe in a heliocentrist Earth,
Edwin
a
Hubble.
heliocentrist universe, or a geocentrist one, it's a philosophical one. They
Also-
liked the heliocentric because it made the patterns of the stars and stuff like that like more or less circles, perfect circles, rather than the geometry that we see.
Well, when we first had the models that had the Earth-centric models, like we were having trouble with how things were moving in the sky. So if we had a stationary Earth and the things were moving around us, we had to make these weird orbits for everything to like make them work, and it didn't make
sacred geometry.
It's very arbitrary. However,
It's not arbitrary.
as soon as we made it Earth-centric, where the Earth was spinning and the Earth was going around the sun, it's funny. Everything seems to work out just fine.
No,
And
it's
then
not
later
as soon
on,
as it's not
and
as
then
soon as they
late-
did that, Damon. It's as soon as they did that, and
then
also
later-
append their own distances and sizes of these objects. Without unilaterally, without evidence.
with
they said
real
that
measurements,
these were
with
the
real
distances,
measurements.
and these were the sizes to make it work.
It wasn't arbitrary. These were measured, right? Look, and observations. So,
So we measured the
observation,
sizes and
measurement,
distances
experiment.
to all the planets. The sizes of all the planets and the distances to all of them. We actually measured them.
Now we did, yeah. Well, not
No, but you're
not
talking about when
not
heliocentrism was
every
created.
exoplanet that might exist, if that's what you mean. The ones in our solar system,
The ones
yes.
that we could see, yeah. When we came up with heliocentrism, we had measured the distances and sizes that let us know that.
No, we
they're
didn't even
perfect
have all the
circles.
planets. We didn't even have all the planets observed.
So then, why would they say heliocentrism if they didn't know it was perfect circles because they didn't have the sizes and the distances?
They're not perfect circles.
More or less.
You don't need to know the exact distances and sizes. I think you would need to if you want to adjust for like Newtonian gravity. But if you don't have Newtonian gravity yet, you can scale down up and down the whole solar system, and it's still gonna work.
Yeah, but it'd have to be proportional to the Earth's size,
Can
right?
I ask?
So
Can I
with a
ask a question?
gravitational pull, you'd have to know, or like their sizes, or be able to say what their size
No,
is based
before
off of Earth's size.
having an equation for
Wait.
gravity, you don't have to know the distances and the sizes. You
Wait,
just have
Bacon.
to know.
All right, you guys. Issa was trying to get in. Issa,
Bacon.
Yeah.
Bacon,
you guys
Issa,
gotta try
and
to
then
respect when
can
other
I,
people
can I
jump
make a
in.
clarification then afterwards, Issa?
Yeah, actually, make your clarification if you want.
No, I just wanted to say that Bacon that there was some reasoning going on before, and I would like to get back to that with Jeremy. The sort of presupposition argument that I was making earlier. Go ahead.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was getting to. It was the presupposition thing, and the idea of I was curious as to how much weight you put onto your direct experience in regards to your supposition. You know, like that's why I thought about spinning and stuff, because you know you're like your supposition should be based in reality, right? So what is reality? Well, it's what you experience. So if you don't experience like any kind of well, real quick, any sense of motion or anything like that, you know, do you put any weight on that in regards to like your direct experience on your supposition?
Only I put as much confidence in my experience and evidence as it warrants. So, like, I don't put very much experience on just my senses alone, because I know my senses can be somewhat fooled. They're not perfect all the time. Like certain things they're pretty good at, and other things they're not so good at. Like certain optical illusions we're really terrible about, because the way our eyes work, right? Our brain fills in much of the data and can be fooled by certain anomalies. But now the depending on how good the evidence is, or like how good my experience, like how I feel like good my experience is and actually existing in reality, like, or like interpreting it correctly, then I'll give it higher confidence. And then if there's more and more data, as more and more data is added to it, I get higher and higher confidence that that thing is true and real.
But Damon, it seems like you're kind of contradicting yourself from like 10 minutes ago. So before you were saying
Okay.
that the truth is, it's basically kind of like Occam's razor, the least amount of assumptions,
No.
the evidence that you have. No.
No, I'm saying that we would use Occam's razor to sort of like help with our choice of presuppositions, because since there's no way around to, like, say, Hume's, and problem of induction, like where things that our epistemology is going to constantly be circular. There's no, you know what I mean? Like we're just going to constantly be justifying ourselves with our own reasoning. There's no way around it. You have that problem. Everybody has that problem. There's nobody around it.
I'm with you. So we base our presupposition based off of Occam's razor, making the least amount of assumptions, grounding it in reality and truth, right? But by that token, we don't feel the motion of the Earth. We see the things in the sky moving. Occam's razor would say that your presupposition should be that they're moving and we're not. And then in that case, you need to collect more evidence. Why? And at some point, you would, if you were going to come to the conclusion that it's heliocentric, then you'd have to have enough evidence to trump your presupposition as being incorrect, right? To show that it's incorrect, and then go over that, that barrier and show that it's actually heliocentrism instead of just being neutral.
And real quick, can I answer that question as to why? Because let's say we have examples, and like, whereas like if I'm on a shoreline and I'm watching boats go by me, I know the boats are moving and I'm not moving. And I know that because I can experience, like I feel as though I'm not moving. If I was on a boat and there was another boat, or like, how sometimes like if you're in reverse, there's like that weird, like, moment where something looks like it's going forward and looks like, you know what I mean? But you sense that there's motion. So we have like a direct experience of watching things go by us while not experiencing motion. That's a real experience. That's all. As to why the supposition, like why we would think the stars are moving, because we have another experience where we watch ships moving. So we can tie the two together.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why I like to go back to my favorite thing, and that is that we constantly have to be questioning things. So like we can't put all our reasoning in one focused sentence, right? Like if I can't take a specific idea and put it in a vacuum and say this is all that there is, right? Like I've talked about this earlier in that our minds are much like a spider web, and the information that we hold within it hopefully has good justification. If it doesn't, hopefully we find out and cut that out. But if it does have good justification, we'll just say that it does. That the web holding the ideas together that are linked together, right, can't be broken because they're all right? Like we have good justification for each one. So if I were to say that one thing was different than that in that web, I would have to change the web around or cut it out completely. But I would have to have some justification for that. So if I have no justification for it, then why would I change it? And secondly, if I take one strand of that web and pull it out of the whole construct, this whole huge construct of many webs together, and look at it, right, I can make many assumptions about it because I have no other information to go with it. Right? So I could come up with anything. I could come up with all kinds of reasoning to sort of justify it. But with no data, with nothing around it, and it's just in this vacuum, it doesn't mean shit, right? Like it's just this thing. I could come up with billions of ideas, right? Like justifications on why this thing is, right? But I'd just be making it up because I don't have anything to go with it. But that's not the way our brains are. That's not the way reality is. Our construct, right, has all the reasoning tied with it. So if you point out an idea about the Earth moving, say, for instance, I can't just take this observation of the sky and say, well, it looks like something's moving, right? I have many other data points that join to that in the hundreds, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of data points linked together that justify why I think the Earth is moving. Not just this stupid reasoning oh, well, it could be that the sky is moving and not the Earth. Well, yeah, that's true, but we've already justified why that's not true. That's what that's all I have to say about that.
No, we haven't, man.
God, we just justified.
Yes, we have. The fact that you have chosen to ignore it doesn't mean that we have. We haven't.
I ignored it. I've debunked it. It's not. I didn't ignore it. I debunked it.
Debunk it? No, you didn't.
Give me something.
We're continuing
Jeremy,
to claim that you have the evidence
I've heard
for that. Present the evidence.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. What's your justification? What are your presuppositions? What are your base
this is really easy.
presuppositions?
He can just say he's debunked it, and just because you choose to ignore the fact that he's debunked it doesn't change it, right? Just like you just said.
Okay, that is definitely not what I was saying.
The same kind of reasoning.
That's another Uno reverse card.
Well, I mean, if you want to start from the kindergarten base level, then we can do that. But I thought that maybe you guys were a little smarter than that.
No, you're just saying something and acting like it's true. Proof by assertion. It's fallacious. So for someone that's all about epistemology,
it's not proof by assertion.
It is, because we're asking for the evidence and you haven't provided it.
I gave the reasoning, right, and I haven't provided specific evidences, but I gave you the base reasoning of why I think I have evidence. Yes, I have not shown you evidence yet. So what?
I mean, we could go over. You go ahead and call people stupid for not going along with something that you don't have evidence for.
No.
How can you start using tactics? Just be careful you're not using tactics, because that calls you out.
You're totally missing the point of what I had about the spider web. So you're focusing on a very narrow fact, right? And ignoring your own your own base assumptions, your presuppositions that you hold for your epistemology. No, you're not. You haven't justified anything yet.
Well,
you haven't told me what your presuppositions are.
Aren't you opposing your direct experience by a bunch of data from people?
No.
Okay.
All experience is direct. So whatever experiences that I might have, be it reasoning, argument, actual observation, by experience. All this stuff is direct. It's not hearsay. It's direct.
Well, I heard you use the analogy of the pulling the thread and having the spider web collapse from pulling one thread once before. And it was because we were trying to show you some things in the ISS that seemed obvious about harnesses and things, and you got mad and left because you just weren't like. But you were describing your belief system as you couldn't pull that thread. At least you were being honest about that. That thread might make the whole thing collapse, so you couldn't acknowledge.
That is not what I said. That is totally not what I said. If that's what you got out of it,
that's what I interpreted it as. At least I thought you were being
absolutely. I absolutely explained that completely wrong. If that's what you got out of that.
Okay. Well, I thought that you were saying there's certain things that you just,
No, I said,
that can't be true.
I said,
Otherwise, you have to doubt the whole thing, right?
Well, no. Well, technically that's true, right? But you would have to get to the central pillars, right? Which would be the laws of logic, right? Like this is my base presupposition. So if I start from there and I can reason out from there to eventually at the end, following these base assumptions, and that these outlying details are true, based off of those presuppositions, then why would I get rid of it?
Well, that's why you asked you how much weight.
If it can be shown to me that one of these sort of outlying spiderweb details is incorrect, then I will change it. And all you have to do is show that it's incorrect.
Well, he used to ask how much weight you put on your direct experience, which for us, that base assumption, we have to go from there because that's just an obvious base assumption. That's our reality.
What's the presupposition? That your senses are correct 100% all the time?
No, that's a straw man. I didn't say that. I just said that,
well,
that
I'm asking you if it's a question.
All of our experience would indicate.
It can't be a straw man if it's a question.
No, you said you made an absolute out of it. I'm just saying that,
that
our assumptions as a whole would lead us to think that we're not moving to begin with, right?
No, that there's no assumptions there. There are only like linkages from the base assumptions of reality. So like if I have presuppositions that the laws of logic are true and hold true eternally, basically, that everything else based off of them must be true, or at least to a certain extent, right? There might be other factors that aren't known.
Those laws of logic don't include deducing anything from your direct experience, right?
No, they absolutely do.
Oh, okay. That's what we're saying.
Well, no, that's all part of the evidence, right? Like there's just not. This is what I'm saying. Like you can't take a piece of evidence and put it in a vacuum with nothing else around it, right? Like if there's a whole bit of the world around you and the experiences and data that you've collected through your whole life, right? Like, and many people before you have done the same thing.
So your whole direct experience for your whole life, besides the movement of the sky, in what other ways would you think that you're moving in the Earth is curved? Besides your observation of the sky, what things can you add to that list?
Oh, geez. Time zones, sunsets, seasons, the fact that we have
those all have to do with the sky.
Predictable. No, there are observations from the Earth. What are you talking about?
So besides your observations of the sky, which includes sunsets, sun, and stars.
So it's the fact
what about your direct experience would make you think you're moving on a curved ball?
Well, I mean, how many direct experiences would you like? I mean, I was going.
Why do you think it's a ball?
Because it is.
You can't prove that.
Well, it becomes an assumption because we can interpret it.
Prove my ass is fucking round. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Like I said, you can't.
Raymond, the thing is, it becomes an assumption when you can take the same observation and interpret it in another way. It becomes an assumption when you go one way versus another without justifying why you're interpreting it as a ball instead of some other way.
There are facts, but it doesn't become evidence until it's concordant with only one point of view. If it can be justifying more than one point of view, then it's obviously not evidence, is it? It's just a bit of fact. or
Yeah, I can justify
non
another point of view. Like
data.
you said, time zones. And the thing is, with time zones, you don't need a revolving ball for time zones. You can have a
Actually,
sun
Well,
revolving overhead over
there
a flat surface.
again, you take the data in a vacuum and ignore all the data around
Hey,
it.
Lemon, real quick. Evidence leads to facts, not the other way around. Just
But you need to interpret it in a
No.
consistent way. And
Facts
that's
are
where the
bits of
assumption
data,
versus
and they lead to
interpretation.
evidence.
But the sun can circle
Okay, but
overhead over a flat, motionless plane and still give you time zones. So that's where the assumption comes in, where you assume it goes to a ball. But like you say, it's not in a vacuum. You're interpreting the other evidence, but some of the other evidence
You don't have to
can still
assume
kind
that.
of work over something flat.
Look, you don't have to assume anything. You work off of the base data, and you work out from very simple data points. I mean, you don't take things in a vacuum and say, "Look, see, it could be this, this, and this, and this." Yeah, I agree. If I take one
Why
bit of
don't you look
fact,
at the proof? Why
one
don't
bit
you
of
just look at the
data,
proof?
and pull it out of its fucking context, I can come up with all kinds of reasoning to justify it. I could make the Earth a goddamn hexagon for all I care, but like
That's
it
what we're
doesn't
saying.
matter. But
Yeah,
okay,
you can make it whatever you want.
Right.
If you assume you're
There
moving on
should
a
be
ball,
proof.
I
You're
mean,
right.
if you want to ignore everything that we all know, that's fine with me. That's
There's
why
we.
I'm
There's
trying
no
to get
we. There's only you
ignore.
believing
I'm
in some
trying to
bullshit with no
hold on a
proof.
second. Look, I'm gonna say one more thing and I'm done in here because this is fucking ridiculous. But like, this is why I want to go. Nobody wants to sit here and tell me what their presuppositions
Look
are,
at the
like I
wall.
have. Like, which means that you're being dishonest because all you're
Where's
doing
the
is
proof?
pulling out random facts, going like, "What about this? What about
No
this? What
one's
about
pulling out
this? What about
anything.
this?"
You're
But
pulling out hats
you
out of your
haven't
fucking hat. You know there's no
justified your
proof.
reasoning.
hold on. Purple,
You
white, black
can't tell
cloak.
me
We
how
can't
your
hear you. Your
reasoning's
mic,
justified.
Damon, real quick.
Neither
We
can
can't
you
hear
because you
purple,
can't
white.
provide any proof.
We can't hear you because you sound muffled right now. Purple, white, black cloak. You want to just give him a chance to say what he says? Go ahead. Purple, white, black cloak. You sound muffled, like your microphone's in your shirt. What are you trying to say? Can you hear me? Purple, white,
Maybe he's
black.
fixing his mic.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, yeah, you're about to run off, and it's too bad because maybe we
Look, I
could
don't
get
want
somewhere.
to, but I don't want to, but like I don't want to work around these outlying, like way down the road items, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like what I want to do is work on your base assumptions. Where have you started with? Where is your reasoning coming from?
Our
What is
base
your
assumption.
presuppositions? What is your justification for even
Base
thinking there are facts?
I don't even know why you're saying base assumptions. Our base assumptions would be we're not moving and we don't see curvature. That's our base assumption. Let's go.
No, that's talking about the Earth. I'm talking about your epistemology. What is your reasoning for, what is your justification for your own reasoning? Why do you think you have reasoning at all? Where is your reasoning coming from? How can you justify facts? How can you justify anything? What is your base assumptions? Not
Justify
about the
that I'm not
Earth,
moving.
about why you even think you can think. What
I thought we were
I
talking
think,
about the Earth.
therefore I am.
I thought we were talking about
No.
the Earth. We're not talking about the
Are
Earth.
you reading off something right now?
Who, me?
He's avoiding questioning his own assumptions and trying to throw it back at us.
Oh
So
my
if we're gonna
God.
do that, that's fine. But
I have one assumption. The laws of logic hold true. That's it. That's my assumption.
So laws of logic are an assumption to you? Wow, that's even more.
That they hold true eternally. Yes, that's an assumption. You can't justify it except with your own just reasoning. You can't
They
justify
don't
your
hold true.
reasoning except by using your own reasoning. How you get around it? It's circular.
If your selected laws of logic contradict our direct experience, they do not hold true.
Where is the laws of logic contradicted? And I will change my mind right now.
well, we have
We're
to
not
use the
moving.
evidence of our senses sometime, and our senses tell us that it's flat and motionless. So why should we have to contradict our senses to go
Oh
with
my
something
God. You
that
guys
contradicts
just don't get it, do you? Like, this
it's
is like talking
contradictory
to
because we can't use logic at that point because we can't
freaking
even trust our
morons.
senses.
Like,
How
oh
can we
my
use
God,
logic
I
if
don't
we can't even
care
trust our
about the
senses?
Earth. Fuck the Earth. It's flat. Fine. The Earth is fucking flat.
Okay, and
Now
we're all in
justify your reasoning.
our base assumptions of not moving and not seeing curvature anywhere.
No.
Well, that's justification. What do you want? We're not idiots for saying that's our base assumptions. That's just what they are.
You see, this is my point. You guys haven't even thought about what your thinking is. Like, you haven't even thought about how you know things. Like,
Of course we
what
have.
is your
We went from globe to
basis for
flat.
epistemology? What is
We
your
used to
reasoning?
be
What is
cubers.
your justification for your reasoning?
Trust of our senses, distrust of the elites.
Okay,
who-
there. That's
who stick their head in
good.
it.
That's good. So you're basically, you have a presupposition that your senses are correct.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one. Do you have any others?
You mentioned the laws.
The establishment is full of bullshit. In my
The
case,
what?
what was that?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
The establishment's lying.
Okay, that's way further out. I need something base, like way down before you even get to like, there's a color blue, right? Like before that.
Okay, well, let's just make sure we're on the same page. So you're saying that your base assumptions don't include anything about your senses, correct?
Well, in a sense, they do, but only in the fact that there's no way around. Like I've basically cut out as many presuppositions as I can and still be able to make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I've cut out all presuppositions, all extraneous ideas, and I say, like, just like Descartes said. Was it Descartes? Yeah, it's Descartes, right? And anyway, I think therefore I am, right? Like, it's the basis of it. But basically, that's what the laws of logic are: is that you can't justify your reasoning except for your own reasoning. So there has to be a starting point. So what's the narrowest presupposition I can make? Like, how few presuppositions can I make and still make sense of the world?
Well,
This
if we
is
were
where I'm
starting
at.
together, let's say we're starting together, we all experience a motionless Earth, right? We all can say that that's a starting point. Now,
No,
maybe it's
I
not
don't.
true.
No,
Maybe it's not true, but we all can at least admit that we experience that, right?
no.
Oh, you
No,
experience motion.
a baby doesn't know anything about that, right? Like, a baby doesn't even know how to talk, or what the fucking Earth is, right? Like,
Well,
so
now
if I
we're
were to think
babies.
about that, so think about yourself as a baby, right? Like, what, as a baby, not knowing any facts about the world whatsoever, you're just born. What presuppositions could you possibly make to then begin to make sense of the world?
But
Not
that doesn't
fucking
make
whether the
sense.
Earth
A
is
baby
flat,
doesn't.
not whether there's fucking clouds or stars or anything like that. Just how are you going to be able to start making a basis for
Damon,
reasoning?
that's self-defeating though, because a baby doesn't think I think, therefore I am. A baby doesn't even have a sense of self or anything. So that goes both ways.
Right.
I think, therefore I am doesn't work, and trusting your senses doesn't work. So what are you saying? What's the symmetry breaker there?
Yo, could you say that
Okay, well
stability?
at least now we're talking in the realm of what I wanted to talk about. Like, so, good points, Lemon. But however, what are your presuppositions? Not why do you think the Earth is flat, or
Yeah,
why do you think it's not moving?
Faith.
What are your presuppositions for your reasoning?
Faith.
Does a baby need
So
stability?
faith.
Can I ask,
Yeah.
Okay.
And what do you mean by faith?
Sorry, Issa, just a second. Faith in the one who created me as a theist, and therefore faith in myself, since his manufacturing is of a superior nature.
Okay, this seems pretty complicated.
That faith allows me to trust my senses and to think that I can arrive at the truth. It all
But
stems
again,
from the object of my faith.
But a baby doesn't have faith. But Issa just asked, does a baby need stability?
What the fuck? Just ignore the baby fucking thing.
Does a baby, in order for a baby to learn how to walk, he needs like stable ground, right?
Something to have faith in, stable ground, stability, parents that will care for it.
Don't make it socio-political.
There are people that have grown. There are people that have been born and grown up on ships, like sailing ships, and so their world is moving all the time. So technically, they don't need
So if you're on a
to learn
ship,
how to walk.
right? So if you're on a ship, right? But they need like to get used to the rhythm of the water in order to learn how to walk, right? They need some semblance of
I would
stability.
assume.
Right?
Yeah,
But
they
like,
need
we're not
to
talking
have faith
about
in Issa.
the rare group of people that are born on ships. We're talking about like a baby needs
Oh,
stability.
well, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, if you use a good basis for your reasoning, right, you ask these sorts of questions. It's called,
Can I ask a
critical
question?
thinking.
You had said that if someone doesn't have a supposition, then they're liable to like go insane if somebody were to break it, right?
Well, if A does not equal A, right, and A can equal whatever you want, or like anything, right? A can equal B or B plus C, right? Like, if A equals anything at any given time, then the law of identity doesn't hold true, right? Like, and if
I
the
can
law of
I
identity
can I
doesn't
ask
hold true, then we have no way of beginning. We have no way of understanding the world around us. Even our
well,
senses that you guys like to talk about wouldn't make sense because they can change in any moment.
well, actually, that's
Yeah.
why I
So
was
you're
so
saying
talking
X.
about you guys, because you guys seem to change up everything all the time. We experience one thing, all of us, but you guys have all this different stuff that explains it away,
No,
which is
you
cool,
just have
man.
a misunderstanding.
Well, I mean,
No.
sure, dude, sure.
So you're saying the law identity X equals X, right? And it can't equal anything else.
Well, we like to use A, but yes,
I
A
like that.
equals A. It cannot equal anything else, right?
So
The
a
law of
straight line.
excluded metal is A is A and cannot equal B, right? Like, so.
Yeah.
Keep
So
going.
a straight line can't. So a straight line can't be anything other than a straight line, right? Can't be two different things.
Depends on how you define a straight line.
Well, can it be two? Can a straight line be something different than another straight line? It has to equal itself, right?
The definition of a straight line would have to meet the definition of a straight line, or it would be something else.
Yeah, so it can't have two different definitions, right? Otherwise, X doesn't equal X, or A doesn't equal
No,
A,
it
or
can
whatever
have.
letter.
No, if A equals B and C, that's fine, right? Like, you haven't done anything illogical there.
So A can equal B.
If the product of B and C equals A, then you've not gone anywhere astray of logic. No, that seems
Okay, so you're
perfectly
saying
fine to me.
So you're saying a straight line can be two different things.
Well, yeah, a straight line equals definition B or definition C. Where's the problem in logic?
Yeah, so two different things. So you're saying A can equal either A or A can equal B. That's
You're
not how the law of
misunderstanding.
identity. That's not how the law
Well,
of
you're
identity works. Don't
misunderstanding
tell
the
me I'm
law of
misunderstanding.
identity. The law of identity is talking about, like, say, this thing, right?
Yeah, the straight line
equals this thing. It cannot equal not this thing.
Exactly. That's where you guys fall apart with your straight line bullshit when you say.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a straight line. Right?
What
Do we
about a
both know
straight
what
line?
that means?
What's that
What's
have
up?
to do with it? The laws of logic. I don't understand what you're saying.
The law of identity. We're talking about the law of identity, right?
Gentlemen, you know how a straight
Right.
line can a straight line can be curved?
This is different. Like, so.
Oh, it's different. Yeah, I know.
Well, it's more complicated than what you're making it. So this is your
You don't know how bread
poor
works, Jeremy.
this
You
is
don't know
your
how bread
poor understanding of what the laws of logic mean and what logic itself is, and
The
what
logic is
and what semantics are. So, like, epistemology and ontology are two different things. So the ontology of A equals A, right, is fine. In epistemology, we have semantics, in which case A can have many definitions that we make it. That's different than the law of identity.
You know, I've heard you come in here a few times and talk about the laws of logic as if they're supporting your side, but it just sounds like you're arguing for our side until you have the evidence that you're talking about that the laws of logic are supporting. You're not even giving that.
Well, the laws of logic.
I didn't even understand your questions.
Well, the law of identity, like with a line being a line or curved, is basically checking the premises that you've already accepted. You can't have logic unless you state the premises of what A you've accepted or not accepted is not A. from before, from prior reasoning that you use to make future logical claims. That's basically what A or not A is trying to establish. The claims that you've already made and you already hold to when you say things like law of identity, like A or not A, or a line is a
No,
line
that
versus
has nothing to do with it.
just checking your premises and what you already hold to.
Listen, whatever you just said is absolute nonsense.
You don't know what he said, but you know it's nonsense.
I know exactly what he said. It was nonsense.
You're just buying time for us to shut up and submit to the power to
Yeah,
lead and think whatever they think. You're not allowing us room to think or reason at all. So you're invoking logic, but what you're saying is anti-logic.
So now I'm shutting down your mind.
Learning against
Okay.
learning. You're saying
can
don't
think
think
just
in any
fine.
unprescribed way. Just shut up and submit to power. So that's not even logical.
No.
It's just an argument for power.
No, I'm just simply trying to explain a very simple concept, and I feel like you're not quite getting it. And so I'm either being a poor explainer, or you're, just not understand it, like are incapable of understanding it. Well, I
Well, every
choose to
time you
believe
come
that
in
I'm.
here, it seems like you're
I
afraid
choose
to
to
give
believe,
evidence.
or
You're
you're being
afraid-
dishonest. I choose to believe that I'm a poor explainer, so I'm trying to explain it the best I can. I'm sorry.
You're not doing a good job because you were just talking about, before I give the evidence, let's talk about the laws of logic. Well, why don't you give the evidence and see how they match up with your laws of logic? And you always seem afraid to do that. You won't even do it.
No.
You won't even.
I can talk about the laws of logic just fine. I can give my evidence. But what I'm trying to do is work from common ground and understanding where your presuppositions are, so that when you ask me a question, I know where you're coming from.
Well, yeah, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like, and I don't mean this like almost seriously, because sometimes I've heard this before. Is like, you're really digesting what we're saying, premises that you've been holding, and you're adjusting to that.
They're not equating to
it's
reality,
all
right? Like
don't worry, we all went
there's
through
no
that.
basis in reality, right? It
Hey,
doesn't
man,
make sense.
whatever makes you feel comfortable, bro. I'm just saying, like, that's what it is. That's what.
Oh,
That's
that's
the
an interesting
uncomfortable thing you're
rhetoric.
feeling. That's what you're feeling. It's like, because our direct experience.
That's the rhetoric from kindergarten.
Well, I mean, I was saying,
Ground.
just my example would be this, bro. I said to you, do babies need stability in order to learn how to walk? And immediately we're talking about babies on boats and theoretical.
Holy shit.
You know what I mean? Like, and I'm just trying to say, like, it's
Because
natural.
because that very thing actually is a very good example of my point. And the point is that you all will take a particular effect and pull it out of context, meaning whatever exists in reality, right? And just focus on it like there's no other facts around it. Why do you do that? Why do you insist on doing that?
It's called science.
It sounds like your web has no connections, right? And it's just.
Most people, I think, most logical people will admit that mankind does not experience, like, any feeling of motion. We may look up and we may see things move across the sky, but we don't feel. Do you feel motion?
Sometimes.
Do you feel motion that because of the Earth's rotation?
Indirectly.
Have you ever been on a cruise ship?
Yes, actually, I'm going on a cruise.
No, I'm asking the other guy. Have you ever been on a cruise ship?
Oh, sorry.
Docked at the at the coast on the shore.
Not a big cruise ship, no. But why?
So I would suspect that if you're on that cruise ship, that boat is rocking back and forth ever so slightly. Do you think you'd be able to feel that?
Probably.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Do you feel it in the port?
And I bet that rocking back and forth is probably going a hell of a lot faster than the rotation of the Earth.
Do you feel the Earth spinning?
Here.
Why would you expect to feel the Earth spinning?
Because by logic we feel other times when we move.
You can't even feel when you're on a cruise ship or a boat or a really large boat, you wouldn't feel that moving.
But that's A or not A. Whenever we're moving other times, we feel movement A. But we're moving now, but don't feel movement. So that's A and not A. Sometimes it's contradictory.
If you're in a car, you'll feel
Oh my God! Please stop getting the law of identity wrong.
Earth is life. Hold on. hold on. We were talking to, but you're right. Earth is Life. We agree with you. And this is the issue. This is what I was trying to deal with, Damon. Is that we're talking about the idea that like, does a baby need stability in order to walk? Because directly,
No.
all of us. Okay, fine. Do all of us? And then I was getting. He doesn't think babies need stability in order to learn how to walk. For one, two, he thinks that somehow, in some way, shape, or form, all of us experience the Earth rotating. And what I was
What
trying to
is that?
clarify, and what I was always trying to clarify is that everyone's direct experience, reality, says that for whether we be or whether not be, we experience it as though we are not spinning. So to
No, that's
start,
not true.
okay, hold on, that's fine, and that's fine. That's your opinion. My point is
No,
that
it's not my opinion.
okay, man. I'm just saying for a second. Most of us don't feel any kind of rotation. Now, you're saying that you experience rotation because you're looking at the sky, but we also experience, like I said, standing at a shoreline, watching ships go by. So we can make a deduction that it is possible for us not to be moving in relationship to the things that we are witnessing moving. Therefore,
Why are there tides?
hold on, I'm not finished. That's a local. Why are there tides is not a logical question right now. What we're talking about is the idea that
Okay.
if I can see the Earth, the ships going across from my thing,
Hold on.
hold on, I have a starting point and a premise. So if I look up and then see the stars moving across the sky, I can correlate to the idea that I saw the ships going by and put it into a logical sequence where that I am not moving and I'm witnessing something moving and I am not experiencing any movement. So therefore it's not some kind of like, optical, like I'm going reverse in a vehicle and the car's, you know what I mean? Like it's not something like that because I would know that because I would feel as though I were moving. So we don't have
Why?
any feeling of, hold on. So we don't have any feeling we're moving and I can see things moving across and away from me while I'm not moving. So that is my initial premise, correct?
Oh. You just
Is that
assumed
is
like a
that
million
is
things
that
within
where
that.
your
Think whatever
is
you
that
want.
is that where your investigation would stop though?
Well, right now we
Yeah.
can't come to
Yeah,
agreement
their
on that.
investigation stops.
We can't
They
come to
haven't had
agreement.
any investigation.
We're talking about an initial premise, and I'm just saying initially this is what we experience and can correlate. Now,
Come
if you
on,
want to
man.
go down the avenue of your various different arguments as to why I'm wrong for sensing that I'm not spinning, that's one thing. But do I have to accept them? Well, that's illogical because it's not anything to do with what I experience for me.
Well, why would you accept
Right.
reality?
But
Of course, that makes no sense.
hold on. We can calmly discuss this sort of thing. So
What's up, doofus?
at the figures, hi.
Yeah.
At the figures that are stated for the rotation of the Earth, the thing that we should be feeling is the rotational velocity, the amount that it's rotating, not some linear velocity, right?
I'll
You
go with
get
that.
that concept first.
I'll go with
Okay.
that.
So that rate that you're supposed to be expecting to feel is about 0.004 degrees per second. Now
That's
this
6'9".
no, that's a different figure. That's in RPMs. Degrees per second is what I'm after here.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. My bad.
All right, so 0.004-ish degrees per second is that kind of rate that we're supposed to be looking for, or how we're supposed to sense it out on our bodies. But they've done sort of this kind of testing, and the lower the floor of where people tend to measure that they can actually sense rotation rates bottoms out at 0.03 degrees per second, which is about an order of a magnitude more than the rate that we're supposed to try and feel. You understand where I'm going with this?
Oh yeah, no, and you know what?
The degree isn't consistent.
That argument, I can respect your argument. My point is we were trying to establish a previous point, which is just our premise of from where we've begun from. Because like I can, and I can respect all positions in this. However, my initial point, and this is the thing that is so interesting to me, is that I put merit on my own experience directly. That could be an explanation. That could be an explanation that could help me one day see the light, if you will, doofus. But until then, I have to hold that, like, my direct experience initially is that motionless is what I experience and what we all experience. So to take me away from that premise, it would take a lot. Now, granted,
Right. And as I'm mentioning, is you would not expect to feel it even if the Earth were a rotating sphere, is the thing that I'm trying to mention.
Yeah, sure. And
Yeah, you can definitely trust your senses in this regard because there's no reason that you should feel it.
that's an interesting point. You know what I mean? I also have, like, along with that, let's say, the idea that I can witness, let's say, the boats going across, as I stand on the shore and experience that I'm not moving and that they are moving. So I could take that experience and put it onto the stars, which would make sense to me. Now, maybe there's better explanations. My point was the gentleman was not making those arguments as eloquently as you are, my fine sir. But
I've got too much free time.
my thing was the initial idea that, hey, but we all need, like, a general appreciation for the fact that we need stability to learn how to walk, right? And it was like, no, we don't. Kids live on boats, and it's like, oh my god. So forgive me with my frustration.
Right. We can expect the kind of stability necessary to learn how to walk, even on a rotating spherical Earth, because
That's a logical answer.
Right.
That's cool.
Right. The motion that you would have to contend with is, as I mentioned, that very slow angular rate, but also the acceleration outward, which is centrifugal force, is very small compared to the downward, what we observe the rate things fall at. So, like if you're curious, at the equator, at its greatest, centrifugal force is 0.034 meters per second squared, which is a very small acceleration, measurable but small.
Pat, did you agree with? I think there was a line that flat earthers are using about somebody explaining that babies have trouble walking when they're younger, and then until they get used to the spin of the Earth. Did you ever hear that before?
I don't say I personally like that one because it's just a very slow rate that shouldn't even have to be a problem to deal with.
But you agree that they have to get used to it?
No. I mean, it's like getting used to it's like getting used to it's like getting used to standing on a merry-go-round spinning once per 24 hours. You could get used to that super quickly. That's not a problem.
Right, but if that merry-go-round were had the circumference of the Earth, the outside of it would be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, correct?
Correct, but you're not feeling the velocity in the rotation. You don't feel velocity.
We have an elliptical orbit, right? And we have an ellipses that we're rotating on, so there's no perfect circles there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what are the acceleration figures from those?
Oh, well, it's constant acceleration.
Yeah, how much?
Mathematically, you could minimize it, and you could say the acceleration and momentum changes are nominal, right? It'd be surprising if that were the fact, that it just happens to be that we never feel anything at all, right? It'd be very surprising if the math really does determine our reality.
Right, as I already mentioned, even though there's a very small and very measurable rotation rate, we shouldn't expect to feel, even if we presuppose that exists and it doesn't, we shouldn't expect to feel that because it's too low. It's below our threshold of being capable of sensing.
It's too bad for your side of the argument. There's not like a moment that's like, oh, like this time of year, there's a little bit of a speed change that we can all feel, that we have some things, leaning because of these movements, and, some indication of it on your side would really help your argument.
Well, we just go with the measurements is all.
Well, you go with the calculations, not measurements.
And we'd be lying.
Yeah, actually, if we go through that whole process, and I'm not sure if you've heard me explain it before, the mechanical gyro compass, we have experimental evidence that the only way that it can process towards true north is if it's in a rotating frame of reference.
No, they're seriously considering the ether, in fact. And there's lots of studies about that. They're ignored by the mainstream for good reason, because it threatens the paradigm. But there's studies. In fact, the guy we were just talking about last night talking about there's there's a lot of indications it could be the ether, and he's the one that's like the big deal in satellites. What's his
No,
name? Here, I'll look it up.
I think if ether were an actual thing, science would definitely not ignore it. They would embrace it.
Right. We're looking for something that has a mechanism that is something that can be tested. Something that we can change the conditions for and come up with results that are pursuant to the change that we made. So, for instance, if I'm told that the mechanical gyro compass as affixed to Earth is processing towards true north because the ether's doing it, I have no way to test that. There's nothing I can do to confirm that that's actually happening.
Yeah, just like assuming it's the Earth rotation, you have no way to test that either.
Well, I can rotate the platform that it sits on and confirm what effect occurs to the device itself. I can use rotation and manipulate it to come up with whatever effect I need as far as precession is concerned. So I know rotation can cause this. I don't have another test that I can do to cause that kind of effect. So at this point, I'm only left with the thing that I can test for, which is rotation.
Well, I'm testing for it right now. I'm not moving.
See, you're trying to do it without tools. That's not how you do these things. If you don't want to
Right.
measure
I'm saying that to jump to the assumption, like there's evidence showing that it could be the ether. You think that it's the rotation. Well, I'm going to knock off the rotation because there's no evidence that we're moving.
Right, you're excluding the evidence that we are rotating in order to say there's no evidence that we are rotating. That's not really how this goes. That's not how this works.
Well, no, isn't it more like something is rotating and we don't know if that's rotating or we're rotating? Could that not be proposed?
Yeah, the evidence
if
that
you
we're
wanna-
rotating is not there. It's not. It's only the device
Well, I mean, I'm
that you're
curious.
interpreting.
Well, no, Doofus, like, what's your honest take on that? Like, could it also be proposed the other side? You know, that the other thing is moving.
Right.
You
The way that it's been tested, for instance, and I could provide you FE Core's materials on the matter, since FE Core had done a pretty good amount of testing on this.
still waiting on their
device is
Nobel
able to.
Prize, though. We're still waiting on their Nobel Prize, I hear.
Uh-huh.
But go on.
Yeah. So they tested this device inside a building. I want to say also in a basement. I'm not exactly sure what level of the building they were in when they were testing this, but they could not prevent it from functioning.
Yeah, because they
out
claim
that
that it
was
was no,
rotation.
they claim that it was from the heavenly bodies.
Right. The problem is that we're not talking about the fiber optic gyroscope or any potential ring laser gyroscopes, which I know is a red herring and all that mess. He's just stated it incorrectly. We're talking about a mechanical gyro compass, which is different.
Can you cite FE Core's findings on that and how they determined that it must be the rotation of the Earth, please?
Well, they won't say that. They'll say they just couldn't make it
Oh.
stop working.
Okay, well, cite that for us, please.
All right. One moment.
I have the actual conversation that they were talking back and forth when they were
Okay,
like
go ahead.
they were saying
Post the screen.
basically
Give us the
yeah.
link.
As soon as I finish, I'll post it. They couldn't get it to stop rotating, no matter what they did.
Right, and it's processing to true north. It's a procession from various orientations at startup will end up still processing towards true north as well.
My battery's about
Magic.
to die, so yeah, I'll look at your posts and then I'm sure they didn't conclude what you're saying they did, but my battery's about to die.
Okay. Of course, we'll have to wait for response from that. But as far as I'm aware, I don't have any way of actually testing that the ether or the heavens rotating would cause the effect necessary. I don't have any way to test that. That's even more curious that at English, at any latitude, or at any longitude on a latitude line, it also continues to function, which means that it must be that the rotation is in an orientation that's not in a plane parallel with the ground. So that rules out a lot of things as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. The gyros are such an
Anomalous?
Yes, thank you. Like, they're so and it's interesting that we put so much to them, you know what I mean? Put so much credit on them.
Yeah.
But, they're so interesting. I've only ever played with the little, the toy gyroscope kind of thing.
Yeah, that's on those ones, the bearings aren't usually good enough to do this kind of thing.
Oh, I'm quite sure. But, I've only ever played with them. Just how interesting, though.
Hey, wasn't there a guy that was in
They
FE
do
Core
that.
that basically left FE Core because he was going to release some information and Bob didn't want him to release it? That's why he left.
That was Stefan P. That was the post
Yeah.
prior to the one that I made with the gyro compass in it. That's just the video content from Stefan P. posted there.
Yeah.
And that's just the results section of his video. That's actually just a trimmed down version of his release. FE Core did not like that thing getting out there, which was kind of funny.
Yeah, the gyro discussion I find I don't know enough about it really. I've never really spent the time to make it the principles, but it's so technical. It's a technical argument.
Yeah.
I really don't know enough about whether or not to put that much stock into it myself. That's what gets me with the with, like we said, about the experiential versus the gyroscopic evidence. That
Right. I mean, it follows the
would,
same kind of principles as, like, I know that there was a big crowd that wanted to repeat the line that the horizon always rises to eye level regardless of altitude. And I know Eric Dubay caused a lot of people to chant that endlessly. But as it turned out, what we're experiencing and what we can measure might appear to us as two different things.
That's right. Sometimes we measure the horizon going above level.
If you're very, very, very close to the ground on a very warm, with a very warm surface, yes.
Well, that's not true because Hanachuk did it on ice. So George Hanachuk and Nunchuck, whatever his name is.
Yeah, but he also gave us the reason why that happened. So
I know you got reasons. You always have excuses. I knew the biggest scam artist in my city, and he always had an excuse. I know how it goes.
yeah, but it's a very rare occurrence.
All right, yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yes, and you have to be super close to the surface in order for it to happen.
And not only when the surface is hot, right? Since he did it on ice, I mean.
Right, that would have to be, the surface would have to be warmer than the air above it.
I know.
Yeah,
actually, that makes sense. If he's on top of a body of water that is ice covered, but still has liquid water underneath, the ice could still be warmer than the air above it.
Yeah.
That's rich that he has a controversial video like that out.
He's not the only one that's done it. Who else did it? There's somebody else did it too. Another Glober and a flat earther did it. I mean, sometimes it rises to eye level, sometimes it's below eye level, sometimes it's
No, but to Doofus's
above eye
point,
level.
to Doofus's point, it's. I think it just conveys the idea and the this message. I agree. Like I've said before, it's like you're only ever going to see so far anyway. You can look on the weather app; it says visibility. Like you're never gonna see that's a real hard.
I don't know, man. I have a
Point.
citation. I have a citation from Brenda.
Oh well, stop.
I have a citation from Brenda saying we can see forever, and then birds can see farther than humans.
Right.
So
Well,
there goes that.
like I trust my weather app. You know what I mean? But I fucking I always thought nobody other than a flat earther and a ball earther could ruin a beautiful sunset better.
That's a good point.
Fucking ruin it. Just take it to
Fuck
shit.
that beautiful sunset. Why is the
Right.
sun going down?
Why is it going down though? And then I think it was interesting too. It's like colloquially, we all agree that the sun is setting, right? You know what I mean? Like in our language, it says that it's setting. I don't know. I just think it interesting, but yeah, like it's like I don't know. I always found that the biggest difference of it is the philosophical also ramifications of it to me have an effect on the way I view it personally. So it's hard for me to let mere gyroscopic evidence, let's say, go against what I experience in a way. It's a difficult argument, difficult leap for me to make. Not that I don't try to digest it though. You know what I mean? And I would say that I would hope that any quote unquote, flat earth is such a bad term, but any one of us would fucking appreciate the globe. The globe is fucking interesting. You know what I mean? Only God knows the shape of the earth in my mind. I don't fucking know.
Well, somebody knows it. Either we know it or the Globers know it.
Well, I've said before, dude, even if you got your hands around the neck of the Black Pope and we're like, what shape is the earth? He's going to be like, I don't know. I sincerely feel that nobody will ever know.
Well, I'm saying the Globers think it's a globe. We think it's flat. One of us is probably right. I mean, there are some concavers.
I think whoever designed the GPS coordinates, whoever designed that and made the numerical system, they have to know where point 1 is, right?
I don't know. They could localize maps all day long, man. Who knows? I'm saying collectively, nobody knows, in my opinion. But that's why I think, and Doofus, I would hope you would appreciate, on our end, it's the idea of hey, you know what I mean? You're trying to tell us exactly what this thing is. You know what I mean? And I just think that there's a little more to it. I don't know. But you know what I mean? The globe makes a hell of a case for itself. But there's also...
they wouldn't have been able to pull this off if it didn't make a hell of a case. Absolutely.
They've answered all the questions appropriately and to some extent, but not necessarily to my full satisfaction personally. It's and there's so much motive to it as well. But that's why I appreciate the science side of it, people that aren't necessarily bringing in the videos or whatever. But I've learned that there really is no direct evidence as to what the shape of the earth is.
Issa, have you ever had a time in your life where you were captivated by the globe thing, thinking it was real or being
Dude,
really into it? Or
bro, I thought we were gonna mine asteroids. I thought I thought when we fucking understood commercial law, the aliens might actually fucking reveal themselves. Because
there could still be aliens. You don't think there could be aliens?
Well,
still?
I think of outer ponders, extraterrestrial, extra Earth, somewhere else. They're
Maybe
coming
from
somewhere
underneath,
else.
under the
I don't
ocean,
fucking know. Only God knows. Again, I often think this. It's what if because here's the other side of it. I love saying this to flat earthers early. When you can tell a noob is there. What have you? They want to go to Antarctica and all the rest of it. like fucking, you're like, dude, well, have you heard of the spider people? Because I always like, I just have this like, I'm curious if like our government's not like protecting us from like 6 foot tall fucking spider people.
Which is most likely the case.
You know what I mean? That like, really like we're just like their food. You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like,
Dude,
as soon as
I
they,
don't think
as soon
you're
as we
saying
like,
this
if you
shit
start
jokingly,
walking
bro,
on,
but
if you
I
start
could
like,
tell the seriousness of what you're saying, though, even
if
though
you
you're
could like,
joking.
like, as soon as you walk on Antarctica, they're gonna start sensing you, and then they're gonna start like coming. That's like, I wonder if like, I sometimes think that our Antarctic treaty is out of benevolence. You know what I mean?
Well,
On
it
our
could be
behalf.
them protect. It could be them protecting us from like a Tower of Babel type scenario.
I mean, I don't even know, man.
Or they're
I
just lying and keeping all of the rich land
man.
for themselves. And shit.
Well, yeah, it's
That's
like, dude, I got that one.
probably, yeah.
I got that
But
one
why
song.
why go to that though, right? Why assume that is the case?
I'm
I
not
look at
assuming it.
I was wondering like this. Check this one out. Imagine you got like, like let's say like the azimuth equidistant whatever maps like, next to each other, and you've got a dome over it. And like, I always envisioned like the idea of like you're standing at the dome and like the love of your life is on the other side in another dome, and you're touching that dome and you can't reach each other ever. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, all that romantic type of shit. Like, I fucking don't know, dude. But my point is, I know is it's too cold and it's a long journey away. I'm really not that interested. Like, I like it where I live. Like, you know what I mean? I used to always like say that too. I remember one guy kicked me off his live streams. He was like, "We're gonna raise money and go to Antarctica," and I was like, "Are you enrolled in like a local community college navigation course or anything?" And he's like, "What?" You know, you know what I mean? Like I just thought to myself, like, if you're for real, you're gonna go like get a navigation course, right? Like,
You're gonna
you're
need
gonna
that,
go like,
yeah.
what are you gonna do? Like hire a bunch of people that like think it's a globe and aren't gonna violate the Antarctic Treaty, bro? Like, what are you fucking doing, dude? You know what I mean? Like, you better fucking go learn how to use a sextant and go to fucking the community college real quick. And if you're not doing that, I'm not giving you any money. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, what is it? What is it that think that is gonna happen, right? Do they think that they're gonna make it somewhere and like get to come back and like tell the story? Like there's some sort of like do they like, bro?
Oh, dude, the loved one on the other side of the dome, bro. I'm telling you, a
Well, there
lot of
are
guys
stories of that. There are stories of that.
that.
Like in the late 1800s, there's that where these people like they claim that they left from Florida and they basically just went to the icy region and they basically just found a little opening between the ice and they just went through it and they basically arrived at a place that was warm that had like a sun.
You
And
know
it
what's
was
cool,
a
man?
warm place, and there was a whole civilization there, and they talked to the people, and those people already had. This is like in the late 1800s. They already had like Wi-Fi and electricity and internet and everything. So, and then they came back and.
Yeah, it was so
But by
cool.
any chance, hold on, G, by any chance, did those people tell them that wherever the explorer is from is like going through some urgency that they have to save them somehow? Was that like the underlying message of the new civilization?
You mean that those people wanted to save us, or vice versa? Or what do you mean?
Yeah. Like because the whole Admiral Byrd story was very similar to what you're saying, right? But somehow when Admiral Byrd made it over there, those people somehow like they took over his ship, right? Like electrically or telekinetically or whatever the fuck. They took over it. They made it land in a specific spot. They took him and his crew to whoever the fuck their leader is, and their leader pretty much told them that they must somehow like save fucking Earth from whatever bullshit, whatever. But it seems to be the same story going around. The story is also in the fucking Bible, in one of the dreams, bro. That the guy has a dream, and some chariots come down saying that he has to save the fucking bro. It's the same fucking story being told all the fucking time.
Yeah, it was cool. Today, actually, I was up in like the mountains, and like I was driving through snow, and it was like I come through this one spot, and the snow, just the road was dry, the fucking sun was out. It was just like magical. You know what I mean? And it made me think of Antarctica, like the idea that you would go through this hell. You know what I mean? and then fucking like arrive at something like really beautiful and warm, and I don't know. I mean, who knows, man? But those are all, you know, it's dream fairy tale shit, man. To a certain
And then
extent,
you
it's a
crash
lot of.
The one that I was
cross
talking
country getting
about,
towed.
but the one that I was talking about was claimed to have been from Florida, a magazine in Florida from 1902. It's called the Iron Republic, and
Sweet.
here's the little thing for it. The Iron Republic tells an extraordinary story of Mr. E.W. Barrington's sea journey in the late 1800s to Antarctica, where he found a passageway through the massive ice wall and a highly developed civilization, both technologically and socially speaking.
Yeah, sounds like Bigfoot shit, though.
Yeah,
You know
what
what I
language
mean?
did they speak?
Admiral Byrd said the same thing, that he found the civilization and he flew inside underneath and he found the whole underground civilization.
And didn't they tell them
They were
they
socially
had to
advanced, what language did they
save
speak?
the Earth or something from like some impending doom or some shit?
Yo, mic check.
Something like that. I don't remember exactly, bro,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Well, Admiral Byrd, that his whole story came out with Hollow Earth initially.
Yeah,
And
exactly. He flew
that
into.
was when they flew, right? They flew in or something to, like, I think from Alaska though, and like, you know, and then
No. That's in
was it
Antarctica, bro.
was
Part
it
of
the
his.
South Pole? Yeah,
I think, yeah.
for some reason I think there was like a couple of missions, and then like they said like they went inside the Earth, and there's like another sun inside the Earth, and there's a whole bunch of stories to it. You know what I mean? But to me, it's like it sounds like, you know, Star Wars, but inside the Earth. You know.
Yeah, you also have to be a bit careful where you're getting your information from. F.
Amen.
Amadeo Giannini, one of the originators of this whole Admiral Byrd inside the Earth thing, has Admiral Byrd in Antarctica at the same time that he's logged as being in the Arctic. So just be mindful of where you get your information
Oh
from.
yeah, no, I take all, you know, and that's it, man. It's like I like what's his name, Al Hazen, man. You know, be an enemy of all that you read. You know what I mean? I'm an enemy. Like I'm a media, especially like even like Zachariah Sitchin, and I read all those books, and or you know back in the day like the Edward von Daniken, and like, you know, and then there's Lloyd Pye.
Zachariah
You know,
is debunked totally. Yeah, I fell for that shit big time. I hear
right?
you.
I mean, I was all into
He's
like
actually
Lloyd.
misinformation.
Yeah, there's that too. But
Look, I got a big bowl of hash. I'm gonna smoke it in the name of Earth Awakenings, because Earth Awakenings has got it going on. And if you ain't never heard about EA, y'all need to get with the fucking program.
No doubt.
I don't. Yo,
Right
EA
on.
Earth.
Hey, but about the gyro compass, I heard some talk before. I couldn't get in because I was driving. These guys will have you believe that the gyro compass works by it pointing north. Nothing could be further from the truth. I posted something.
Yeah, I replied to it. Did you see my reply?
Yeah, you make absolutely no sense. A mechanical.
Doofus in particular is the one that keeps saying that. But yeah, go ahead, SE.
Yeah, thanks, bro. A mechanical gyro compass, to be clear, can be made to point to any cardinal direction. And he explains it perfectly with the weight system on the bottom. Just have a look at that video. It explains it perfectly. I used this 3 years ago with Bob, the science guy, first brought this out.
All right, and now the actual response. The weight system cannot be imbalanced so far that the gyroscope is inverted in order to reach the areas between 90 and 270 degrees. It's physically impossible for it to do that. So it cannot be aimed in any cardinal direction by imbalancing it.
But wait,
So the guy that made the video is wrong. And you're right.
Is the gyroscope itself spinning though?
Sorry?
There was two people talking.
I said, is the gyroscope spinning?
Well, yeah, that's how gyroscopes work.
Is this D-Mock's evil twin?
The gyroscope spinning at the same rate that the Earth is?
No, because that's not its purpose.
So the gyroscope cannot be used at all.
That's your opinion. You're free to have that.
A gyroscope has one purpose. It stays rigid in space. That's what makes it a gyroscope. That's what
Why
they
does it-
use for navigation. It's very simple. It's not hard.
Right, but why does it precess towards true north when it's properly
Because
balanced?
I'll explain to you why. Because it's made to do so with weights on the bottom. And I'll say
Notice
it one more time. You can make it point to any cardinal direction. In other words, you can make it point north or south all day long.
You can't make it. I would love to see you try and take a mechanical gyro compass and make it point south.
I just showed you a video of a guy explaining exactly how it works.
Right, and I explained to you the gyroscope within the gyro compass would have to be upside down in order for that to happen. Since it physically cannot do that, I would like to see you actually take a mechanical gyro compass and make it happen.
I just told you there's a video where the guy explains it. He's an expert. He has a whole series of videos on it. Go and check it out. It's explained to you very clearly, sir.
Mm-hmm. Just restate your opinion. That's fine.
Did
Not
you
an
watch the
opinion.
videos? Did you watch
Not
the
an
videos by any
opinion.
chance?
I know the actual mechanical, function, the whole thing, how it's built. So yeah, I could go and watch those videos. It won't change how the thing is built.
So you didn't see the video I posted? Seriously?
I watched the one you posted. That's for damn sure. That's why I replied to it.
And what does it say, that video?
It says it can be pointed in any direction, but that's not actually true.
No, the guy just made it up, right?
Well, yeah, because you cannot get the gyroscope to be upside down within the gyro compass in order for it to point to 90 degrees to 270 degrees. It's impossible.
Who says it has to be upside down? Who says that? Except you.
It's the right hand rule, dude. It's basic physics.
The right hand rule says
Yeah,
in which way, you have your hand, it says whichever way it's spinning, it's going to precess to the right of your thumb. What does that have to do with what I'm telling you?
That's the orientation the gyroscope would have to be in order to precess and remain fixed in a direction that is between 90 degrees and 270 degrees.
Incorrect. I repeat once again.
You can just say it's incorrect.
Once
your
you
opinion.
gut,
You're free to have your opinion.
Not an opinion by an expert who has a whole series on all the gyro compasses you can imagine. It goes into detail, the ballast, the frame, the cord, everything, how it works, timing, everything. Way more than you. He has a whole series of videos explaining all this stuff. So don't tell me that you know more than him. Okay?
Could you post a link, please? I'm interested.
It'd be more interesting, Doofus, to actually just watch the videos and debunk it. It might actually give you an idea for a video or something, you know?
Right. In order for me to reply to it, I did indeed watch the video. I don't have to say that again, I hope.
So which part did you not understand of the guy explaining it, who is clearly an expert on how these things work?
Right. He said that you could aim it in any cardinal direction if it's imbalanced. That's what he said.
No, he didn't say if it's imbalanced. No. When did he say if it's imbalanced? He said you can use the weights to make it point to any cardinal direction. He didn't say imbalanced.
Yeah, Essie, let me jump in and see
if you have the weights balanced before the system starts up and after the system starts up, the direction where those weights are balanced is true north.
That's not the
go
case.
ahead.
True north is just pointing it at Polaris, but which is what Essie is talking about. So this is my understanding of it. Essie, you can tell me if you want to add anything to it or have any different thoughts on it. So if the gyroscope precesses on its own. It precesses. Now, why that's happening, the globe earthers will say it's the spin of the Earth. Someone else might say it could have to do with the ether. But my understanding is that when you fire up that gyro, it precesses that 15 degrees roughly per hour and so on. So in order to create the gyro compass, what they do is they have a ballast system and various additional components in which they house the gyroscope within. And all of that mechanics is designed to counteract the precession. So when you counteract the precession, you now have a rigid gyroscope in free space, as it were, that is in a particular position. You then can move that position, i.e., let's say point it to Polaris to get your true north. And now you have something that will always stay fixed on true north, on Polaris. Is that your understanding as well, Essie?
Yes, except the first part. Now, You just said
that's
that
not
the
how
Earth
they're
is.
built.
You're
That's not
just
how they're
saying that.
built anyway.
Do you want to go, or are you gonna let me talk? Which is it gonna be?
Go ahead.
So it's just worth mentioning that your current understanding, as you described it, Geo, is not how they're actually built.
Okay, well, you could go next, but I think SC was going to respond.
I want to go next. After C. Go ahead.
Okay, so you got it right what you're saying, Geo, from what I understand, except the part of the spinning. The weights are not there to counteract any spinning. Now, as far as the gyroscope processing, that is not a proven thing because they say that the Earth spins under the gyroscope. Now, the gyroscope doesn't process. The gyroscope stays rigid in space, right? What they claim is that the Earth underneath it spins.
Well, I know they
get what I'm
claim
saying?
that, but
Those are both
you
incorrect.
don't agree
Wow.
that the gyro processes on its own.
Exactly. I don't agree on that. No.
Okay,
because
then what is the purpose of all of the ballast and everything? If the gyroscope is already rigid, why wouldn't they just why would they have to build the whole system that's connected to the precession?
Well, they put the magnets in place to keep it level. To keep
They're
it
not
level.
magnets.
Sorry, did I say magnets?
Can you
I'm
get
sorry.
everything incorrect all at once? They're not magnets. They're just
Instead of
weights.
cutting in and
I
trying to hack over
misspoke. I
people.
meant to say weights. Hold on to your pantyhose there, Bubba. Okay? Don't get excited. So they put the weights there to keep it level. The guy explains it. And you can make it go to any cardinal direction. It's not like you spin it up and, it finds north, like they say. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with
the point
that.
of it, the point of the gyroscope is that it remains in place when the whole thing is moving.
When spinning, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of it.
The precession is
Rigidity.
beyond that rigidity. They claim that it precesses. And my question is, does it precess like when it's spinning at less RPMs? Does it precess
Yes, when
at
it
a
loses
slower speed?
Yes, it has to be spinning at a certain RPM for it to keep its rigidity. I forget what it was. If it goes below that, then it wobbles like a top. But if you
not
keep
even
it
that. I'm
spinning,
not even talking about the rigidity. I'm talking about the fact that they claim 15 degrees per hour precession, right? If it's at half the speed, for instance, does it not reach the 15 degrees per hour?
It's not supposed to be doing it at 15 degrees per hour. It's a gyro compass, not a gyroscope.
Okay, Doofus, you are aware that a gyro compass includes a gyroscope within it. Do you understand that?
Right, and the torque applied to cause it to precess is not the rotational rate of the Earth. The torque is going to be totally different than the rotation rate of the Earth.
you think the torque caused it to precess? Is that what you're saying?
Obviously.
So less torque means less precession, right?
He has no clue,
Right.
man. He has no
The
clue.
rate at which the
How do you know that the
gyroscope...
precession isn't just an effect of it spinning up in the first place, and not necessarily
Because it
anything to do
precesses
with
to a
Earth
given
moving or anything
direction.
like that?
Right, because it precesses to a given direction. It doesn't just keep spinning around and around.
So
if it was just caused by spinning the thing, if it was just caused by spinning the thing up in the first place, as it's spinning, it would just continue to precess. Instead, it precesses to a direction.
Unless it physically can't, like because of the weight that's applied to it.
Okay, how would that work?
Like for instance, let's say you spin it, in one direction and spin it in the other direction. It goes to the same it precesses counterclockwise, right? Have they ever flipped the entire thing on its head? So literally, the mechanism of it spinning up is completely in the inverse, and see what happens then?
You mean flip the gyroscope within the gyro compass upside down, so it precesses to true
Yeah,
south
so you're spinning
instead.
it on the like you're spinning up, like putting in the air or whatever, depending on what kind of gyroscope you have, in the opposite end, in the opposite direction. Before it was on the right side that you would spin it up by applying this this air pressure or what have you. Now you flip the entire thing, you've inverted it, so now you're flipping it, you're putting in the air on the left and it's spinning in the opposite direction. You do it in both directions, spinning up that way.
The
Just to
entire
show that it's not a mechanism of spinning it up.
right. If it were spinning it up, it would precess around and around. The weights are only keeping the platform that it can precess within horizontal. That's it.
I don't know what that. So you're saying at some point it stops if it's processing, counterclockwise, it'll stop at some point?
No matter which direction it is off of true north, it will precess towards true north. So if it's turned to 90 degrees, it will precess to true north. If it's turned to 270 degrees, it will also precess to true north.
And what if it's at true north?
Well, it's already where it wants to be. What do you mean?
So a gyroscope will have no movement whatsoever if it's aiming at true north?
Well, if it's off, it will be torqued by the fact that the thing is spinning up off of true north, typically to the, how does this work? Typically to the right, because it's spinning that way. And then it will precess back to true north. If you started at true north, it'll, have that cogging and that spinning up, right?
Okay,
then,
so it sounds like everybody in this conversation is on different pages. I'm saying that it does precess and that the ballasts keep it rigid. Doofus is saying it precesses to point to true north. SC is saying it doesn't precess at all, and the ballast is only there just to keep it, suspended. And then percentage is, I'm not sure, but those are all very different.
It precesses as a result of the torque, as a result of the spin.
It precesses because of the torque. Yeah, that's part of why it does, I think. Yeah.
So,
Doofus, hey guys, at least this is how we know.
Can we just chase this out real quick?
This is how it's definitive.
It'll go to true north, but as a result of the torque, if it's already pointed at true north, it'll precess to the right, and then
because you got to spin up the motor, and the motor is inducing a torque.
Yeah. So
as soon as the gyroscope gets up to speed, whatever speed it happens to be set up for, which varies from gyrocompass to gyrocompass, once it reaches that speed, then it will find true north for sure.
So you spin it up, it's going to move a little bit to the right, and then as it gets to a higher speed, higher RPM, it'll go back to the left.
It'll return to its normal behavior, which is to precess towards true north, yes.
So in one spin up, it'll go to the right and then to the left, to true north.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this.
It's all fantasy. He doesn't have a clue of what he's talking about. The torque has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. It's unbelievable.
Because that would address my concern of the torque causing it to spin in a specific direction.
Oh, they're definitely affected by the magnetic field. There's no way around that.
Okay. I would like to see a mechanical gyrocompass. It's the reason why they had mechanical gyrocompasses installed in ships that were built of steel is because magnetic compasses were ineffective when anything changed anywhere on the ship because they're
That's the only thing Doofus said correct this evening. That is correct, Doofus, yes.
Can you explain to me 3-axis monolithic ring laser gyroscope and why 2 of them are in the vertical and that's what detects motion in the vertical? So
we can change topics if you would. We can change topics if you would.
It's a gyroscope.
Yeah, we can change topics. Yeah, I know, because we were talking about a mechanical gyro compass, not just a gyroscope.
It's they're being affected by the magnetic field regardless. That's the point. So it's to further the study by using other methods, right? Correct. Other apparatuses, if you will.
Right. We can change the topic if you really want to.
It is the same topic.
It's
Doofus,
not.
you said that in the one spin up, if it's already pointed at true north, it'll go right, and then as it spins up, it'll go left again, back to true north. Are you saying this? Where did you learn this from? Where have you seen this? What makes you say that?
The basic laws of motion, because the motor is applying a torque around one axis, which is not. The torque is on the gyroscope within the gyrocompass itself, and that's not in line with the horizontal plane. That torque is going to push it off of its true north alignment that you put it on, and then it's going to return to that alignment once it's back in normal operation.
Yeah, that you put it on. That's the key point. These don't attract towards any magnetic direction in any way, shape, or form. You have to align it to true north, and then it stays rigid on true north, which is why it's so
exactly.
Yeah, that's why it's so effective, because it's able to continue that that position. So no matter where you are, lost at sea, whatever it may be, you know that directional center, and then you can create any angle off of that and use the stars to navigate.
All right, let me be very
Exactly.
specific about why I used the words where you put it, because Percentage's scenario required him to put it toward true north before spinning it up. That was the scenario I was addressing. You don't typically align it in any direction before you turn this thing on, and it will get to true north anyway.
Wrong once again. Wrong once again. Do you know what rigidity in space means?
I do, and the reason why it precesses in the first place is because it's trying to maintain angular momentum as best as possible.
It does not precess. A gyroscope, its sole function is to keep rigidity in space. That's why what Gio said is correct. They pointed and it stays rigid. All hell could break loose, but because of the ballast system, that's the only thing you can count on. Compasses don't work because of the steel boat. That part you got correct, Doofus. Everything else is wrong.
Right, if it could not find true north on its own, if it would never precess ever, the entire purpose of a gyro compass would be moot. You would never install one. It would be useless. So why?
No, let me tell you the procedure. You get on the boat, you start it up, takes a while to spin, you point it north. Once it has its certain RPM, and it's quite big, the ones on the ship, it's crazy. Thousands of RPMs. Once that is set, that thing is bang on. It's going to point north no matter what happens, unless the ship turns upside down.
Yeah, I agree.
You've heard
I don't think it finds it on its own. You have to point it to north, and then whenever the ship goes in any other zenith, then it acts
exactly.
Like compass.
Exactly.
Well, then why would you make a gyro compass? Why wouldn't you just have a gyroscope?
The compass
because the gyroscope doesn't.
like the north south. You know,
you got to put ballasts in it. You got sea waves. You ever see one of these things? It's a work of art. Anybody into mechanics? Check out the mechanical gyroscope. The ballast system, the way they have it suspended. It's a work of sheer genius, for real.
Gyro compass. Gyro compass.
Gyro compass, yes.
Yeah. The entire point of having it affixed to a plane of precession in the horizontal plane is for it to be torqued by the rotation of the Earth. That's its entire purpose.
Bro, keep saying that. It might come true. Keep saying that.
Right, that's in the exact original design of the thing. You can go look at the original design documents for these things. That's why they were designed that way.
Oh, I don't remember. That was way
Jeremy
before.
Jeremy might be hot micing.
Doofus, I posted you proof. Go on this guy's site.
To it.
This guy knows exactly what he's talking about. He'll explain you every detail of gyro compasses. I mean, the guy's an expert. And he'll clearly explain it to you now. I can't tell you more than that, bro. You can believe anything you want. Yeah, Gio, check that thing out, man.
That was my main criticism with that Stephen P video. He did a good job showing the precession, but only in one direction. He didn't actually flip the gyroscope around and flip it from the left side, spin it up from the left side, both counterclockwise and clockwise, and show the precession then, because I suspect that it'll precess in the opposite direction because it has to do with the actual torquing it up, like the entire apparatus itself.
Anybody into mechanics, just check out the ballast system. They use mercury. It's like a thing of sheer genius, man, to counteract the waves and shit. It's truly, truly an amazing piece of work.
Right, the weights are not all mercury weights. They don't typically do that anymore.
I didn't say the weights are mercury. I said the ballasts.
Right, that's what's causing it to stay in the horizontal plane is the weights.
Those are two different things.
No. Because the mercury weights serve two purposes, because the thing is installed on a gimbal. The mercury weight is keeping the plane of precession horizontal, and it's also the lower suspension of that weight for the gimbal.
Are you like on argutive mode? Like no matter what, if I say a cat purrs, you're gonna argue with me?
Excuse me. Here. Why can't
B-ball,
you just drink
you're
the
hot
chocolate
micing,
milk
I
that's
think,
right?
bro.
You got him, Gio. Come on with the hot micing, guys. Jesus.
Shut up.
I thought you did just a moment ago yourself.
I don't remember that.
Control your mics, gentlemen.
Control your Charles and other things too.
So on a ship's gyro compass, there's both the ballast and separate weights to like, you know, balance and counterbalance it.
Yep, there's two different systems, correct percentage. Now I'm going from memory, like a couple of years ago I looked into this, so, you know, if I get a little detail wrong, I mean, you know. But I do remember researching this with Bob the science guy, and we had it out. We had a debate on it.
Versus each other?
Like when I saw this thing, I was saying, holy shit, man, this is real genius. Like, how the hell did they think of this, you know? Yeah, thanks, Earth is Life. I've never seen one of those, bro. Thanks. Now, you're going to see now, they're all going to become gyro compass experts. Watch. Watch this. You know, I was about to order one of those, but somebody told me, it's not. Yeah, but they told me it's not sensitive enough. And the next one up is like, fuck, I think it was $1,000 or something. And I said, screw that. But there's one, they call it the precision gimbal. It's like about $100. Some say it will register, some say it won't. It's not sensitive enough.
Register what?
The supposed rotation.
I thought it would regardless, all time, because it
That's
always
what
has
I
to go
thought.
true north, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was getting ready to buy one, and then they said, nah, it's not going to be good enough. Then I said, screw it. I'm not going to spend $150 for nothing, because you got to buy a motor and some attachments. And
Would it make sense, Doofus, that you have one that's not precise enough to measure the rotation of the Earth?
You can use one that's not precise enough to process on its own, like just to go around and around based on your latitude. Like say Stephen P's video is only going around at, I think, 11 degrees per hour because of his latitude. If you have a gyroscope that's not quite good enough or made to the tolerances good enough to do that, you can use it as a gyro compass if it has a high enough rotation rate. But you have to keep the plane of precession horizontal. You have to figure out how to suspend it that way.
I guess the issue would be stability more than anything.
Yeah,
Like, if it's
how
too
you would
cheap, then
mechanically
as you
suspend
spin
it.
up, it'll just wobble too much.
If it's fast enough, it shouldn't matter. Unless it blows itself apart, obviously.
you want to see how they suspend it? Check out the gyro compass. It's like a cage within a cage. And if
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
not
gimbal.
mistaken, it's suspended by one wire. It's freaked out, man. It's like truly freaked out.
It's a gimbal.
I'm talking about the system, the whole system.
Yeah, the whole thing is inside of a gimbal, and its electrical connections to the outside are through the sleeves on the gimbal.
Yeah, I think part of the body is part of the motor. Something like I said, it's a few years I checked into this.
The body of the gyroscope is the motor, yes.
Yeah. Something I remember something vague like that. But the main thing to keep in mind is
it's like a case fan in a computer. The fan hub is the magnet, but essentially it's the whole, that part of the fan is the motor.
Yeah, but just keep in mind it's a compass, right? I mean a gyroscope at heart, right? So in theory, we should just be able to spark up a compass, right? Compass. Jeez, I'm sorry, guys. It's late and I'm slurring my words. A gyroscope. We should be able to just spin it up and it should point north. We wouldn't need anything underneath it, right?
No, because you see how it's built. It has to be that the plane of precession is kept horizontal. That's required. You can't just have any gyroscope do this. It's very specific in its orientation.
Right. So you don't think that you can make a gyroscope, just put a couple of weights on it? You don't think you can do that? Just keep it level, horizontal?
The way that it is
suspended,
the way that it is suspended is super important.
Okay, but is it just that? If I take a gyroscope now and just put a weight on it and make it just stay horizontal, you think it's going to find north on its own, like the gyro compass?
As far as I know, yeah. It has to be.
Try it and see.
Yeah, it has to be large enough and it has to be fast enough. Because what you have to do is maximize that angular momentum in order for it to find true north as quickly as possible, which is why the mechanical gyro compasses installed on ships are as big and beefy as you imagined them, because they have to have that mass on the outside of the ring of that gyroscope spinning as fast as possible and as much mass as you can in order to process toward true north as quickly as possible.
Not necessarily. I've seen smaller ones.
Right, they're not as fast, unless, of course, the internal gyroscope is spinning way faster, like in the dozens of thousands of RPMs.
So are you now saying it's size dependent and you won't be able to do it with a regular gyroscope?
No, it's dependent upon angular momentum, and angular momentum has to be maximized. You can do that in one of two ways. You can either make it big or fast, or any combination of the two.
Didn't Stephen P do it with a regular tabletop gyroscope?
Yeah, that was my next question.
Right, he didn't. So Stephen P had a gyroscope, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the way that it was suspended didn't make it a gyro compass.
But it pointed. Oh, so it didn't point to true north, that one.
No, it processed around and around at like either 10 or 11 degrees per hour based on his latitude. That was in line with what it should have been.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were.
It was processing horizontally, yeah.
Hold on. Hold on, percentage. Let's ask him. Was it horizontal, this one that you're talking about?
The spin axis was horizontal, yes.
And it wasn't processing north?
Right, it wasn't suspended in the way necessary. Hold on one second.
Oh, but you just
No,
said...
you cannot. All right, hold on a second, guys.
He's researching it.
Told you, they're all going to become experts now.
It's funny how all these links I've been tagging you with, they all mention the rotation of the Earth for some reason.
Yeah, you're the resident expert. Yeah, we know.
No, I'm definitely not an expert, but it's good to look into this.
So have you been listening to the conversation we've been having? He said that if it's horizontal, it should find north on its own. I was telling him the difference between a gyroscope and a gyro compass.
That's exactly what I'm reading. A gyro compass is a form of gyroscope used widely on ships, employing an electrical-powered, fast-spinning gyroscope wheel and functional forces, among other factors, utilizing the basic physical laws, influences of gravity and the Earth's rotation to find true north.
So what,
I mean,
man?
Wow,
that's what it says.
I never heard that before, Bibo. Wow, that's true genius, bro. True genius.
Well, I mean, that's what all these links are pretty much saying.
Doesn't
So, I mean, if you're
matter.
saying
They could
something
say whatever they
different,
want.
that's
It's not evidence.
okay. So the links, all right, got it.
It's not. It's
evidence
not
at all.
evidence unless you have a video
So
of them doing this stuff.
all the links are
It's just proof by
incorrect.
assertion. It's just reasserting
So
the
it's
claim.
all the
that
links
it's Earth
are
rotation.
incorrect, right? All the engineers that designed these things, they're all incorrect.
Bro, if your
Because of
evidence
you-
for
because
your
you
claim
said
that
so?
Earth rotation is causing this thing to spin is a citation saying Earth rotation is causing it to spin, that's not evidence. That's just
So-
that's putting the cart before the horse. Circular logic.
Okay, so because you said it's not evidence, right?
Bro, it's words on paper. If I searched what do
Words
I do
on
with
paper that have been peer reviewed by probably hundreds of people, if not
Man, don't give
thousands.
me a peer review. As a peer reviewed scientist, I know that that's not like nothing to
Right. Okay.
Now, secondly, if I was to search, what do I do with my tooth after it fell out? I find on the internet in many different citations that I could put it under my pillow and the tooth fairy would come and collect it and I'd get money for it or something like that. That doesn't make it true.
Definitely not analogous to what we're talking
It
about.
works for me.
It is. Anything can be put on paper. It's not evidence.
What if we're talking about the principles that the modern world is built upon? Would that make it a little different?
No, we're talking about a principle of precession.
We got words on
Is it-
we got words on paper saying levels horizontal. You good with that?
No, I've never seen any paper
Yeah,
that
that's
says
what I
words
thought.
level is horizontal.
I
Because
know.
all the everything I've seen with level and horizontal state that level and horizontal are two different things.
Bro, where do you think they got horizontal to begin with? The word.
Oh,
From the horizon.
Oh,
pertaining to the
because
horizon.
horizon.
You say
no,
the
but-
horizon is
but
curved.
in surveying,
Never seen
level
the
and
definition.
horizontal are two different things.
Yeah, but horizon
Never
and
seen
horizontal.
definitions,
Horizontal
all
means
the-
pertaining to the horizon, which you think is
100%.
curved. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
You're telling me you've been in this the whole time and you've never seen the definition saying levels horizontal?
No, I haven't.
I don't want to call people liars, but
I mean, I haven't seen it.
Jesus Christ.
If you,
Hey, that's an
please
offense.
show me,
Don't call
yeah.
people liars.
I don't want to, but I mean, I find
I've
that
never
hard to
seen
believe,
anything
B-Ball.
that says level and horizontal is the same thing. I've heard people say, "Oh, level is
So if
on a
we do
horizontal
find one,
plane."
if we
You probably heard from
find one,
Bev
that's
that
good enough.
you probably saw something from Bev that said, "Oh, level is level on a horizontal plane" or something like that. But that's not what level actually means in surveying.
Do find something
I
that
can show
says
you.
levels.
Okay, too easy.
If we do find something that says,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
if we do find something that says levels horizontal, that's good enough for you, right? Because it's the words on paper.
But we know level and horizontal are not the same thing.
We don't know that. I have it on paper saying level
All right.
is horizontal. Do you want to
Yeah,
see
but
it?
I have some that say different in surveying, specifically in surveying.
And that's exactly
Level
why
follows
it's
the
not
curve of
evidence,
the
because
Earth.
anyone can put things on
Horizontal
paper.
is a tangent from
That's
level
the
is a
point. The
curvature of
words
the
on
Earth.
paper don't mean
Horizontal is a
jack shit.
tangent from that curve.
If you
So,
told
B-Ball,
if you told a go ahead, Izzy.
I was just gonna say, B-Ball, if I have a paper and you have a paper, right? And our papers like contradict each other. Like, shouldn't we go like to the nitty-gritty, take it to first principles and see if we can maybe replicate it on our own? Wouldn't you think that would be?
Sure.
So that's where we were before you came
I
in. We were
know-
talking about a gyroscope, its rigidity in space, and it being horizontal. And Doofus said that he thought that would find true north. That's where we're at right now.
Okay.
Would you like to add to that?
In the meantime, I've been looking up a lot of stuff on gyroscope, and everything I see always mentions something about the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, and they said the gyroscope.
Hold on, my wife's
It's
calling.
horizontal.
No,
The gyroscope's horizontal.
no, hold on, man. I
SE.
got a phone call.
Horizontal,
SE.
yeah,
They
yeah,
said
yeah.
SE. SE. They said the gyroscope's horizontal.
Yes, sir.
Which part of it?
The axis. The
So
spin.
the whole thing.
The spinning of it, yeah.
The whole thing's horizontal.
Yep.
That doesn't work for the globe at all. That debunks the globe right there.
Yep.
You can only have horizontal at a point.
Well, there's many problems to it, but let's not just say it debunks. Let's not get them worried. Let's go back to the precession. And he says that it's horizontal, so now it should find
What are
true
we worried
north.
about?
It's easy. This is an easy experiment we can do, and I bet you it won't find true north.
But isn't that what they're designed to do? I don't know much about gyroscopes, but from what I've been reading, that's what they do.
Nah, bro, they're designed to stay rigid in place.
Yeah, but to find true, and they find true
No,
north.
they're
That's
set
what they.
true north, and they stay
No,
rigid
they're not set.
in place
That's
to
not
true
what I
north.
read.
So
I
any way
don't know
you
what you're
turn,
reading.
any axis you move to, like it stays right pointed at wherever you pointed it, right? So any axis you change your position to, you can use it as like a compass. Especially if it's like staying in the horizontal plane, then you could use it as a compass.
So if they fuck up on the ship and power goes out, you're lost at sea.
Well, possibly, B-Ball, what you may be referring to is that saying the words that it seeks true north is different than the idea that the gyro compass points to true north, meaning that if you set it to true north, then as you travel around, in all different areas, it will continue to seek true north because it's rigid in space. So those are two separate things. One of them is that you just spin this thing up and it points north. No, it doesn't do that at all. But if you set it to true north, it will then seek true north because it's rigid and it stays in that direction, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
So is that not what it does?
Gio.
So if you point in a different direction, it's not going to find true north.
No.
Correct. If you pointed it northeast, it would stay rigid at northeast and it would seek northeast.
But then it would precess, right?
No, the precession is not. That's the whole point. It's rigid.
So if it's pointing in a specific,
I think, as a result
if
of the
it's pointing in any direction, and is it going to stay in that direction regardless of any kind of rotation?
Yes,
Or
people. That's the whole thing of the gyroscope. Yes.
Or is it designed to precess with if it senses some sort of rotation?
B-Ball, listen up carefully, bro.
I'm asking you.
Spin it, I'm going to answer you now, clearly. When you spin it in the direction that you pointed, once it achieves a certain RPM,
right?
it stays rigid in space. That it's its sole purpose, bro. That's what it does.
Yeah,
Let me say something.
why is it that a lot of them we've been looking at are precessing after you said it in that direction?
Let me tell you. Okay, so the reason it'll precess as long as you don't balance it, it's going to precess as a result of the torque of it being spinning. Okay, the way it stays rigid in place is that they spin it up and then they balance it and counterbalance it while it's spinning, and that like reduces any precession. So if you don't balance it beforehand, it's going to have a little precession. If you balance it to a specific way, a specific kind of like a kind of movement, then you'll expect precession to a specific degree. And I think that's kind of what they're guilty of in terms of getting it to align to true north or whatever. They'll limit the movement. The point is, though, if it's not balanced, it'll precess. As a result, it's always precessing, but you could just counterbalance it to make it rigid in space.
All right. So all these things that I've been reading, right?
I leave for a few minutes. I leave for a few minutes
quick,
and all hell breaks loose and everybody forgets how a gyro compass is designed again.
Hold on, Doofus. Let me just ask a real quick question because I gotta get out of here. So all of the things that I've been reading, where they all mention that it's designed to detect the rotation of the Earth, are all of those incorrect?
Bro, fuck what you read, man. Where's your video? Where's your
no?
evidence?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
They're incorrect.
They're incorrect, people. Yes.
Okay, they're all incorrect. Okay.
They're contended because they
we
are
are
the claim.
contesting that. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Well, B-Ball, that's just their explanation for the phenomenon. The way that it works is just the way that it works. They're just offering that explanation and adding a globe model to it.
Yeah, that's the claim that's being contended, and it's just that's why I said it's proof by assertion. You're just reasserting the claim and acting like it's evidence. It's not evidence, or no matter how many times you repeat the claim, it's still not evidence for the claim.
Right, but we forgot that when we power one of these things up, it goes to true north.
No.
Except
Negative.
shown that.
No.
Right, that's the entire purpose of a gyro compass. That's why all the manuals state exactly how long it takes for it to get to true north if it's off alignment. The entire purpose of a gyro compass is to find true north.
Incorrect, once again.
If a tool is designed to detect or show a specific phenomena happening, it by necessity of its own nature cannot itself prove that that thing is happening, because it was. Yes, temperature is fake. Do you not understand that?
Oh, Jesus
We
Christ,
decide
dude.
what the numbers are.
You're not even serious.
Do you not understand? There's at least three different ways to decide what the temperature is. 3 different systems. It's 100% fake. Yes.
This is what Flat Earth has come to. Temperature is fake,
I mean, he does have a
2022.
point.
No, temperature is not fake.
It's
temperature
a
is
man-made
fake.
system of
There's
measuring
at least
heat,
3 different
right?
used systems for temperature right now in our reality around the world. So it must be fake, right? Because there's 3 different ones?
Yeah, the actual thing that exists is the heat.
Exactly.
The heat difference.
The thing that
Which
exists
is varying
phenomena.
temperature.
You can't use temperature
No,
to prove
temperature is the
the heat.
system, just like time is the system to measure movement.
All 3 measurement units, Kelvin, Celsius, and Fahrenheit, are all interchangeable. Just because there are 3 of them doesn't make the concept behind them. Just because there are 3 of them doesn't mean that the concept behind them does not exist.
Yeah, no one said that the concept behind them doesn't exist. What we said is the temperature is fake. That's not saying the concept behind temperature is fake. Things having heat is not fake. That's the actual observation. That's the actual phenomena taking place. That is real. But the temperature is fake.
I'm lost.
All right, so back to the topic. The mechanical gyro compass.
Inches and meters, those are all just things that we came up with to call certain distances. They aren't real. They don't happen in nature by themselves. Are you aware of that?
It's just a convention. Yeah, it's a convention.
It's a standard that we set and agree on.
Can you please read? Sorry, Bob. Doofus, can you please read what I just posted?
I would like to hold him to this and get him to admit that the standards that we agree on as being the way that we're going to measure things, those standards themselves are not set by nature and are therefore not absolute and not truth and not reality. They are fake, but we use them to get work done.
But the phenomena of the temperature change is not fake, though, right?
Right.
The phenomena is not fake, but we can't use a tool designed to show the phenomena as evidence itself or proof itself of the phenomena. That won't work. That's circular.
Oh my God, dude.
Let's go off the temperature.
Right,
This is ridiculous. Let's go back to
Otherwise,
the
I
thing.
mean, I can make a
It is
leprechaun
ridiculous,
right
yeah.
now, and it'll beep. And then, according to you, I can say that it works and leprechauns are real because I made a device to detect them and it beeped.
You
But
can
that would
make
be
any straw man
ridiculous,
argument you want to.
Wouldn't
Yes,
it,
SE,
Doofus?
what's
That would
going
be
on?
ridiculous, wouldn't it, Doofus?
What's up,
Okay,
SE?
if you guys are done with the temperature,
If I made a device right now and said that it was literally designed to detect leprechauns, and I showed you that it beeped and said, see, there's leprechauns, it's detecting them, you wouldn't believe
but
that.
we know leprechauns aren't real, so stop it.
So you agree that would be a ridiculous claim for me to make, that even though the
And we know
device
Earth rotation's
is designed
not
to
real,
detect
so stop
leprechauns,
it.
that would be ridiculous,
Right,
right?
temperature is fake, time is fake, everything is fake. I get it. SE, what was up? What are you trying to say?
Okay, so
your boy called.
that was pretty easy.
Yeah, everything
Good
is
job,
fake.
Bob.
Called. Do you want to call him back?
Your boy called. Read what I, if you don't mind, that is, Doofus. Read
Only
what
if
I
you post
posted there.
Right, only if you post where it came from.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Does he want to make sure that he agrees with the source before he agrees with the words?
Let me read it out loud. Foucault conducted an experiment using such a rotor and demonstrated that the spinning wheel maintained its original orientation in space regardless of Earth's rotation.
Yeah. What kind of rotor was it?
Can you post the source, please?
Yeah. Can
And
we
then
post?
Can you read?
Yeah, I'll give you where I got it from. You're gonna say I'm quote mining. I know you're
Is
next.
that is that what happened or no? Is that what
It
happened?
depends, because I don't even know what it's
I'm
in.
quote mining.
They got to make
Right.
sure that it's not like somebody that isn't part of their elite religious leader group.
Yeah,
They got to make
yeah.
sure.
No, what I actually want to make sure, what I actually want to make sure of is we know that something such as a mechanical gyro compass already exists, has something that is a rotor, and does maintain rigidity once it's in full operation. So to say that there's something out there that says that the rotor maintained rigidity regardless of Earth's rotation is not news, because we already know of something that does that.
This is where I got it from.
Gyro. It's funny how in the first paragraph it mentions orbiting satellites, but we'll ignore that. We'll ignore
I
that for a second.
knew it. It would be
We'll
B-Ball, the
ignore that
first
for a
guy.
second.
I knew it.
I don't understand why you guys think the difference between a gyroscope and a gyro compass is. Sounds to me like you're saying they're the same thing.
No, a gyro compass includes a gyroscope. A gyroscope is the part of the main functioning of it, but a gyro compass is different than just a regular gyroscope.
So
But,
if
I mean,
you're talking,
in
you
its
can say
function,
that
in
if
its
you're talking
function,
about
though.
a gyro compass, you're automatically talking at least a little bit about a gyroscope, right?
Right.
Yes, but in its function, it sounds like you guys are saying they're identical.
Well, a gyro compass keeps its rigidity, and then you can align it to wherever you want to align it, and then it will seek that direction. And that's why it's so effective, and it's even more effective than a magnetic compass because it's not using the magnetic field. It's using its rigidity to keep seeking in a particular.
An analogy you could use is somebody could say that a car runs on gas, and then they could also say the engine from the car runs on gas. That doesn't mean that they're saying that a car and the engine are the same thing. It's just when they were talking about the car, they had to be including the engine because the engine is part of the car.
Oh.
Okay, I got you.
SE, that's awfully silly.
That's funny.
Where you pulled this out of. All right. This is fun.
Gyroscope
Tell me
with
I quote
virtually no
mined it
moving
and you
parts.
found something in it that says
Commercial
something
jet
different.
line
Come on.
used in commercial jetliners, booster rockets, orbiting satellites. Wow, good job, Essie.
There it is. But you guys are more predictable than my cat.
Well, no, I mean, it's even the part that you already pulled out, right? But you left out the parts above and below it.
I quote mined, right? Didn't I say you were going to tell me that? Yeah, I quote mined, yeah.
Well, I mean, it didn't
It's
help your
called a
case
site.
any because we already know it didn't help your case any because we already know of a rotor that maintains rigidity in space, maintains its attitude, as I mentioned from the go.
Oh, what
But
I've
it
been
also
saying
doesn't
all
help
along.
you.
It's called, first of all,
But it also
hold on,
doesn't
hold
help
on,
that you
SC.
pulled it out of something where it says that it maintained that rigidity in space regardless of Earth's rotation. And it's
That part you don't agree with.
Hold on. Of course, he
no, we
left
do
out
actually agree with it
parts
because the Earth is rotating and it changed.
out the parts
It
above
changed
and below.
orientation with respect to the ground. It changed orientation with respect to the ground and not with respect to space.
Did you hear Jeremy try to say
He
something
left out.
there?
Oh, did you try and
Left
interrupt
out
me?
the parts. Oh my God! Shut the fuck up. He left out the parts above and below it because it's called a citation, not a reference.
That's not how it usually works.
Citations work.
One thing,
No,
real
not
quick,
really.
Jeremy, your mic is cutting
You know
off.
how
It's doing that
citations
thing.
work.
Your mic is doing that thing where it cuts off at the beginning, so it's like a good second or two delay. So I think that might be part of. They can't hear that you've already started talking.
Well, that's how citations work. You leave out the part above and below, and you just cite the part.
Now, you know, had I posted the whole thing, they would have said, oh, man, you're going to make us read all this. Where is it exactly? It's like too funny, man.
Citations work. They haven't known since day one.
Right. And in this paragraph that he pulled his sentence out of that he wanted, was a sentence that came
Yeah.
before it that was describing the situation more appropriately.
Look, Doofus, you can believe anything you want, bro. You can keep your spinning ball. You know, it's not a problem. But
Yeah,
don't
you
try
can
to
keep
convince
citing
us of
things
things
incorrectly.
that
It's fine.
don't
It's
happen.
just funny how you can't even pull any kind of citation that doesn't debunk you.
Look, it's easy to debunk what we're talking about or show what you're saying. You have a gyro. Do you have a gyroscope? If you do, just spin it up. Put some weights on it so it can be horizontal.
Oh, that one is funny.
Right? And watch it point north. Very simple. And then you come here, you show us, and I say, okay, B-Ball, I tip my hat to you, bro. That's how it works. Very simple.
Well, what's your basis for denying all the engineers and a documentation about how this device works? What's your basis for denying that?
Because I looked into it a few years back.
You looked into it, right?
Anybody else want to throw a laugh in there?
But I mean, it's the same basis as if a whole bunch of engineers got together and said that unicorns make bridges work. It's just a retarded claim. So you can dismiss it because they aren't backing it up with anything that's real. They're just telling a story about it.
Yeah, and let me tell you why I think this. Did you see the video I posted? Because you guys were laughing.
I'll take a look at it.
I researched this, and the guy clearly says it. The weights are there to make it horizontal, and he clearly states that you can make it point to any cardinal direction. An expert, a guy that has a channel, and he talks about all these devices. Excuse me?
Maybe he was mistaken because every reference I'm looking at, and I looked at like 10 to 15 now, says that it seeks true north.
Look, you can believe
Those are
anything you
all
want
wrong
after
according to
after
SE.
just 10
Those
minutes
are all
of
incorrect.
Well, it can't seek true north because it doesn't know what true north is. So
That's
can't
what it does, man. That's what it does. That's what it does.
You can say
you
that,
can
but
claim it doesn't
it
know
has no way of knowing what true north is. It points in a direction, and you can call it true north, but it doesn't know what true north is. It's not telling you true north, is it? It's
Right,
not
it's pointing
saying,
in the
hey, true
direction
north
that
is
we
that
all...
way. It's the thing that you've decided to label true north.
Yeah, it points in a direction that we all agree is true north. Great, thank you.
Yeah, it's finessing of the engineers. The engineers, fucked with some equations. They added some things together, and they figured out how to make it point in a certain direction based on the forces involved in the systems. And that's a simplified way of explaining it, but that's exactly what happened.
That's not how it works.
Unless you're going to claim that they just stumbled upon this device and it was already pointing towards true north, and now that we've only replicated that device after finding it in nature. Are you claiming that?
No, I'm claiming it was highly engineered.
I responded to this before, so I don't know, like if what you guys think on this, but I was saying before that my understanding of it is that the gyroscope and the whole system that involves a gyro compass keeps that rigid. You can then have a little dial, and you can make that dial point to true north. True north is literally Polaris. So they literally align it to Polaris. That's all true north is. It's not magnetic. So it's not magnetically pointing north the way that a compass does. You have to set it to that after it's spun up and stays rigid. Then it will, quote unquote, seek true north, meaning it will stay in that true north position as you travel around.
What makes you say that?
But it doesn't
Because that's
seek,
the way it is.
it doesn't seek it at the beginning and then stay there. Like that's what a compass does, right? A compass, you could say, quote unquote, seeks true north and then stays that. That's not how a gyro compass works. It doesn't magnetically seek to the north. You have to set it to true north with Polaris, and then you can, on a different definition of the word seek, you can say that it seeks because it will stay rigid in that north position. And it's because the earth is stationary and that north is an actual position. Therefore, it stays rigid pointing there, and then you can navigate that way.
Hey, 50, did you see the video I just posted?
No, but I'll watch it eventually.
Please have a look at that, and it'll explain everything.
I've looked into this before. I'm just curious what makes Geo say that. what makes him diverge from all the documentation that the engineers provided us who built these devices?
It's not a magnetic compass, so you don't spin it up. It doesn't point north the way that a compass does, a regular compass.
I know. I've looked into it. I have an understanding of how the system is built. I don't have a fine understanding of it, but I have a general understanding of how the system is built. Okay, but I don't understand what makes you break from all the engineering documentation and say that it isn't built in a manner that seeks true north regardless.
I am not going against any engineering manual anywhere in the world, and if you have one, go ahead and post it. I'm telling you the way that gyro compasses work in the mainstream way. Now, their explanation might be, oh, Earth is spinning. They might have an explanation in terms of that, but in terms of the mechanics, I mean, if you think differently, of course, cite it or let me know, but it will not seek true north on its own. You have to set it there, and then it will stay rigid to true north, which, like I said, you can call it seeking after if you want to. But when you spin it up, you have to direct it, and you have to use Polaris to do so.
So you think you're in accordance with the engineering documentation here? Okay.
Yeah, but I can't talk for whatever documentation you're talking about, but if you look up gyro compasses, this is how they work, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do a little digging here because my understanding is that it's basically engineered into the system to seek true north regardless of how you point it. Now you can't flip the damn thing upside down or sideways or something, right? There's a level that's got to be within. But my understanding is completely the opposite of what yours is. You don't have to point it anywhere. You spin it up and then it points true north. But like I said, I'll have to dig up some documentation.
If Geo was wrong, Doofus would have started yelling already. So,
Well, it's not a magnet. Yeah, and it's not a magnetic. So, how would it know what true north is? It's a rigid device.
Because it was engineered to do that. Like if you're talking about, I mean, you've got multiple forces that are interplaying with each other.
Okay, then tell us what mechanism by which you think that this thing, if it's not magnetic, the quote unquote engineering that you said, and tell us in what way you think that engineering somehow knows what geographic north is, which is true north.
So they would have to have, I would have to have some kind of computer system, in my understanding.
They don't use, nope, already that's not what they are.
At all?
No.
They would have to account for the latitude.
No.
I don't know. I don't understand how it accounts for latitude.
But even the computer system wouldn't be able to tell them where the actual north is. That would be them using a system designed by them to tell them the information they need. That's just circular again. So it couldn't be that anyway.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? Regardless, the system is designed to point to true north, right?
Okay.
And I don't know. You just hurt my head with that because it's designed for a certain thing, right? If I design,
here's the problem with that. I could walk outside right now in my yard and put a couple sticks together and say, I designed this device to point to true north. Okay. Does that mean it points to true north? How have I established what true north was?
How would you explain it?
Even if I say it's absolutely designed to point to true north, that doesn't make it so just because it points in a direction.
Yeah, but how? Then you'd have to explain how exactly does it find true north?
Yeah. So is that not what?
How would you explain that?
Yeah, you'd have to explain yourself. You would have to provide your thinking and how do you came to that conclusion. And in an engineering example, we have rigid ideas on how things work. F equals ma, F equals omega squared r, all that kind of stuff, right? Those are the basics. And you can keep on going and you can balance forces out and you can design a system that'll be balanced in one orientation. That's like, in theory,
What is the gyroscope's main function?
We talking about just a regular
plain old
gyro?
gyroscope. What's its main function?
A regular gyro or a gyro compass?
A regular gyro.
A regular gyro is just to be rigid in space.
There you go. That says it all right there. Very good.
So that's what I'm saying. So what differentiates that from the gyro compass?
Exactly. That's what you got to ask yourself. What makes something that is designed to stay rigid in space always point to one direction? You got to ask yourself that.
That's the question that you should have been able to answer on your own, SC, since
I'm not
you have
talking to
looked
you.
into
We've been
these.
through this. I'm talking to 50 now.
Right. But if you had looked into it,
But I'm
you
not
would be
talking to
able
you,
to
bro.
answer that question.
But I'm not
Because
talking to you,
if you
bro. I'm
look into
talking to
the actual
50.
design of a gyro compass, I know you want to
Yeah,
just
but I
block me out
wasn't
with
talking
noise.
to
That's
you.
fine.
Hold
It's
up.
fine if you want to just overtalk me. That's okay. Clearly,
That's-
that's okay here. All right, let's try this one more time. If you do look into the design of a mechanical gyro compass, what's required in order for it to align in any given direction is the frame that it's in has to be rotating. If you look at the video I just posted, that demonstrates that pretty simply.
Wow.
Okay, so hold
Let me
up.
write that
So-
down. Hold on. Let me write that down. Okay, got it.
Okay, real quick. So, do you guys agree then that a gyroscope, not a gyro compass, will stay rigid in space?
If it hasn't got any torque on it, sure.
Okay. So why are we seeing evidence for the Earth's rotation in the form of gyroscopes that are showing precession?
It's a good question. Why do they precess with relative to the ground if the Earth is not rotating?
Yeah, that is a great question.
Yeah, no. If they're supposed to be rigid in space all the time, then how come they're precessing?
It's a good question. How come they are precessing?
So
maybe because of the Earth, maybe because of the Earth
either
rotation.
does not stay rigid in space and it actually will precess a little bit because of X, or it stays rigid in space. Which one?
Are you talking about like a wobble? Like a little
No,
wobble?
I'm not talking about wobble. I'm talking about actual precession.
No.
If the Earth
Precessing around
wasn't
and around about.
rotating,
Right.
if the Earth
Precessing
wasn't
around about a
rotating,
fixed point.
I'm sorry. If the Earth wasn't rotating, then it wouldn't precess.
Do you
Does it
think
precess
that
or not? Does it stay
do you
rigid in
think the
space or not?
gyro?
You have to make up your fucking
As he
mind.
just stated, he just made that clear.
Unbelievable.
If it's rigid in space, then it shouldn't matter if the Earth is rotating. It shouldn't precess because it's rigid in space.
They don't
right?
get that,
Okay, now
bro.
that it,
Somehow
now that we
they
know
don't
that it
get
does
that.
precess,
Then we know
then
something's
Right.
Then we know
So
something's rotating.
So gyroscopes do not remain rigid in
of
space.
it
That's
being
your
rigid
guys'
in
opinion
space.
now.
That can't be the option, right?
that's
Oh
the
my
next
God.
rationalization is that gyroscopes are fake.
No, you guys are saying
okay.
gyroscopes don't remain
They're
rigid in
not doing
space
what
because
you
they're
say
precessing
they're
due to
doing
the
because it
rotation
doesn't
of the
work
Earth.
on either model.
No, they stay rigid in space, and the Earth rotates. And then
Obviously, they don't because they precess.
because we know that that's their only property. Is that
Except we don't know that because they precess, so they're obviously not rigid in space, right?
Hold up, 50,
Right.
say it again.
Bob Dole, what you're
Just
saying
like I
is the
just
Earth
said.
isn't moving, therefore the Earth isn't moving.
No, I didn't say
Hold up.
anything
Let 50 say it again.
We can
They
throw
remain
out
rigid in
both
space,
ideas.
but the Earth is
We can
rotating,
say
so...
it's rigid in space on flat Earth. It's rigid in space on the globe. Neither of those ideas works. So we got to throw it out and start with something else. It must not be rigid in space because it can't move that way if it's rigid in space.
It shouldn't precess at all if the Earth wasn't rotating.
No, it shouldn't precess at all if it's rigid in space.
If it's rigid
Yeah,
in space,
and if it precesses relative to the
my
ground,
God.
that must mean the thing that it's attached to is rotating.
So you agree then that it's not explicitly rigid in space?
It
No,
is
it is.
rigid in space. That's why it appears to
How?
precess
How is it
relative to the
precessing and
ground.
both rigid in space?
either it's rigid in space or it doesn't precess. You can't have both.
Lord have mercy.
Yes, you
we
can if the ground that you
can.
affix it to is. Yes, you can if the ground that
can.
you affix it to. Yes, you can if the ground you
cannot.
affix it to. Okay, let's try it again. Yes, you can if the ground you affix it. Let's try it again. If you
need to calm
remain
down.
Just finish
instead,
it.
not allow me to finish what I'm saying without
you're
overtalking
allowed
me.
to finish.
We can
Don't
go
stop
that
saying
route.
it. Yes,
If
you
you
can
want
if the
to
ground that you're affixed it to
not allow me to finish what I'm saying, we can go that route.
Bro, just because he says something,
All right,
you
let's
don't have to
let's
stop
try it
your
again
sentence.
then.
Just finish it.
Let-
Yeah.
let's try it all the way from the beginning because I keep getting interrupted.
Yes, you
Let's
can.
do
Yeah,
it one
maybe-
more time.
Maybe
Now,
calm your
they
voice a
can
little.
remain.
Can
They
you
can
calm?
remain rigid in.
I mean, I don't want to
Jesus
be.
Rakia, let the moderator just moderate, please.
Or he
They
can
can
control.
remain rigid in space and
I
precess
mean, he's a grown
relative
man.
to the.
He can control
Jesus
his voice.
Christ. You guys can't be
As you
adults in this
continue cutting him
conversation.
off,
This is why
really.
nobody takes flat earthers seriously.
Try again, doofus.
That's
No,
what we're here.
I
because
don't
we
take
don't
flat earthers seriously.
Go ahead.
either.
If anyone interrupts, I'm going to mute. Go ahead, doofus.
All right. They can remain rigid in space and precess relative to the ground if the thing they are affixed to is rotating. Do you agree
Great.
or disagree?
So according to Doofus, 2 + 2 = 17. Got it.
Nope.
Doofus,
that's
have
not
you heard of
hold
the
on,
term
hold on.
dialetheism?
I hear you, Doofus.
I hear you too, but that's not what the job of it is. It's supposed to be able to remain rigid in all three axes, not necessarily relative to the ground.
It's actually only supposed to remain rigid in 2 axes because the third one is the one it's rotating around.
Fair. Okay, but the point is it's not necessarily supposed to be, like, anchored to the ground.
Right. So if it is affixed to the ground and we see it processing relative to the ground, either it's not maintaining rigidity in 3D space, or it is and the thing that it's affixed to is rotating. Those are the 2 possibilities, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I get told again that it can't be, if I get told again that it can't be maintaining rigidity in space and process relative to the ground again, that's just wrong, right?
But there's an issue. There's an issue.
No, it's not wrong.
That is absolutely wrong.
Hold up. Because
No,
everything else.
Have rigidity in space
1 second, guys. 1
and
second,
also
Bob.
have it
Everything
process.
else that's in the room that tells us that it's processing is also affixed to the ground and rotating with the ground.
Okay.
So it would be a wash.
Right. But the gyroscope, the thing that we've made to make it rigid in 3D space, or at least its orientation rigid in 3D space, that thing we see for sure processing relative to the ground.
No,
that doesn't make sense.
I think the real question is,
if the Earth is moving everything, then everything should be processing.
The real question is
No,
what's
because
causing
everything
the
else is
precession?
not a spinning metal disc.
What's causing the precession?
We
That's
can't
the
answer
real
that
question.
until we all agree that if it's rigid in 3D space, it can't be processing. Therefore, it can't be rigid in 3D space. There must be something else it's doing.
So what's causing the precession?
Oh my
It's
God.
not
Think about it, guys. Think
processed.
about
It's
it. If
not
I have a
processing.
gyroscope,
Get it through your thick skull.
The claim is that it's rigid in 3D space and also processing. Those two things can't exist at the same time. We have to fix that first before we move on to the next part.
Well,
think about it. If I have a
I'll try this at a
gyroscope
child's
and
level
I put
one
a
more
laser on
time, real quick. If it's maintaining rigidity in 3D space and it's affixed to the ground and we see it processing relative to the ground, either it's maintaining rigidity in 3D space and the ground is moving, or it's not maintaining rigidity in 3D space. Those are the 2 options. If you
No,
want to
there
give
is
me
no
a
2
situation
options.
where
But if the ground moves,
it's maintaining rigidity
Incorrect.
and not maintaining rigidity at the same time, again, you can just exit the conversation.
Okay,
No,
hold up.
you're wrong,
Let's
doofus.
say
You're
we had.
absolutely
Hold up,
100% wrong. A
Essie, hold up.
gyroscope does one thing and one thing only. It maintains rigidity in space. Do you understand that?
Right. So then if we see it processing relative to the ground, that must mean that the ground is moving.
Yeah, you're back.
Exactly.
Hold up, doofus.
Exactly
Doofus.
that.
Let's say I
There
had
we
a
go.
gyroscope affixed onto this big ass ball. You know, like those balls that you could like go inside and run like a hamster. And let's say I had a gyroscope affixed to that, and I slowly spun that. Is the gyroscope going to remain rigid in space or not?
Yes.
It's going to try and retain the orientation it started in.
So it's not going to show the same precession of that thing rotating.
Relative to what exactly? Because relative to the surface of the thing that you're rotating, it will appear to process.
Relative to the surface that I'm... Say that again?
Right. If you take this plastic ball thing and you say affix a camera to it, looking at that gyroscope, it will appear to process relative to the surface or that camera.
Obviously, but in 3D space, it's staying rigid, right?
Right.
Okay, so now you're saying that it doesn't actually process, it appears to process on Earth.
Relative to the thing that it's affixed to, yes.
Well, like SE in percentage, have you guys seen the videos of like the gyros, like those really nice mechanical ones that do process? What do you think about that, SE? The fact
What is processing? The actual gyroscope is processing, or something underneath it?
No, the actual gyroscope.
Here's an example posted just now.
Yeah, like some of these like higher quality mechanical ones, they do process to the 15 degrees per hour.
You mean the gyroscope itself turns?
To do that.
Yes, the gyroscope itself turns, yes.
I never seen that. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, this one Doofus posted looks decent. I've seen ones that are even
this is
better than this.
But Gio, you can weight it and counterweight it. Like you can balance it such that it doesn't precess.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what
it has
that's
to
what
be
a,
that. Yeah,
that's what a
because
gyro.
there's
That's what
no
a gyro.
physical way that thing should process on its own. I mean, it goes against what it does.
Well, my understanding of gyroscopes,
does it.
they do stay rigid, sans the 15%, minus the 15 degree rotation, meaning they stay rigid, but they do have that precession. I think it's because of ether drift, and therefore,
No, it doesn't even need to be 15 degrees, Geo.
well, roughly,
You'll see a lot of gyroscopes that have 10 degrees, and then it'll slow down and speed up, and it's not this 15 degrees per hour, 7.5 degrees per 30 minutes, 2.5 degrees per 10. It's not regular like that.
Is another one of those averages that they say is a measurement? Is it one of those situations?
Well, that could get into because you have to, in order for it to do the 15 degrees, it has to have ball bearings enough to do that. So that's one factor.
Well, 15 times 24 hours gives you 360 degrees. So they're already kind of assuming that it's going to be 15 degrees per hour because of the way they think a
Not
day
based
works.
on your orientation.
I have a
Like if
question.
you're in
Is
a
the
different
RPM
latitude, if you're not at the
maintained?
North Pole and it's oriented horizontally, then it won't be 15 degrees per hour, as I mentioned already in this conversation.
Doofus, the RPMs, are they maintained in this video? Is it a constant RPM?
It
No.
reaches a particular set of RPM. It does have a controller on it. I don't know the exact number of RPMs that it reaches, however.
He spins it
No.
up to I think it's
No, is it
9,000 or
constant?
11,000.
Like it has
and
to,
then,
yeah.
Right,
If it
it has a
starts
three-phase
slowing
motor
down,
controller.
it will process it. Like that's the whole different thing, yeah. But if
It
it's
has a
spinning at a constant, I think the threshold is 5,000 RPMs. I'm not sure. 8,000? Something like that.
It depends on the size of the gyroscope. Also, as I mentioned in this conversation, the thing you're trying to maximize is angular velocity, or angular momentum, which is a factor of rotation rate and mass outside that radius of rotation. So you can do it either way. You can either have something absolutely absurdly huge going at 500 RPM, or you can have something tiny going at 50,000 RPM. But I mean,
Okay, what's
obviously,
causing
there's a nice middle
the
ground.
rotation?
the way this guy does it, SE, is he has a digital RPM gauge and he spins it up with compressed air.
But does it maintain
which
through the
guy?
experiment? Does it maintain constant RPM, or does it
No.
take off the mechanism that spins it after a while?
Not the one that I
He just shoots
posted.
it inside the flywheel or whatever, and it catches there, spins up, and then when it's 10,000 or 11, I don't remember exactly how much.
It's
he
not.
deems enough.
That's not the
and he
one that I
lets go.
posted.
The Stephen P one. Yeah, that's how he does it with compressed air.
No, there's no compressed air there.
Okay, then it's a different thing. But the point is something that actually spins it up, and then he removes it and observes, lets it spin down eventually.
But you guys understand my point, right?
It spins up and it has a controller on it to maintain RPM. I just don't know the exact figure off the top of my head.
Okay, cool. That's very important, that part. Okay, I'm gonna check this out. I'm interested.
All right, the full release is on another channel. I'll have to figure out where that is, because that's just a clip showing you the basic setup and the fact that across the 4 runs the dot was moving. But I'll have to go get the actual full release at some point.
Miles Mathis has an interesting explanation. He talks about a charge field that goes up and down from the Earth and down to the Earth that is causing these gyroscopes essentially to just stay rigid. He talks about this charge field going through objects, and when the object is in motion, it basically spins, out this charge field that allows the object to maintain rigidity in space and allows it to go anti-gravity. So if this field, whatever it is, the ether, the charge field, or whatever, is going through these objects, perhaps it's pulling and tugging on these gyroscopes and making them quote unquote precess. I think that that's a pretty viable explanation right there, with a charge field of some sort, ether or whatever, going through the object and orienting or pulling and twisting the gyroscope or whatever.
All right, the only problem with that explanation, actually one of many problems with that explanation, is that the field would have to have different effects on different devices based on their location and what device they are. For instance, a Foucault's pendulum and a mechanical gyro compass would have to have 2 different effects off of your proposed charged field.
Different substances would interact with the charge field differently. Some would be able to maintain this charge, to soak up this charge, repel this charge, and that would give you different precession. Along with, at least with the Foucault pendulum, the ball and socket joint of the pendulum itself, and other factors like that. That's what I would go with.
There's no charges here, Lemon. It's just mechanical forces.
Yeah, it's a mechanical field bombarding the object, making it twist this way or that way, essentially.
What are you
By
talking about?
mechanical, I mean something is contacting something else in some way, be it with the atoms, the electrons, the photons, whatever, and reorienting the gyroscope or whatever, mechanically or otherwise, but mechanically being making contact with something by bombardment in this case.
No,
God, the
Lemon, you're
original
way
release
off
for this
field, brother.
thing.
Way off field here.
The original release for this thing is over an hour. Hold on. So if we're talking about that Stephen P thing specifically, oops, space bar. That thing is here. And sorry, it's that long. I don't really know what's going on in there.
Is this the one from the Flat Earth Engineering Society, where they put
the FE core, but
FE
I
core?
mean,
There you go. Is this the FE core one?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this
Yeah,
was done by FE core, right?
To be
And
fair, Stephen P was involved with them, and they commissioned this gyroscope. And I don't know, it's kind of weird situation. The drama is all kinds of all over the place.
I mean, you got to admit, it's a little convenient that the experimental results matches up with what globe earthers believe and what we witness in reality. The Earth rotates day-night cycle, 24 hours, 15 degrees per hour. It matches up perfectly.
That's just an explanation, though. It doesn't matter. Just because you're correlating that, yes, if it's the sun, moon, and stars that are moving, there is a rotation. So just to reverse that and say, hey, now it's the globe spinning instead of the sun. Yeah, of course those two things will match up because it's just a reverse engineered concept on a similar geometry. It doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. It's just reverse engineering one part of it.
The correlation
except it has a variance on it that is precisely the sign of your latitude, which is very convenient because that would imply that the surface of the Earth is curved.
Well, the sign of your latitude is just a zero number from 0 to 1 if you're talking about the sign. So basically you're going from 15 to 0 or degrees per hour. That might just be like the field rotating around the central North Pole and having tighter pull toward the center and looser pull, latitude-wise toward the outer perimeter. So that might be what we're seeing with a tighter
Right,
or
and
looser
then back in
pull
the
of the
opposite
field.
direction.
Yeah.
If it's looser toward the outside, for some reason it goes in the opposite direction south of the equator, conveniently.
Yeah, we can demonstrate that with electrical current in water. You get worlds and counter worlds depending on how close you are to the electrode or whatever, sometimes even in the opposite direction. So I'd go with some sort of charge field that gets, tighter torque probably toward the North Pole, looser torque toward the outer perimeter, and even reverses. That's what I'd go with.
And you can't get a stable current that way, but okay.
We can get a stabilized current if we're on a solid Earth covered by a solid dome as two ends of the electrode or whatever, or two of the potential ends of the electrode. As far as I can tell, we're good with those solid structures there to maintain the current. And maybe, I don't know, God swirling around the ether or something like that. I think we're good.
Lemon, do you know why they invented the gyro compass?
To find true north? I don't know.
In order to negate the effects, the what affects a compass. In order to eliminate those effects, magnetism, that's why they invented this. So these forces that you're talking about do not apply here.
Are you sure they've all been negated? Because as far as I've heard, everything is electromagnetic, basically at all times. So basically, not all of these effects can be totally negated. You might be able to negate some or mitigate some of them by making it a little better. But I don't know if you can get rid of them, especially if we're in an ether charge field that's subtly pulling and tugging on all matter.
Yeah, no doubt they didn't completely get rid of it, but they got rid of it enough so it was more accurate.
I think it's still a viable explanation, unless you're basically saying that they can get rid of all magnetism, magnetism, or otherwise. I doubt that that's the case. Wherever you have moving electric current, you have magnetism and vice versa, even in the current normie theory. So as far as I can tell, it cannot ever be totally gotten rid of in any way, shape, or form. It's always going to be there in the background.
It's not about getting rid of it. It's about the spinning wheel is mechanical, and it keeps its rigidity in space. So magnetism or anything like that will not affect it. And there's not enough. Where is the magnetism coming from in the first place? You're in the open ocean, right? The whole thing was, so because the ships are metal, it would affect the compass. So they came up with a system that doesn't get affected by these forces, Lemon.
I'd go with the charge field going through the thing, through the gyro compass or whatever, orienting it, giving it torque and a slight tug and pull. But there might be other explanations. We'll have to look into them. Do you have another explanation for what, if anything, that gyro compass is doing, Essie?
Yeah, we were discussing this for the past hour, Lemon.
What explanation did you come up with?
The gyro compass, basically, I'll explain it to you simply. It's a compass. It's a gyroscope. They spin it up, right? They point it in a certain direction, and because of what it does, it keeps its rigidity in space. It just basically points that way. So
Why
in
is
other
it
words,
maintaining its rigidity? If a field isn't going through it and pulling and tugging it in a certain direction, then why is it maintaining its rigidity in space?
because of the phenomena of the spinning wheel, that's what happens. Have you ever played with one of those when you were a
That's
kid?
not an explanation. I know that occurs, but is there an explanation? Is there something colliding with something else, or some sort of mechanical explanation as to why it stays rigid in space other than it just happens?
No,
Funny
well,
that
look,
Lemon
I'm
can
not
smell
an
bullshit
expert,
better
but
than SE.
I know it has to do with the spinning of the wheel. Like, I'm not an expert what the mechanism is, I'll be honest with you, Lemon, but I know that's what it does. It keeps its rigidity in space.
This is why I like Miles Mathis's explanation of the charge field. It at least offers some hope of a mechanical explanation, mechanical being something touching something and bombarding something else to provide some sort of support for this thing in rigidity in space. This charge field goes up and hits the thing or goes through the thing and out of the gyro compass, allowing it to maintain rigidity in space, pulling and tugging on the thing. It's very attractive to me as a theoretical explanation.
Look, I can't say no 100%, but as far as I know, it has nothing to do with forces like that. It has to do with kinetic energy movement. But I could be wrong.
Is there a way to measure this charge field?
No. What was that, Malaman?
I was wondering, can we measure the charge field and its motion?
Miles Mathis did some math about it. It was above my pay grade, but sounds good to me. I guess we'd have to go into some experiments and see if we could put a bunch of electricity in there, charge, and I guess some anti-gravity effects or something. I don't know.
So you want an explanation that is accurate, but not the mainstream one that's accurate.
We want
the truth.
I want the truth, damn it. And it fires the mind and gets it exploring and finding what the truth is. So at least it's a step.
You'll never know. You'll just have lines of evidence. And I want to say something when Gio said something earlier. I was talking about the 15 degrees per hour matching up with what we see. It's not just that. I have a list of literally 20 things that can all be explained by one notion, that notion being the Earth is a globe. I would challenge any of you to describe 2 things on Earth using the same theory for flat Earth. Like, can you include 2 things in the same theory?
This isn't about whether Earth is a globe or not. The gyro compass, it's about whether or not the Earth is spinning.
Well, part of it is
if it's spinning, you'd think it would be a globe, but it could be a stationary globe and not have this effect. So it's about.
Well, let's go through that list. Let's go through that list and see if there are flatty explanations that are halfway viable to explain what these 20 things are. Could you go through the list real quick?
I'll post it. I've never heard anybody come up with something that
I could explain everything on an inverse Earth by saying magical unicorns do it. That doesn't make it true. Just because somebody doesn't have an alternate explanation for you on a different model doesn't make yours true. And that wouldn't make my unicorns true just because I say that explains it.
Well, if we're going to offer unicorns as a mechanical explanation, that's fine, but you're going to need to show the unicorn hoof print, the unicorn horn, the unicorn fur, something that shows something touching something with some sort of unicorn-like imprint, for some sort of mechanical explanation. And that's part of the appeal of mechanical explanations, no matter how cockamamie or, random they are, because they at least offer the promise of something touching something else that we can check. So, what are these 20 things you're talking about?
So, Lemon, you would agree then, if I were to say I can explain everything on Earth by unicorns, that wouldn't be good enough, right?
You'd have to show me a hoof print or something like that in addition to that
wouldn't
as
be
well.
good enough. So saying I can explain everything on Earth, or even 20 things on Earth based on this, X, that's not good enough. You can explain anything with anything that you want. An explanation is not proof of the truth.
Okay, so do it with something else. Explain something else with one concept. Explain multiple.
Okay.
It's not just about the explanations. It's also about the things that we can correlate, the things that we can measure based on what we change.
Well,
if
you
we
put your list in the
change
chat,
something and then we
50,
measure an
and
outcome that changes, then we have something to discuss.
well, you put your chat in the your list in the chat, 50. And number one's easy. The Selenelian eclipse proves that the Earth isn't doing the eclipsing, so there has to be something else causing the curved shadow of the eclipse, be it a dark star moving into a shadow zone or something else.
Not true, because then you have to tell us what the dark star is.
Well, basically, the angles don't match for the Selenelian eclipse. You have to have the sun and the earth and the moon lined up, and you would see the moon above the horizon, or you'd see the sun above the horizon, but not both. If you saw both of them above the horizon, like you do in the Selenelian eclipse, that would be a V, not a line. So the angle wouldn't match up, number one. And number two, making it even worse, the shadow is coming from the top down on the moon in the Selenelian eclipse, which is the wrong direction. The moon should at least be descending into the earth shadow below, with the shadow coming from the bottom up, not the top down. So the angle isn't working, the shadow isn't working. It has to be something else doing the eclipse,
Lemon,
like a dark star.
you still can't explain exactly how it would work on your model at all.
It would
Anyway,
just be something else doing the eclipsing other than the moving globular
yeah,
Earth.
we know
Something else doing the
something else
eclipsing.
because we
I've
can't
already
detect
explained why
anything
the
else.
shadow comes from that direction in detail with you, Lemon.
Refraction. Let's see. Number two, solar eclipse.
No, refraction was not the answer, Lemon. You
Boats
know
over the
refraction was
horizon.
not
Number
the answer,
three.
Lemon.
I'm on number
You know
three, sir.
that refraction was not the answer I gave you.
Number three, boats over horizon is explained by compressed viewing angle. That makes stuff, even over a flat, motionless plane, appear to hit the bottom first.
Then we should see evidence of that compression, which we don't.
Which we do. We get up higher and we can see the object, and we shoot a laser through this hump of Earth curvature as if it's not there. Out pop more globe, weak excuses about refraction. Let's go to number four, obstruction of other objects, same shit. Typical horizon distance match the globe. That's a broken clock fallacy. Your distances can match up to a point, and in other cases, we're seeing way too far over the globe. So that's hit or miss. Sometimes it matches, sometimes it doesn't. Broken clock fallacy. Sometimes the clock is right even though it's broken. Sometimes it's wrong. Star trails, they revolve over a flat, motionless Earth, and perspective eventually eats up the object, or appears to eat up the object over a flat plane. It's the same thing that you see with a rainbow. A rainbow is a circle that is suspended above the ground. If you get up high enough to see the whole rainbow, but as you get closer to the surface of the ground, it looks like an arch that goes above and below the ground, simply because of cutoff viewing angle and perspective. It's the same
I
with
love
those
it how
star
you
trails that are
think you're
circling over the
explaining
ground.
all these things, but you're really not explaining anything.
I am, but you're just not accepting the explanation, even though it's pretty simple. Pole stars, it will be the same thing. Eventually, perspective eats up the object that's above you, like looking down a long hallway. In this case, the lights in the ceiling of the hallway would be Polaris. Eventually, it will merge with the surface. Same thing. It's just perspective over a flat surface. Shadows on the bottom of clouds. That's another thing that could happen from scattered light over a flat plane. And you're saying that it's hitting the bottom of a cloud, but a cloud is a big, puffy, nondescript shape. How can you know what's above or below anything and what the orientation is
Because
of
you can
this
see the
big,
light.
lumpy,
You can see the light
cloud?
hitting the
The light
bottom.
could be hitting it from any corner. You're
No,
just assuming it's a
it's
flat
hitting the
thing or
bottom.
surface that's just off.
It's clearly hitting the bottom. Clearly.
Yeah.
And it only happens, for some reason, it only happens at sunset.
Well, that could be from scattering of the light. The light goes far away, goes toward the red side of the spectrum, and the red light comes out. And also keep in mind, gentlemen, that even shadows can demonstrate color based off of Johann von Goethe's theory of color. Based off of the colors that you combine to make the shadow, colors even come out of the shadow. So you see a black shadow, at noonday or something like that. And as the sun goes too far away and things shift toward the red side of the spectrum, these shadows all of a sudden take on color and vibrancy or something like that, with the colors mixing into the shadows and stuff like that. There's other ways to explain even that. Let's go to the next one.
Lemon, what did you eat tonight, bro?
I just got something to eat earlier, just a little snack. I think we're on
any booze in it? Any?
Well, we have to go through this list. I think we're down 7 or something like that, and I'm just showing 50 if you have a viable explanation. So, but
Yeah,
which one are we
you're not
on?
giving us any viable explanations, though.
They're viable. You're just not accepting them unless there's an establishment sanction to go with it. But let's go to number 9. Different stars in different hemispheres as perspective again. P and S wave propagation. That doesn't prove anything. The wave of an earthquake. We need to know first if the
No. PNS wave propagation. How does it not explain anything?
Well, first of all, we need to know where the earthquake is coming. Is it coming from the outside into the globular Earth, or is it coming from the inside out of the globular Earth? If so, if it's coming from the core of the Earth outward or whatever, those waves could travel in any way that you're talking about. The waves could be traveling differently, P and S wave wise, over a flat plane, traveling.
Nobody says in the globe model that the earthquakes are occurring in the core, Lemon.
So, like I said, we need to know where the source of the earthquake is coming. There are people that posit electrical
Nobody
explanations
says on the globe model that the earthquakes are coming from the core.
People do talk about electrical explanations for earthquakes, though, because of earthquake lights that look electromagnetic that do accompany earthquakes. And if the whole Earth is shaking on an electromagnetic level, these waves could travel electromagnetically in various different ways. It could travel differently P and S wave wise over any shape, depending on the composition of the stuff underneath the ground. There could be seas under there. There could be rock under there, different minerals. It could travel a little differently here, a little differently there. The shape's irrelevant, really. We're trying to say that it only backs up a globe, but that's really kind of weak. It could just be traveling over a flat surface, just differently based off of the different materials that are down there. Let's go to number 11.
But earthquake shadows don't show us that the Earth is flat, though. So
I'd say that's inconclusive. You got different waves traveling differently based off of the composition of the materials over a flat plane, be it water down there, caverns down there, hollow crevices down there, different materials down there, whatever. Number 11, you can use geometry with the stars and Earth to prove a globe. Geometry with the stars is really kind of suspect because, as we know, light travels and spreads from the source, so it doesn't necessarily map to any one shape. You're going to have a point source of light that will spread onto any shape you can imagine. So trying to impose rigid geometry on the light waves that spread from the source and can map onto any shape just about is kind of weak too. But we can come back to that.
Read the last part of number 12 and tell me about that.
You can use the spherical geometry to discern the zenith angle of the sun, and it's cut off.
I'm sorry. So you started with number 11. I wanted you to read the last half of number 11. You skipped that.
This is the history of nautical navigation. Nautical navigation was on a flat plane with stars circling overhead. There you go.
Well, that's news to me.
So just saying that.
And also dead reckoning is a thing, and plain sailing is a thing where you can sail in a straight line while disregarding any curvature. That would only be on a flat surface anyway. Number 12, you can use spherical geometry to discern the zenith angle of the sun. Let me see the rest. And the angle of the sun, that could happen over a flat surface. So I don't see how that's relevant. Basically, you'd have a light in the ceiling of a flat hallway.
Hold on, Lemon. You can have a triangle that has more than 180 degrees on a flat surface?
180 degrees?
Yes. Triangle?
I don't know about that. I think that perspective makes the length cut off and the angle cut off. So you could read more than 180 degrees simply due to perspective, since perspective is going to make the length cut off and the angle cut off.
Just saying everything is due to perspective is not explaining anything.
Well, that matches what we see in reality. we lose the
Things
height of
move either
objects as they
left or
get
right
further and
based
further
on whether
away.
or not Lemon is feeling right this day.
We'll keep going, sirs. 13, the only accurate representation of distances on Earth is a globe. All maps are distorted because they are globe projections. That's false. Toward the outer perimeter, the southern hemiplane, sailors were complaining of getting lost out of reckoning and being way too many degrees ahead of their calculated position, like the maps were off. So I think we've been given a bunch of propaganda about how good these maps are. It appears the distortions are toward the poles. 14, Cavendish experiment is a direct measurement of gravitational attraction or electromagnetic effect. I mean, we can't really rule out electromagnetism.
Yeah, we can
There have been
account.
attempts to absorb gravity under electromagnetism, so I'd go with that over a flat surface.
We can account for that very easily.
What was that?
We can account for electromagnetism very easily. We have measurement devices that can measure electromagnetism, Lemon.
Flight plans generally take geodesic routes. I don't know about that. I guess I'll skip that. 15, I guess I'll have to come back to. Quantum non-stop flights from Santiago, Chile to Sydney doesn't work on an AE map. It looks like they work fine. I mean, when you count the layovers or the stops, they appear to make straight lines over an AE Gleason projection where they go
What
over the
stops on a nonstop flight?
fuel stops, layovers. They list a nonstop flight, but the plane has to stop for fuel and stuff. And when you calculate where they're stopping for fuel, it appears to make a straight line over an A Gleason-like map. 17.
No, a nonstop flight is not, by definition, a nonstop flight doesn't stop for fuel, Lemon. Jesus Christ.
The stop isn't listed. It's just propaganda. 17. Precision gyroscopes show rotation of the
People
ether.
take nonstop flights, and it's all propaganda.
17 is the ether, the precession of the gyroscope from the ether, the pull and tug of the ether over a flat motionless Earth. 18, sun size stays constant all day, all year. We show you videos of it changing size with or without a filter. That's debunked. 19, length of shadows changes exponentially with latitude, not linearly. So you're saying it has to be linear on a flat surface?
It wouldn't follow the same law, yes. If you're honest, I might have wrote that wrong. This is probably about 2 years old, but you'd be following two different laws based on if it's a sphere, based on if it's flat.
I guess I'll have to come back to that. Equatorial mount telescopes function based on a spherical coordinate system. It's just a mount that's just following a general trail. I mean, if you had an EQ mount looking at the railroad tracks or a light going along the linear track of the railroad tracks, it would go all the way up into the sky toward the evening. It's just following a track. And it's just going to keep following that track from, dawn to dusk. Whether or not the object is actually going around a ball, it's just perspective. Again. So it's just kind of bullshit to say that it maps this sort of spherical coordinate system and therefore we're on a sphere when it's just tracing a route in the sky when something could easily be circling overhead as opposed to circling around the globular Earth. 21, constellation shift 1 degree per day, 30 degrees per month, and 360 degrees per year. That could happen on a flat surface. The stars rotate at a rate that's slightly off from the sun, and they appear to shift relative to the sun. The sun's going, 24 hours. The stars are going 23 hours, 56 minutes, and some change. They're just off over a flat plane like a clock. 22, microgravity experiments. You're invoking gravity as some sort of curve-making, ball-making force, but I go with electromagnetism over a flat plane, but we can go back to that. Long-range neutrino experiments that use the curvature of the Earth. I mean, when you're shooting neutrinos through the Earth, over the Earth, or whatever, if there's a charge field emanating from the Earth, like Miles Mathis said, you're shooting this neutrino through the Earth, and the charge field is pushing the thing up out of the Earth without the Earth necessarily being curved. If there's a charge field emanating from the Earth, this neutrino could be interacting with it. I know that you guys say neutrinos don't interact with anything, but as far as I can tell, it's a theoretical particle, first of all. And we might not have even discovered everything about the neutrino itself. And as far as I can tell, neutrinos do refract. And so, it's interacting with something if it's refracting. I mean, why would it refract at all if it's, not interacting with anything? That doesn't make any sense. I'd go with the charge field pushing the neutrino or whatever you're calling the neutrino out of the Earth, out of the flat motionless Earth, and eventually making it come out of the Earth without the Earth necessarily being curved. You're assuming that the neutrino is going straight through the Earth, not interacting with anything, and giving you a straight line through the Earth. I don't know if that follows, especially with this experimental neutrino particle, but that's how I'd address some of this stuff over a flattish surface as far as I can tell.
It definitely follows. And the strength is in that one thing explains all of these. And the ones that are highlighted bold, those are the ones that directly correlate to the Earth manosphere. The ones that aren't in bold just support like gravity or something like that. So the strength is in that I can argue that the fact that the Earth is a globe can correspond to every single one of these in bold, right?
Well,
You got flat
you
Earth doesn't have one theory that can explain more than one thing.
I could
That's
do the same thing
that
that you did. All that stuff happens because the Earth is flat. Like, what are you talking about?
so
It
that's
does
not
seem kind of weak without curvature. You need to show curvature first, and as far as I can tell, past NASA's fake photos, we don't have that.
that's not an explanation. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and boats traveled away from you, they would disappear bottom first. That's undeniable, right? So now explain that using flat Earth.
Compressed viewing angle, like I already said, over a flat surface, and people demonstrate getting closer to the surface, and it appears to disappear bottom up in the distance simply by compressed viewing angle and getting closer to the surface. So it
Okay, now
appears to be compressed viewing angle over a flat surface.
so can any of you on any of these explain more than one using flat Earth?
As far as I can tell, not even these are explained by the shape of the Earth.
They are. Have you
Some of
looked
it
at
is explained by the shape of the Earth. Some of it is invoking gravity to explain why the Earth is a ball. It's not all just from the shape of the Earth. There's multiple explanations even in here.
Plus, the assumption of how light works has to do with a lot of these things. So, you know, it's not just, glob explains it all. You also have to, assume things about how light works.
We don't have to assume how light works. We know how light works. We work with a company specifically fiber optics, so we know how light works. We might not know what we know. We know a hell of a lot.
We're having
You
a
don't know.
conversation where at least a large part of it is transited over optical media.
No, you don't know how light is behaving from here all the way to say, fucking like Beetlejuice or Polaris. Like, you don't know. You don't.
As far as we can tell, light spreads. And so in
Right.
geometry, we think of a line of light that doesn't spread from point source, but that's a fallacy. Light tends to spread from point source and spread out. So this line of light that we're invoking for geometric purposes is a little bit of an idealization that doesn't match reality right there. So we're going to have a fallacy.
I mean,
Right, you can play the game if you want of we don't know what light is doing in between us and Beetlejuice, but it doesn't change what light is doing between us and a distant object we observe here on Earth.
Yeah.
Basically, light spreads from the point source onto any shape you can really imagine. After a while, perspective takes over, and even if the light is there, you're just not going to make out the object.
But the light that enters your eye has traveled in a mostly straight line, unless you're talking about some like extreme refraction situation, which occurs, of course. But you're talking like a point source emitting light in a bunch of different directions. You're not going to see the light that travels at 90 degrees from you or 45 degrees from you. You're going to see the light that travels directly at you.
But not all the light is going to be interpreted as a 2D image. You're looking out over an extended plane that would take up all of your visual scene unless there was a limit to how much light you process off of the surface. At that point, you're going to get a horizon, and you're just not going to get any more processing of the surface or anything poking out of the surface, and a horizon is going to form in the foreground. Otherwise, the alternative is just seeing nothing but ground forever. Eventually, the ground and the sky are going to have to meet even over a flat surface.
But in the case where we see portions of distant objects obscured by the surface of the Earth, the light from the bottom of those objects had to be eaten or destroyed by something, which you assume is the surface, which we know light does not do.
Probably by the surface in the foreground, just like holding a penny in front of a car. It can obstruct objects that are beyond, that are bigger, even the surface. And since light spreads from the source, that ground could be obstructing something, spreading from the ground, quote unquote, upward, or be interpreted by the eye as blocking huge amounts of the scene that are beyond the ground, because light spreads from the source and blocks out what's beyond. It's just like a penny in front of a car, except the penny is the ground and the car as like, the part of the ground that's even above or below the ground. It's because light spreads, that appears to be a viable explanation. So you're going to have a horizon form in the foreground, beyond which you can't process anything. And in the background, things are going to disappear bottom up or appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. There you go.
So was that was one explanation, but they're all different. You got to include flat Earth in 2 different explanations, or 3, or 4, or 5. You could do 20. The more you have, the better. Right? Like if we went
Makes
to
sense
court,
because we don't see curvature.
like if we went to court and I said I've got 20 lines of evidence that all point to the same thing, Your Honor, and you say, well, I've got 20 different lines of evidence that aren't in conjunction with each other that I can explain this one thing with. Like, it just doesn't mesh, right? You have to
Well,
have
ideally, you got to show curvature, and the laser tests are going against that. We draw the horizon like it's flat. We build as if it's flat, and NASA's full of crap. So until we can get affordable space travel to peer past NASA's Masons and sophistry, I'm going to have to go with something flat.
The irony.
Fucking Masons, man. NASA's fixing to upgrade to the LCRD, which is the Laser Communication Relay something. Can't remember what it is, what the D stands for. But we're fixing to have 1.2 gigabit connection with all future NASA missions. So I've always heard flat earthers say that they want HD video, 4K video. You're fixing to get it. It's already basically been tested. That's going to be on every future mission.
This is going to be tight. They can communicate with those satelloons that are floating above the flat, motionless surface underneath the firmament dome easier. That's wonderful.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's gonna be a trip. It's gonna be a trip. I can't wait till they send something out there with these actual connections live to Mars or somewhere, like a rover on Mars with a 1.2 gigabit connection. That's fucking insane.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Are you still going to
I
come
would,
here
I
and
would
freak
be, I
out
would
about
like to
flat
see
Earth?
some. I'd like to see some moon Mars rover stuff or moon rover stuff. You got any of
Yeah,
that?
that'd be really cool too. I'm with you.
The moon's way closer. Is way closer. Why haven't we done that?
Well, they're supposedly going back. They keep saying they're going back. Hopefully they are. The projected date is like 2 years out right now. So hopefully we'll get it.
Any day now.
Any day now.
Sounds like
They'll make it back eventually, hopefully.
The whole vibe of what you're saying, it sounds like you're really searching for something that might prove this to you someday.
No, I mean, I have 20 lines of evidence. Well, how many more lines of evidence do I need to prove that to myself?
Lines? You doing lines?
Lines of evidence. Lines of evidence
Well,
all point to the
just
same
take
thing.
one.
Like, for instance, the gyroscope thing, right? We have mechanical gyros. We have laser gyros. We have another type of gyro. I can't remember the fucking name of it.
Yeah, but kind of what you're doing, it reminds me a little bit of this. Like if somebody were talking about humans and they didn't define whether it was a man or a woman, you could say a whole bunch of things about both that would fit. Like, well, it's got arms and it's got hands and it has a head and it has a nose, but that doesn't define whether it's a man or a woman. So you can explain things in multiple different ways.
Well, all of these things I'm talking about specifically would be like a man, not a woman.
All right. Well, if you want to go to the, but you don't have that. You have explanations that are not proven.
So let me ask you a question: if the Earth was a globe, would you see boats disappear bottom first as they traveled away from you? Is that true?
It would be physical obstruction due to
I
Earth.
think you would have a physical, geometric, consistent, reliable curvature, and yes, you would. That would happen.
Okay, so there's one line. That's one really good line of. Another line of evidence.
But that's not. It isn't evidence though, because you don't have a consistent geometric horizon in which that occurs at all. That doesn't.
Right. When you're making an optical observation, optics must also be considered.
What I'm saying is that boats don't always, quote unquote, go over the curve at a consistent geometric rate, which is what you would require. So you actually have nothing there. You have a phenomenon that you have a phenomenon that could be explained with curvature, but it is not consistent with an actual geometric curvature, and that same explanation occurs over a level planar surface.
To be very clear, the globe does not require something to disappear at precisely where the geometric horizon would be, because the globe also includes knowledge of optics.
You mean deceptive pseudoscientific concepts about that to explain away
You
the
don't
fact
like
that there's no
optics. I
curvature?
get your feelings are hurt by optics.
No feelings or not liking it were not brought up. I specifically said what I said for a reason. You've come up with pseudo-physical concepts to explain away the fact that there is no curve to try to confuse the situation. But again, you have no actual verification or proof of any of the refractive phenomenon you claim.
Have you not seen a single thing that I've posted?
Remove the curve from a planar Earth that we experience and measure.
Right? Have you not seen a single thing that I've posted? You don't look at any of the stuff that I post. How can you possibly say that I don't have any evidence?
There's nothing to respond to there. You just made up straw men about what I have or haven't seen. Do you have anything of content to offer?
Right. So if I can demonstrate air alone causing light to change direction such that it's not traveling in a straight line anymore, is that sufficient to demonstrate that it's possible for things that we observe in the distance to be affected by the air?
How do you know it's going in a straight line in the first place?
It's the point. I'm trying to demonstrate that we know that it isn't going in a straight line. So to make any claims that the geometric horizon must be where things become obstructed from is to ignore the fact that we know optics definitely exists.
So this cannot be explained by glob alone. So you could take that off of the list because you need to appeal to optics.
And the thing is, refraction, any amount of optics
the Earth is not spherical is a useless argument.
If you have a corner at the edge of your hallway, there's no amount of refraction that can create something where you could see around the corner. You can have refraction that can warp what you can see. So if there was something between you and the hallway that you could see that was not behind the corner, yeah, you could have refractive effects from that. But there's no effect that causes you to be able to see around like a periscope to see around corners. So even if the optics of refraction are one thing, but they don't remove a geometric horizon. There still should be a physical, what you should have if it was a globe, and what I would expect, you would have the geometric horizon that would be consistent, and you would have refraction. But again, refraction wouldn't make you see around corners. It would just do what it does on the planar Earth, which is cause mirages and distortions and things like that.
All right. So I'm very pleased that you mentioned that refraction wouldn't allow you to see around a corner, because that's exactly what happens in this video.
Not only does it have to make you see around corners in the globe situation, it has to move. It has to move the horizon. It has to do multiple things. It has to remove the geometric horizon so that the Earth is planar. It has to make you see around corners, and it has to relocate the horizon also in a way that mimics, if you want to call it mimic, shows the effects of this extended planar surface. It's literally all backwards what you're describing.
I could feel those goalposts moving from here.
Geo, this is an experiment they do in like middle school, man. Like we know light bends. It's not, that shouldn't be controversial. Like that's very well known.
Why does it stop bending for the horizon?
It doesn't. That's just where it meets it.
Exactly. So why is the horizon level and horizontal?
Why is the horizon level? My guess is it, or I haven't measured it, but I presume that it's not. I presume that it's not. Okay.
If light's bendy and warpy all over the place, why do we have a consistent horizontal horizon that shows the extended planar geometry extending out from us with optics?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying
Well,
to
that horizon isn't very consistent in the thing that Earth is Life just posted.
I'm trying to get pedantic, right? There's no such thing as perfection, right? You can't have perfectly horizontal. And if you turn around in 360 degrees,
sure,
if you measure every point along that turn, it's never going to be perfect.
You can have perfect horizontal.
You can have perfect horizontal?
Sure.
No error bars. You've got to let me in on this equipment because we can charge millions for that.
I don't want to say it because it'll trigger too many people.
Dude, well, just message me privately. I've got connections, okay? If you've got that equipment, I promise you we can make millions.
I do have that equipment. It works perfectly. It's up to you to get to that perfection.
Well, if you want to make some dough, hit me up because that's been man's hunt for the dawn of time is precision.
They found it.
They found it. They found perfect precision.
Well, it's there. It's up to you to find it.
My wife tells me my penis is like it's perfect precision, but I don't think
It's
it's real.
funny you went to penis.
Huge.
That's so weird. So weird.
I'm sorry.
The 50
I made a dick
is
joke.
well. I think the Bev tells us that geometrically we can only get a straight line between two circles. So the closest analog we have to that would be some sort of line of sight, where our line of sight is radiating out from our eyes like a big circle all around us. So you need to have two, observers that can at least see each other. And then you would assume that there's some sort of line of sight between them where I guess their lines of sight intersect or whatever. And geometrically at that point, I guess you could possibly have more or less a straight line from there.
Did we finally come to an agreement that it's possible that air can bend light? Did we get to that yet?
Well, maybe light would have to have a shape. I mean, without a shape, how can light bend? If you're saying that the path bends, sure, but if a straighter path is available, why didn't the light take it? But I don't know.
That's a very good question. Why isn't the light taking the straightest possible path?
As far as I can tell, light's not a string, so thinking of it bending in that way is a little off.
But we see it happening.
Between the boundary of media, but air is also thought of as more or less one uniform medium, so that's a little contradictory unless you're going from air to solid to air at the very least.
Oh, air is definitely not one solid or one consistent medium all the way through it. You know for a fact that if I light a candle somewhere, I can see light bending right through that area where the flame is not.
It does appear to, I guess, bend in that sense, sure. But some of these propositions are a little contradictory. How can light bend when it doesn't have a shape? If light is induction, aka a wave ripple in the medium of ether that can appear anywhere, then thinking about it bending is a little off. The image can appear anywhere. The phantom image can ripple out of the ether anywhere. So nothing would technically be able to divert its path in that sense.
There it is. We need to know less information explanation.
We need to know enough to discover the truth.
You don't need to imagine it. You can see it. This is done in grade schools, middle schools, high schools.
And what do you have to do? You have to shape the light into a laser. Is most light laser light for that analogy? No.
You don't
a
have
wash
to.
of gentle illumination that fills up the whole medium. So you have a fallacy there when first and
Laser
foremost
just
you shape the
makes
light
the
into a
effect
laser
more
with a
pronounced.
shape that you can then bend. That's fallacious at that point because illumination doesn't technically have a shape like that.
No one's claiming a laser. Multiple videos were posted. None of them are with lasers.
Yeah, you don't have to use a laser.
Weird.
A laser just pronounces the effect.
Okay,
Yeah, and all we're seeing is the effect. We're not seeing the path of light.
There's somebody who did this where they basically had kind of the same
Hear that
setup, but
nonsense.
they had an image on the background that looked like a horizon, and you could see over a hump. I wish I remembered the video, but I remember seeing this video a while back, and it shows exactly what happens on Earth. It's a perfect analog.
See over a hump, did you say?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Earth's Life
Of what?
posted an animation of
Of
one such
water? A
example,
hump
and
of
I
water?
posted another example earlier than that.
Did you say a hump 50?
Yeah, hump, whatever you want to call it.
What kind
Jeremy
of a hump?
already schooled you on this, SE, so don't start.
Well, are you stepping in his defense? Or are you trying to shield him or something?
No, just Jeremy already schooled you on this. I don't think you want to start this right
Did
now.
you detect something wrong there, doofus?
No, I know
I've been
exactly
around
what's
for a
going
while,
on.
so.
Was there a siren like red light?
I heard you talk about this hump phenomenon, and I just don't think you're on the same page with us. from what I've heard you talk about it before. But
so you are saying there was a hump of water, correct?
yes, a hump. If the Earth is a sphere, I mean,
Can't
whatever you want
believe
to call
this,
it, whatever
man.
you want to call it, a hump, a bump, a hill,
I
whatever.
love the earthly humps.
Well,
Yeah, there you
Globers do play semantic games saying there would be no hump, but obviously there would be a hump relative to a chord. It's just nice to hear some refreshing candor and honesty without the word games from the Globers for once.
So 50 just
One.
admitted to a hump of water.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. Like if basically if me and you were positioned 5 miles apart, there would be a hump between us. There would be an elevation between us.
Man,
So
you should
An
talk to
elevation
Sean
of
G.
water. Wow,
Sean G
nice.
or
would
not,
be like,
I'm sorry, excuse me, I used the wrong terminology. Not an elevation. There would be a raising of the Earth between me and you. Like I would be, if you measured the center position between me and you, would be higher, and
how
me and
you
you
Well,
would
work
be
out the
just
verticals then?
So then there would
right, just real quick, Lemon. It's not about word games. This very clearly illustrates the problem that SE has.
Why are you
It's
intervening? Why are you
not
so
even remotely
triggered, bro?
about
We're
word
having a nice
games.
conversation with
And
Doofus.
and
Why do you have to take a
and
dig at me?
thanks, SE. That's all called for, sure.
Because there
And
was a
50,
conversation going before you interjected. That's
right, and 50, also be aware of that drawing as well, just so you know.
Thank you, Doofus. What are y'all saying? Back to the conversation.
messed up.
Red lights. You're such a white knight, Doofus.
Well, he
I
knows
mean,
there's a
it's weird
problem
that
with
you
the
don't get
verticals
how
when there's a
spheres
hump.
work yet.
No, you
Well,
just know
there's
there's a
nobility deep inside of him
no,
coming to the defense of
Lemon.
his
He
fellow
knows there's a
Globers.
problem with the verticals when there's a hump, so it's okay.
Nice
Doesn't have
drawing,
anything to do with
Doofus.
verticals.
Thursday.
It's okay.
Do the Humpty Hump.
You
You
want to
can see
argue
the
that
hump coming
spheres
up
don't
on that
exist?
cord right there. That purple cord going straight through the ball.
Yeah, man, I would say there's pretty famous pictures of the hump, right? Soundly, he got some pretty good pictures of the hump.
Oh
You need
yeah,
to
he's
test.
my favorite.
Mwah. Beautiful.
You need to test that
I
for
love him.
refraction.
I wish I could
There's
go
all
down there and
sorts of
see it.
refractive effects in Pontchartrain. From the side, the bridge looks flat, so you might want to test Townley's Pontchartrain swamp gas refraction.
Swamp gas.
Are you drunk?
Make him say the rest of it.
Lemon,
Lemon's
you're on
drunk.
fire tonight. I'm sure you had some hot chili peppers or something.
Oh, you're too kind, sir.
I think my list got him. That list is pretty good. I gotta admit, I'm sorry. The list is pretty good. I think the list got
3 out of 24 ain't bad.
Lemon
Yeah.
strikes me as a Cholula kind of guy.
Haha.
50, look at the famous picture that Doofus made. I was dying of laughter yesterday to no avail.
What, I
You
don't-
can laugh
what's
at
so
it.
bad?
It
I
just
don't-
makes you look silly.
So you like his picture, 50?
Where's the picture? I'm looking in debate chat box.
49
No, it's the wrong
after the
server,
hour.
dude. Yeah, that's the wrong server. Go to Geo's server, one we're in Livestream one text.
Fuck am I? I'm sorry. Had a couple beers.
Yeah, the one I most recently tagged you in.
Okay. Okay. So let's see here. What am I looking at? 1049. The one with the drawings.
Yeah, tangent, drop, chord, and hump are color coded for you.
Let's see here.
They're
okay.
color coded for you.
That looks about like something I'd draw, so I'm very proud of Doofus.
Right,
so
that's
where's
my
the hump
finger on
here,
my cell
50?
phone.
Where's the hump?
Where's the hump? The hump is the blue arrow.
The blue arrow?
Yeah, that blue arrow in his drawing.
So how is it blocking the view between A and B?
Well, they're like 20 miles tall, so it's not.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult in this scale.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
saying there's an
picture
actual
people
hump of
not being
water
giant.
there.
There is. I used to go deep sea fishing, and it would take minutes before everything would disappear. Minutes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. You're saying that there's a hump of water between A and B, causing the obstruction. At what distance would you say?
Well, at every distance. It's just to scale. It would just scale with the distance.
So if they're like 10 feet apart, there's a hump blocking the view?
Well, it's not blocking the view because I'm like 6'6". So, you know,
Right. If you listened carefully to what he said it scales, and it scales with distance. So if everything has to scale, that includes your observer altitude.
yes.
Yeah, but doesn't the water have to be above your head for it to block you?
It would be.
Because you're looking down.
Oh yeah, you're looking down. Exactly.
What do you mean you're looking down?
You're looking down. So to look
A is
at
looking down at B, and B is looking down at A.
So
from
they're
their
both
pers-
looking
from their
down, even though one is clearly higher.
Yes. 2D up directions are not the same as the up direction on the surface of a sphere.
2D up directions? What's that?
Right? Don't use what direction up is on your screen to determine what direction up is for each person, because each person's up direction is away from the surface of the sphere that they're standing on.
And I want to know 2D
up directions.
And I want to know how I'm tagged with
And I
color
explained it.
coded
It was fine.
pictures.
Oh
color coded tag pictures to 50,
Hey,
huh?
hey Doofus.
Quite the
What
team.
What observations have you done to prove Earth's curvature? The Earth has curvature. What observations?
Well, I
have you
can
done?
at least definitely give you an image right now, if you were willing, of the horizon having curvature.
Yeah, but
So the
before you do
horizon-
that, can you please, because we can't brush over this. This is new territory. 2D up
It's not
direction.
new.
What does that mean?
The direction on your screen does not correspond to the up direction for each of the people on that spherical surface. I already explained it, but you made me say it again. That's hilarious.
No, I never heard that before.
Well, his drawing.
Really? I mean, that should be obvious, or at least implicit on the drawing.
Yeah, his
Buster.
Yeah,
The fact that you never thought of
Doofus.
that makes a lot of
Buster
sense. Why
jumped
you're
on it
using
right
that as
away,
an
guys.
argument.
Buster jumped on it right away. He said 2D. Even before I thought of it, he's like 2D up direction.
He's just talking about the drawing. He just means
It's
the
like you know those pointer dogs when they see something.
Everybody
ding!
loves look, everybody loves 2D. I get it. You guys love 2D. Your spherical geometry, 50, spherical, it's 2D. Great.
I can't draw for shit, so I'm lucky to get a 2D drawing out. Or you're lucky to get a 2D drawing out of me. So
Well,
that's the
Doofus
best
did
you're
it for you. He did the 2D up.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was it again? I can't even
2D up direction.
2D up direction. He drew it for you.
It looks. I mean, it looks pretty decent. It looks pretty decent. I don't have.
Yeah, I explained it twice now. If you want me to go ahead a third time,
A
you
2D
go
up
fuck yourself,
direction.
I guess.
Yeah, I would love to hear more about that.
I mean, if you heard the rest of my statement, you wouldn't love it.
This
Go
is new
ahead.
ground, doofus.
Yeah, you're pioneering 2D up direction.
I mean, as long as the surface is curved somewhat, they have to look down. The only scenario in which they look straight at themselves without looking down is if the Earth was flat.
I think you're mixing up 3D and 2Ds, but Doofus has got a 2D up direction.
I'm kind of tipsy too, so I might be wrong. Don't tell my wife.
All right, we'll try it a third time, even though you weren't listening the first two times.
Yeah, go ahead.
The up
please.
direction on your screen in the diagram does not correspond to the up direction for both A and B simultaneously. They are standing on a surface where up is away from the surface.
And how do you define the surface?
The thing they're fucking standing on in the picture, man.
Define the surface.
I don't have to define the word
the
surface to you
Yep,
in order
you
to
do. Yes, you
describe
do.
what's going on in
Define
the
the
image.
surface.
If you
Define
want
the
to play
surface.
word games,
Define
you are
the
not going to
surface.
be able to do it here.
Define the surface.
No.
Yes.
That black line they're standing on.
Define the surface.
He said no.
You got two answers. I mean, he said no, but before that, he gave a pretty short description. So
yeah,
did
2D
50.
up direction. Now define the surface they're standing on from their 2D up direction.
Yeah, you're purposely trying to misunderstand it. I get it.
No, I'm not. I purposely do understand it.
See, Bacon figured out what I meant.
Well,
Bifty figured out what I meant.
Oh,
yeah.
great.
Everybody else here that seems to have, was listening
Let's
to
take
what
a
I was
poll.
saying.
Let's take a poll.
Everybody
and
else that was here listening to the words that I
let's
was
take a
saying seems
poll
to have.
to see if
Everybody
everybody
else that
else
was here
understands what you're
listening to the
saying.
words. Everybody else that was here that was listening to the words that I was saying seemed to have figured out what I meant by what I said.
Three
It was
people
only
that-
seems to be a problem with you and SE. Why could that be?
Because you. Go ahead, Gio. Sorry.
Just real quick, what's the problem with defining? You seem to be sidestepping defining what you're talking about. Why is that happening?
I'm not sidestepping anything. The diagram shows you where those people are standing. That surface. Up is away from that surface. The diagram, the up direction in the diagram on your phone screen does not correspond to the up direction for both A and B. This doesn't require further explanation.
That's some
Kind
pretty.
of does.
I mean, if you want to argue, that there's no evidence or that the observations don't match the Earth, I mean, that's one thing. But not understanding this like simplest possible diagram of what a sphere is just like a yeah.
It has
I don't know. I can't
there's a
believe
huge,
that.
There's a huge problem, and you can't believe it because he said 2D up direction. Now your
Yeah,
sphere
he was referring to the up
sorry. Go
of the
ahead.
image.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I just
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I'm done. Go on.
Oh, sorry. His 2D up direction has a problem because he has a surface that he also has to define.
No, you can see them standing on it. I don't have to define it and play your game.
You do have to define the surface because we hear all the time the definition of a surface. Now define the surface.
No, it's right there. You can see it in the image. That's what they're standing on.
There you go. That's all you
Again,
get.
we can play this game if you really want to, but the diagram is very clear. Gio, do you have a problem with the explanation that I gave just a moment ago?
He's taking a
Buster,
shit.
be honest. Do you really think you have an argument by asking Doofus to define the surface?
He said a 2D up direction.
What do you think that means?
It's up.
No. What do you
The
think he
problem
meant
was-
when he
look.
said to the up direction? What do you think he meant by that? Because like it's pretty obvious to me. No. In the drawing, what does to the up mean?
Okay, what does he mean by 2D up?
Yeah, he already explained very
the A
clearly.
and the B is up, right?
No.
Would that be the vertical?
No. Yeah, you didn't get it. I mean,
It's
that's just the
relative.
up of the picture, right? So you have a image, a picture, right? An image, and it has a grid of pixels. You have rows and you have columns, right? And as you
So we're looking at a 2D image.
Yes, and then you can go up and go down in respect to that grid of pixels, right? That's
Okay.
the 2D up that he was referring to. Has nothing to do with the drawing.
What about
applies,
the surface
applies
of the
to
sphere
any
that you guys
picture.
argue for? What about the surface of the sphere you guys argue for?
Yeah,
What
that's
is
something
that?
completely independent of the up of the
It
picture.
is not completely independent because he's depicting the surface of a sphere, but then saying a 2D up.
Oh my fucking god! You can't be that dumb.
No, he's willfully not doing. He's willfully not getting it. He's choosing not to get it. It's fine.
Oh, hey, that's okay.
It doesn't make sense for you not to get something as like as. I mean,
So
there's
you can have
no
a
way
2D
you
up,
can
but-
shove it on your face more
Well, let me
than
ask you
it's
this,
already done.
Bacon. Let me ask you this: can you have a 2D up, but then have a 2D surface?
Up
Jesus
is in
Christ,
resp.
dude.
Oh, never. I mean, you can't be serious. You can't be.
Yes,
serious.
I am. Answer the question: can you have a 2D up? and
Nobody
have a 2D
needs to
surface?
answer your damn question. The up direction on the image. The up
hit a
direction
nerve.
on the image. The up direction on the image. I'll say it one more time. The up direction on the
Please.
image does not correspond to up for each A and B. They have their up relative to the surface, which differs from the up direction on your phone screen.
So you're
Noted.
saying
Now he was talking to Bacon, not you.
But that's the
Somebody always
answer.
has to come in.
That's
It's
the
okay.
fucking. It doesn't
They can
change. No matter how many
doofus,
times you ask the question, does
doofus.
not change
Hey,
the
doofus,
answer.
you
If
need
you
to
want to
calm.
keep asking the question over and
Doofus,
over again, it still doesn't change the
doofus,
answer.
you need to calm down, sir. I mean, lower your voice.
I just posted a diagram that should help you out if you're truly having trouble understanding
No, no,
this.
no. I'm looking at Doofus's diagram. That's all
What?
I'm worried about. He said 2D up.
Yeah,
He said it 2D up.
yeah. So I drew it on his diagram. I took his diagram and I drew something.
Oh, well, let me just, yes, please. Let me check this out. I'll go back. I'll go down to yours and look at it.
I
Please.
just posted 1103.
That's that. Okay. What about the surface?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Are we only dealing in 2D?
That's the hump, man. And
Uh,
when you
you know-
guys gonna learn that a fucking sphere is 2D when you look at it through its lights? What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, this dude. If you ever examine anything, I'm not trying to be
Wait a minute. 50, 50. Let's go back to yours. Number 12. Read your number 12, please. Or I won't even do that. I'll read it for you. Your
Is it
number
bad?
12.
You're talking about the zenith angle. Some smart ass told me that, and I didn't verify it. But I believe he's correct. But the zenith angle might not be the proper terminology.
No. It's not that. That's not it at all. I gotta scroll. Oh, good God! I don't even know where I gotta scroll back to find it.
Hold on.
Can you repost it again?
What
the
hell?
Right. It requires you to use the two angular measures, latitude and longitude, along with the time of day UTC and the time in the period of the season, whether winter, summer, or equinox, or whatever, in order to figure out where the zenith angle of the sun is at any given moment, which requires you to use spherical
I found it.
trigonometry to do it.
No. I found 50's thing. 12. You can use
Yeah, I
spherical
know. I was in the middle of
geometry.
explaining it when you cut in. That's fine.
Yeah, but you're talking about a 2D surface that you wanted to obfuscate
No,
earlier.
I was
but now you
definitely
want to try
talking
to
about
define
number
it.
12, the thing that you asked about
Yeah,
while
spherical
you cut
geometry
in.
to
But it's
discern
fine if
the
you
zenith
don't want
angle
the
of the
answer to
sun.
the thing
I
that
do,
you asked
but I was
about.
talking to 50.
It's fine if you want to
and
cut
you
in
wanted
on
to get
that.
in it again.
Doofus, you need to calm down. Just lower your
Well,
voice.
if you
Calm
could go ahead and act like an adult and not cut in when you are getting the explanation you asked for.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to 50.
Yeah, it's number 12, right? The thing I was explaining?
Not to you, to 50.
That's four
Okay,
times
so
we told
if
you
I'm
now.
already
He's
in the middle of
talking to 50,
explaining it and
not
then you
you,
cut
doofus.
in, that's fine, right? It's fine if you want to blot out the explanation just because you want to
need to
have
lower- you need to lower your
have
voice.
control of the
It's
room.
okay. You said something
You want to
stupid.
control the room
You
such
said
that
something
somebody
stupid,
who
and you
is
wanted
not
to
lower your
explaining
voice.
it at the
Quit
moment that
projecting.
is being explained.
You're projecting, sir. Quit projecting and lower your voice. Thank you.
I mean, he did do it.
I mean, you guys are not letting him speak, though.
Doofus, I did ask you what
Ooh,
observations
no
have
one's
you
going to
done.
speak anymore.
What observations have you actually done to prove curvature of the Earth, Doofus? I did ask you that. What did you say again?
Let's
But I could
completely change the
definitely, at
subject.
least for this moment, give you an image, a photograph of the horizon having curvature.
Did you take the photograph? This is an
Yes.
observation you've done?
Yes.
So you've taken the observation yourself.
Yes.
And so the observation to back up curvature is a photograph, correct?
That is a series of photographs, yes.
Okay, so when I ask you what observations have you done to prove Earth curvature, for you to prove Earth curvature, all you had to do was take a photograph.
A series of photographs, and specifically, if you want to ask exactly what is depicted within the photos, that is the curvature of the horizon, specifically.
Okay, so the observations you've done to prove Earth curvature is a series of photographs.
You keep changing the words I'm using, even though I keep correcting you. It's really interesting.
So you didn't take a series of photographs to prove Earth curvature.
And you changed it again. God, you're dishonest.
So you did take a series of photographs, and through the process of taking series of photographs, you've proved curvature, correct? Hello?
I mean, I don't have to deal with you if you're not going to actually listen to the words that I'm using.
Well, I asked you a straightforward question. What observations have you done to prove Earth curvature? You said a photograph, and I said a photograph. You said a series of photographs. That's it. All I'm asking you is what observations have you done to prove Earth curvature? Your claim is photographs, a series of them. Doofus, I might have asked you this before, but do you think there's any reason for a flat earther to think the Earth's flat?
I think he's giving you the silent doofus treatment.
Yeah,
I could be looking for what I'm trying to post. That's also an
He's
option.
trying hard to get.
Yeah,
Or I could be looking for what I'm trying to post. That is also a valid option.
Who else is a baller here by chance? Anyone else?
Me.
Okay, never mind the fact that I posted what you asked for. Never mind.
No, I asked you a question. You gave me a response. You said a photograph. A photograph is all you you've taken it personally yourself. A photograph is all you've done to prove the Earth curvature, which is fine. I'll take that as a valid response. You can take photographs and you can claim in the photographs there's curvature.
You don't want to talk about the photographs, though, do you?
Definitely something you can.
You don't want to talk about those photographs.
It's definitely something you can claim 100%. For sure, you're entitled to do so. Are you familiar with any of the effects with your photographs that could take horizontal lines and distort them? Is there perhaps an effect that you may be unaware of, or are you familiar?
Oh, I'm definitely familiar with all the excuses that you guys come up with. Sure, hit me with one.
Oh, okay. So excuses that I come up with. Okay, can you name an excuse that I would come up with, considering you claim that we're making them up? What would be one of the excuses that we make up arbitrarily?
You claim that the curvature of the window could cause it.
Oh, okay. So are you familiar with camera lenses and how they affect? Are you familiar with pincushion effect? Are you
Yeah,
familiar with
radially
interferometry?
symmetrical distortions. Of course, I'm familiar with those.
Okay. So what do they do to straight lines, these effects?
These effects can distort straight lines, which, since they are radially symmetrical distortions, can be characterized if you put the subject in question in different parts of the frame, which I did.
In other words, you can have distortion in sizes and distance based on that effect, right? Pincushion or barrel distortion. You can actually have
which you can characterize if you put the subject in question in different parts of the frame, which I did.
Sure. At the end of the day, you're still measuring an apparent position due to an optical effect, correct?
No.
Oh, so everything we see in the distance is not limited to an optical instrument, thereby rendering.
That's not the words I used. Isn't that interesting? It's also not the words you used prior.
Words.
It's weird that you change the things that even you say.
I haven't changed anything, buddy. Try again.
All right. So is it possible to characterize a radially symmetrical distortion in a lens by putting the subject in different parts of the frame? Yes or no?
So if you're talking about the distortion of the lens,
notice how you're not giving me a yes or a no.
Because you're talking about the radial circumference being distorted at various parts of lenses, and being at the center, there's less distortion. Moving outward, there's increased distortion. Correct?
That is mostly accurate. However, barrel distortion and pincushion distortion are specific cases of that.
Again, at the center focal point, it's tend to be more accurate than the outer portion of the lens. Is the farther you move away from the center point, the more distortion you get. You agreed with that, right? So when you're looking at these particular observations, it's fine and dandy looking at straight lines, knowing that they can curve from the distortion of the lenses. The main principle of a camera is to open up a diffraction point, or in other words, an angular limitation, and that's why you have different focal lengths. You use the process of refraction to open up that diffraction point, thereby revealing the distorted or diffracted image that's beyond that angular limit, right? So when
Why are you trying to change the subject? I thought we were working on these distortions, and you just decided to not finish the
when you use these images,
you decided to not finish the topic at hand. Why is that?
When you use these images, that you're referring to, they're littered with all kinds of distortions, but fundamentally the underlying function of that observation is being ignored, which is the apparent junction or convergence or the limited angular view that you have. So while you're trying to say that you know what the apparent position of the horizon is or whatever position you're measuring to, they're not going to be an exact location or a position that can be exactly measured due to these distortions and effects with telephoto zoom lenses. So again, you're measuring
Can you wrap it up,
distortions.
Schizo? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
you're measuring distortions from lens effects, and then you're ignoring the main underlying effect of optics, which is the convergence of light, which is an apparent position, a vanishing point, horizon line. That's an optical angular limit. It's not due to the shape of Earth, but the maximum resolvable detail to whatever optics you're viewing the object through.
All right. So why did you want to deviate very quickly from the topic of characterizing the distortion present in the lens by putting the subject in different parts of the frame? You're already cutting in, and I wasn't even done talking.
Since I didn't deviate, and it was solely about optics, it's about the fact that you forget about the main principle of viewing that optical lens and the principle of viewing it. And how it works, you ignore that, which is light converges into a vanishing point of convergence.
I'm specifically not ignoring it. I'm trying to hold you to your own position.
Quit cutting in and raising your voice, doofus.
Right, okay. Wouldn't it be nice if he would actually address the topic instead of trying to change it repeatedly?
I haven't tried to change it at all. I've been on optics the whole entire time.
Right, so why is it then you won't address the issue where you can characterize the distortion of a lens by putting a subject at different parts of the frame? Why won't you address
really
that?
high.
Right, thanks, Rakia. Completely useless.
I'm trying to help you, sir. You've been here a lot of hours. You just need to calm down. You're going to have a stroke. Yeah.
Rakia, he's working hard, this guy, for sure.
Much respect.
Again, the horizon is an apparent location. So now if you're trying to quantify
seems you're
this
diverting
apparent...
again, Data. Thank you.
It's all about optics, my friend. It's not diverting. The fact is you're deceptive in nature about optics, and therefore you're using ad hoc examples and straw man arguments. The point is that you have an optical
I never
convergence.
used a straw man or an ad hoc example.
You're talking about trying to rectify the fact that barrel distortion exists by showing other examples of how you can position the camera to remove barrel distortion. Therefore, if I remove barrel distortion, I can prove that the horizon line is curved. Meanwhile, still using the same fucking optics that have the air, and then understanding or ignoring, one of the two. Most likely you understand, but you're going to choose to ignore the fact that the horizon is not an apparent, not a physical location, but an apparent position due to optics. So then you're trying to use camera in both senses, in both ways. When both ways you're totally fucking retarded, because you're trying to correct for barrel distortion by claiming you can correct by barrel distortion because you can see a curved line where it's supposed to be straight, but then yet ignoring the junction of light causing the fucking horizon line. So it's this like circular bullshit reasoning that you go through for yourself to because you either ignore the fact or you're just dumb.
All right, that was a nice story. Let's try this. If I take an image,
nice story. Let's try this.
If I take an image, oh, thank you for cutting in. Thank you. You should probably take a break. Let's try this again. If I have an image taken by the same camera, where a straight
you need
line,
to lower your voice a little bit.
No, I don't. If I take an image of a straight line with a camera at different points within the frame, and the end result is that I've got different curves in different parts of the frame and they're going in opposite directions, then I can confirm that either barrel distortion or pincushion distortion is present. If I have a subject line that I'm trying to evaluate off in the distance, has the same direction of curvature regardless of where it is in the frame, then I have confirmed positively that the camera lens is absolutely not causing the horizon to appear curved. What next?
Okay, so here's something you can do, and you can't get away from it, even if it's rectilinear. You take any image, take a photograph, and you compress the pixels. You'll get distortions. Okay, you'll get all straight lines appearing to curve. You can't escape it, no matter what you want to do. Number one, you can tell yourself that you think you can correct for it. Therefore, when I look at something straight, it's going to be if it's curved, it's going to be curved because I corrected for the The distortion. Again, you're wrong. You can't do it. Doesn't matter how straight you shoot shit. Doesn't matter how long. If you compress that image, you'll see distortion in it. Bottom line, that's something you can't escape because it's in the lens itself. So if you think you're looking at an accurate image because you are telling yourself you can deduce what it's curved now because I've made sure that it's straight, is absolutely ridiculous and ludicrous for the simple fact is you're using distortion effects to prove Earth curvature on the surface of the Earth. It's the most retarded. It's the most retarded. It's the most retarded, stupidest thing I've ever seen somebody claim who's intelligent is to use camera optics for Earth curvature at the surface.
The Globers have made a fallacy where they assume that they can correct it, that therefore they can get rid of all curvature and eliminate it. That doesn't necessarily follow. There could still be curve distortion in the lens even then.
Here's the way to prove that. Like I said, take any image, take any straight line images, go and compress the footage. You'll find that no matter what it is, you'll get all straight lines will curved when you go to compress the image because the lenses themselves has distortion. So again, to come up with the idea that you can remove that curve with yourself because you're positioning the camera in the center, and then telling me that you can measure it curved because you've measured it in the center, therefore it should be straight. Dude, it's the weakest argument ever because you can't get rid of the barrel distortion no matter if you think you can or not. That's so ridiculous. And you claim that it's Earth curve. It's so pathetic.
Okay, I counted 9 times that you stated your opinion that the argument I made was ridiculous or
again,
absurd.
I explained
so if
how.
you have to tell yourself, if you have to tell yourself 9 times that the argument is absurd in order to try and make it true, let's actually address the topic in question. If the lens is causing the horizon to appear curved, then the direction of the curvature should change if the horizon is at the top of the frame and the bottom of the frame, but we don't see that in the photos that I took. Why?
Okay, so again, you're lying or you're being deceptive, and I'll tell you why. Anybody who takes a 50 millimeter lens, focal length lens, takes a countertop, shoots that countertop in the center of the frame, shoots it below the center frame, shoots it above the center frame, and compresses all of those images. You will see that the bottom part of the lens will be curved upward. The top part of the bottom part will be curved upward to the center, and the top part will be curved downward into the center. And then the straight will appear straight, but there'll still be imperfections in the straight path. You can go and prove this to yourself to show that the effects are exaggerated once compressed. So the topper part is more curved than the center part, but the center part is not a perfect straight line either. And that's because the lens itself is a convex lens. So you still have slight distortions. So the bigger the wider angle lens, the more distortion you're going to get. The more focal length, the more refraction you're going to get, more compressed angles, you get more distortions, you get errors in distances and size. So you're analyzing optical information from camera footage and claiming you can detect Earth curvature in them. And you can't.
It's funny that you called me a liar. I already posted the 3 photos. None of them were compressed anyway. That's hilarious. All 3 of them.
Again, you can compress
all
them
3 of
to
them
highlight
exist.
the errors.
I know that you want to talk over top of me every single time that I call you out for your
No.
bullshit.
Dude,
Every single
Again,
time that I call you out on a lie that you
Again,
made, and I can
voice.
easily demonstrate that it's a lie, you
no
feel
lies.
the necessity to talk
really
over
not.
top of me.
It's really not, guys.
Let
It's
him-
just
let him-
Doofus with his
no,
high
just let him
voice.
Oh, is it
finish.
just
Why
me,
not?
Rakia, or is it he talking over me? Is it possible that
He
Data
feels the need
cannot
to
control?
pipe up. He's muted. Okay, Doofus, Manfred, go. Then Flat Earth Data, go.
Yeah, just quit yelling, man. Just lower your voice.
Right, tell him to not talk over people then. Could you do that? Could you, as a
Flat Earth
moderator,
Data, please don't
keep
cough
the
up
room
if he's
moderated
not
such
done.
that normal conversation can occur?
Flutter State is hearing
I'm not a
people telling him
moderator.
not to overspeak the whole day.
Yeah, I'm
Flat
not
Earth
a moderator.
Data, just try not to pipe up and overspeak people. Let them finish their point, then
You
come
know
in at
that's
the
not gonna
end.
do it.
Yeah, I
Doofus, what were
waited
you
patiently
saying?
for Data to finish.
Go ahead,
All right,
Doofus.
so let's try this again.
Yeah,
You
just
called it
lower your voice when you do it.
that. Shut up, Rakia. When you called me a liar, it was interesting because as I already posted those 3 photos, none of them were compressed, and the horizon was curving in the same direction in all three photos. You have to address that.
So again, the reason why I mentioned compressed
And I'm getting a
is for
phone call.
you. It's for you to understand the effects that these lenses have on images. And you claim that you can remove the curvature effect and therefore see curvature effect. You don't understand.
Well, just ask him if that's a 2D photo.
I might raise his voice again.
Well, we have two different ideas here. One, that these barrel distorted lenses can somehow give an accurate rendition of curvature or flatness, number one. And number two, the other side, flat earth data side, appearing to say that you're always going to have some level of distortion that can't be gotten rid of. That's going to lend itself to fake curvature, all of that. So at this point, we're just at an impasse because one side thinks that we can correct for this fake barrel distortion curvature and see a real curve or a real flat, and the other side saying that you can't correct for all of it. So at this point, we're just at an impasse.
Plus, there's haste. There's haste in that.
It's not that it's an impasse, claiming that you're a tiny little person and using optics on the surface of the earth, and then saying, hey, if I shoot at the center frame at this particular straight line, but the straight line is not straight, it's curved, therefore it has to be earth curvature. It's just, I guess it's just an observation, right? So you're making an observation with an optical lens and you're saying, hey, it's curved, therefore the earth must be curved. There's my science.
And there's a bit of haste in that image anyways.
I mean, it's not just that though. It's that corresponding with other lines of evidence. If you do this, but you do it with like vertical grids or vertical versus horizontal grids, like in cities, and you match it up, you can see where the Earth should end, and it's always cut short. So it's kind of a geometric proof that the Earth isn't a sphere. Is a sphere, isn't flat, unless you're talking about optical effects, which of course come into play, but. There's another version of this that backs up exactly what this shows. Hold on, I'll post a picture. This guy named Joe Slays. I don't know if any of you have ever seen Joe Slays videos, but he's got these really like short, concise videos that are really
I'm hoping
good.
he has a 2D up.
He might, man. He might. Hold on.
So 50. What observations have you done yourself to prove the Earth the Earth has curvature?
I sailed the whole thing, dude. I sailed it when I was like 30. I'm fucking with you. Fuck no, I didn't sell the whole thing. So if you want to know what I did personally,
what observation have you done to prove Earth curvature? Yeah.
So I've taken
Do
flights
things with
from
photographs.
Nashville to Dallas to Seattle back to Nashville. Okay, I took those three flights, and I had my phone on me, so I can record my GPS.
You took a flight from Nashville to where? Nashville to Dallas? What?
Dallas, yes, and then Dallas to Seattle back to Nashville. So I live around Nashville. I've got family that lives in Dallas. I've got family that lives in Seattle. Right? So if you measure those distances, which I can do with my phone, you can see that they only line up on a sphere. And I built a geometric model of a sphere in CAD and basically showed this to myself. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I posted it in chat earlier.
So let me ask you a question. Being that you've done that, do you think there's a paradoxical state that one knowing the debate, knowing the both sides of the conversation, do you think one can enter into paradoxical state? Because when you do fly in an aircraft, you are in a horizontal state, and it is a linear path that appears to be that you're on from point A to point B, so to speak, right? So would you say that would go against the senses of what the measurement that you've taken from your app to what you observe in your senses? They don't match, right? Or do they match for you?
They do match for me because.
So when you're flying, you feel like you're flying on a sphere, like everything around you feels like it's a sphere.
Well, I
Is
mean,
that correct?
feeling. Like I wouldn't describe it as
Well, that's what it is. You're gonna. A lot of people look right, and they look and they see something, and then they go, "Oh, that's a ball." Like I can see it's a ball, so it must invoke a feeling, right? You must be up there. Must have because you're aware of this debate. Most people that are aware of this debate, they look out and they don't have any nowhere near the thoughts that anybody in this debate.
I was kind of shocked by
considered.
how I couldn't see further. To be honest with you, I was like, I was like a little disappointed. I was like, I can't see further. If I'm completely honest with you, like I thought I could see further. Like you can't see that far. Like for instance, I used to go deep sea fishing, and it didn't take like maybe 5 minutes for the shoreline to disappear, and then 15 minutes, the rafters that the house is set on would disappear. 30 minutes to 40 minutes, the houses would disappear. And then after an hour, the damn lighthouse would disappear. So that to me, and those two experiences are weigh heavily in my mind. So
Do you know what distance you travel when all that stuff happened?
yeah, absolutely. I use my phone to track it.
What was the distance when you were at deep sea?
Oh God, it's been a long time. I went from Nashville to Dallas, Dallas to Seattle, Seattle to Nashville.
No. I'm talking about deep sea. You said deep sea fishing.
I don't know. This was a long time ago. I wasn't interested in this debate, so I don't know the distances. I just remember it was really fucking quick. I was like, wow, we're in the middle of the ocean, and it's been like 30 or 45 minutes. It was like 3 different times. It's not like I used to go deep sea fishing all the time, 3 times. And yeah, I mean, yes, there is a different explanation, but that one works, and it works in conjunction with so many different ones. That's just hard for me to rule it out, man.
Let me ask you something, bro. If you were driving on a flat road, and there was a house there, and you drove a half an hour away, would you expect to still see that house?
If it was like a flat plane, where like if it was as flat as I've
completely flat plane,
yeah, just as flat as I've experienced on Earth, like a cornfield or basically something like that, a desert or whatever.
Yeah.
Lake bed. How many miles?
Well, you said you were boating for half an hour, so what would that be in equivalent in miles? How many miles would you say you were out in sea?
Oh God, I don't know. I would imagine the boat was probably traveling like 20 knots or something, or maybe 25 knots. So roughly 50 nautical miles, maybe. Or wait, maybe 25 knots. It wouldn't be that far. I might have my times off. I just know everything disappeared a hell of a lot faster than I expected. It was really quickly.
So half an hour would probably be like 10 miles.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right. This is a while ago, and it's been a minute since I've talked about this. But yeah, I don't have the exact stats, but I just remember thinking, "Wow, we're in the middle of the ocean. It's barely been any time."
So his question still stands. You think you can see a house from 10 miles away?
From 10 miles away? No.
Why is that?
It was perfectly flat. It was perfectly flat, and the Earth was in a sphere, and nothing was in the way. I believe you could, yeah. If it wasn't a hazy day. But that's something we can't do. We need some basically kind of money.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. He said 50 nautical miles, and somehow you made it 10.
Okay, I thought he said 20 nauticals after.
No,
he said 50.
No, I said 25 nautical miles an hour. That's how fast.
Oh, an hour. Oh, my bad. My bad.
56 regular miles, roughly. But basically, since light spreads, you can have a coin in front of a car or a bigger structure, just like you can have a flat surface that appears to, quote unquote, tower above or below something in the background. It's just spreading light. In the foreground, it's going to flood out your vision and lead to bottom-up obstruction. It's not that difficult.
But it's not just that way, man. It's the fact that we have a live tradition, a live trade of celestial navigation, right? This is something you can do. Like an electrician, a plumber, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's a trade. It's a live trade. You can go and you can learn to do this thing. You
Over
can learn
a flat plane, yeah.
do what now?
over a flat plane.
That's not how you learn to navigate, Lemon.
The dome of the sky is hemispheric, sure, but the land is flat.
No, the land is not treated as flat whatsoever.
Well, Auguste Piccard went up in a 5 to 7 mile high balloon ride and said it looked like a disc with upturned edge. Are you going to believe the word of Masonic NASA over him?
Maybe he was on acid. You never know. Yeah,
And
I would believe I would believe NASA before him. Absolutely.
yeah, I don't think so. They can't even get their story straight. They saw stars, they didn't see stars. How many photos they were taking and stuff like that. There's just too many holes and inconsistencies with the NASA narrative.
Lemon, I challenge you to look at the YouTube channel called Astrum. Astrum details all of NASA's emissions, essentially, and he looks at the best images they have. I challenge you to look at that channel and see what they have to offer, because it's pretty incredible. And we're fixing to get even more incredible footage in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It's going to get nutty in terms of the visual quality that we're going to be able to see on the moon, on Mars. It's going to get nutty. We're at that point in technology where that's fixing to happen.
Cool CGI, bro.
Yeah, any day now.
No, they've already tested it. They tested it. It's on the ISS. It's in the satellite in orbit. They've tested it. It's going on all future missions. So it's not that it's projected to happen. It's going to happen. At least I believe it is. I've been wrong before though. So. But I mean, but the thing is though, it doesn't really fucking matter to me that much. Like the shape of the Earth. Like for some reason, for you guys, it's like a religious thing. Like you want to tie it to some kind of religion.
I don't know, man. You made a whole list of 20 things, and you mapped out your flights, and you're looking into these YouTube channels with these images, and sounds like you're pretty invested too.
Yeah, I like science, man, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but whenever I first heard that somebody believed the Earth was flat, I was like, no way, that can't be right. And I wanted to talk to some of you guys, and I get it now. You guys are not dumb whatsoever. You're not dumb whatsoever. You're very intelligent people. It's just interesting to me how you get
Whoa.
so
Buster's
far
here.
away. Do what now?
Buster.
Like I said, I'm not trying to be. I'm being completely honest. Like I thought whenever I was going to first talk to you guys that you were
can't
dumb.
really say that though. Buster's here.
Buster's here. Is Buster dumb?
Well, yeah.
What?
Is he? But so it's just interesting to me to talk to you guys. Like a lot of times I like to come on here and talk to you guys about stuff that isn't related to flat Earth and just bullshit. But you always have a debate going on. But I don't know, dude. I've had a few beers. I'm rambling. Y'all were getting a little heated. Y'all need to chill the fuck out. It ain't big of a deal, to be honest. If it's a cube, if it's a globe, whatever. We're all here together. And got to figure this shit out together. So, shape's not going to change that.
I mean, but you still just believe in something without actually. I mean, you got all these anecdotal information that makes you believe that the Earth is a ball, and you take it as truth, but you really don't have any evidence for it, and you still looked into it, so it kind of spikes a little bit of your interest.
I mean, I've got multiple lines of evidence. I don't know how I could be more sure of something. Like in terms of like what I'm sure of, I can't be more sure of things outside of my existence, other than the Earth being a globe. Like there's just so much evidence.
You still haven't presented the actual evidence. All you said
on my part. The list, man, the list. And I get it. If you want to dismiss all
is anecdotal.
Do what? Anecdotal.
Yeah.
They're anecdotal. Well, okay. So what about my lived experience then?
That's not what anecdotal means, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of the stuff we're talking about the principles and the foundations that society is built on. Like this shit came out, like electromagnetism, Newton, Like Newton was 1692, electromagnetism and Maxwell was like what, like 1895 and like 1905, like
So
roughly around there.
hold on. So you're saying it's not anecdotal since he's relying on his personal experience and they're not actually facts?
Well, I mean, they're facts.
No. He said that's not what anecdotal means. So how is that not anecdotal?
Right. Anecdotal would be where you have a set of things, right? Like people that have a certain thing, right? You're using a small sample size to determine some general cause or some general statement about the rest of those similar things. So if I say all, what's a good example? All people, no, because that's autosomal dominant. It's not a good excuse.
You use breasts. Breasts are always good examples.
It's definitely a good example.
Just keep your voice down when you do it.
So the definition of anecdotal is not necessarily true or reliable because based on personal accounts rather than facts or research.
We need the research, right? That's what it sounds like.
Now go over there. Go on.
I don't want to go over there, but
okay. So anecdotal is like if you have some small set of things, right? Out of a larger group of things, you find that small group of things has something, and you generalize it to the big group of things, which is not necessarily true. It's only based on the things that you know about that small set.
That's an amazing definition.
Right. Well, I mean, so like if you say all people with red hair have freckles, because all the people you know with red hair have freckles, but there could be a whole lot of people with red hair that don't have freckles that you don't know about, for instance.
The definition is not necessarily true or reliable because based on personal accounts rather than actual facts or research.
Right. Yeah, kind of like a
right. So him having pretty much like what you just said. You this is not anecdotal. What you say? Well, I saw the curve from whatever picture of plane I took. The picture you took from the plane, but that's not necessarily facts.
Well, it is a fact that when I photographed the horizon appeared curved in all three of the photos that I took in that series.
Right. So it's based on your personal experience, not on actual facts.
Okay. You could say that if you had a reason for why the horizon appears curved when it's not, when I took those photos.
Because the horizon is not an actual location. It's an optical perspective or illusion or whatever.
Okay, that optical perspective or illusion or whatever is curved in those three photos.
Right, due to your vision and whatever haze or things are in the sky. So if the horizon is in a physical location and it appears curved to you, that means it's an optical illusion to you. That's facts. Now, your anecdotal experience thinking that it's a curve because it's physical, that's unreliable. That's not facts. That's not actual truth, is it?
What you're saying.
So what I'm saying is that's anecdotal.
No, not really, because what I have are images of the horizon. The horizon we agree exists. That thing that we call the horizon is definitely curved in those photographs.
Right.
If
but
I were to generalize that.
So again, sorry. So again, we want to ask you, is the horizon a physical thing?
Whatever it is curved. If you want to redefine what the horizon is in other terms, if you choose to do so, that's fine. But the horizon that we agree exists is definitely curved.
I'm not defining it. That's exactly what it is. That's the definition of a horizon. Horizon is something that is optical. You
But
guys
it's curved.
stopped saying it was physical since the Black Swan. Now you want to bring it back to saying it's physical.
We didn't really stop saying it's physical. We just
Really?
said that the surface of the earth and the sky, both of those things are physical. So everything that makes up the horizon is definitely physical. We also mentioned that through air, light can change direction.
Flat Earth there, though. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 2019, the horizon stopped being physical since that day. Am I wrong in this, or?
They admitted that there is no geometric horizon that you actually see. No.
That's kind of odd way to state that, but back in the 18th century, it was already described exactly what atmospheric refraction does to long distance observations and to include the horizon. So it's not new. It's not something that changed in 2019.
Well, the claim of it actually being a geometric horizon, meaning what you think is a physical curve, is stopped being that people started saying, no, we never said it was a physical curve.
Right, because the 18th century already happened.
So what's the definition of a pier?
What's the definition of a pier? Okay. Why don't we go ahead instead of playing that game?
No. I mean, if
because at some point you're instead going to ask me what the definition of apparent is. That's what you're actually angling.
Well, I mean, appear. When something appears to mean something, but it doesn't really happens. So in other words, so really, so seem given. I'm just saying, apparent appear was something seems to actually happen, but it's not really happening, right? So in other words, if something appears to touch,
it doesn't necessitate in the definition that apparent automatically means that something that is apparent is false. That's not in the definition.
So when you look down a railroad track and they appear to actually touch, are they really touching?
No.
A better way to test it would be to say, are all things that appear a certain way definitely not that way? If somebody appears to be stupid, does that mean they're definitely not stupid?
Right. Or to put it a little less incendiary, my vehicle appears to be on my driveway. It definitely is, but it also appears to be. And something that is apparent is not necessarily false. It can be false. It can be true. It appears to us the way that it appears, but it is not a truth statement.
That's why you need a philosophy to get to the underlying somethingness about it, what its true nature is, its true ontology or whatever. That's philosophy talking, though. Do our senses match reality? Are we perceiving all of reality, part of reality? Why or why not? Is there such a thing as reality, truth, all that stuff? In this case, though, it's flat because it's actually, flat.
Okay, but anyway, the horizon, as I mentioned in those three photographs, definitely appears to us as curved. Let's just say it that way.
Because the underlying ontology of the curved lenses is adding fake curvature, or you're looking at the edge of the flat and closed system, the curved edge right where the dome touches down. That appears to be the underlying truth, the ontology that explains what you're perceiving. And you would have to adjust your senses and your interpretation of what your senses are interpreting accordingly toward that underlying truth.
Right, and as you mentioned, the lens, again, if you take the same subject and different parts of the frame, you can characterize the distortion of the lens by using that same subject. So if the curvature of the horizon is the same in all places in the frame, then it's not being curved by the lens.
You need to hold your voice down, doofus.
Yeah, it's a little too loud.
So Doofus, if you were to think for a moment that the Earth is actually a planar surface, what would these observations do if it's planar differently than it does? If that makes sense. What would you expect to
The
see?
amount of
If you don't think
the
this is what would happen on a plane, what do you think would happen if it was a plane? And what proof do you have for that? Like small scale, do you have any way to verify that?
Okay, let's try that. The amount of the curvature of the horizon would be half as much as what I see, and the distance that I should be seeing out to should be farther.
That's it. Just the optical occlusion level is different in your mind if it's a plane, but it's still doing the same thing.
Right. It should be half as much curvature as well. That point was also mentioned.
What do you mean half as much curvature? I'm talking about if there's no curvature.
Now, on a flat plane, if you have a fixed limited distance as far as you can see and you're elevated above that surface, you would notice the horizon also have curvature, but it's half as much as what I would see here in the photographs that I've posted. The wrong folder, aren't I?
So you would see less left to right curvature on a flat plane.
Right.
Why
It'd
would
be
you
half
see
as
it
much.
left to right?
Right. It'd be half as much as what I see in the photographs. Here's an example of what it would look like on a spherical Earth.
Of the left to right curvature on a plane.
Yes.
Not an airplane, on a plane Earth.
Yes.
So why would a plane appear curved?
Right. You say for sure that we can't see forever, correct?
Wouldn't you?
Rakia, I'm trying to take this very slowly. You
Yeah,
say
just
for
hold your
sure
voice
that we
down when
can't
you
see
do it.
you can't see forever. We can't see all of the surface at once, correct?
Of course, you'd have to be an idiot to say you see forever.
Okay. Now, if there is a limit to how far or how much of the surface we can see, and we're elevated above that surface, and the distance is equal in all directions around us, that makes a circle. Circles have curvature, and you're elevated up above it, so you should be able to detect left to right curvature. That's the same reason why I see it here in the photographs that I have, except that it's twice as much as you would expect on a flat plane.
But you're definitely seeing left to right curvature on what you say is a sphere because you've gained altitude in airplane.
Yep, more altitude allows you to see the curvature better.
The left to right curvature.
Yeah, it's effectively an outward limb coming back at you at the edges. It's a little bit odd. So the horizon
it is
is a
odd.
circle.
I agree
The
with you.
horizon is a circle. That circle lies in a plane that's parallel with your local horizontal.
Yeah, that's your line of sight, not the actual physical Earth curving. You just described it yourself. You just think it would be less.
Right, the curvature of the horizon would be less on a flat plane than what I see in the photographs.
So maybe like the ones I showed. Maybe if you used a different camera or focal length, the flat plane would appear less curved to you. What a jackass. I'm done with this guy.
It could be possible that I took 3 photos of the same horizon with the horizon in different parts of the frame specifically to rule out the lens as a cause. If you want to continue to say the lens is a cause, you only make yourself look like a fool.
Hold your voice down when you call me a fool. I'm sorry I called you a jackass, but you're saying a flat plane can appear curved.
If you have a limit to how far you can see of that surface, and you're elevated above that surface, yes.
Which is exactly what we see right here in your
We see
photograph.
half as, or we see twice as much as we should if the surface
Says
of the
you.
Earth were flat.
Says you.
I
And
mean, I've got
also,
the thing right
should
here in the
see,
chat.
you should see less if you went higher, right? Because if your distance is limited by if your vision is limited by a distance, and you go higher, the radius that intersects the surface gets smaller.
Well, I'm granting them that if you gain altitude, you see farther. Of course, on a flat surface, that would give you a linear relationship to the distance to the horizon along the surface, which is not what we experience, which is what I was mentioning earlier.
Is that linear relationship straight?
Yeah, dude, don't even.
Is it?
That's
A
not what linear
relationship is
relationship means, because linear relationship is about two variables and their relationship to each other. As one increases, the other increases.
Is the linear relationship straight?
It's not about whether or not it's straight. The word straight doesn't enter into the word relationship unless you're talking about man and woman.
Oh no, I
Linear.
think it does.
What is
in that-
linear?
in
What's a
what
linear
you mean by
measurement?
Linear is if you graph it, it will be a straight line. Like rise
Okay.
over run will make a straight diagonal.
Right? If you make a two variable graph to show the relationship, it would indeed draw a straight line. But to say that a linear relationship is itself straight is bad English.
Yeah, it's just a weird way to say it, but I'm just trying to sort of find a way that it might not be that silly.
If you wanna graph one variable versus the other, you get a line on that graph. That's why it's called linear.
But the only way you
when
can
you
get
have a
linear
linear
is with
relationship between two dissimilar things, like a linear relationship between an angle and a distance, that graphs a straight line, but doesn't represent a straight surface.
what?
Bacon knows what I'm talking about.
Hey, Bacon knows what you're talking about. So you just talk to Bacon.
I mean that's a very common misconception here. That you hear the word linear, you think that implies a line or a plane or whatever. It doesn't. It's just a relation between the variables. But if you have a tight, if you have a linear relation,
Sorry. I'm apologizing. What relationships? Just walk me through it.
yeah, you have two
For the
variables,
example
right?
that I gave,
Two
there was a
variables.
linear
Hang on,
relationship between an
I was
angle.
talking to Bacon. Now you're coming in and you want to like confuse the thing.
No, I'm not confusing it. I'm restating the example I gave because it seems you forgot the example I gave. Great. Thanks for trying to control the conversation again. This is amazing.
Not.
All right.
I was talking to Bacon.
Let's try this one more time because the example I gave that you seem to have forgotten.
Hold on, Doofus. Let him talk to Bacon for a second. You are kind of derailing.
Well, sorry, Bacon. What was the relationship to get linear?
Yeah, so the example the Doofus gave is the distance and the zenith angle of a celestial body.
Sorry.
Go on.
The distance?
To a GP. And the zenith angle.
Not GP. Just talking about linear.
Yeah, that was an example.
That's the answer to the question. You're interrupting the answer to say why aren't you answering?
Yeah.
It wasn't. It's just about
you
linear.
Can have.
This is simplified. Can you simplify
you can
it and
have,
not take it to something else? It's just a linear. What's
there's
a linear
no something
function?
else. This is an example. A linear function is that when you graph the input variable versus the output variable, you get a line on the chart, on the graph.
And it would be.
Right? What do you mean it would be? Just said you get a line.
A line.
That's the chart of the relationship between the variables. It has nothing to do with what those variables mean in real life. So for example, if you have parallel lines intersecting a circle, the distance to between 2 points on that circle and the angle in which those lines intersect those points are going to be a linear relationship. That's a curved surface having a linear relationship between two variables, one being the distance, the other being the angle, right? So having a linear relationship does not imply like a flat surface or a straight line in real life. It's just how the variables change.
I'm sorry. I apologize. My experience with a linear relationship, or as far as a linear measurement, was that it was just a straight measurement.
Okay, I can demonstrate it visually for you. 1 second. I'm going to live stream real quick. Can you take a look?
I'm sorry. Every time I've practically been asked to get a linear measurement, it was just to get that straight measurement.
Can you join a live stream?
Yeah, note the words being used are linear relationship, not linear measurement. Continue to change the words, though. That will make your argument that much better.
You butted in again on the conversation.
Can you join the live stream?
Because you keep changing the words of the conversation.
Linear relationship.
Can you join the live stream?
Why? What is linear relationship?
Can you join the live stream?
Oh my God! Just give me a second. Gotta click a button.
Oh, you could just say yes. I wasn't sure if you would join or not.
Just give me a second. I'm there.
All right.
Linear relationship.
Okay, so those are two visualizations of an observer distance, a zenith angle, and the height of a star, right? I mean, this doesn't matter for a purpose.
I'm sorry. Bacon, I'm sorry. I am a 5-year-old that needs to know what a linear relationship is, not a GP to a star. That's
an
way
example.
over my head.
That's an example.
That's way over my head.
Yeah, forget the star. Let me put the star in the ground. No star,
Hey,
right?
Buster,
Just
you could take a look at the picture that I just put in the live stream.
Well, now I've got to click a live
text.
stream.
It's right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about the ratio between